surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave everything to be a king. Dream my way, never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly, and even if you fall, you gave everything to be a king.
Kings, it's our honor showtime.
You better think it twice. Come on, never
look blue, but it's all red. Greatest red looking for that final push here.
Looking for the final push, looking to get the first elimination in the KIC, but Astral is going for the Hail Mary play, but it's not enough. Noxian Red Force have lived to see another day, and ZP is trying but gets taken down, and now ACT.
We need to prepare next game, so celebrity is not important today. Today, just easy game.
Can they wipe out the Vanguard is another story.
Yep, the defense is strong though. Boom Esports, they can do it, but they have to be clean.
They have to be very clean here. Again, Yulong not looking too hot, but he has the blood rage. Danny is still alive with the crystal. Tatsuri! What is going on? It's going to be the burst run from Draw, but the Vanguard's coming through. Can they take down Yulong before the Vanguard take down the crystal? The answer is no. APG are your first knockout team.
Not very happy because we not do better. We think we just need to improve our communication and discipline, then we can get champion.
I don't think it's an easy game because you can see the game length. We actually play until 15 minutes above some of the games.
Kita kayo medyo di tayo solid ngayon. Iwan
Blackness International looking to end this game while they're going. Jun Young just throwing his body at this one, trying to end it with a crystal at about half-life. The universal law, they don't have any minions. They can be a little bit patient, but they find Gen mid, and they're deciding to go. And Blackness International, it looks like they're going to be moving on off of the pick-off of Neb, and they will go to the knockout.
I think our motivation is especially our fans and also our families because they're watching on site, so it pushes us to do better.
Yang menang yang lebih pantas lah buat membawa nama Indonesia lebih tinggi lagi.
Legs harvested by and Xingling all around the crystal four now, just trying to make sure that those Vanguards get wiped out.
Ready or not ready, Han? Ready. Channel. I got channel.
One, you know second skill. One, you know second skill.
Channel.
All they do is somehow Kagendra pulling this one out.
It connects as well, and into the back line is going to be Yulong. He gets the takedown on the Tatsuri. Can they get some more? Carl been drove to the Crimson Golem here, and now they're looking for a bit of a comeback. Boom gets Shishan. It's the deadly refraction that's going to save Boom Esports.
Right, Danny, he needs to go on. He needs to get the kill. Mickey's not going to be alive. Yulong coming in.
Down. Yes, at the same time, even the bounce is being drawn out here. Can they get the T2 as a little bit of a Brucey bonus for Tatsuri? Looking for the prince, looking for the ball, looking for the takedown of the JD. He does not get it, but Danny does. Can he keep the Hogs and Boom alive? A triple kill for Yulong.
It's the same. It is doable.
Doable indeed, but it's going to be doable. Steal here for the side of Nongshim Red Force as they look to contest this. A Shadow Tyrant right now. Blukio into the back line. Gets taken down. Health bars onto the side of ACT looking pretty low. We see Astral trying to get out alive with the creation blocks, but the illusion of death comes through and Haku with a double kill. Looking for a triple kill onto ZP, but it's going to be Cell trying to save his teammate. It's not going to happen. The takedown is real. Triple kill for Nongshim Red Force.
That's going to be a nice one, and now Ball with time to go. They find Golden Kite, they catch him out. The winning strategy spread throughout, and now Ball is going to be running. Sage's Sanctuary, here we go with for Raven, who tries to soaring signal back to safety, but Chammy one slams it down, passive or not. Jedmith is going to flash, he's going to be chased. He wants to be killed in that sense because Blacksmith International will take him down. They got a 4 for 2.
Happy with this flash, but at the same time, if they lose the Q1, they lose a lot of sustainability.
Yeah, but the Tyrant, it looks like it's been taken. Their Lex just got the damage, and now Kagendra, Ihans with that Storm Strike, finding it, and 5's going to be down first blood, and 663 with the box. Oh, it's so good, and Senku's going to be killed. 3 members of Kagendra setting it up, and with 3 members down, now what a great team.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes, you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Marsh Soulseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got.
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and soul seers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor!
Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and soul seers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form. When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus!
I saw the symbol behind the council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something. The nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. 2 birds, 1 stone.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance! Nucleus control, privileges, curse, all plain lies. They broke the pact!
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Running for the name. Yeah, we put it crossing borders, game changers. Just sit back and see me conquer. We'll stack him up, I'm on the killing spree. No, ain't nobody can stop us. We're chasing the glory and nada. Casting out the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Deeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high to live in the sky.
Look blue, but it is all red. Greatest red looking for that final push here.
Looking for the final push, looking to get the first elimination in the KIC, but Astral is going for the Hail Mary play, but it's not enough. Noxian Red Force have lived to see another day, and ZP is trying but gets taken down, and now ACT.
We need to prepare this game, so celebrity is not important today. Today, just easy game.
Can they wipe out the Vanguard is another story.
Yeah, the defense is strong though. Boom Esports, they can do it, but they have to be clean.
They have to be very clean here. Again, Yulong not looking too hot, but he has the blood rage. Danny is still alive with the crystal. Tatsuri! What is going on? It's going to be the first run from Draw, but the Vanguard's coming through. Can they take down Yulong before the Vanguard take down the crystal? The answer is no. APG are your first knockout team.
Not very happy because we not do better. We think we just need to improve our communication and discipline, then we can get champion.
I don't think it's an easy game because you can see the game length. We actually play until 15 minutes above some of the games.
Sila kayo, medyo hindi tayo solid ngayong game, pero mapagawa.
Blackness International looking to end this game while they're going. Junyoung just throwing his body at this one, trying to end it with a crystal at about half-life. The universal law, they don't have any minions. They can be a little bit patient, but they find Gen mid, and they're deciding to go. And Blackness International, it looks like they're going to be moving on off of the pick-off of Nev, and they will go to the knockout.
I think our motivation is, especially our fans and also our families, because they're watching on site, so it pushes us to do better.
Yang menang yang lebih pantas lah buat membawa nama Indonesia lebih tinggi lagi.
Legs harvest by and shingling all around the crystal 4 now, just trying to make sure that those vanguards get wiped out.
Ready or not ready, Han? Ready. Channel. I go channel.
One, you know second skill. One, you know second skill.
Channel.
All they do is somehow Kendra pulling this one out.
A new day, a new batch of eliminations. Farewell has been waved to the brave warriors who stood their ground until the fall of the last tower. And today, more will be put to the same test. The battles in the lower brackets will be brutal as we witness history unfold. Meanwhile, in the upper bracket, well, the teams and the destiny will smile at the two teams that will go to the knockout stage. Now, whose pride and glory will reign supreme to take them to the next stage and put one step forward to claiming the throne? I'm Mara Aquino, and every day we bear witness to the rise for honor. Let's light up the stage and keep the flame burning. Welcome to the Honor of Kings International Championship. Casters, lead the gorge.
As teams drop out of the tournament and teams rise up to the expectation in towards the knockout stage, the journey is yet over until we decide the final 8 that will be playing in the playoffs here. My name is Sagi, your desk host analyst for day number 4 here. With me are the casters that are your live voices in towards the game. We feature Kindofu and Blam on towards the broadcast. How are you guys feeling?
Feature, I like that word. It's going to be a great day, day number 4, of course. Of course, there's going to be more heartbreak today as we look at a couple of teams that will be exiting the tournament. But of course, they're all fighting for the same prize. That's going to be prizeful, right?
Exactly. I mean, 2 of the teams that are looking at potentially leaving this competition hail from the same region. But let's look at that prize pool right now. Obviously, you are going to get that lion's share of 300,000 at the top, but second place is 150,000. Third, 110. Then 4th place, 80,000. 5th and 6th place is 60,000. Then we drop to 40 for 7th and 8th. 25,000 for 9th to 12th place, and then 15,000 if you are even leaving the competition 13th to last place.
Exactly. With the elimination coming in from ACT Esports Club and RRQ, they do take the $15,000 US towards their pockets here, and they will be reforming themselves coming into the latest season of this 2026 year.
All right, we will take a look at the groupings here. This one is going to be spicy because let's start with Group A, right? Yep. Group bracket, we have Blacklist that made it all the way to the knockouts already. Congratulations to the first DKL team. But we also are curious about the next contenders here. Vesaka against Nongshim, looking to be the second team in Group A to make it out.
And that's the rematch coming in from the upper bracket semi-final where Vesaka Esports upsetted Nongshim Red Force in that 3-2 epic of a finale that we talk about here. So this won't be played today, it won't be played tomorrow, which we talk about this. Every single series you play, you lose 2, you're out of the tournament.
Yep, losing 2 matches and then that's it. Tournament life ends there. And I mean, Osaka already showing that they've actually been able to beat Nongshim Red Force, which is going to be a bit of a hopeful for them. But like you guys say, that's tomorrow. But the action starts here within Group B today, where we have HBSE going up against BTR, and then Elevate going up against A7. I mean, hey, I don't want to point anything out. It's a month, exactly a month today for my birthday. So if you guys want to deliver, you know what you need to do.
Well, it's still some time, so hang on with the presents, right? Today, I wanna have a different kind of story. But for that, HomeBois Black True Esports going up against Bigetron by Vitality. This one is a big challenge. Both teams very confident that they will win. Elevate and Alpha 7, this one is the one that will hit the marker because whoever loses goes home.
Exactly. You don't want anyone to go home after this point here, especially Elevate. They saw how ACT fell off the competition and also saw Blacklist International rise up to that top 8. So definitely they want to be a part of that party here. But coming to Group C, this is the interesting one whereby Boom and Kagendra a rematch once again of that upper bracket semifinals, which Boom Esports came out on top to secure the win against them. But fortunately for them, APG demolished them yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, the boom that we saw yesterday against APG, I think is a more frightful boom than we saw against Kagendra. So I think Boom's like, hey, lower bracket finals, bring it on. Let's get the second PKL team qualifying for the knockout stage. But then we go into Group D. Label Group Death in parentheses here. And obviously the upper bracket final is going to be played today, OG versus Nova.
Yeah, OG versus Nova, definitely. It will be like a featured matchup for the latest stages of the knockout bracket later on because they are known to be some of the tournament favorited teams and fan-voted teams coming into this tournament. But attention towards the lower bracket semifinal of Group D here. As you notice, there are 2 Chalk BR teams in the elimination match today. So definitely, if you're a Chalk BR fan, you will be quite worried and also quite afraid to see the actual results coming into the series.
Yes, come on, Va Brazil. That's what all Chalk BR fans are cheering on right now. We'll take a look at the games today as well. But, I mean, look, one big story, Chalk BR, but the other one is also a story of success. OG against Nova, there's a lot of history behind this, right? 4-0, the last time they met in KWC, it has to be a different result today for OG fans.
I mean for you two guys, I'm just going to leave it there. So, same, we're obviously looking at Chalk BR that may be leaving the competition, but I want to say, look, KMW might even be furthering themselves into the competition. OG may qualify. Twisted Minds may get to this upper bracket part of the lower finals, lower bracket finals here. But today's match is Sagi. Let's run through them.
Like we mentioned here, if you are from the KMW here, you're in for a treat here. Twisted Minds going up against Loops in the first series of today. Coming in will be OG versus Nova Esports. Third one, HBSE takes on BTR, champions versus champions. And finally, Elevate takes on Alpha 7 for the final series of today. So definitely, if you were to cover like every single region, today you're featuring 2 teams from KMW, 2 teams from MKL, and 2 teams from Chalk BR here. So definitely a lot of like these momentums will start to shift when teams start to leave the tournament and more teams go and rise up to that top 8.
Yep. And of course, the one sole PKL representative Elevate here. A lot of hope for them because it's going to be a tough game, right? Against Alpha 7. Alpha 7, let us remind you, they were qualified into the playoffs of another international setting earlier this year in KWC. They were close to, I think, top 4. So this is going to be a very hard challenge for them. But the challenge today, let's start off with Twisted Minds against Loops. The Brains against the Battalion. This is the last stand for both of them.
It is the last time for both of them, exactly right. I mean, KMW going against Chalk BR here, the last time for both the Troops and the Masterminds. I mean, the Troops for Loops, they have to rhyme, is it doing the crime, but the Masterminds, we saw them obviously play already once against OG. Was it the most convincing? OG Esports definitely bringing back that flavor of the KMW Grand Finals, and definitely wasn't going to be the ones that Twisted Minds changing over this one.
I think it comes down to the question where we keep asking, right? For the side of Loops, it's always about, their scrims are so good, their practices are so good. How do they transform and convert that scrim experience towards the international stage and live experience? The gameplay is still not there yet, dare I say. But on the flip side, for the side of Twisted Minds, we saw how they were successful in towards the KWC run, ending top 4, but going into KMW fall. The roster ship up, Shrek coming into the jungle, 90's disappearance, City Boy's absence. Now, they're back as a full roster, but still, the missing out of the entire roster for an entire season, that's probably going to hurt you.
I think it's more foundation building for both these teams, right? So once they have the foundations laid down, then we will be able to see them at their full strength. So today is a race to see how fast they can really get that synergy going, and then we will see what kind of success they're going to find.
But hey, Twisted Minds will be the first team to come on towards the stage as we have prepared you a introduction video on the full roster coming in from the Minds themselves.
And here they are, Twisted Minds, also known as the Masterminds, with one of the sexiest jerseys in the KIC. I love this jersey. I've got one myself, and even the jacket as well. So KMW's second place here, obviously getting here from the last chance qualifier between KMW, KME, and the WKS champions. They are here to try and bring themselves to former glory.
Yeah, it's going to be a big challenge for them. But let's take a look at their competitors, Loops. the battalion comes in. This is Loops we're talking about, one of the 2 Chalk BR representatives looking to make their survival and to keep that dream alive today.
To keep their dream alive today, they will definitely have to play their best A game here. All the scrims, all the practices that they had back in Esports Bootcamp in China, it's time for them to whip it out. If you can't convert that success that you have in practice towards this live stage here, all of that practice will go into game.
Yeah, watch them whip, watch them nay-nay, but it's Twisted Minds onto the screen right now. We have 90 to the Clash lane, Shanks into the farm lane, Highlang into the mid lane, City Boy rejoining the squad into the support role, and Clean looking to make a cleaner performance here into the jungle.
Yep. Look, they have not had the best run so far, right? But let's see if they can put their mentality at its best state, because this one counts the day. They have to win this to survive, or else they're going to be going home.
No one wants to go home here. You are representing KMW, you're representing Chalk BR, and talking about Chalk BR, run me through Loops.
Yep, so Loops represented by ABH in the jungle, Monofrizer in the roam, Freaks in the Clash, Vento in the farm, and One in that mid lane. There's 5 members hoping to bring Chalk BR to another step further. They have achieved quite a bit of success in the previous tournament. Now it is time to find even more.
And talking about this Loops lineup, they have a lot of success from their regional tournament, whereby it's the Chalk BR back-to-back champions here. So it's something like we mentioned here for other teams, whereby yes, you are very successful in regional tournaments here, but how do you convert that success and manifest into a stronger international performance here? Because so far in the international scene, we have yet to see Loops come up to that level of expectation that they have set for themselves.
I mean, we talk about manifesting, but I mean, is it all down to Mano Fraser to be the manifester of this team? But Loops, I have to give them props, obviously, when they played against Nova. That game number 1 was definitely a shock for everybody, right? They definitely had a decent performance in game number 1, regardless of their opponent.
I think so too. I think at this point, it's now time to put the results in. You've had all the practice in the world. Can you please produce something that will make the world tremble?
Now, to both of your points here, to actually be able to convert to that success, I think the most important part is, how do you start off the series here? Do you come into the series strong? Where do you put that first step into the BO5? Because if I believe any of these teams, if they can win that first game, it will set up the mood into a much more relaxing tempo for either of these teams.
I think that first draft is the most important, is the most powerful, because you have every single hero at your disposal.
Yes. Every hero is a potential here. I mean, after the first 2 bans, right? Obviously, that's when we start to see these come through. But I mean, if we look historically at the ban phase of KIC 2025 up until day 4, we've seen a lot of Dharma, we've seen a lot of Ali, we've seen, obviously, yesterday, Orgren paid a big bench warming seat for the draft yesterday. And then, obviously, the likes of the Mai Shirunui actually came through quite frequently. So, very interesting ban phase that we've had so far.
And the increase of the utilization of the Dolia has also spiked extremely high. And to talk about Dolia combinations here, it used to be the Yu Huan and the recent introduction of the Yang Jian, but the tournament recency has shown us the invincible Dolia Nutsa.
I like it a lot because, you know, I made my predictions. If you haven't made it today, right, season predictions, I predicted that we will have a lot more heroes being played in this entire KIC.
And I think it's a very much more surface level than the fact that it might just be the fact that Dolia has so much synergy. I'm going to blame the cosplayers. There's 2 in the audience right now. They're manifesting Dolia into the ban phase.
If you see towards your left, there's a Dolia. If you see towards the right, there's another Dolia here. Ultimate battle right here.
Double or nothing, right? At this point, we also have a lot of support. We have a Princess Frost today. We have a tie-in today. A lot of fun things for you to explore right before we head into the ban pick phase.
Ban pick. Talking about both of their play style here, I gotta say, for Loops, for Twisted Minds here, if there is a certain matchup that we want to be featuring, I think there is between the mage and also the junglers here. ABH against Queen, they need to be the tempo setter here in this game 1. And then to manifest, to really accommodate this tempo, will be in the hands of One and also Highlang towards that mid lane.
I really like it. You pointed it out. The mid lane is definitely one for contention. Highlang, the superstar player of Twisted Minds, and One, the carry on the side of Loops. The first few bans are coming through. The Mai is not going to make it out onto game number 1. So does the Arlie. She is not going to be allowed here. Luna, second ban for the side of Loops.
Yeah, I mean, the My Shiranui makes sense, right? Especially when you go up against a mid-lane menace like Hailang on the side of Twisted Minds. He loves these carry picks. I mean, back into KIC2025, it was his Shangguan, it was his My Shiranui. And now it's going to be the Dolia, so thanks Dolia's in the stage. We're not going to get the manifestation into the BAM pick, but ooh, Loops here getting freaky naughty into the Clash lane with the Dharma pick.
I like it.
For me, I'm on towards your counterpart here. You lock in this Dharma, Twisted Minds could just be like, hey, you like the Dharma? I'm just going to be locking in that Yu-Huan plus Lone combination here to get that double bailout from your engage.
You can even just go with the Zhuangzi, right? Straight away. We've already seen that debut pick yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how that works out. Twisted Minds, I think they're a team that understands the risk. I don't think they will actually use the Zhuangzi here. They already have, like you said, the Long. Pre-escape card with the Dragon form there.
Exactly here. So pretty interested to see whether Twisted Mind picks up the Yu-Huan or the Pei here.
Ooh.
But the focus seems to be on towards this Pei to set up that tempo, because when we talk about Twisted Minds, they are a collective hive mind here. And to play towards that, they need a leader. And what better way of leading the team than a fast-paced jungler like the Pei?
And we have seen how Clean plays in this jungle. This guy is a
just like his
beast.
team.
Yeah, so he is going to be looking to put a lot of additional pressure. But
Oh.
Luz, there we go, debut
So
pick
early.
for the Jing. And I love this. I mean, debut pick today, right? We've seen other teams use it. But the Jing, great answer against the Tigress, which is Pei. But then it's a 50-50 matchup here.
It is a 50-50 matchup here, especially more pressure will be on the side of ABA to really play towards the early clear here. If the Jing is able to get that free early clear to level 4, then everything is an equal 50-50. Because so far, if we see towards this matchup here, if anything goes wrong in towards Loop's jungle, things will be pretty difficult for their roster.
Fully agree. I think at this point, you know, with the addition of the Yu-Huan as well, this is going to be something that is a cause of concern for the side. Yes, they have stuns, they have control, but so does Twisted Minds. There's quite a bit of CC coming in. You ride the wind. Second skill from the side of the Aoyan, Long pick. You also have that second skill, Born Food Tempo coming in from the Yu-Huan as well. This is going to be a big combination, opening up space for Clean to take advantage.
Yeah, a lot of space can be created here from the side of Twisted Minds with the amount of CC. But getting into the second part of the ban phase here, we're looking at the potential banning out of some more mid lanes onto the side of Loops, maybe some more control as they are lacking a little bit here. Obviously, they do have the Cannon Blast, they do have the Truth Mantra, but they need a little bit more with an AoE, right? Maybe something like an I Ching, maybe something like a Princess Frost coming through as well, could potential for the side of Loops.
There's the Yixing that you pointed out here being locked away from Twisted Minds pool here. Potentially Loops, if you are on their end, maybe consider the Byron or Magin band. That could be pretty detrimental in towards the drafting here for that Twisted Mind, because Pei is already strong early game. To pair it up with a strong Bruiser towards the Clash lane, not something you want to be seeing if you're from Loops.
Look, Twisted Minds has already identified their win condition. Just not let Vento play, right? The final two bans coming in, Consort Yu as well as the Hoi. These are very smart bans because the Hoi opens up the doors to a gun and Mo combination, especially when you have a Mo. So it's so easy to get those couple blades down as well. So Twisted Minds, very nice bans. And they pick up the Shi as well. Look, you want to dive? We will allow you. We don't care whether it's your mirror image, you will be caught.
Yeah, the shirt, the pick here for the side of Twisted Minds is one of like Hailang's not biggest picks, but it's one of the ones that he's had a big performance on within the KMW, right?
Yep, we saw back in KWC, KMW, when he was to whip out the Shi, for example, he will always find these big catches towards the mid lane, especially when you whip out the Shi, you are going into a tempo whereby you are giving all the farm towards Clean while you simultaneously look for these silent opportunities towards the other lanes, like the Clash, like the farm.
And he has always had a very steady performance with the Shi. That's the scariest thing, right? Consistency is something that Twisted Minds, especially Hailang, has been able to show us. And here we go. This is the potential Mayin to wrap up the entire composition for the side of Twisted Minds. I like it a lot. They have the burst, they have the control, and they have the escape as well.
The two drafts that we've seen so far coming in from Loops and Twisted Mind, their identity is very similar, whereby you don't have a solid front line. It comes into the form of your roamer, whereby it's a pseudo tank. And then your Clash laners are the primary playmakers here to really capitalize the squishy backliners here. So it's identical in both ways, but the difference here is Twisted Minds, you have a Pei, and this is super aggressive towards the early game.
Super aggressive and super expensive is right. Like in the first game, we're going to see Twisted Minds pick up the pay here. Then for the rest of the series, do they decide to then ban it out onto the side of for Loops not to pick up? But if we're looking at the strap of Twisted Minds, they have the early game drive here from Clean. They have the late game assurance here from Shanks. They have the sustain from City Boy and the control from both Highlang and 90. So overall, a very good team comp.
Yes, and it's a balance out because it's the same formula on the other side for Loops, right? So 3 different members, the Clash, the mid, as well as the support. Having the ability to set up fights, potential catches for their junglers to dive in, save, get out, and then you're able to take turrets, able to take neutral objectives, or maybe even more kills.
This discussion boils down to one keyword here: execution.
That's
if
right.
the execution comes down for either side to be excellent, it will be a much big lead that they will be going towards that first 4-minute mark here. But this is the first game of the series here, coming into day number 4 of KIC, featuring Loops against the Minds.
That's right, and it's all in the mind, because if you don't break the pattern, you will be running in loops. So this particular exchange between the two teams, it's one that is supposed to create a legacy. Let's see how this one works out.
Let's see how it all goes down here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's day number 4, kicking off of the KIC. And it is going to be Twisted Minds going up against Loops. A best of 5 here to see who continues their tournament life.
That's right, and everything starts in the mid lane here, right? This is probably the earliest setup you will see from both teams. Highland is looking for that second skill catch, and one as well, looking for the big knockup. He will be able to take out Shanks once he hits level 4 in one combination, especially if he's ahead in EXP.
Yeah, if you're paying attention up to the top side of the map here into the Clash, we're going to get some freaky nights, but also, if you want some freebies in-game, if you pop into the CD keys, Clash for it.
Yep, straight away. They're already freezing the lanes on the side of Twisted Minds. 90 doing a good job of controlling Fricks. He's so low and he gets the first blood.
I mean, we should have just paid a little bit more attention to the upside of the map there. I mean, it looked pretty low for the side of Loops, but 90 coming in with that first blood is going to be huge here, creating that pressure already into that upper half of the map.
We talked about it. Clash lane is one of those lanes you cannot lose the 1v1 because instantly you're on the back foot. And Twisted Minds, you know, when you give them a lead, they never let go.
Yeah, and if you need to move forward, you definitely need 2 feet, right? Like, I mean, you can hop forward, but it's not as kind of aggressive, it's not as kind of stable. But now Loops has to kind of try and reclaim some kind of sense of stability here.
Yeah, so Loops at this point, this next rotation is going to be very important, right? Once ABH comes to the top lane for the Clash,
yes,
he needs to be able to make something work, and hopefully this is a rotation with one as well.
Yeah, into the mid lane here, obviously just 3 men committed on both sides of these two teams, just looking to try and get the pressure into that minion wave. Obviously just giving over all that lovely bit of gold to the side of ABH there. I mean, you need to try and maintain Clean's aggressive pickup in that jungle.
Yep, and this one's super interesting because ABH actually gave away his Crimson buff to the side of Vento here. Obviously, I don't think this is ideal, but take a look at what's happening here. 1,000 gold ahead for the side of Twisted Minds. This is a scary situation to be in.
Very. I mean, just at 2 minutes as well, right? Like, that could really be the setting the standard here of Twisted Minds, as they are 1k gold ahead for now. But Loops, obviously, maybe just trying to do some, like, damage control here. Obviously, they have lost the first blood already pre-4 minutes, so damage control up until the neutral objective coming through here might be the game for Loops.
You know what the game plan is from Twisted Minds, right? At this point, they're waiting for that 3-minute mark, or even from this point on, burn a flash. We don't have to get the kill, but we will take your common spells away.
Yeah, just burn them all out, make sure that the team fight into the neutral objective is going to be a little bit more easier for the side of Twisted Minds. They're obviously using the space right down to the mid part of the map here. Just means that Clean is going to get more access to those minions. But I mean, you're seeing the pressure onto the side of Freaks in Loops, right? Like, all top side, he's just constantly got minions crashing into that T1. He got taken down, first blood, a lot of pressure from Twisted Minds and Presence.
Which means, look, it has to be in the farm lane. That's the recovery lane for the side of Loops, right? Right now, Shanks is doing a very good job of making sure that Vento does not stay ahead in the competition. Meanwhile, this 3-man rotation, while it is mirrored by Loops, Twisted Minds also do the same, which means they are keeping that advantage at bay.
Yes, I mean, now we're getting a 4v1. Don't dive onto the bot side of the map. Vento is going to get taken down. Right, the wind puts him in place.
very, very clinical coming in from the side of Twisted Minds. What we expected today of them as well.
I mean, as soon as you saw 3 men rotating down to the bot side of the map, you know Vento's time was up. The wind was taking at the sails.
Yep, and it's also watching a watch, right? Because take a look at the timing. 4 minutes, what a timer to hit for the side of Twisted Minds. Right now, we'll take a look at what kind of decisions both teams will be making. Freaks, of course, still behind in the XP against 90, but he does have vision on 90, so that's good information for the side of Luke.
Good information is what is needed in these games, because as Sagi always says, intel is the wintel.
Oh, hang on!
4 minutes, obviously getting stunned here. It's going to be the takedown of Matt O'Fraser. You have lost the cannon blast into this neutral objective fight, meaning the ABH have wanted just like, guys, we got to let this one go.
Yep. Man down, being fried as well. Twisted Minds, 3 kills already in this 4.5 minutes, as well as a Tyrant take and a T1. This should be a guaranteed T1, which means Twisted Minds extend their goal lead.
Yeah, Luke's just looking to sort of make sure and secure this Crimson Golem, but you can already see here, City Boy Highline maybe just trying to get the check here, get the phase check into that brush to the backside of that Crimson Golem camp. But at the detriment of Loops, they were able to secure that Crimson Golem.
And if you feel that it's been already hard to catch Shanks, it's going to be even harder, right? So right now, even if you get a catch...
Oh, trying to get the clash shots clean here. It may be the potential takedown, but the mirror domain is obviously going to not extend any further than that circle. But 1 gets taken down and made into 0 into that mid lane.
And this is what we're talking about, right? City Boy is also so scary because not only does he have control, he has damage as well. And now Freaks. This is rare, a clash laner that is scared of taking a 1v1 against a role.
I mean, this is just City Boy, right? Obviously, KMW, he wasn't there, but in the KWC, he was definitely one of my favorite support players. He knew what to do in terms of getting intel, in terms of where his positioning needed to be.
Yep, and you can see the pressure coming in from Twisted Minds. They're just looking for that perfect setup. All they need is one catch from Highland or a stun from City.
I mean, trying to contest the Azure Golem here, but it is going to go up to ABH. So again, another bit of a saving grace here for the side of Loops from the Chuck BR region. If we're looking at this one, Ken, what does Loops need to do to get out of this sticky situation?
I think really just try and get more kills. I know this is not the best advice because most of the time when you're behind on farm, it's really buy time, get farm, and then you really try and equalize the goal at the 20-minute mark, or maybe at a 10-minute mark at earliest, right? But for now, I think because of the pressure of Twisted Minds, you can't allow them to really dive deep here. You need to give them that mental deterrence.
Okay, mental deterrent maybe getting placed down here. Obviously, 1 doing a lot of damage onto Highline, but Highline has managed to escape out of that mirror domain. Nice little situation, the placement by City Boy, right? He knew 2 people were in the brush. He was just kind of making sure that he was just denying any access onto the squishy heroes on the side of Twisted Minds.
And you can see Twisted Minds today very much prepared. They already know what's going to happen. Highland bought the Ardent Dominator. Yeah. That is the mana regeneration item that gives you a shield when you fall low on your health. So he was already prepared to be caught out by Loops, hopefully to be able to turn that situation into a kill.
Okay, right now, Loops 1 has to pop the ultimate here of Xiao Xiao, just by kind of like use it more as a zone out potential here, but now into the back line is going to be Freaks, but it's going to be the Truth Margin that hits onto Clean, and that is not going to be enough to save that T1 into the mid lane. A bit of aggressive play there by 90, maybe trying to get a bit more of victory for the side of the boys on Twisted Minds, but hey, you got the T1, just get out.
Exactly. Oh, nice though. Monoprizer will make it out for now. Look, Twisted Minds, I don't think they're too concerned because Clean will come back. That T1 won't.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure is always going to remain there for the side of Loops into the mid lane. And we look at that gold lead, it's still around about that 2k gold lead in the favor of Twisted Minds, but we have to give props over to Loops here, right? They are trying to get more pressure into these side lanes, obviously just trying to mitigate any kind of privilege that Twisted Minds have.
It's not going to be easy, right? Because if we take a look at the goal difference now, Shanks as well as Vento, the farm laners on both respective teams. This one is going to be a little bit of a challenge because they already have the Master Sword onto Shanks. He's going to have extra damage every time he uses a skill. And this will be the difference maker because Loops, on the side of Vento, he does have the Eternity Blade, but that's just one item lesser for the side of Twisted Mind.
Yeah, the Eternity Blade being built here, obviously onto Vento on the Chano. We see the Cloud Piercer as well, so going into the Daybreaker, I mean, that's their kind of like late game assurance, right? As obviously the Chano, obviously making sure he's not getting caught out into these team fights, which can be a problem here. But more problems start to arise by Twisted Minds as they take the second Tyrant of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a race for time between Shanks and Bento as well, right? The first one to get that Daybreaker,
potential catch up here, obviously just using the Unending Sorrow there. Just it's like, hey guys, you know what? The perfect person to be in the brush right now is City Boy, right?
Yep, for sure. I mean, you can burn that ultimate out. More important, you get information. You can make decisions on the next rotation, right? And you know who you're going to be able to catch on the side of loops. So Twisted Minds, I like the way they're gathering information around the gorge, making space for Clean as well. And once Shanks gets that Daybreaker, the shields that come out of Malphrizer, he's not going to be much help. He's going to be bursted down by the flaming palms of Shanks.
Exactly, yeah. Those shieldings are going to get completely run down here onto the side of Loops' Mano Fraser when we start to see Shanks getting close by. He has the Daybreaker just being built there, so even pre-10 minutes, building a Daybreaker, you know for a fact this game's going quite well for Shanks.
Yep, and it's a recovery process for the side of Bento. They need to burn the shields of Clean. That's the biggest thing. Especially when he changes form, he gets the extra shield, right? So take a look at the gold now. Clean, obviously, at the top of the standings, but Shanks very close by, close to 8,000 as well.
I mean, not just that as well, right? Like, if you look just between Shanks and Bento, it's like 1.1k gold lead here for the side of Twisted Minds, but City Boy may be getting caught out here. He does have the Ending Sorrow as well. He does use it, but it's going to be the takedown onto ABH. That's not when you want your jungler to fall, is in that neutral objective territory, especially when they have just gone into the Shadow, Tyrant, and Overlord.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they find their strength right now, and they take the 10-minute Tyrant. This is the Shadow variant, like you mentioned. So this means more fighting prowess for the side of Twisted Minds. And Loops, the pattern has not been broken. They're running in circles.
Freaks here in the brush, but he may be getting ganked on a 3v1 here, but that's going to be a nice cannon blast from the side of Mano Fraser. But it's going to be enough to keep Freaks alive into the back line. It's going to be 90 as well as City Boy with the flash in, and it's going to be the takedown now onto their clash lane, onto their support. Twisted Minds opening up that clash lane into the T2 territory.
You are not ready for the day, and Shanks already has the Daybreaker. Look at the damage. He didn't even have to use the Flaming Palms to get rid of the opponents on the side of Loops. So this time, Twisted Minds, they're going to push the advantage. It is 6,000 gold with the T2s being taken down across the board. Twisted Minds have control of the gorge.
Yeah, these weak arms are heavy for the side of Twisted Minds, not having to use those flaming palms to make them sweaty and eating mum's spaghetti. Now we're seeing just Loops kind of having to force back to those high ground turrets, play it a bit defensively here, and 90 just playing that clash lane, playing the Marine to perfection here in terms of getting the intel for his team.
1,000 more gold. That's one Shanks, and he's going to have the Siege Breaker. This is not an item you want to see on the Lung Diaoin at this point of the game, especially if you are a Talk BR fan. But for the major West fans, Twisted Minds, this is exactly what they're supposed to do. This is their job. It is to win.
It is the win indeed, right? And winning means getting that Shadow Overlord, which is really going to negate any pressure into either one of these lanes chosen by the side of Twisted Minds. Obviously, we are seeing Shanks has the decision-making on the Shadow Vanguard here, up down to the bottom side of the map, maybe potentially to stop that push into the T2, or maybe they're going to force a team fight into one of the lanes.
I think it's just making sure that they are very disorganized on the side of Loops here.
Yeah, discombobulated may be the case here. And oh my goodness, one gets taken down very early. We're part of this team fight with those flaming palms.
One chance and they took it, Twisted Minds. Oh no, did you see that? Clean has a Siege Breaker as well.
Going for a Siege Breaker. He's looking to do a lot of damage onto the enemy team at this moment in time. The higher ground turret gets taken down, top side of the map as well. Bit of a rotation here coming through, but no vanguards to help take it into the mid lane.
This one is going to be a bit tough for the side of Loops. Twisted Minds, they have the Shadow Overlord bearing down on the bottom side of the map. And they're still 5 members strong.
Yeah, City Boy into the front part of that team fight means he's going to be able to just zone out Loops and try and stop this takedown onto the Shadow Vanguard here, but they're going to go for it. Bento was stuck at the wall, and Twisted Minds was like, buddy, come join us in this fight. It is a fiesta.
Yep, Highland was screaming at the teammates to let them know he got a catch there. What a nice fishing tool. And Twisted Minds, this is going to be a 4v5. Everyone is still pretty much healthy on the side of Twisted Minds. 90 looking for that flank, hopefully for a catch.
Yes, looking for more here is going to be City Boy dashing in with the flash there as well, trying to get the CC going more full tempo, but it's going to be a takedown of 90. A bit of a saving grace here from Loops.
All right, looking good, and it's Shanks. What a burst down. This is what we're talking about. This is the damage that Twisted Minds won. It's going to be a 4-on-4 now. They did manage to take down 90, but this defense is a very mighty, difficult one.
I mean, Bento's back up, but one's down. Like, that's still, you kind of losing one damage and then gaining another. And at this moment in time, obviously, one had a little bit more of a better performance in terms of the KDA there with that 1-3 KDA, meaning he's actually got a kill onto the board with the Xiao Qiao. But it's just not enough damage. They need more. Maybe now, where we start to get into this about 15-minute mark, Bento to try and get some more gold, to try and contest Shanks.
I hate to say this, but sometimes I have to break some hearts here. It's a close to 10,000 gold difference. And look, the gold difference is one thing. EXP-wise, Loops have not caught up. Monofrizer is still level 13. He needs to be 15 to be able to contest against the Twisted Minds lineup.
Yes, right now, Freaks trying to just get anything, any kind of check out to clear, but 90 is the top side of the map. Oh, with the save here from the help of ABH. 90 goes down. Big inside the box being committed here, but it's not going to stop. Cleaning up the side of Loops. Freaks goes down. Bento becomes a Venti, and now that double kill coming through for Shanks, but clean, and a clean execution of this game. Number 1 Crystal goes over to Twisted Minds.
A great start for the side of Twisted Mind fans, and this is exactly what they want, right? This is the kind of momentum they need. What a game. 10,000 gold ahead in this last portion of the game.
Yes, I mean, when you're up like clean on a pick like the Pay, you're expecting those kind of leads, you're expecting those kind of aggressive plays.
Not Tigress, this guy is torturous because there was a lot of burst damage. And it's not just him, it was also Shanks.
Yes.
Look at the amount of damage. Double siege breakers, a daybreaker onto Shanks. This guy was just tearing through the defenses of Loops.
And with the extremely better execution coming in for the side of Twisted Minds, there is also one thing we need to point out. We will keep talking about the direct jungle head-to-head matchup, but ABH drafting a Jing for himself means that you need a lot of resources here, but losing out that Crimson Golem through the Spirit Wolves towards your farm laner here, that entirely disrupted your entire early game plan in that early phase.
For sure. I mean, end of the day, I like the confidence coming in. This is what you need to have. You may not have won with the draft you have gotten for yourselves, but this is a good start mentally, right? Now you just need to put the physical work in.
Yes, physical work. I mean, that's always the hardest part, right? Obviously, physical work, the execution, because the mental all comes from the BP, but then obviously you have to put in the gains to get the rewards, which is exactly what Twisted Minds did in that game number 1. Was it clean into some of these team fights? No, there was room for error, right? Correct. Which is good for Loops Esports. If there's room for error, there's room to improve, there's room for victory.
But if you take a look at Hailang's play, we talked about this right before the match started. This guy has been consistent, this guy is steady, the catches. And Hailang is not a quiet person. Hailang is very loud. So when he was screaming, I caught him, they knew exactly what they needed to do. The execution, like you mentioned, Sagi, was very important, and they did it well.
And this is a much more confident Twisted Minds that sort of reminds us of the KWC run that they had back in Saudi Arabia here. So for the side of Loops, how do they bounce back from this? Because that game 1, not looking the best for their own taking.
Like I said, obviously there is error on the side of Twisted Minds. There's clear signs where they can obviously try and expose, try and get the chinks into the armor of Twisted Minds here to try and take game number 2. But before we get into game number 2, obviously we're going to run through the stats of game number 1 very, very soon. But Twisted Minds, obviously, in terms of the macro, in terms of the domination into the lanes itself, I don't think there was any error in their macro play. It was just in the team fights.
Correct. I feel like, at the very least, the early game was far superior coming in for the side of Twisted Minds, whereby laning phase, we had 90 solo killing the side of the Dharma, just like, 1 minute in. That is one of the key matches that we keep talking about here. If you want to play the Dharma in the team fights, you need to make sure that he has a stable laning phase for you to actually have a 50-50 team fight for these Clash Changers to come in as the X factor?
I think, okay, it's great to take a risk because the rewards are well worth it in this game. But for this point, let's take a look at the itemization, right? That first blood by 90 onto the side of Freaks, that really started the ball rolling. Look at Shanks, 7-0-4. They had no answers because everyone had to pay attention to protect Freaks as well as one in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, even that though, like, you look at City Boy as well, like, that's a duo of death, right? Obviously, City Boy, I think, had one of the best positionings in this entire game. Like, he was always playing to the front of the team fight. He was always trying to use the mournful tempo to get a little bit of CC on, so that the fact that 90 or Clean could dive in, or even further, the CC, the crowd control, Highlang dropping in the Silky Beauty, right? I mean, he didn't die once, he got 6 assists, so clearly he was always a part of those team fights, and you can see right there that Highlang 43%, but then Shanks and City Boy was always leading the charge.
I like that you talk about City Boy because take a look at the damage he tanked, 69,000, right?
That's a lot.
And he actually went for the tank build, not the mage build, the tank build, and that itself provided so much value because number one, they were kind of squishy on the side of Twisted Minds, but at the same time, because he's able to tank, it also means they're committing resources onto City Boy when you should be committing resources for Shanks or maybe even Clean.
And also, if you put your focus towards this gold graph as well, this is generated into a very consistent lead coming in for South Twisted Mind. Is really Collective Hive Mind acting towards one and leading to a landslide of the lead, which is extremely well played coming in from Twisted Mind. You have Highlang and also City Boy setting up those big plays in towards the early game, which allowed the entirety of this gold graph to look into the form of this.
Into the form of this as well, right? Obviously, it's just a kind of like a upside down roller coaster, unfortunately, for the side of Loops. I mean, I wouldn't want to be on that roller coaster because you would fall out. But if we look at this head-to-head here, Man of Fraser going up against City Boy. Again, we've already kind of put light onto City Boy so much, but his damage taken very close. Vision score is night and day.
Oh, for sure, because there was no way Man of Fraser was allowed to come out. Right? So there was a lot of things that happened here. And the main difference is, look, both teams, both rooms, obviously they want to give support to the teams, right? So you have the Dawnlight by Man of Fraser, but that value is very little because he's unable to tank for the team. He did get a couple of nice things inside the boxes, but they're just too far in terms of gold.
Exactly, when especially are so behind in terms of those team fights, even if you get like a beautiful cannon blast or beautiful setup here, it's very difficult to play towards those big markers here. But you talk about the Daybreaker, you talk about the Siegebreaker, let's talk about this man himself who net the MVP on that Aoi here, because Shanks, he was flawless in that game 1.
The guy in the silk pajamas gets the MVP, right? 7-0-4. If you've seen Shanks not at a venue, you know he's always in silk pajamas. But the damage dealt there, 67k, and damage taken was obviously a difference in the pale there. Obviously, you'd be able to use the Infinite Vastness to get out alive, but just not being caught once was not only to his own performance, but also City Boy keeping him safe.
Yes, the man that wears a silk. Also silky smooth with the moves as well.
Oh, yes.
The growth that they allowed on the side of Twisted Minds, both Clean as well as Shanks, was huge. 90, I think that would be the solution for Luke here. 90 did commit a small minor mistake at the end, trying to go for the side of Vento, which ultimately could have been a turnaround point, but that needs to be done early in the game.
That's correct, whereby if you want to move towards game number 2, I think for the South Loop is to really minimize these early game mistakes starting from laning phase, towards jungle rotation, and then you will start to see a much more, I would say, equal matchup towards those first big team fights here. But so far, in this game 1, things haven't gone in the way for the side of Loops to really execute that game plan that they have drafted for themselves.
It's okay, come on. It's game number 1. This is a best of 5 series. But of course, this pressure can suddenly turn into a pressure cooker. You may feel like you're buried underneath because Twisted Minds, their pacing is really fast.
And talking about pacing here, aside from this BO5, they have the pressure that they know if they lose the series, they are out of KIC2025. So for Loops, 2 more games differs them from Airport and also the lower bracket upper finals.
Alright, so this one is going to be very important for all the fans here because we do have a sponsor on board. It is getting kind of hot. We have quite a lot of lights here, and this is going to be the media spiel here. So smart control anytime, anywhere with energy management as well as AI technology features. Make sure you use the AI Eco Master that is equipped in this particular stage.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Loops wish they had an AI Eco Master, right, to sort of like negate that gold lead in game number 1.
Talking about goalie especially, you have to think, like, if they have the media one, maybe their hands won't be so cold with the proper, like, temperature management here, but, man, Loops, a bit worried for them because Chalk BR are having back-to-back elimination games in today. So if Loops were to lose in this fashion here, it doesn't really add that confidence level for the side of Alpha 7 going into their own best of 5.
I mean, you never really lose, especially in esports, right? For HOK, the L becomes a learning lesson, right? While you may not like to learn, you have to go through the L's to get to success. So we take a look at the journey of Loops here, because they are going to be one game behind. Twisted Minds now edge themselves ahead with that one game number 1 win.
And this is the global ban pick as well, so whatever didn't work out for Twisted Minds, that worked out for the side of Twisted. Okay, it worked out for Twisted Minds, those picks, and it didn't work out for Loops here. So in global ban pick, you don't really get to see the same picks going into game number 2, so that's a bit of a fortunate news at the very least for the side of Loops fans.
Yeah, like I was saying, obviously, now we saw Twisted Minds pick up the pay in game number 1. I feel like the game plan here is to deny it away from ABH for the rest of the series, right? We've seen it time and time again where you get one of those really big expensive picks, and then you deny the enemy team of that pick going through the series.
Curious how this is going to work out, right? Because now that, you know, you've picked up one of the strongest junglers, assassin junglers, the Jing, it didn't really work out, but we know it's an execution part for the first half of the game. Do you, reinstate that confidence? Do you try again? Or do you go for a tank jungle this time?
I think to really stabilize the entire team mentality, you will have to go back to a much more stabilized draft, whereby we talk about those easier execution ones like the Diren Jielong or the likes of the Ogren, Monkey. These are easy to play with higher takeouts and lower risk, whereby Jing is like a high risk, high reward. If you mess up in those early game momentum, those early game farming tempo, you can't really come back into the game as easy compared to the other picks.
Yeah, the chase and the catch-up is going to be quite difficult. So we'll see. And also, we need to take a look at what side Loops chooses this time.
We do have to pay attention of which side they're going to go on to, but now, obviously, we're going to get into the BP of game number 2 here between Twisted Minds and Loops Esports. Obviously, currently KMW's second place, last chance qualified team, already up with that first point, whereas the Chalk BR hopefuls still need to drink up that victory to get onto the board.
They need to equalize the series here. If you're down 0-2 in the elimination match, that's just too much pressure on your platter to even make it out into a reverse sweep scenario here. But as we go into the BP of game number 2, Twisted Minds will take over the blue side while Loops default towards the red side.
Okay, do not forget, Loops is also the king of comebacks. They have won the Chalk BR region back-to-back with comeback series. So let's see what kind of cards do they want to play. Twisted Minds on the blue side, Prio, pick and ban. They will take out the Alwyn. The Lung is no longer available for game number 2.
I feel like if you're on the red side, especially for your Loops, you definitely have to take away the likes of the Arlie, the likes of the Dolia. These are like staple bans here coming into the draft, especially you're on the red side.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And the other consideration is you do not allow Clean to take that Luna. It is one of his scariest heroes we've seen on the gorgeous performances in Major West. Have really put fear and struck fear into a lot of parts here.
Yep, Dolly being banned out again is just another exceptional ban so far that we've been seeing through the KIC, as obviously Sagi was saying earlier, that the reintroduction, obviously the Yang Jian rework, and obviously the Nertzer success with that combo has been a big eyes on sight for these teams, but that Ali ban is a very traditional one, right? I mean, Shanks having a fantastic performance on the Lung, you definitely don't want to give him over the Ali.
The momentum is pretty damn good coming in for the side of Twisted Minds here. And talking about playmaking here, Highland, fantastic game on that shit in game 1, but that's still a control utility mage here. Putting him on a engaged mage like the Maestro Nui here, you know he's looking for blood on towards the gorge.
Exactly. The difficulty for Highlang in game number 1 was pretty high because you need to be at an appropriate distance for Shi to have maximum effect. Now, that is no longer the case. It is dive time for the side of Highland.
Dive time and high time here for the side of Loops, obviously going for the D-Ranger into the red side. But we kind of noticed, right, obviously, Highlang, first game, very much like a utility mage, and then the second game was going to be just the core shifting.
And I like the shift that you mentioned as well, whereby Loops, in game 1, they pick really late game sort of style whereby you have the Dharma, you have the Channel, for example. Not the best laners, I would say, but coming into the second phase here, you can see Byron and also Direnje. This is a very early setup coming in from Loops here. So if they can really reinstate that pressure against the Maestro Nui, they can potentially lock down this Jing's farming tempo towards that game.
Look at Clean. He is so happy. He is so confident. He knows that this is going to be a big pick for the side of Twisted Minds. And knowing that, hey, they found success in the early parts of the game just now for game number 1, they can definitely look to repeat that performance. And what happens when you give Jing the early game lead?
Oh, a lot.
Absolute control, whereby we see Jing, this split pick is the epitome of the highest skill character in Honor of Kings. If you play this well, you can make so many miracle plays, the assassination, the backline access. This thing does it all here. Loops, however, they do answer back with a rather strong early to mid game lineup here. You have the U1 pumping in those heals. You have the strong laning coming in from the Direnje and also the Byron.
Okay, you spend plenty of time glazing Clean here. I want to glaze City Boy, because obviously back onto KWC, his Lian Po performance was second to none. And pairing this up with the likes of the Maestro Nui with the Jing means that you're going to get those Tremor Smashes into the mirror domain. This is completely potential here, ripping through Loops in game 2.
Yes, there is a lot of difficulty for the side of Loops, but it's not undoable, right? No. It is still possible for the Chalk VR team to come back into this. They're going to ban out the Liu Bang. I like this because we have seen the dangers of a Liu Bang and Liu Po combination. Many a times we have been, okay, not us, but the opponent teams have been caught out, destroyed, dismantled, and just left in a wake of destruction.
And when we talk about the Liu Bang, it's also one of the best pairing coming in with the Jing as well. So removing it away from the hands of Twisted Mind makes a lot of sense here. And Loops putting more focus towards one to really amp up the carry tempo here. If they lock in this Kong main, a lot of firepower and late game will come from the mid laner here from the Chalk VR team. However, Twisted Minds, they are starting to look like more of a bounce house situation here. They have the Maestro Nui, they have the Lian Po, they can potentially even go for the likes of the Dharma if they want to.
Okay. Do you agree? I am not in full agreement with this. I feel like Meng Ya is a great pick. It's high damage, but also high risk, because if they jump onto the back lines, Twisted Minds are in for a world of pain here.
Hey, what backline are you going to dive onto when you've got the Lubu potentially as well as the Lian Po diving on top of you? And if you survive them somehow, you're going to be waiting in the wing of Highlang that's going to come out of nowhere with the Maestro Nui. Like, the setup here for Twisted Minds is very aggressive, very much focused into the backline. And the one thing I was going to obviously prop over the Loops here is the fact that they needed some more frontline, and that's exactly what this Flowborn tank is going to give them.
This is a very smart Flowborn tank here. When we talk about assassins, especially those high frames ones, like the Maestro Nui, like the Jing, you need someone to man-mark them with multitude levels of crowd control. And what does it bring you? Flowborn tank. That spell to refresh immediately with the triple knockup into the ultimate here. You can maximize your knockup potential into 5 or 6 knockups in one rotation.
Okay, there's going to be a very huge challenge here for the side of Loops. And this requires ABH and Freaks to not stay together at the same place, right? Because that gives maximum value for 90 as a Lupu. Make sure that even if he gets his first skill off, it's only onto one member so that he doesn't get the extra cleave onto you.
You don't want to get him into demon form. Once he goes into demon form, he gets into the true damage state. So missing the first spell one onto a Lubu means you can immediately jump into the team fight here. And if we were to analyze the team composition here between two teams, for the side of Loops, they are very strong early to mid game. Their team fight is very consistent. But for the side of Twisted Minds, however, early game, not the best suit. However, it will come from one thing: tempo from Highlang and also City Boy.
Yes, exactly. The rotations from that mid lane from Highlang is going to be pretty much hot and thick into the clash lane and into the farm lane as well. But now, we are going to be going into game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, Twisted Minds now up by 1 point. Loops looking to skewer and find their first victory within this best of 5. But looking at these drafts, especially some of these debut picks like the Mungia, right? Like, this is the first time we've seen it in KIC 2025. First time this hero was released was in KIC 2024.
Exactly the case here, Blam. Whereby, Loops, you need to execute this draft with precision. For the side of Twisted Minds, this is their playing ground here. They want to push this series into a 2-0 lead, but this is down to the game itself. Kin, Blam, stage is yours.
Alright, so let's get right to it, because this is the tipping point game. The next one to win either ties the series up, or we might be at series point for one of these sides, and that's going to be Twisted Minds. Loops here, they need to have a better early game.
Yeah, Myra in the talent room was pointing out 11-11 on the clock, but 11-11 event means that you can get that Baiji skin for 1 token if you play some games, and it's a beautiful skin for such a small price.
Oh, one more hit is going to do it. Oh, this guy is taking 2-minute risks. I'm so scared for him.
He's like the wind, you know, he gets out of there, he's able to escape, and he's through the trees, but right now, City Boy is still on the stalk. Thankfully for Bento, though, he's able to get a little bit more health back onto his gorge here, half health, but maybe we see some health bars fall here for the side of Loops. A lot of ultimates being committed, but nobody being caught.
Okay, so Twisted Minds, they did commit quite a few things there. Ultimates involved, they also... Oh, hang on!
Yeah, we do obviously see the Russian with a Storm Strike there from Freaks, and actually didn't get the knock up there, which is really what they was hoping for, right? Because you saw ABH with the rotation, looking to obviously get the knock onto 90, but wasn't quite as successful. I mean, we're seeing some errors here for both of these two teams already.
I mean, okay, if we take a look at what both teams are doing, this is exactly what they need to do. Loops need to fight back, they need to find an opening. And right now, they need more for Vento because he is probably going to get first blooded here.
And not again, not again. It's not going to be Vento, it's going to be Matt Fraser, who could have been the lifeline for Vento. And as you were saying there, Ken, now that Matt Fraser has been taken down clean, as well as Highlang looking to rotate down to his bot side of the map, maybe freeze this minion wave as well, just to put them into a good position.
And look, the value of Twisted Minds plays is so far ahead because not only do they get the first blood, they now have access. Oh no, Vento!
Oh, Vento! I mean, the inevitable was real, but he was able to use a legal immunity to get out of there. He's now level 4, which means that token's going to come through. Having to use the Tremble Mortals to get the safe there is going to be nice.
Yeah, Loops wanted a response on the top side, but this is why it's so difficult to get a kill onto Lupu. Once he has their ultimate, the Tremble Mortals, he's able to get out of jail for free.
The one thing I really love about the Mungia pick here is when we see these competitive teams pick it up, you're rarely going to see it into a team fight. You can potentially see here, Shanks' performance in game number 1 was very macro-centric, whereas this Mungia pick, just like he'd been playing in competitive, is not really going to be in these team fights. He's going to be the pushing force potentially in these side lanes.
Yep, it's all up to City Boy. Only when City Boy gets a nice setup, then will you get Shanks who says, all right, I'm going to fight now.
Yeah, and I mean, he's taking sprint as well, right? So if he needs to clear some distance pretty quickly, having that sprint is definitely going to do the job. And speaking of doing jobs here, there may be a job being done onto the side of LBAH into the back line here, Mirror Domain being committed, but nothing going to be picked up. So ult for ult, it's going for
Yep, and the timer is perfect for both sides, right? Because we're 30 seconds away from that first Tyrant.
Pokes Bronze, City Boy into the back line. Tremor Smash coming through, connect onto one. One's not been having a good performance so far within this series.
At all. There truly is nothing beautiful for one at this point. It has been difficult. Highlang actually, you know, funneled him into the hands of Shanks, giving him that next kill as well. This is going to amplify the farm. And Shanks is already at level 6. He has an EXP advantage. But once this 4-minute mark hits, this protection on the T1 will be gone.
Yes, I mean, they have the minion wave push down there, but it's going to use, we see Sprates coming in for a little bit of help into the bot side of the map there, but it's going to be obviously HBH with the knock up onto City Boy, getting rid of that Tremor Smash into this crucial fight of the Oval, the Tyrant right now, but into the back line, as we moments ago said one was not having a great performance. He proves us wrong, but unfortunately falls, but gains the Tyrant for his team.
Yeah, the timing could not have been better. They provide space for the jungler on the side of Loops as well. ABH, he needs to get more value out of the map. And for right now, that rotation into the Crimson Golem, that's going to assist him. He is level 8. He's still behind Clean. And that's okay because, you know, at this point, you want to just funnel farm into the other members of Loops.
Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a saving grace. A good play there by Loops, obviously very formulated. One, obviously going into the back line to just wipe out the side of Twisted Minds, getting their double kill, which basically created the space for the Tyrant takedown, but also being able to claim their own Azure Golem and claim this T1 into the bot side of the map here. We did see a bit of a rotation from Clean, and now a bit of a rotation into that side, into the mid. Maybe we can start to see it all come together into this river. ABH on the stalk, into the back line. The burst ram going to deny him and slow down that tempo, but one goes down here. Mid for mid, 1-0 trade. Freaks maybe looking for a little bit more here. We do obviously see them circumvent around Man of Razor.
Yeah, Luke thought they saw a door, a chance, but it was the door to a cell here, getting caged up. Twisted Minds, brilliant play. They have a 2,000 goal lead right now. The T1 at the bottom immediately traded out. And take a look at where the jungler is. Mr. Clean, hiding, looking for value across the gorge.
Yeah, he's not going to get that Crimson Golem because it's not there just yet onto the side of Loops. Maybe just trying to get that intel for himself. But right now we see that 10-second timer onto the Azure Golem. So maybe start to see a little bit of a centric fight around to this mid lane so they can potentially test this one. But ABH gets a knock-up there, forces out the Tremor Smash onto City Boy. A little bit premature there, but it's going to be what he needs to get him out of that sticky situation thanks to that CC immunity.
Okay, Shang-Chi opens his ultimate. They want to take a fight here. And you know what? Loops is not going to have a very easy time because Twisted Minds 90, he just got his hands on the Pure Sky as well. 30% damage reduction on the first hero that hits him. That is going to be a lot of value. I mean, 90 has not fallen a single time yet. He's not going to fall anytime soon.
Not just yet, unless they decide to commit everybody onto the side of Loops just to get that takedown onto 90, just to spite Kindofu.
That will be interesting. But we'll see. Loops right now, this is looking decent, right? This is the kind of stability we want.
Definitely, they need this stability just to try and get this win onto game number 2 here, but Freaks just using himself to get rid of the minion wave into the bot side of the map here, but ABH always playing to the back line, always just trying to get a catch potentially, maybe even slow the devastation from the Liempo.
This is just a bait, right, from the side of Twisted Minds. They're buying time because look at what Clean is doing. He's getting his push in as well. Loops, they will recognize this fact. They will try to get T1.
Oh! Trevor Smash on the 3! A rival warrior into the backline as well! Trample Mortals is named amply, but the devastation is actually onto the side of Twisted Minds.
Yes, and this is a good recovery. All the setup in the wall from the side of Twisted Minds, it looked very good, very flashy, but Loops, they know the pattern now. They have broken it, and they will be potentially coming back into this game. Look at this setup. They wanted a T1 in the mid lane, and you know, this nice catch by City Boy. You talked about this game, how many times will he do this in this game?
Yes, he's tried. I mean, to be honest, it has actually been a little bit off the pedal, right? Like, that's probably the first Tremor Smash we've seen that's connected onto more than one hero and actually started a devastation, but the devastation ended up going over to the side of Loops there. As you can see, T1 into the mid lane being taken down. Twisted Minds is actually kind of needed to find their wind in this game, and Freaks has to find a way out. Man of Razor is going to give him that aid.
Okay, it might look great, but for the side of Loops, this is exactly what needs to happen. Freaks is not falling. They did commit quite a bit onto him. And so this is a sign of life from the side of Loops. Talk BR, they can come back into this game. Twisted Minds, now they are left with one decision. When and what kind of fights do they want to take?
The good ones. You know, the ones that are going to favor them, right? The Twisted Minds need to make sure they're taking those solid team fights. So far, City Boy hasn't been able to set up such a drastic team fight here as well. But I mean, it's because I feel like once City Boy goes in and dies, 90's nowhere near as tanky as it needs to be. Right now, the aggression is coming through here into the backside of the team. It is going to be the Trample Mortals being committed first onto the side of Twisted Minds. Takedown onto Man of Razor means that the sustainability of Loops has just been sanctified here. And now, 4 members fall. Freaks is the last remaining member, keeping that T1 in the mid lane alive.
Oh, how twisted must you be. What a nice setup from 90 here. Freaks is next on the menu if they want to go for it. Very nice catch onto the true damage as well for the first kill on 90. Now bear in mind, 90 does have the Crimson buff in his hands. Take a look at the replay here. The value he had with the Tremble Mortals, catching the most important member, the healer, Man of Razor taken down, and the tank, ABH as well. No value, no protection for the side of Vento, and immediately taken down. This opens up the map for the side of Twisted Minds, and this is a painful experience, a learning lesson once again.
It's as if 90 was like, hey, City Boy, this is how you land an AoE ult. This is how you get devastation into the team fights. He kind of took it on his own self, right? He was like, right, we need to open this up. We need to make sure we're getting a dominant fight into this mid lane, just so they can try and actually reclaim some kind of privilege and some kind of potential for this team fight.
All right, 10 minutes. This one is a shadow variance. They need to fight for this. Loops cannot give up. They're behind by 3,000, but a chance must be taken here.
Has to be taken. I mean, give a little chance on me, right, for the side of Loops Esports. They need every little bit of help here from the Chuck VR fans back at home. The Tyrant may be falling here as well. It is going to be Twisted Minds Clean that does get this one into the back line, gets the dunk onto 2. Benzo is going to get knocked up by City Boy, but is remaining alive. Gets the takedown onto Shanks here. 90 looking low as well. Benzo, just like the wind, comes back and takes the breath away of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Beto, great positioning. Loops, this is looking great for them. Chuck VR, the dream stays alive for now. 9-7 in terms of kills, and they have cut down their goal lead. It's still Twisted Minds in the lead for goal, but Loops, they have a chance here.
Exactly, just like the winds coming through, they have destroyed the side of Twisted Minds for now and created some room here for Loops to actually go for the Shadow Overlord and get some pressure into these lanes, and Loops ABH able to claim that one now. This is Twisted Minds' games to lose.
Oh yeah, for sure. They're going to try it. And look, Vento, this guy, I have a love-hate relationship with him because as a farm lane, he is so close to the opponents, but it's a bait most of the time. Now Loops, they're going to try again. This time they have to play the map because they have not taken too many T1s. They still need to take the T1 at the top.
Yeah, whilst I'm happy for you that you love Vento, I hope it's consensual, but we will talk about that later on. We'll have the talk of the birds and the bees. But right now, it's the top side of the map. It's going to be Vento just getting that macro play here as well, just putting more pressure onto the side of Twisted Minds.
What a setup!
There's a big team fight into the mid lane. That's not going to be Highlang there. Getting a take onto 1, but at the same time, they need a little bit more to make this a fruitful team fight. Freaks gets out alive.
Okay, that was a huge price to pay, giving the life of 1. But I think if you make a trade, you get the T2 at the top side of the map. Loops is happy with this.
They're very happy with this one. I mean, they only lose 1 there for, what, 15 seconds now. He's going to be back onto the gorge. But that T2 top side of the map is not coming back. And if you're looking at Loops' gorge, it looks a lot healthier than Twisted Minds.
Yeah, this is the version of Loops we wanted to see. This is the version of Loops that top PR has believed in. And bear in mind, they are #1. So they have to come back into this.
Yeah, they do. They need to put the representation for the side of Chuck VR back into the knockouts, right? They really want to go further into this group bracket of D, and right now they are trying to prove themselves against Twisted Minds.
All right, we'll take a look at how this one is going to be like. Shanks, he does have the cooldown reduction. He does have the Azure buff on hand. But look, this gold difference of just 1,000, I think at this point is negligible.
Oh, absolutely. It is negligible, and it's proven so into these team fights as well.
Catch.
But City Boy has to use the Tremor Smash just to get it alive, and uses the Radiance as well.
Oh, that's a big commitment for the side of Twisted Minds, especially for a support, because that is your main setup for the side of Twisted Minds, right? It's hard for 90 to land a pure Tremble models and catch everyone on the side of Loops.
Yeah, especially with all those flashes of on board as well, right? Like, they have every single common skill here for the side of the Loops. Front of the line is going to be Man on Fraser, just playing that Q1 like City Boy was in game #1.
Right, so both the rooms trade their ultimates for a little bit of information across the map, right? Right now it's going to be a 1v1 90 against Freaks. The back of this come in. There's no though, 90.
I mean, he's just checking. He's like, guys, I need help. If you are going to come and help me, please bring it soon. But Loops have peeled up for now because they know they're looking to kind of Twisted Minds are trying to find the fight that favors them.
Yeah, look, they're poising as though they're ready for a fight, and this makes Loops really concerned, right? But it's just a bait, because look at the damage that the minions have done onto the T2.
Yes.
And T3s are a little bit low on the bottom side of the map for Loops. They need to be very careful.
Yeah, that could be the backdoor they're trying to potentially open up here for the side of Twisted Minds, but that's going to be the Tyrant being contested here.
Set up.
Into the back line with the Tremble Mortals as well as the Tremor Smash onto 3. Can they get damage now? That is the question here for Twisted Minds. ABH looking pretty low. He gets sent to the graveyard here. And that is all thanks to that setup of City Boy and 90 once again.
Yep, this is the combination that they want this on the side of Twisted Minds. And look, he's tanking it up. They're making sure that it's difficult for the side of Loops to respond, and there will be no response, which means Twisted Minds, they get the next Shadow Tyrant here.
Yes. This damage, this movement speed increase is going to be huge for them, right? Obviously, they need to make a play onto the map here in terms of getting onto the Crystal of Loops. If not, once again, if Loops can just find another solid pick off here, maybe at the the value of 1, they could potentially push that crystal.
Yes, for sure, and they definitely do have a lot of damage. Double siege breakers, 1 on clean, 1 on 90. This is not going to be a fair fight for the side of Loops. They have to be really careful. Freaks able to tank a bit of damage here, but he can't take too much because the actual fight will not start.
Yeah, the scary thing is if you look at City Boy, right, his Radiance is slowly but surely coming up cooldown. That's what they're waiting for, right? They're waiting for the pinnacle. But are they going to be... They're looking to be very patient here. I thought with that burst ram, they were going to commit that Tremor Smash, but not. Islang into the backside of this team fight. They get the T2. They've ultimately got what they've come for.
Yeah, it's just putting pressure on Loops, right? The true value, the true moment they're looking for.
Oh, hang on. Okay, yes, ABH gets out into there, and then Vento just wipes out 90. I mean, now we're going to get a bit of a handicapped team fight, but it's going to be that Laudable Zorro that's going to get the takedown and use that CC, but it's not going to be the stopping force of Loops. It's actually going to be here. ABH trying to soak a lot of the damage with his homeboy Freaks, but is it going to be enough? No, Shanks with a triple kill. They're trying to get the takedown here onto the Mungia, and it's not going to happen. That's a team ace.
Yep, out of time, out of lives as well. Twisted Minds, the confidence to go in. I thought they were waiting for the flash. No, they were waiting for the win. And there we go. That is going to be game number 2. Twisted Minds march ahead.
With the 2-0 victory here, Twisted Minds, the last chance qualifier HomeBois from the KMW, are looking to wrap this one up in a fashion that we saw for the past 3 days. Now at 3-0.
I mean, I had to heave a sigh here for the Chalk BR fans because they were close. The moment they got their hands on Shanks, I thought that would have been it. They would have committed. The stun from the side of Mount Frizo was great, but there was no one to keep pace.
The process was good, better than game number 1 coming in from Loops, but it is about making it to the finish line. Who finished the line? It was, in the end, Twisted Minds in this game number 2, which puts them in the lead with match point on hand.
I mean, all things considering, right, in that introduction video of the KIC, we see members of Loop sprinting, but none of the members of Twisted Minds.
Okay, I know, alright, so he's just saying that they have to run to catch up to the side of Twisted Minds, blah, blah, blah. It's fine. No, end of the day, it's a great match of HOK, right? And I think, look, Chalk BR, if Loops really do lose this next game in the series, it means they're going home. But I think they can hold their heads high because the improvement from game number 1 to game number 2, we can definitely see it.
But still, man, they were so close. It was much closer compared to game 1. And in game number 2, it's much more competitive. You saw how we talk about it. You pick the Jing, it's high risk, high reward, whereby the gameplay that's being expressed by TM's clean, it's much more, I would say, crisp in that Jing, whereby the last few fights, you saw the moment that the Lianpo went in for the City Boy, the Jing is already there and already capturing the most important late game member. It was a Kong main, it was 1.
Well, the thing for me, it just proves the point we was talking about with the post-game of game number 1, right, is the fact that obviously game number 1 for Twisted Minds, there were some team fight errors. What did Loops manage to do in that game number 2? They were able to take some team fights from Twisted Minds. So now we got to hope that they keep learning, they don't tilt going into game number 3 and potentially try and turn this one around. I mean, it is going to be a high tide here for the side of Loops to actually try and turn this around for a 3-2 victory. But if they really want it, they can take it.
They need to channel their inner comeback kings, you know, like, you know, they come from Chalk BR. They're known as the local, regional comeback kings. And what better way of making a comeback than now? Because you can't be tilting, because save the tilt on the flight home. Save the energy to focus on the match itself. Think about ways that you can come back from the game, whereby game 1, domination from Twisted Mind. Game 2, 50-50 though until the final last few moments. So, game 3, they need to lock in.
They truly have to, but it's a difficult one to process at this point, because if you take a look at Twisted Minds, they were learning on the fly as well, right? You take a look at the combination, the Lupu along the Lianpo. At the start of the game, that combination of the ultimates coming in at the same time, not really crisp. But the later parts, goodness me, how many stuns do you have? Like, how many knockouts? They were in the sky the entire time.
And just now that fight at the very last moment, whereby the first catch was onto 90, so that was a 4v5. And the side of Loops still lost the fight, whereby what happened? Vento immediately got evaporated along with 1, with the engage coming in from City Boy's Lianpo into the follow-up assassination from the side of the Jing by the hands of none other than Clean himself.
Yeah, you know what? I was questioning, hey, Shanks picking up this from is kind of a huge risk because you have Clean on the Jing as well, right? Two very susceptible heroes to burst damage. And Loops have plenty of it here. They had the pick onto Vento with the Direnjie as well as the Kongming, right? So winning strategy, a lot of potential burst to take out the members there.
And Shanks doesn't even have flash on his combo spell. It's a sprint that we talk about here, so he doesn't even need it. It's just gliding through the team fight with the superior mobility and kiting down members like AVH, kiting down members like Freeze. That's why at the last few moments, even after the Sage Sanctuary, even after the Destiny, AVH couldn't get him.
You know what? For me, personally, I'm going to give my personal MVP to 90. I think he had the most impact in this game as a Lupu. 3, 2, and 5. But take a look at the damage that he dealt and take 75k worth of damage dealt, 66,000 worth of damage taken.
I am on the flip side. I think City Boy deserves it because every single play started with City Boy getting those multi-man knockups along with Hai Lang to set up the big plays for 90 and also Queen.
All right, we'll let production decide. Blam, what's your take?
Hey, it doesn't matter because production will just override it anyway. If I say, hey, this guy deserves to be MVP, they'll be like, no, actually, despite Blam, they're not going to be MVP. But anyway, let's look at that goal graph. It's not as kind of like astute as last game, right? Like it wasn't as like just a clear decline upwards. It's kind of like a battle of hills, right? And if you're looking at this goal graph and you are a Loops fan, you know where they start to come back, right? Obviously, definitely around this point of the time, right? Past that first neutral objective, the Shadow Overlord here. It's where we start to see Loops try and get that steal.
But still, that's the problem, right? Whereby we still see the same issues coming in from Loops in that early game. You're still falling down due to the superior, I would say, catches coming in from the side of Queen. Whereby, if you want to make the game into an equal footing, you cannot really commit to those mistakes.
Yeah, I think the main difference here is just the positioning between Vento and Shanks, right? Yes, Direnjie is kind of a closer range farm lane in comparison to the Mengya, right? But end of the day, Vento early game, yes, you want to be baiting the teams out into unfair team fights, so you're standing far ahead. But the later the game goes, I think he should play a little safer.
His positioning wasn't the best out of the best in that game itself, as we noted. But of course, we saw how the early game actually affected him. Mid lane, we saw Mana Frieza getting caught out, and then the rotation into a 4-man dive against Vento, that really applied pressure on towards him. But MVP, like you mentioned, none of us were right. It was Queen himself.
Hey, I didn't put any ball in the park there, so you guys were wrong. I was right.
You were nowhere to be found. That's a big difference. And then that's exactly what happened for Clean. He was actually pretty silent, deadly assassin as well. But when he showed up, he showed up. 6, 1, and 6, beautiful kills, and dealing over 114,000 worth of damage.
I think later in towards highlight, we can really showcase how clean he was on towards this Jing, whereby the execution, the mechanics were all very on point to especially punish the squishy backliners here coming in for the side of Loops.
A lot of damage here coming from the MVP of game number 2, right? Clean, 114k damage, 14k gold as well, and only dying once. Like, that is pretty huge here. But the side of Twisted Minds, like this guy, he was up in the Clash lane within KMW, right? Like, exactly. He's been wasted there, and now he's back into the jungle. He's getting MVP performances, and we're going to see from this highlight reel.
And you can see out of all the ultimates coming in from Queen himself, it all got a lot of value here. Tremble models coming in from 90 here. Queen utilizing the Mirror Softs to assassinate the backline and escape towards safety here. But he does get taken down, but all in all, he was finding all the markers.
Yeah, because you can't really focus on the Clean, right? The main problem here for the side of Loops that they were facing is they have to care about City Boy with that Tremor Smash. They have to care about 90 on that Tremble models. And while you're in the middle of that chaos, Hai Lang is throwing those control sends, getting those knockups to the Ryu engine, and Clean. Look, there's so many people to watch out for. They're grouped up together. Clean had the maximum value with the dash there.
And the save here coming in for the bottom duel. This is the catch that we talk about here. Immediately eliminating Vento, eliminating one, and after this point, 4v5 up front, they already got what they came for here, even though Shanks dropped his Sage Sanctuary here, coming up with a Destiny kiting Freaks, kiting ABH, and the hopes of Loops has been shattered here in this game number 2.
So a difficult journey, learning still for the side of Loops here as they go into game number 3. Now, we talked about the pressure. This is now series point for the side of Twisted Minds. And hopefully the Spritlings will help them out, because right now Twisted Minds, they're on a roll and they're not going to stop.
They need
one second.
every single
1 second.
support.
I'm hearing something. I'm hearing something. Oh, just wanted to let them know that its favorite kind of tofu was kindofu.
All right. Sprite could you answer us how does Loops come back from this BO5? No answer?
Play better, guys.
No answer.
Play better.
Play better.
That's
Okay.
not my opinion. No, that was my mouth moving, but it was channeled through the sprite link.
But hey, to play better, you need a better draft. And talking about drafting so far, I gotta say, it hasn't been well executed coming in for the side of the Loop squad here. But put your focus on towards global ban because these are restricted coming into Game 3.
Yeah, both teams actually using the Yuhuan already, so we're going to be looking at a completely new kind of roam here. And I'm kind of thinking that, you know what, let's go for the big tanks. I'm expecting the wrestling match over the Zhangfei, right? At the same time, there is still potential for them to go back into the healing composition. So the Diadea, the Sakia, these are all potential picks and available.
Yeah, I think whichever team's on blue side, I feel like the Zhangfei will probably be the prior pick here for them. Especially depending on what gets banned out in this first ban phase. I can imagine maybe the Pei gets banned out still again. The Dolia as well will probably get banned out as well. Just seeing those frequent bans here, and Twisted Minds does get to go onto the blue side, so we may actually see, like, hey, you know what, we'll save the rest of the draft, but we'll lock in the Zhangfei.
Feels like it's very stressful for Loops to go on towards the red side, whereby you're giving so many of these strong compositions on the blue side. You have the Dolia, you have the Luna, you have the likes of the Arlie. All these are strong picks in the meta that you don't want it going in towards the hands of Twisted Minds.
You definitely have to ban out the Arlie, right? If you're on the side of Loops, there's no way you give the Arlie to Shanks at this point in the game. He has had an impressive performance so far.
Very impressive performance so far, and obviously taking that off the side of Loops is going to be that Loong once again, and now the Luna game banned out also. So we can imagine the following suit of the Dolia once again. There's not a lot of deliberation in these bans because these two teams know that if they don't ban them, they're going to come through here, and that Pei is going to be that number 2.
Now, for Loops, do you take the Dolia ban or do you take the Arlie ban? So what do you really give over towards the blue side here? Because you default towards the red side here, so what is the decision? Because you are really giving so many of these strong picks towards Twisted Minds.
Wow, they actually give it. They get the Dolia with the Yangjin. But end of the day, I think this is a great choice because it's a 1 versus 2 pick. Meaning, if Twisted Minds pick up the Dolia here, they can actually steal away the Yangjin.
Yes. Or the side of Loops can go for the Zhangfei if they go for the Dolia here.
And recently talking about this stealing away Yangjin sort of composition, whereby you steal it away, but there is always the counter of the Nutsa here. And yes, like Lam said, they do prioritize the Zhangfei here in Game 3.
Take the Yangjin as well. You have 2 picks, come on.
You have the Nutsa as counter though.
Oh no, they actually go for the Lady soon. Okay, so they're expecting that huge heals coming out. So what best to do against healers? Big burst.
Big burst indeed. So coming into the side of Twisted Minds here, they can potentially pick up the Nutsa, the Yangjin as the counter picks here. But I gotta say, the Nutsa and Dolia combo has been going pretty hot in this KIC.
It's been going skirt. You know, like, I don't think there's been a time where this combo's lost. Like, it is definitely giving over the victory here. And if we're following anything of that kind of ruling, it means that Twisted Minds, if they do lose this game number 3, they are going to sully that record. But look at this. Way more control, way more catch.
Okay, I'm going to make a point here that's going to be very scary for Chong VR fans. There is still a potential of the Yangjin going into the hands of Twisted Minds in the Clash lane.
It's a possible pickup here, especially that the Clash laner can also benefit from the Dolia refresh here. But if you're Loops, you need to definitely pick up something that could disrupt the jungle clear coming in from Clean. The Nutsa, yes, it's very strong when it starts to ramp up the levels, start to ramp up the items here. But if the early game is disrupted, that's where the Nutsa scales off from the Gorge.
So do you go for the Nako then?
Potentially, yeah, if you want to really burst him down, if you match the farming for farming, the direct matchup here. But if you go for the early game, potentially like Dun, potentially like things like the Ogren here, that could really limit the side of Clean on this Nutsa pick.
I feel like the Nako will be a great pick. And you know, the Shi was a great answer, so Twisted Minds very understandably ban that out. Right now, the mid lane, they need a little bit more CC. It's great that you have a Guan Yu on the side of Loops, but you need more setup on the side of Loops to be
potentially
able to
the Lady Zen.
truly set it up for this Guan Yu to have maximum value, right?
I think potentially Lady Zen or the likes of the Mai Shiranui here all are decent picks so far on the hands of one to really start the game going for his team.
Okay, they ban out the organ. So now the young gen is still available for the side of Twisted Minds if they want to entertain the idea. Loops, okay, I like this. We played the late game, right? So early game growth, level 15 on the Dragon Sanctification, your lady soon becomes 25.
And also, to add on towards the fact, the main part about this Zlia pick, you get to remove the stats coming in from the side of Queen on this Nerza here. So if he dives in, you slap him with the burn, immediately he becomes squishy.
That's the problem though, right? Like, slapping them with a burn, it's easier said than done, right? Like, that could come through, yes, but at the same time, you've got somebody that's skyfalling on you. You got a hero like Nerza that's just poking and prodding you. But Twisted Minds are looking to take this Agudo into the farm lane. We've been seeing quite a few of a bit of a change from Shanks, right? Obviously, he's been for Lung, he's been for Munga, and now he's going for the Agudo for that early game fast rotations.
Oh my goodness, this is so scary from the side of Twisted Minds. Look, I'm going to talk about the combinations they're going to execute here. Right, so Hailang lays down the board, and then you have Shanks throws his ulti down.
Yeah.
Clean jumps in, gets his first skill on all the people that are caught within the board. City Boy is just going to look for the stragglers, and that's it, game over. I mean, this is just theory. It may or may not happen.
I feel like that is the dream scenario here coming in for Twisted Minds draft, whereby if you're Loops, you need to make sure that you are winning the early game, get more of these lane wins coming in from Vento and also the likes of ABH. Make sure that they get it going with their carry picks, and then you transition it to superior item power spikes here. That is exactly the ideal scenario if you're a Loops fan. But locking in this Fate means it will be a, how would I coin it? A jungle carry versus a jungle tank carry sort of matchup, whereby the early game will be slightly slow.
This puts a lot of pressure on the Freaks, man. He needs to be on his A game, on his corner. The catchers need to be real, they need to be hard, and they need to be big.
But at the same time, Twisted Minds, they do have the Charlotte with that late game potential as well, right? But we look towards that last pick, the Fade. Obviously, here, it could be the carry against the tank. Or is this just Loops' ABH here, just to use that hardened Jade Steel to take away those objectives?
It's a double-edged sword. No, not even double-edged. It's a two-pronged sword here, right? So we'll see how this is going to be like, because on theory, with a Fade pick, it should guarantee you objectives. But at the same time, if you don't have a good start, you give First Blood away as a Fade, game over.
Exactly the case here. If that is the case, if any of them fails the early game here. But so far, through history of Game 1 and Game 2, the early game has always been in favor for the side Twisted Minds here. With the pressure of being eliminated by the tournament itself in KIC2025, Loops will definitely have to maintain their composure coming into this game tree, especially any sort of mistakes will lead to their demise.
It will lead to their demise, and I'm currently holding Spritelin tight because I need some kind of comfort here, especially with me looking at Loops. Loops, they need to get a point onto the board here, and they need to get some kind of clarity in this best of 5.
With elimination on the line here, Loops, this is a do or die situation. One mistake, one that team fight, you will be heading on the flame back to Chalk BR. With Twisted Minds being dominant here, this is their final shot for redemption.
Alright, we'll go into potentially what is the last game of this series here. Now, for you, that pressure is going to be different. Get the Limbo teamed Flowborn outfit for free. All you have to do is to collect all the cards in-game. You will know what I'm talking about when you open up the game. For now, Loops, they need to open up the game. 90 though.
90 looking pretty low here, obviously trying to get that level 2, but First Blood comes over to Freaks.
That is a great start for the side of Loops. Exactly what they need to come back into the series. The comeback kings are looking for value here.
They're looking for value, they're looking for more, they're looking for that Azure Golem, but it's going to be clean. Like, hang on, boys. Like, the game's not even started yet. What's this disrespect about?
Yeah, hold your horses, and that's what Twisted Minds want to do, because Freaks is on the corner here as well. We'll take a look at how this growth is going to be for ABH. The rest of the team on the top side, that's great for them, right? Freaks gets the First Blood for the team, but they need to convert this into map rotation speed. They need to convert this into gold advantage.
They do need to get this one, but mind blown. Vento has waited long for the clash with Twisted Minds' Shanks. Let's see if he can whip up a gust strong enough to send Shanks drifting away straight into the Seven Seas treasure hunt.
I like that a lot, because if there's any hero to do it, it has to be the Lady Sun, right? Massive burst going up against Shanks here. Very careful when he drops that ultimate. That will be the difference maker, I feel.
Yeah, exactly. Vento will not be catching a grenade for you. He will be throwing it at you.
Oh, that one is not a nice scene to have, right? If you're Shanks, the moment you leave your furball down onto the ground, you are at risk of the high burst damage coming in from the side of Vento.
Oh, speaking of risk, though, there's a bit of a risky play going on here. The Universal Lord to get put down, but it's also the board catching onto 4. That's a nice catch. If you're a fisherman, you believe in those odds.
But they're very lucky, right, on the side of Loops. Lucky that Shanks was not 4. With the Gorge mobilization, it would have been a guaranteed kill.
Oh, absolutely guaranteed kill.
Here we go.
But now there's a Gorge mobilization onto Vento. Vento just trying to get the damage off, but can he still ensue here? But Lang not quite getting it there on time.
Yeah, this one, a nail biter, not too close, not the kind of closeness you want for the side of Loops. But for now, they survive, they make it out.
Yeah, seems like there's a bit of a communication error there by the side of Twisted Minds right there. It's a little bit slow for the rotation, which is only going to cause problems if they're looking to try and round this off with a 3-0 victory here.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the things we have to really take into consideration is the farming speed. Hang on, 90 has to commit the flash to safety. Now, ABH is level 6, speed as well. So this deciding factor is which of these two junglers is going to fall first. I think that's going to be a big difference maker.
Well, you can imagine there's going to be a big pressure to either of these junglers when we get to around about that 4-minute mark, right? As soon as one of those gets taken off the Gorge, it makes that first neutral objective so much easier.
And right now, I mean, 4 minutes, we are less than 45 seconds away from that potential. Question is, does ABH go for it? Or go for the life of 90?
Ooh, maybe speaking of knife of 90 here, but at the same time, Freaks and ABH going for that one, and there it is! The Hardened Jade Seal claims the fate of 90, but into the bot side of the map where we're really going to be looking for that Tyrant. Is pressure being built here by Twisted Minds?
Oh, what's happening to Twisted Minds though? They are losing out in this fight. They did not get the finish onto Vento. I thought that was a guaranteed one for the side of Twisted Minds. And for now, Loops, they're looking good in this game, number 3.
I'm telling you, the word from Spritelin was that all that Loops needed was just say, hey, play better. And this is what they're doing. They're playing better. So thank you, Spritelin.
Right, based.
Base Spritelin.
We will see how this is going to work out. Nice catch by Freaks there.
Ooh, yes, trying to just force City Boy out of safety, but maybe able to get Highlang, actually get the force of the flash here and get even more onto the side of Loops. They get the Tyrant.
Yeah, exactly what you want. And the more ABH grows, the timing, the cooldown on this ultimate is going to be huge for him. It will become 7 seconds in totality. That's a lot of executions.
It is a lot of executions, right? That's now Freaks trying to get battered here. He's trapped into the board. I mean, he's a horse. He's going to be fine. And now he gets out.
Yep, and the timing is really quick from the side of Loops here. But they need to start building on that goalie. They have taken a T1. They have a tower advantage. But his goalie does not show for it.
Yeah, I mean, they're already ahead by around about, what, 300, 400 gold right now, and that's going to kind of just turn the tides if Twisted Minds decides to actually turn up for a team fight at this moment in time. But what are we waiting for here, right? Like, what's not working with Twisted Minds? Is it the pressure into the top side of the map where 90 doesn't feel comfortable? What are we thinking?
It's just timing for clean, right? He needs to be able to tank up the damage against Loops, and for now, Vento is doing well, which is not a good sign for the side of Twisted Minds.
It isn't, exactly. Lady Sun here is a late game hero, but if you can get her online ASAP, it's going to be SCARY, scary.
Yes, it is. 90 1-on-1 against ABH.
No, once again, the execute comes through from Fade. ABH has been waiting for this moment. He is in 8 Mile.
Yeah, I mean, laying the beat down, and you can only scream because right now, Loops are looking so strong.
They are looking very strong, right? They've got the top T1, and they're looking to push even more into this mid lane. This is definitely a very scary kind of Loops, and once again, base Spritelin does strike, and we are now starting to see that gold leads slowly but surely edge towards that 1K mark, right? Obviously, around about 800 gold here difference.
And I'll be the harbinger of death here for the side of the Twisted Mind fans, because the 1 in the mid lane is level 11. 4 more levels, and there's going to be a huge power spike for Vento. He's going to get the sanctification. He's going to break that level cap.
Is he going to go into Vento, or is he going to go into ABH here? He could go into either one of these, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be dependent on the situation. Yeah. Definitely you want to put Vento with the advantage here. But ABH, that's also a great option, because then you get those executes even in the later parts of the game.
Yeah, super duper scary. No matter who you put it on, right? Eternity being built here by, obviously, Vento is going to do a lot of damage, but obviously having to use Skyfall defensively here. I mean, this is kind of like already showing to me that Clean is not as comfortable on this Nurture.
Not ideal, not ideal. And look, even the value of Hai Lang on this Yixing pick has not been founded. He has been getting the boards, let's be clear, but the boards have not found any value because there's no follow-up damage. They cannot take a fight against Loops.
Yeah, he's bought a board from the charity shop that comes with no pieces, right? Like, he's definitely not been able to get anything on the board just yet.
Yeah, cards sold separately as well. So, Loops right now, this needs to be a situation where they need to capitalize. You know, the later the game goes, yes, Loops will be great, but if you can end it now, end it here. Ooh, 90 under pressure.
Yes, the grenade that lands on tonight, but they don't get anything else just yet. They're just looking for pressure here. The Skyfall is going to fall onto Vento, but can he just escape this one?
Nice.
The right left burst catched here for Metal Freezer, but he's stuck in the box. The beast has been contained, but Clean look the approach into the back line, not able to get the hit onto him, but Clean goes down. Freaks falls. Now we're getting some more Highlang as well. The damage onto the side of Twisted Minds is going to be focused onto Shanks.
Big moment for the side of Loops. Nice recovery from the side of Twisted Minds, but Clean and Hai Lang falling, not what you want. Clean needs to stay alive. Clean needs to keep pace. And ABG, he is still having the lead.
Yeah, Clean needs the BGs. Clearly, as we see here, that team fight was very good here from the side of Loops, and it's just showing further and furthermore that goal lead is slowly but surely cementing into a lead that Twisted Minds needs to try to either curtail or try and contest here. They're able to get the Tyrant into the bottom side of the map here. Maybe this is the saving grace for Twisted Minds.
Yep, I like that recovery, right? And I also like the restraint on the side of ABH, knowing that it's a huge risk going alone to try and make that steal. It is not worth the risk. The reward might be great, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, exactly. Considering he's like the guy with most of the kills on the side of Loops, I mean, if he falls, then you aren't going to get that execute. You aren't going to be able to kind of like hit that sweet spot and get turned people gold.
Oh, we'll see. Nice catch.
Nice catch onto Clean once again. Clean is not having the fun in this game here right now, and he's not having any more fun because he can't even control his hero. ABH just get taken down into the back line, and Bento as well. This is a huge play here by 90. He is the driving force. He dodges the unbridled outburst, and now he's looking back onto one, and one's getting taken down as well. It's currently a 4-2 trade for Twisted Minds as they push top side of the map.
And they come alive, Twisted Minds. Finally, the timing has been hit. What a nice board from the side of Hai Lang. It was because his board was there. ABH couldn't get close. He couldn't get the execute. He stopped the Freaks from getting the finishing blow as well. And most importantly, he locked Vento in place.
Yes, when you lock Vento into place, it's going to be hard for that princess, the Lady Sun, sorry, to actually come out alive in this one.
Not an ideal situation at all for the Loops side. But what a big amount of damage. One, yes, he did fall, but he did provide some value.
He did provide a lot of value here, and now we see Twisted Minds actually turn the tides of that goal lead, right? He is now up ahead in the pressure points.
Okay, but 10 minutes. This one's important. ABH, he should be able to secure this.
Should be able to get it against the Harder J Seal, so that's going to steal away from the side of Twisted Minds, but now into the back line is going to be ABH. He looks very low. He is dead as well. I mean, that is a huge sacrifice here for the side of Loops, but getting that Shadow Overlord may just save this game for them.
That 1k goal lead just now has completely flipped. Twisted Minds now have a 1k goal lead. So it is now up to Twisted Minds to find a space to squeeze in a map advantage.
That's what they need to do, right? They definitely need to squeeze in, but what they don't want to be squeezing into is that world is my board from Hai Lang. They need to try and mitigate the catches that Hai Lang's been having in this game number 3. His boards have been second to none.
Exactly. I mean, he has been getting those boards, gold advantage or not. But now that Twisted Minds have the advantage, this is not a situation Loops wants to get caught in.
No, exactly. I mean, we can see here that ABH does have he's now back onto the gorge and he has that Shadow Overlord. So maybe just looking for that prime moment to drop this beast down, and there it is as the new minion wave is refreshed through. Bot side of the map potentially here could be the clear route, and it is because the Vanguard's at that T2.
Yep, and then Loops are going to start hunting, right? At this point, making sure that all 3 waves will crash at the same time. Synergy is a must for Loops because the life tournament life is on the line.
I'm going to steal one away from Saga here. His is Intel is the Wintel. I think Synergy is the Winergy. Could be the next one come through for the broadcast. But now the takedown of the Azure Golem off the side of Twisted Minds could be huge here for the side of Loops.
They need to find something here, right? Because Clean, he will be able to join the fight. He does have his Skyfall available. Right now, Twisted Minds have found the success of handling this Shadow Overlord, and it works out for them. Loops, all that pressure, that sacrifice by ABH falls to no avail.
No, T2 down to the bot side of the map is really going to be the pressure point here for the side of Twisted Minds. So you can already see they're just falling back into their own jungle just to get as much resources as possible. Obviously, we need that Crimson Golem. Probably try and give it over to Shanks, right? Like, that would make more sense than giving it over to Team.
Yeah, give him the damage as well.
Yeah.
Now, the only thing, one thing we're looking out for on the side of Twisted Minds, we're looking at Hailang. If Hailang gets the board of his life, it is game over, and this is series for the win on the side of Twisted Minds. Loops, it's all about ABH as well as Vento, right? If they can get the executes coming in, this is a lifeline they will want.
They will try and go for this one. Obviously, ABH taking a lot of damage from 90 as well. I mean, that you want to be getting out, but Man of Praise is like, boy, if I don't come and help this guy, he's going to fall, and then we all are going to need help.
Yep, and look, the damage done by the side of Twisted Minds over to Loops is not one of aggression, it is one of defensiveness. The T2 not falling on the top side is so hurtful to Loops. They can't make the rotations they want.
No, exactly. They're just looking for that prime moment to get that top side of the map for the side of Loops into the favor. But right now, Twisted Minds are still holding on to that gold lead with their might. The Cuirass and Savage are being built there by 90, so you can take a little bit more damage from the likes of ABH, Freaks, and Vento.
I mean, both teams now dancing on knife's edge, right? Take a look at Loops. Loops, Vento, he has broken the level cap. He's level 16. Sanctification has been brought onto him. One is level 18 as well, so they have this power spike in terms of team fight. But on the side of Twisted Minds, you have full itemization by Shanks already.
Yeah, the problem is here for me is if Vento gets caught out and ABH gets caught out, who are we relying for here on the side of Loops? It's going to be scary, but the Skyfall is even scarier when it rains bricks onto you. But there's going to be the catch with the Unbridled Levers onto Hailang. He's getting forced back by Freaks. This team fight is not looking too clean for Clean as the takedown of Hailang. It was very early on within this one, but Vento gets taken down. The saving grace is Shanks.
Yeah, a big moment, Twisted Minds. They got what they came for. They got Vento, they got Freaks, and Freaks had the play of his life, but it's to no avail. Loops, they're struggling. Twisted Minds, they love this. They take the T2, and the road to the knockouts may be possible here.
It may be possible. They do have the critters, right? That can really kind of just help them maintain the siege of that high ground turret into the mid lane here. He does have Goldie as City Boy and Shanks have been known as the pair to like to pull around, right? Like you see these boys, they're always having fun together.
Yeah, having fun, but you need to have the results as well. And right now, Twisted Minds, the results are looking, honestly, very much in their favor right now. They get the Shadow Tyrant. This is going to be fighting power in their hands for the next 90 seconds.
Next 90 seconds is going to be a scary moment here for Loops, right? They've had a good game 3. Like, if they just had this performance in game number 1, game number 2, they could have just made a better point on this. But maybe it's just a little too late, but they are definitely going to be trying to make a difference here. Freaks gets caught inside the board, but can they do enough damage? Freaks gets taken down. That is going to be a problem here for the side of Loops Esports. And now they're looking for some more. One is looking low. The Universal Launch has been putting down there, but the Skyfall into the backline is huge. Vento, one gets taken down with a double kill as well. Into the backline is ABH with a little bit of saving grace from the takedown of 90, but that is exactly all they're going to get is a bye-bye night.
Yep, and the lights are going out. 90 may have taken a bow, but it is going to be good night for the side of Loops. Twisted Minds, victory inside Mano Fraser. He needs to save the game. He needs to do it now, but he can't get rid of the Ballista. It's not going to be the case. And right now, Loops, they will have to fall. Twisted Minds!
Twisted Minds are going to be maintaining in this competition whilst Loops falls, and the Chuck VR fans are not going to be too pleased with that one, so they fall out. Let's drink up to that one, boys.
Oh well, we will have to, because right now, Twisted Minds, what a game, what a turnaround. it was not looking easy at all. Bento had already broken the level cap and won. I mean, he gave all the resources over to this farm laner. Freaks was having the catches of his lifetime, but still, it was not enough.
That is the beauty coming in for the South Twisted Minds roster here. It is never one person that stands out. It is always everybody doing their own due diligence that delivered this masterful comeback for the squad itself. You saw how the likes of Freaks, One, ABH, they were setting up every single play for the team, but it was down to the likes of Shanks. Insane Agudo performance.
I mean, I was more scared for the Nertz's solid scoreboard, right? Like, we've had such strong performance for it. I was like, please, clean, just do this hero some diligence. And definitely into that latter part of the game, those skyballs were hurting, especially securing those double, triple kills for Shanks.
Of course, with that particular loss itself, Loops will be taken out of KIC 2025. This is the last you will see of them, but a valiant effort. They did learn from game to game. Unfortunately, they did not learn fast enough.
Thank you, Loops. Thank you for your participation in KIC 2025 here. As Kim mentioned, their role does end here with their elimination of 0-3 against Twisted Minds here. We hope that they will come back for the next global tournament here, but still, it is down to Twisted Minds as they are the victors of today.
They are the victors of the day, and they are securing, again, another last chance, right? Like, they were here because of the last chance qualifier, and this was one of their last chances in this competition. And now they go forward, and they will be facing either OG Esports or Nova, who lose that upper bracket final. And that's not going to be an easy one to fight.
And that is exactly the next upcoming matchup that we have for today here. So that's definitely, man, I think that's definitely a preview of the playoffs match that we will be having later on. It's also like when we talk about the OG revisit into the rivalry between Nova.
Yep, definitely. But first, let's take a step back here and take a look at the breakdown of the itemization. How in the world was Clean so tanky? You guys talked to me about, hey, once he lands a stun, you know, he will be taking away the stats from this Clean Nerza. But look, Roots of Fortitude, he had the Blood Rage. Overlord's Plate Mail plus 2k health. Cha-ching!
Cha-ching it is! At 2-2-12 here, he didn't really have the best of the best games towards that early phase here. It's because that 90 was being constantly targeted down by the remaining members of Loops. You see ABH and Freaks constantly visiting 90, making sure that he doesn't have a good time here. But if we do talk about overall damage dealt in towards the team, Loops, one was doing a heck of a lot of damage with his pokes and with his ultimates, but it is not consistent enough coming in from the true damage dealers on towards Bento, on towards ABH.
Yeah, I want to make a formal apology to Shanks, right? Obviously, in KWC, we always said that obviously when we saw matchups of Shanks against other marksmen, it was always like, Shanks is the weakest link. But in this series, he has become such a beast because it used to be positioning that was his issue. But overall, in this series, I think he's died twice.
You just got shanked.
He just got shanked, and
I'm
he
from
was
London, so
literally,
it's very common.
And he was literally the most consistent factor coming into Game 3. His Agudo was just clutching every single moment and getting multi-kills on towards the board for the comeback factor here. But let's check out the mid-to-mid matchup here. I gotta say, Highland was also a pivotal factor here. His board on that top side of the blue buff started the entire comeback for the South Twisted Minds.
Exactly. Look, I think we did say this on broadcast. It did not matter the gold amount. Highland was still getting those boards. And that was a scary potential because if he's able to get those boards when they're behind on goal, imagine what he can do when they have the lead. And that's exactly what happened.
That's exactly what happened here. It was those catches with the boards. It was very, very scary here. But let's look who's going to be our MVP, because there's many that could have had it. But it is going to be the guy that shanks you in the heart, but shanks you in the lane. It is none other than MVP Shanks, putting the silence, saying, hey, Blam, shh, I've got you, baby boy.
Blam, what more do I have to do than to deliver 2 MVPs in a BO5 setting here? 3 games. 2 of them was the man himself holding up the finger on that farm lane roll.
Let me answer that question quickly. Buy me a Jollibees. I'll basically forgive you for
I'll buy you later, okay? Don't worry about it.
Anyway, we're going to look at Shanks' performance in his highlights, yeah.
So you can see towards the early start of the fights here, it was really down to the side of Loops to find these masterful engages here. But take a look at Shanks here. His positioning was so crisp here, staying away from the latitude of the danger, assassinating Bento, and then with the proper ranger, still full health, collecting freaks, collecting mana freezes, setting up a triple kill for his team.
And why is it so hard to fight into him? It's because of Clean is just making the dive. We were very impatient in the early parts of the game. We were like, yo, where's Clean, man? We need this guy to come in. And when he finally showed up, look, the amount of dive Inerza offers you without taking the fall, that is so much pressure and so much room opened up for the side of Shanks. Shanks could not have been this version of Shanks without Clean.
It is always, like we say, Twisted Minds, a collective hive mind, a team effort that brings them this far towards the lower bracket here. As we check out Group D after the elimination of Loops, we do see that OG Nova still stands on top in this next series of the game, with lower bracket finalists here, Twisted Minds, waiting for the losers between OG and Nova.
And the worst thing is as well, right, like that's the last game of tomorrow. Like Twisted Minds is going to wait, see who they fight, and then prepare all the way up until that moment.
It's not hard enough. We want to make it harder for you. OG against Nova. That's going to be played later today. And that's the next series, right? I believe.
Yes.
And now that will determine the fate of Twisted Minds, because the lower bracket runs are never easy. But you know, the things that are good never come easy.
It is never easy if you are in the tournament itself, whereby tournament lives, tournament's pressure always put a toll on towards yourself. But talking about someone, let's check out who Mara has on that interview. Take it away, Mara.
From the winning team, here we are with the beloved Hailang. Congratulations. You know, a lot of people in the Philippines are looking forward for the interview because they really adore you. Now that we've shown, and you've shown, your firepower, sweeping your opponent for today, how are you guys able to reset, especially this game being a do or die, win or go home?
I think that we just do our best, because if we don't care who we fight, we just do our best. Because every time, if we are all very good, so we can meet every enemy. So we just think it's normal.
So it's just normal. But you know what we've noticed? So now that you have a 90 and City Boy back in your roster, do you think this is the Twisted Minds' true full form?
Of course, because this time finally we can fight for all to enjoy the game.
And we see that you guys are enjoying the game. That was such a spectacular fight, by the way, especially the last one. Now, you're going to be going up against OG or Nova for your next match. It's going to be tough. So what would you like? I know you guys want revenge against the both of them. What would you want to say to both OG and Nova?
I want to say, in KWC, we are already in death group, but this time we also in death group. So be careful. This time, maybe you will lose again.
Oh, that's right. In EWC, in the death group, this time in the death group again, and we've shown how spectacular you guys were in EWC. And now, what would you like to say to your teammates and to everybody that's watching here, supporting you?
Thank you for supporting us, and thanking all of the fans to support Twisted Mind, and we will try our best to win the match.
You know, people here really love you. You see and you hear them clapping for you, and I'm sure everybody at home watching, they're clapping for you as well. Once again, Hailang, congratulations, and good luck on your next match. And that's just the first match of the day. We have 3 more coming up, so be sure to keep it here for more world-class action, only on Honor of Kings International Championship. We'll be right back.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh. Another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead. Ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Oh! Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance!
Nucleus control. Privileges. Curse. All plain lies.
They broke the pact!
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami. Magkakasama palagi. Kami ang PPL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
Let's go!
The soul seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact with the gene.
The coven leader stopped. The one destined to end the pact. They said my very birth was a mistake.
Come on, stay away! See? The real scent of flowers is even braver!
There was only Kamel. She was my only friend.
Would a princess choose the sword or the rose?
Roses are just illusions. Only the thorns are real. And it would be the princess's job to cut them down with her sword.
This girl will end the marriage pact. Another must take her place.
And so, Kamel took my place and married into elven nobility.
Lady Kamel is with child! Lady Kamel is with child!
I wished she could find happiness, too.
The genie bloodline will endure!
That half-blood soul seer won't last much longer.
Get rid of her.
Milady, you must free.
Only the nucleus. Only the nucleus can rend life and death apart. Here, only truth may dwell.
It's a miracle!
Swamp Seer, protect us! We shall follow you forever!
The swamp seer must perish. Time to get to work, Byron.
Wow!
Yeah, I'm ready for work, yeah, I'm ready for
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this. Not to stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. Yeah, my blade is colder than ice, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my party's in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning, burning, burning up the flame. Running warrior, rebel, 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 won't be tamed. Put it all for fight, and I reach for the sky. It's honor, prime time, we gotta guide it. I'm a warrior. I gotta be calm, I gotta be strong. It's time to take down all these enemies. My willpower, infinite. We're surpassing the limits, we're running the game. We the breakers, breaking all the ties and borders. Game changers, just sit back and see me conquer. We'll stack him up, I'm on the killing spree. No, ain't nobody can stop us, we're chasing the glory and nada. Casting all the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior, burning, burning, burning up the flame. Running warrior, rebel, 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 won't be tamed. I'm burning up the fight, and I'm reaching for the sky. It's honor, prime time, we gotta guide it. I'm a warrior, running, running, running for the game. Make it glorious, running, running, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, cause we think we'll never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gotta bring it honor.
Write our story, give us glory. Gotta take it, all that I can.
Soon enough, you know my name, fortune showtime.
With the elimination of Chalk BR Sloop, the journey doesn't end here, as we are featuring the potential final matchup of the KIC2025. We will be going into OG versus Nova Esports here. I am your desk analyst and host for today. My name is Sagi. Alongside of me is the casters of today's event. It will be Kindofu and also Blam. Blam, talk to me. What do you have expectations on this matchup?
Oh, I've got lots of expectations, right? But Spritelin has two. Spritelin's got many expectations, but no, it's mid-series, okay? They're only going to talk if it gets to mid-series, so we're holding on to this manifestation for both OG and Nova, because yesterday we were waiting so long for a full best of 5. I don't want to wait any longer. I want this best of 5 to be here, the full one between these two teams.
Well, exactly the case, right, whereby we see OG and Nova. It has been a long rivalry between them all the way since S3, KWC coming into KIC. This is their first encounter in such a large-scale tournament whereby you don't want to just exit here in towards the lower bracket or potentially go home at such a early stage, whereby OG is known as one of the tournament contenders with the other teams such as Nova Esports, such as HBSC. So for them, winning this is not just to advance towards the knockouts, it's also to prove a statement to Nova Esports.
Yes, it definitely is. And today it is a clash of titans right here. OG #1 from the Major West. We have Nova, who used to be #1 of MKL. For this fall season, they were #2. But it does not dilute the strength they have. Nova is still a very scary team to deal against. OG, I think they have improved so far. Have they improved enough to deal with the new Nova?
And to talk about the OG as well, it is their, I think, they are 0-4 in terms of head-to-head in series score against Nova itself. So today's storyline is whether OG is able to break that consistent lose streak, or is Nova able to continuously put in that rain against OG to make their marker even more heavy on the OG squad. Because as of now, Nova, yes, they were strong in KWC, but in fall, they suffered a detrimental loss against HBSC in a 0-4 fashion.
We're speaking about losses though, but people are probably thinking from home, if they're watching close by locally to the Philippines, it's like, hey, where did we get this Spriteling from? And we're not all about just bashes, defeats, victories onto the gorge. We also have the Honor of Kings Carnival within the shooting gallery studio as well. So if you are local to Manila, do drop by, get yourself some goodies. There's lots of competitions. There's 1v1s. You can watch the games there if you don't want to see our faces, which is understandable. But anyway, you can have a safe distance from us and enjoy some ice cream as well.
Oh yeah, the ice cream is free, by the way. Multiple flavors, and for every activity you complete, you actually get a sticker. You just need to collect 9 stickers. Once you're done with the 9 stickers, you can go and spin that wheel and redeem yourself some big rises as well. Now, with that being said, the prize today for these two teams, OG and Nova, is to be able to make it into the knockouts.
Correct. And it's everything in line here as our players coming in from OG Esports are coming into the playoff stage here, whereby if you want to make it to the playoffs, your first opponent is to defeat Nova or OG. And if you defeat them, that puts you into a very good form going into the top 8. And whatever player that you play against, you will be pretty happy about it. And this is the head-to-head between these two teams.
All right, let's take a look at the stats here. 79% kill participation for the side of Nova Esports, a little higher than the side of OG. But there is more kills happening for OG Esports. Now, there are a lot of twists and turns in terms of the stats here. Yeah. But the average deaths, this one I think will be the main difference maker here. Who gets the first blood? Who gets the map control? And the one and only, the jungle. We know them as the carries of their respective teams. Dao against CY. How does the stat look?
Stats look pretty fine, right? Especially if you're an OG Esports fan. I mean, Dao here takes the average damage taken, the damage dealt, as well as the gold contribution as well. I mean, it's a fine line on that gold contribution, but still, it advantages OG Esports. But average kills, on the other hand, goes to CY. But I mean, these head-to-heads are great, right? But OG Esports was the first against Twisted Minds. Nova was first against Loops. I'm not saying anything, but I know which team is a little bit harder to play against.
Okay, I mean, it's been clear, right? So we'll see how this is going to be like, because the last time these two Titans met, we expected a close series, but it was not the case. It was a clean 4-0 in a dominating fashion for the side of Nova, right? Nova won hands down.
That's why we keep talking about whether Nova is able to achieve back that KIC2025 form, or are they defaulted back to the MKL fall form here? Because so far, we haven't really seen Nova go up against a super tough opponent. But in this match itself, whether or not will OG take on Nova and reduce and remove away their lose streak against them will be proven. Or will Nova find back their form is the main thing we want to find out in this tournament itself. Especially, like Kin mentioned, you win this, you go to playoffs. You lose this, you still have to fight for your playoff position.
Yep, the price is well worth it at this point, right? OG, I think really comes down, once again, Dao, jungler. But of course, we will take a look at the team's entrance and the stats as well. Take a look at the first team.
Once again, the KMW champions take to the stage, and throwing in some hearts here is going to be KIC as well as Muchin as well. So we are going to be giving out hearts, giving out dubs, and maybe giving out some defeats here. OG Esports looking to be a true contender against Nova's now #2 spot.
That's the dream, right? Dream OG. That is their tagline, of course. But this is not going to be an easy task. Let's take a look at their opponents. Welcome, Nova Esports. This is the team that is super big. They have tasted glory before, they have been kings before, and they want to reignite that flame.
They will reignite the flame because they are showing that 3-0, all 5 of them at the stage entrance by this team itself. Whether or not that will happen, we don't know, but this matchup itself, it will be a spicy one because everything is on the line. The OG storyline to get that first series win against Nova. The first one, OG, bring me in.
Yes, OG, obviously, these are very familiar faces because they have been together for quite some time since Season 3 Invitational, and it's none other than Dao on into the farm lane, KK into the clash lane, Muchin as their support, and the one into the mid lane, which is going to be one of the interesting matchups, right? Obviously, we have Wen and we have Wendy.
Yeah, a very difficult matchup, to be honest. But both teams, I think they have done their own preparations as well. And OG, I think, coming into today, I've spoken to them, they feel prepared. But are you prepared enough for Nova, who is represented by Muji in the farm lane, Weipit in that roam / support, CY in the jungle, Xuan in that clash lane, and like you said, Wendy in that mid lane?
It's all about those playmakers here, especially Xuan and also Wendy against KIC and also Wen. So that will be a pretty interesting matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, Kinza said he's spoken to OG Esports, but I walked into a spicier conversation. I don't know what was being said, but Sagi and Xuan was having an exchange in the toilet.
So what Xuan told me is that he's feeling a bit sick, he's not sure whether he can actually perform well. So I do wish him the best of the recovery coming into this series because he's going to be needing a lot of those energy to be going up toe-to-toe against OG in that BO5.
Smells like a bait, guys. Yeah, that's not true. But in any case, the truth, there are opinions and then there are facts. And the fact of the matter is we have OG on the red side, Nova on the blue side. So Nova get prio pick. What do you think they should prio?
No.
Arlie.
He says he's sick, but he's sick with the flow.
Oh,
sick
yeah,
with the
he
plays.
may be ill there.
Yeah. So, oh, poor me, I'm so sick. Sick with winning.
I do hope that's the case here, especially I'm also a caster coming in from the Malaysia MKL region here, so I wish them all the best coming into the series here. But back to the drafting itself here, like Kin mentioned, with Nova coming on towards the blue side here, it means that they get priority on towards the first pick on towards the draft, whereby we see Nova as a team that puts a lot of focus on the picks such as the Arlie and the Long for Muji.
Okay, so Muji is that win condition that they want to protect, right? Give him the best possible scenario at the start. And at the same time, maybe give something for Wendy as well.
Correct. I feel like if you are a Nova fan or you have looked into Nova games, the way they structure their draft in Game 1 and Game 2 will be to put priority on towards the farm lane in terms of Long, Arlie, channel. And then when you go towards the later part of the series, that's where Wendy's massive hero pool comes into play. His Perfect Mind Shiranui, his Kong Ming, his Ganemo, all these will start to surface out, and even the surprise picks like the Gao.
And this is the beauty of top tier teams in HOK, because in the draft and pick, you can't ban everything. So it really is a question of pick your poison, right? What kind of difficult do you want? Because no matter what you choose, it's not easy.
It's not easy, but it's not easy also being cheesy. And these two teams definitely want to take some of these cheese picks that can come through within the draft. But we should be soon getting into the BP of game number 1 between OG Esports and Nova. But you've just seen HBSE walk into the stadium to give some support to their fellow MKL team, I think.
Or maybe it's not support, it is a cheer on for OG so they can take out one of the tournament favorites here on the side of Nova Esports.
Well,
but all jokes aside.
They've decided to sit on the side of OG Esports, so you might be correct here, Sagi.
I might be correct here, but to start off the band here, the Dharma, one of the tournament's strongest picks here, has been removed from the pool starting off the Nova side.
You know what this means? They're inviting that Guan Yu for KIC. They might have a strat. I mean, okay, not even might. I know they have strategies against KIC. This is very clean.
And talk about Guan Yu as a pick here, I do believe that both of our Clash laners really favor towards this pick because throughout the tournament and the history of Honor of Kings Esports in 2025, the Guan Yu pick has been a staple for Shred and also KIC in all these big play moments.
They have found a lot of success. I mean, Shred and KIC, they are just battling in terms of stats. Who is the better Guan Yu, right?
Exactly the case here. And if you're OG here, I do believe that the following ban will be the Arlie here because coming into our conversation just now, in the Game 1 draft or the early phases here, Nova doesn't want to be allowing Lucy on those two picks. But a confident sight here for Nova Esports, covering towards that Luna on this one pick here.
Yeah. Look, this series, there is no middle ground. There is no, hey, it's a 3-0, who gets it? Or it's going to be a long day for all of us.
Now, if you're OG, do you just take the Guan Yu and also the Liang here? Or you just like firepower and firepower here? You need a lot of CC to lock down this see Wise Luna in this exchange.
I mean, they could go for either that, or they could go and lock in the likes of maybe Dao Dao's Orgrin, right? But now they're looking to go for the Maishu Nai here for Wen, so he doesn't go over to Wendy, and now the Flowborn tank is going to come through
I
here.
like this answer. And that's exactly the answer towards the Luna, right? Because you have 3 versions of the stun, you can stop this Luna from running around.
Ooh, Nova here, banking in the early game as well. Shen hovering towards that Byron on towards his hands here. I'm interested to see what Nova really picks on towards that mid lane here. Is it going to be the Yuhuan? Is it going to be a tank of a roam here? What's the priority here coming in from Nova? I like this pick here. This is a flex between both Wei Pit and also Wendy here. This forces OG to have to ban away that Dahlia coming into the second phase of the bans.
This one is strats that are not new to us, but the execution is going to be very crisp from both sides. OG going for the stock standard Da Chao Flowborn tank composition. I like this a lot, which means OG is going to be aggressive.
Very aggressive indeed, and you can see yesterday we saw some Da Chaos come through. It didn't quite get paired up with the Flowborn tank, but still was very, very great in its utility, right? Sending players back to the base, getting them back in for the re-engage, saving them as a lifeline here.
The execution will be pretty important, especially on towards the hands of Mu Chen and also Dao Dao's synergy here. One small misstep on the circle coming in from the Da Chao will prove a lot of issues for the side of OG's lineup, but I believe this OG is also one of the top teams here. They can definitely pull it off.
For sure. I mean, take a look at the ban. Why Marco Polo, right? Because Marco Polo, if he is given the room here, he's able to take turrets. He's one of his split push, his strength is split push potential.
And talking about split potential, you can always pull him in with the out-of-the-world pull coming in from Mu Chen. So definitely banning it out removes a lot of pressure, especially onto Shin, because you have the Marco Polo. He's a strong counter against all these immobile fighters.
Alright, Nova still has a chance to make a bait and switch here to put this Yuhuan in the mid lane. For now, it is seen as a roam. And wow, I like this a lot. OG turret taking, split pushing. That's the game plan here. That's why you pick up a farm.
And not only that, right, obviously you can kind of use his second skill to get out of there, right? And obviously the damage over time from his first skill is great burst potential, but the Aaron coming through for the second time within the KIC 2025, the catch potential, the chase, and with the Dahlia, you're going to be giving her 2 ultimates as well, right?
2 ultimates, maybe not, but 2 ultimates for Wendy, maybe yes here, because in terms of the Mulan pick here. We were just having this conversation at the talent room here.
Yes.
He was talking like, hey, I haven't been playing Mulan a lot. It's not really my comfort pick already here, but coming into game 1, straight pulling all the guns out.
Yeah, Keke lied to me, guys. He told me, oh, he has not touched the Mulan in a while. Well, maybe that was the truth, but he is going to be touching it today. And this one is a spicy one because it could go either way. It's a game of cat and mouse here between the 2 teams.
And OG's draft is an embodiment of their exact playstyle here. They like to fight, they like to scrap, and this comp allows them to continuously look for those big plays towards the early game, starting from Wen, starting from Dao Dao here. These 2 members are the core players coming in from OG to set up their success in the early game.
Oh, I like this jungle race, man. This one is spicy. This is nothing less of what we expect of the 2 best teams, arguably, in the global world of HOK.
Yes, and this could resemble something of a potential matchup going into the knockouts, right? Like into the higher brackets that we may see in the final days. It's going to be OG Esports going against Nova Esports, depending on how well these boys do. But one of them will surely fall down to the lower bracket, where Twisted Minds then get to have their play with them. But no, we're getting to the game number 1 of this best of 5, and I really hope this is a full best of 5.
I really hope so as well. We want to see as much action. We want to learn as much as possible. Because, look, this matchup may not happen again as well. This could be a preview, but this could also be a showcase match because one of them might not make it to the knockouts.
That's a heavy statement here, but it may come true due to the format that we have to qualify yourself to that knockout stage. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the highlight match coming into day number 4 of KIC will be on its way. Blue side featuring Nova Esports coming in from the MKL, and red side OG Esports, the champion of KMW. The stage is yours, casters. Take it away.
As we get into the action of game number 1, this is definitely where the tension starts to sit in the air between these 2 teams. I mean, yes, it's only game number 1, but this is where everything starts to happen.
Okay, OG sacrifices the mid lane here. They want to put Prior on that bottom lane for An, which means Wen needs to hold his own against Wendy, who already has the wave clear. But this is the value. Dao Dao wants to share the EXP as well as the gold. So OG managing to put it. Oh, hang on, An!
Oh, An looking pretty low. I suppose the flash already. I mean, that's going to be scary here. But the Daily Wish is in full swing, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Participate in the event to get the KIC skin theme for Jing.
Okay. We definitely want to get the Jing skin as well. Right now, Nova, great start as well. They have managed to secure their own jungle pretty much. And this is rare, right? OG and Nova, they normally like to invade, get those advantages from the game.
Playing with respect. That's what I think is down to here between Nova and OG Esports, is that they are both playing with respect here. But honestly, Nova slightly ahead in terms of the gold here is going to further that one with the takedown of the Space Bright.
I like that rotation, which means CY is going to have a slight gold advantage, but EXP as well, and that's very important here.
Oh, super important for both of these two teams. And Nova, I feel like I like the Yuan into the Mai Shiranui here as well. Obviously, that's Mobile Zoro, but now, gotta be careful here. Dao Dao taking the charge into this team fight, just maybe trying to get these minions over to himself, but really, is that where the resources should be going here? But now there's a bit of a team fight coming into the side.
Wendy!
Oh, no, Respa. Wendy looking pretty low, but the Sea of Fate saves Dao Dao.
This is neck and neck. Looking for the flash from Muji as well. Muji's going to be saved, but
close.
hang on, another fight.
Another fight. It's going to be the recall back thanks to the Sea of Fate there. Dao Dao is looking fresh as a daisy.
Yep, 5 seconds. This is where OG will make a decision. Do we fight for this? Do we put the pressure? Do we take the risk?
They take the risk. They risk it for a chocolate biscuit here. Obviously, you see Dao Dao into the enemy jungle, looking for a bit of a charge now. Maybe trying to get the the Crimson Golem, but it's going to be CY that claims that one. The Sea of Fate is now claiming Dao Dao.
Okay, they did not manage to get the steal, but now they have the timing, right? They will revisit this right before the Tyrant comes out at the 4-minute mark.
Yep, still about, minute and about 30 seconds away from that Tyrant coming through now. You see the disparity into the jungle already, around about 400 gold here because the Sea of Fate, obviously, yes, it's great sending you back to base and keeping you alive, but your GPM takes a bit of a hit.
Yes, definitely. It will slow the game down a little bit. And if you take a look at the farm lane, this is one of those monster matchups we have to watch out for, right? Because burst damage galore. He has Meteor on hand already. Muji going for, I believe, a physical build?
It looks like it, right? He looks like he's going to go for it, but at the same time has to force the flash out here, which is what exactly Nova CY wanted.
They're just dancing around the gorge. This is what we want to see between OG and Nova. I mean, just teetering on the edge here. Keke and Xuan, so far he has been pretty silent in the clash lane. Not something that we normally expect, but it's good to play safe in the clash lane.
Oh, absolutely. You don't want Xuan getting that head start here into this game #1 between these two teams. And right now, getting ever so closer towards that 4-minute mark, using the Either Whirlpool there a little bit more prematurely here before that Tyrant comes through.
CY looking for the catch though. They are looking for some options, but the pokes, this is important. When is throwing those Kachosans? Every single Kachosan will help them, but Wendy, every Tragic Beauty will help them.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, just throwing out any kind of AoE or any kind of long-range skill is definitely going to be paying a dividends here between these two teams in terms of getting that damage off early within those team fights. But now, base checking the bush is going to be Dao Dao. If you want anybody to check any bushes, he is your man.
Okay, OG, very smart. They know about the positioning on this side of Nova. They disregard the Tyrant and go straight and make a beeline. They take it first though on the side of the Overlord, and it's going to be a trade.
Yeah, they're not happy with a team fight, right? They don't want to go and just lose everything to that Tyrant, but right now, Xuan into the back line there, obviously using the ultimate to fly over the wall, is going to be Dao Dao, but now that T1 into the mid lane looking pretty scary. 4-minute mark is on at the Prowl, as it's already looking pretty low, but now Sea of Fate seeing Dao Dao, but clears out the minion wave.
Yeah, but take a look at the risk here. This is the risk they took. OG now lose their Crimson buff. CY makes the steal, gets away with theft, and OG no response.
No response yet, that's the thing, but the zoom responder is gonna be Keke with the first blood.
Okay, that's great for OG, but it is a roam. Wave Pit's life will be for the taking. Nova, as long as they get the Azure buff, it's safe for them.
Safe indeed, but I mean, if you're going to lose anybody for first blood, you're looking at the support, right?
Yeah, it
like,
has to be.
Get them off the board, get them off the gorge. No one's going to lose a side lane.
Just to be clear, roam lives matter. We both play that hero and roam as well, so yeah. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices for the team.
Copium. But no, we can kind of see here a good kind of split push macro play here from An. Look at the freeze, that minion wave. Just trying to push Xuan out of his comfort zone, right? Like they're going for these kind of like home ground fights into the top side of the map, but now a lot of pressure into this at mid lane. There it is. Oh my goodness! KIC catches off CY with his Mulan.
I was just about to praise Nova for a nice gameplay. They actually had control over the Gorge and had a goal lead as well. But now OG, they punish that movement and they get rid of CY for the moment.
Yeah, CY is gone for the moment and is not singing for the moment. He is healing for the moment at base, and now that's going to be a current hit to that goal per minute for the side of CY. And now you can see the global lead here favoring OG Esports.
Yeah, look, when good teams like Nova and OG give you what hero you want, you know they're prepping for it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not like Mulan's an expensive pick, but it's expensive for KIC, right? Like, that's one of his big picks here. Maybe, just maybe, Nova can find a formula to get around it.
Yeah, we'll see, right? Mulan can be handled. She does stay still for a big moment when she changes her forms. So let's see if that's going to be a turning point for the side of Nova. But I think it's more important, you need to get rid of Arn. If you're a Nova fan, right, you don't want Arn to stay alive. You need to get rid of this Fang pick.
Yeah, I mean, most of the time, he's not going to be present into these team fights, right? Like, he's just going to make sure that he's able to get this laning phase go correctly for the side of OG Esports by taking down his T1, T2s, and then maybe, just maybe, when they need that 5v5 around the neutral objectives, that's when we can really be relying on Arn here.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at the side of Nova here. Xuan.
Double knock upon to Xuan here. Thank you very much. But it's going to be the aid here of Dao Dao when getting away. The Either Whirlpool does come through here as well. Arn is now into the back of the team fight. He goes in with the first skill, second skill, and a little bit of food for thought there. It's a takedown of the marksman, traded 1-for-1. But can Nova push this T1 a little bit further?
It looks like the answer is no. And right now, OG, the reason why they're willing to take that trade, because they are able to put pressure on the top T2 as well. And just to be clear, Muji is building the magic attack build. So this Laurel Bloom is going to be so painful to all of OG.
Oh, absolutely. Especially, I mean, that's what we always say, right? Like, if you are an Aaron and you want to go for a bit of a magic build, the best reason for that is if the enemy team has got such great tanks, and they do. They have the Mulan and they have the Dao Dao.
Yep, Dao Dao on this Flowborn tank, one of the hardest tanks to take down in HOK. Now, let's see what is Nova's response for this, because right now they're keeping close. Okay, 1,000 gold. Now, if it's between Nova and OG, I would say this is a significant gold difference.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to change the game for either of these two teams, whoever is ahead with that gold lead, but now into the backline it's going to be OG.
Oh,
gets a takedown onto Muji once again, but sacrifices himself. But can OG Esports get a little bit more? We saw KIC not be able to quite land that combo there and lock in anybody to place.
It's crazy, right? Because they do get the trades, farm lane for farm lane, but OG, they don't care.
They don't care, but this could be a huge disruption here for the side of OG Esports. They're looking to commit this fight, but it's going to be CY with the steal here. Very huge, and maybe going for the Azure Golem.
Perfect, and now if you take away the Azure Golem, that's great, but Dao Dao is back. He wants revenge.
He does want revenge, but so does CY. He wants access to your backline, and that's what exactly he would get.
Alright, so they'll keep it clean for now, but Muchen!
Oh, Muchen with the flash, keeping himself alive. You see Fate to go home, baby.
Alright, they will make the defense here. OG needs to watch out. This T1 is falling a little too fast, but Nova is very happy with that.
Oh, absolutely. It just takes a few more love taps here for the side of Nova Esports to get that mid lane opened up. But now, we were talking moments ago, 1,000 gold is significant, and now it's literally 200.
Yep, CY now needs to be really careful. If Dao Dao gets his hands on him, this could be a guaranteed kill because Arn has a lot of burst damage. CY, 1v2.
Oh, he's going to try. He's going to try to get the mid lane T1 right. That's exactly what they really wanted to do there. CY was the bait.
Okay, they will come in, debating him.
They are debating it, but they're saying they're going down. It's going to be Muchi here once again. Straight in from the back line is Wen with a clear contusion to the face.
Yep, and that's not the only pain point. KIC took down Muchi on his own 1v1 elsewhere on the map. OG looking a bit strong right now. The goal lead has been cut to half, but OG, they're playing the map.
OG, baby, with a dream. OG, KMW champions this time around.
Yes, definitely. This is the dream to make it into the knockouts. Take a look at what KIC is doing as well. Split push, T2 on the top, taken for free.
Taken for free, but Sword of the Tyrant as well. This Shadow Tyrant, nonetheless, taken for free as well by the side of OG Esports. Nova definitely have to make sure they are ruminating on that last play.
Yeah, but you never count Nova out. Nova is is always simmering. They're cooking up something, and once they hit that power spike, what a steal coming in! Wait, did they actually get a steal?
No, they didn't.
CY got it.
Yeah, there's just 3 Azure golem buffs onto the board here, and it's just like, hang on, who actually got it? It was CY that got the smite there. I mean, that would have been trouble here for Nova.
Oh, look at the damage dealt. Like, this one really makes a point. You can deal all the damage, but you need to get the kills.
Yeah, you do need to get the kills here. You need to convert it into else more, because if you're just hoarding the gold, you're not really going to do much with that one. Leaping Koi Tai is just going to be able to phase check out Schwan here for now, as we see OG Esports looking to go for that T2 into the bot side of the map, really start to open up Nova's base.
Yep, you see the value of the unpick, right, on this farm. The super turret taker, at the same time, they have the super tank that is Dao Dao. He will be in charge of pushing Nova back. But right now, if OG overcommit, CY gets the opening angles, An is dead, Wen is dead, and then Mujin is going to be taken down as well quickly.
4v4 gets a T3. They're trading this for the potential Overlord. You can see that Wen is speeding through. Can he get the steal? Kachusa, no. CY smite it.
Okay, CY does make a nice beeline, gets the secure on the Shadow Overlord, will be able to back off. Oh, here comes the cavalry!
He's looking for some revenge here onto An. He's like, boy, you just stole my T3. Schwan comes in with the Storm Strike, gets the takedown. This is Nova's team fight.
Now will make it out safely, but Kaka, that's not the same.
It's not the same. He stopped his place for a little long time. He's then put the pressure onto the side of Nova, but gets taken down. That's a 2-0 trade here for Nova.
What did we say? Nova, once they hit the financial marks, once they hit the timings, they will come back. They cut that goal lead. It is almost non-existent right now as Nova look to put their place onto the gorge.
Yeah, OG Esports have a little bit of a saving grace, right? They have those Vanguard top side and bot side of the map here. Actually, no, it's Nova have the saving grace, sorry. And they are going to be using those to continue this siege onto OG's base.
It's great that they have open.
Not having to use a flash right now. KK is able to get back with the Either Whirlpool.
Wow, what a save. Super smart. This is how you're supposed to use the Star Child pick, especially with the Either Whirlpool. This is, it's an instant portal. You get the TP now. And OG, once again, they have managed to put themselves in an advantageous position across the guards, but Nova, you never count them out. 5-6, this is as close as it gets.
Exactly. There is no advantage that Nova cannot come back from, and they've already displayed it already within this game. But you can see just more and more time. Keke maybe flying under the radar here, as you can see down to the bottom side of the map. Maybe just trying to wait for that minion wave to come through here to cut it up. Once again, relieving that pressure down to the bot side. But
this is them bleeding there. Yes. I think Nova right now, T2 guaranteed. Look, it's also scary for them because they can take those turrets even with Vanguard protection as well.
Exactly. But I mean, they do have the Either Whirlpool back, so obviously Keke is going for a little bit of a savior complex right now. He clears out the
ends OG as well as Nova. But now Nova, they will be able to sneak in one wave of minions in the middle side. There has to be a response by OG, and the timing needs to be clean because right now, the Shadow Overlord is available for the taking.
It's Overlord for the taking. They've checked Dao in that bush. They know he's there, but I think this is a little bit of bacon. I can feel it in my bones that Nova are going to try and make this an advantage for themselves.
Yeah, but OG has the map advantage.
They do. They're crashing through naturally down to the bot side of the map here as well as top side. They do have that Vanguard, but at the same time, Kuka has to be careful. But now,
because they have the wave advantage, but it did not work out. They put it a little bit too far forward. Dao pays a price, and Nova, they get a big win out of this. The Shadow Overlord is the prize. They should be able to even the game out right now.
It's a steep price as well. When Dao falls there, not only do you not have the smite, not only do you not have a solid front line, you also lose a tank, and that's exactly what they did here on the side of Nova Esports. But at the same time, we're getting ever so slightly closer to that Tempest Dragon. We're around about just about 3 minutes away.
I did not feel like this game already hit 17 minutes, and I mean, this is just how close it is, right? Yes. Right now, once again, Kirka, he's going to be in charge of trying to cut down that Shadow Overlord on the bottom side. Meanwhile, the 4-man defense from OG needs to hold because the T3s are the prize here.
They are the prize. They are the golden carrot being dangled into the face of Nova Esports. Schwan leading the charge here, taking a lot of damage from An, but there it is. CY just trying to do damage onto the back line, really trying to just force Dao out of this one, but Keke has done his job. but is that jump going to be effective enough here for the side of OG Esports? They're able to mitigate that one, but their base may be getting consoled in here. But now we're getting a takedown. The Sage's Sanctuary being procced onto CY, but Wendy goes down, Wen as well. Mid lane for mid lane, into the back line is Dow, just driving away Nova, saying, hey, leave my boys alone. But no, it's still in shoes. KK as well. They get the takedown onto Mucci, but Schwan is trying his hardest, and it's basically like, we see why we need you alive.
Yep, OG make the defense. Now they need to make the aggression happen as well. It is a barren base for the side of OG. Nova, they have the mid T3, and the first step for OG to do that is to take the Shadow Tyrant. We're 2 minutes away, 120 seconds before the Tempest game, and boys and girls, this is just game number 1.
I'm sorry, but Keke is so forward-thinking. Like, if it wasn't for those kind of precise, just dealing damages of those minion waves coming through to the bot side of the map, that could have been a completely different game.
Exactly. And take a look at the control that they have. Dow actually pushing them away, so they have the backdoor protection. There is no sneak on the side of Nova as well. And to be able to get the kill, look at the burst on the Muji. That was the craziest part.
So mental here in this one. Obviously, a lot of Sage Sanctuaries being built and already expanded once for the side of Nova Esports. But one thing you don't see happen much is Schwan getting shredded.
Yeah, definitely not going to happen too many times here. Now, OG, they find an opening. T3 is the prize. They want to and have to chunk this down. They will be able to get it for now. No, they don't.
Just give it, just tap it. Go on, just give it a few more punches. You know what I mean? But right now, Nova has done very well by keeping that T3 alive. The pressure is definitely a mountain for both of these two teams, but we are literally 50 seconds away from the Tempest.
Yeah, Nova knows what's at stake here. If they can protect this, hang on.
They try to protect this here. Dow is going to be the brick into this team fight, shredding across the water, but it's a CF8 that gets him out alive. He's now back into the team fight with the minion wave crashing through into the mid lane, into the top side of the map, but it looks like a good effort here from Nova Esports as they're treading this minion wave like it is an atomic bomb here for the side of Nova Esports base. Same time, Wendy taking a lot of damage here. Wen with these Catusans is putting on too much pressure.
They know about this. OG, this is all coming down to the wire. This final 3 waves of minions could be the winning strategy, but it feels like no. The timer on the clock gives OG another idea. It is time to take the buffs. It is time to prepare, because it is the final battle. Tempest Dragon has arrived.
Yes, the game-ending mechanism here for the side of Honor of Kings is on the gorge right now. KK once again just putting that love, TLC, down to the bottom side of the map, but taking away these buffs. They took away the red, but didn't deny CY of his blue.
I think at this point it's fine because they are in a position where it's 4v5. Xuan has to take care of the wave at the bottom right now. OG, they want to open up the doors.
Okay, we're getting obviously KK here with the Sage's Sanctuary going in first. Doesn't quite land that ultimate, but maybe just trying to drive them out of this team fight. But it's going to be Heyman onto Mucci. The Koi Tides get the Sage's Sanctuary off. He's able to escape for now into the back line. Wen has to be careful. Sage's Sanctuary for KK, been taken off, but they're looking to take a fight on 2 fronts. Dow has to get the ultimate off. Keke goes down. CY has no more Sage's Sanctuary, but it's going to be the forefront here of OG Esports. Dow has to play very, very well.
Yep, they need to save. There is a wave of minions in the middle lane. An waiting for the perfect opportunity, but Xuan, he knows what's going on. He has given vision to the side of Nova. They need to play the cards right. Xuan looking for an opening.
Oh, CY don't want to die, and he does. The smite being taken off the cards here for the side of Nova Esports is going to be deadly, but so does the Nova Esports take away the smite of OG.
Yep, they need 10 more seconds before Kirka is out. The Crimson buff is available for the taking as well. An cannot have this be stolen from the side of Nova. So Nova, they will not make the steal available. An will be able to protect the base for now. Clears the mid wave as well. OG and Nova, this is a nail biter. The junglers are down for the next 20 seconds. the next place that is successful will set the stage. OG and Nova, what more can they do now?
Yeah, I think the reason why Nova is not going to try and take this Tempest is because the OG Esports has the bond, right? Like, if you are going to give a marksman that, you are going to get that splash damage onto that objective. But right now, KK is taking a 2v1. The other Whirlpool, top side of the map there, is going to bring him back.
And they're out of position. They can actually go for the rush, not for the Tempest. They can take the lives of the Nova members, but for now, they will also have to give away the Azure Golem to the side of Nova. OG have taken a huge risk with this decision. Is it going to be the correct one?
At the same time, CY has going to be caught out. He's been given the intel going in onto Arm, but he's then flying into the backside of those minions. But now we're seeing Nova formulate around KK. They take down CY once again. Schwan into the back line, looking to do damage onto Arm. He's second skills out of that team fight.
They don't really have to fight, they just have to stop them from going home. The minions are going to do the job for the side of OG. Nova, they make a beeline for the back of their base. The crystal is to be protected. So OG, they make a run for the Tempest Dragon Strand. He does not want to allow it.
No, doesn't want to allow it. The speed run coming through here, but the backline access for Wendy. He gets stopped there by Dow. That is a huge, crucial crowd control here from the Flowborn Tag. Schwan goes down. Wendy says bye-bye. Waypit, Muchi on the run, but KK, for all this game, putting so much pressure onto the backline of Nova Esports.
And with that, OG, they have put themselves in a spectacular position. Tempest Vanguards are on the side of OG. How can they lose this now?
It's that game to lose, Kin. If this happens, it's going to be a crucial loss for OG Esports. A mountain to climb, not a molehill. But at the same time, Nova Esports, CY into the backline, just doing damage onto Anne, but Anne's fine. He's got the Sage of Sanctuary. They have the minion crashing through to the base. CY goes down and OG takes game one.
That's a beautiful start to the series here. It is the highest honor from both teams. It's going to be OG taking game number one. Nova, they're down, but they're not out. Wait for their return.
I had a heart attack just watching that game. That was one of the most back and forth games that I have ever watched in the KIC 2025. You're definitely amazing.
Yeah, look, it's just game number one, and it's been a crazy game so far. Tempest game, the first one, and the way in which they did it to, collapse 4 members onto CY. I know we don't have the heartbeat monitors here, but you can hear the heartbeat of CY from over here.
Yeah, just go dum, 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 especially when he saw KK come out of nowhere, and that's it, into the back line. Yeah. It was scary. But what a first match. I mean, this is the kind of quality of match that this upper bracket should be delivering.
Exactly. And this is the kind of quality we expect out of both teams. It was not far apart. This is really intense. It's really close. And it really came down to the wire for this one.
To summarize the entire match into a few words, whereby in the early, it was OG leading with Coco finding multiple catches on towards the side lane, and then towards the mid game, it was Nova finding control. Towards the later stages on, you can start to see the Da Qiao and also the Mulan combination start tearing down the sideways, stalling the game until the fact that Nova made a pivotal mistakes at the high ground, which allowed OG to stall into the 20-minute mark, and then the final thing that decided the win for the side of OG was the CY catch coming in for the OG members. That was just so darn pivotal.
That one hurt them. That one really hurt them. CY, he was a win condition. He actually found quite a few angles into the back line of OG. Yeah. Unfortunately, that was not the case in the last few seconds. And I just have to say, I don't really like being lied to, but the fact that Kirka lied about his Mulan and surprised us with it today, it was a good feeling.
It's a Kirka special, right? Yeah.
But for me, I'm an OG fan through and through, right? But with no longer the addition of that Da Qiao, right? Like, if that's the reason why they're able to sort of be up and down that map as quick as possible. So, next game, it could be scary for them.
Now, to your point, I do definitely agree with you. Maybe it's one of those drafts that OG has hit it in towards their pockets here, but in a BO5 setting that qualifies you to the knockout stage, it's definitely a feels-good moment because you are one up against your opponent, which is going to be one of the best teams in 2025.
Yeah. I fully agree, but take a look at An. I want you to focus on his itemization. He started with X of Torment actually, and switched his items midway to be able to deal a lot of damage, and he is one of the main reasons why they're able to melt down the tower so early on the side of OG.
And there's a pivotal factor coming into Nova's demise towards the late game. Take a look at their roster here. CY Luna, and then Yu Huan, Aaron, and also Dolia here. What does this mean? 4 magic damage into a fighter, and also down on this Giga tank. 280,000 damage tank on this 4-1 tank. Insane.
Yeah, I think that's the highest damage taken I think we've seen so far within KIC. That is a big number, but I mean, just look at the number of the game time, 23 minutes and 39 seconds. It was getting very scary. If another Tempest Dragon could have come through at any moment, but the goal graph really shows the swinging pendulum between these two teams.
It started at a 0 goal lead. It ended at almost only about 100 goal lead between these two teams. And that's why we saw in that game itself, the goal was always swinging around 2,000 to 3,000, but it didn't really matter because the teams was just like left hook, right hook, uppercut. They were just trading blows every time.
Yep, it gives you a false confidence when you go into rank, right? Like, oh, you know what, 3k goalie doesn't matter, I'm gonna fight and then you get destroyed. But only the good teams can do this. Take a look at the class lane. This was one of the most premier matches in the class lane we've ever seen in KIC 2025. KIC doing a completely different game plan from Xuan here.
Correct. For Xuan, he's the frontliner coming in for the Nova composition, whereby he's always walking up, absorbing all the damage, providing all the vision that Nova needs in their draft. Whereas KIC, he was finding so many of these big catches, especially on towards Muji, and also the side lane pressure that has been generated due to the 3 towers falling down in towards the late game. He was utilizing the pressure with the Daqiao to really mitigate the 3 towers effect.
That was his biggest catch.
Correct.
It's not the heroes, it's the minions. Like, you know, he forced Xuan to disregard his tanking. You can't tank, you have to come and defend your base. And that was a winning condition. So with that being said, the one guy we have to pay attention to was the Daqiao. This is Muchen, one of his specialties as a roamer, one of the strongest roamers in global esports for HOK. 0-0-14. Goodness.
It's like, it wasn't just his effort onto the gorge, right? As soon as I saw the KDA of 0-0-14, it's like, this guy has to get the MVP. He created the opportunity for OG in game number 1.
Well, that's not what the game thinks.
And exactly, right? For this draft as well, if the Daqiao even dies once or gets caught before the minion wave has been settled, the game is just going to be exploded for side of Nova Esports to win. So him having a 0-0-14 game out of the entire 23 minutes, not dying a single time, means that he played an absolutely perfect game on this Daqiao.
Okay, guys, make it a test. You guys go to rank, get 0-0-14, and if you're not MVP, let me know.
Yeah, screenshot it. Kin will fight in your corner. But honestly, no. If you are living local to Manila and you are free right now with your time, you should be watching this match live because it is electric.
Yes, definitely super intensive. And look, the early parts of the game, this trading going on between An and Muji, that was crazy. And the best part of it is it does not matter because the rest of the team was making sure that they're trying to get the gorge in their favor instead.
And this was the final few moments for the side of OG to really bring the game back to an equal footing here. We see 3 towers simultaneously down for the side of OG, but it was a superior team fighting, catching Nova, Wendy, and Muji off guard. They allowed them to secure this Tyrant and then equalize the 3 high grounds. They're making this template an equal footing for both teams.
Yeah, man, and at this moment, it was looking a bit dicey, right? This was the original catch. Xuan doing so well, but thankfully, for the side of OG, they managed to catch out CY, the lonesome self here. One big burst from the side of Wen to finish his job, and then it was just go time for the side of OG.
Green light go for OG Esports once again here. Obviously, this was where it all kind of fell apart, right, for Nova Esports. It was just a very well-composed team fight here for OG, getting the Tempest Dragon, putting the pressure onto Wave Pit, as well as Muji, just not being able to go back to the base, and then this was it. Either Whirlpool, Crystal, gone.
And the combination coming in from the Daqiao and also the Mulan. When Mulan switches to Heavy Blade, the heavy form, when you cast your spell 2 or spell 1, you can channel the Daqiao portal and you can just get away free with a free CC immunity here. That's why every time you see Wendy, Xuan ganking over towards the Mulan, he just swipes his sword, heavy form, and then blinks away. So it wastes a lot of time coming from Nova Esports trying to capitalize OG's KIC on that Mulan.
I mean, that's why you tune in to our socials. That's why you take a look at the professionals. And in order to do so, you should follow us on all the different channels, all the different platforms, and then you get to learn. I mean, maybe we don't promise that you'll become a Dao Dao or a CY, but hey, you get close to it.
You get the first bits of them behind the scenes here. Usually when we say, oh, Xuan looks a bit shy, yeah, he's actually pretty shy. But you get to see him drop some bomb quotes sometimes on social media as well. So definitely, if you are interested in some of the players behind the scenes, you're interested in those strategic things or learn from the pros, do drop HOK or Honor of Kings Esports a follow.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so now the biggest question is, we know this pattern with the good teams, the great teams, which is if you give them a lead, they will exponentially grow. So this could be a trio here that is good news for OG fans. But we all know this is Nova. We're talking about past champions of MKL, number 2 seeding of MKL 4. They have to come back, right?
And then based on historical itself, I remember back in S3, it was also this OG lineup pushing Nova to the match point first. So for these two teams, it's never over until we see the final Game 5 Crystal explodes. Not implying that it will go to Game 5, but this one, it will be very close until the end.
This is why this is so exciting, because we have absolutely no idea. The potential of both realities, where OG takes a 2-0 or Nova smashing OG to come back 1-1, is a fact. It can happen.
Or potentially we might get our first reverse sweep of this KIC2025, right? All these are up and available options here.
Chill.
Hey, I'm saying that.
Your bias is showing.
You know, we're not biased towards the Major West, but hey, your bias is showing.
Yeah.
I'm getting ganked by 2 KMW casters here, guys.
What you guys don't see on broadcast is when he, when the cameras go off, he quickly pins on a Malaysian flag onto his.
Patriotic. You can't blame me. I'm patriotic here. But let's head on to game number 2 here between Nova Esports on towards the blue side and OG Esports towards the red side.
Right. The Nova fans are waving the flags here. They're putting in the hopes. They're putting in the prayers for the Nova team. They come back into the series. Xuan is looking very serious. He's locked in.
I don't know, man, because they wove for the flag in the game number 1. I mean, and look what happened. So maybe just stop waving the flag. It might be a bit of a bad omen.
Or wave the OG flag.
Woo! Switch sides after game number 1.
Oh, come on. OG. They banned out the Guan Yu. That was supposed to be Xuan's trump card coming in, man.
It was meant to be. I mean,
it's meant to be.
I've just caught eyes of BTR Neil in the audience. He's here to watch and witness greatness here as well for his match later. He's looking for some kind of influence, and you should also be here if you live in Manila.
Yep, come over to Makati Shooting Gallery Studios here. Join the carnival, join the event here, and join the crowd in this epic showdown between these two great teams here. But coming into the draft itself, Dolia and Luna ban away from Nova Esports here. OG putting a lot of focus against Strand in towards that clash lane here. Burning the Byron, banning the Dharma, and also Guan Yu here, limiting the approach here. But this does open Nova to pick up the Muchi, Arlie, and OG to pick up that long for themselves.
And you know what? Nova can also pick up the Mai. For
That's
Wendy.
true.
And Wendy's Mai is a thing of beauty. It's the most destructive Mai I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah. It has you saying, my oh my. When you see those players come through, you're just like, oh, that is a phenomenal player. But now we're going to see OG Muchin switch to the Beast rather than the Da Chao.
Feels like if he picks up the Zhangfei and Ao in here, it's like a very staple 1-2 pick. Or potentially they can go for the DRNG as well to formulate that lane counter against their Arlie here. All these are up and available options here, but they put the focus onto his Dao with this Pei here. So this Pei, there's a few counters here that CY actually plays. The Musashi, for example, the Allgram, for example. Then we might see a pretty strong jungle head-to-head in this exact draft.
Welcome to the jungle.
Welcome to the jungle.
Allgren against the Pei, Tigress against the Soul Guide. This one's going to be interesting because it is a 50-50 matchup here. The tank against the Burst. What else is going to come into the hands of Nova? The Diadem.
This is a Nova special.
Oh my goodness. Is this not a win for Nova?
I mean, to be honest though, like OG could now ban out the Mai Shiranui, right? Like now that they've given over the Diadem here, yes, they need that little bit more sustainability into the team fights, but An is looking to lock in that Lady Gen, which is a good counter to this Orgrin, especially situated around these team fights.
And to add on to that point as well, with that Diadem, you need to hard link your teammates to get the heal. So if they stick together, those ice balls are gonna just bounce next to you.
All right, so let's talk bans here. What's going in your minds now, boys?
Nova potentially banning out the DRNG and also the Chano to secure Muchi a smooth laning. And for the side of OG, limit Wendy's pool.
Oh yeah, you have to cut down the Wendy pool. And it feels like Wendy's Gun and Mo, I would think that that's the correct decision, right? If you have to choose your difficult, I would rather you choose a Mai, because she has to get close. Gun and Mo just shoots you from afar, you can't really catch her.
And there's also a very good combination with the Diadem, right? Whereby Diadem, Spell 2 locks you in, and then the freshly forged are just and then landing on tourism face here. So banning that away makes a lot of sense here. And we talk about the Wendy pool here. So 2 mid bans slam towards Wendy's face.
Yeah, OG read my mind. I was like, if they're banning out the gun and Mo, they have to ban out the Nua. Like, this pick is huge. Annihilation could put a lot of pressure onto the side of OG Esports, but the party here he's going to be doing bits, right?
Yes, he's going to be able to hold his own, especially against the Nova lineup. Yes, they have the heals, they have the lockdown, but it's only for a while because it's a Diarrhea, right? He should be able to tank it up against the RD as well. So that's what KIC is trying to achieve. But I like this for the side of Xuan. Xuan's buy-in is also something that needs to be really looked after. The ultimate coming in gets serious. That slam as well. It's going to be a thing of absolute destruction. And boy, you're breaking my heart now. This is one of Wendy's best heroes. The Kongming comes in.
The Kongming comes in to fit in the firepower that Nova Esports needs towards the mid to late game. And this is a Futsu farm lane hovered and locked in for OG. Marksman defaulted to Dao in towards that jungle with the pay, and you have the double side lane being drafted for OG. This is such a different draft coming into KIC.
We have to give props over to Coach Shishwai, right? Like in game number 1, he really composed that draft. This time around, game number 2, the Futsu,
it's a thing of beauty. Yeah, it's a thing of beauty because late game you're able to tank. Now, and you know what's the worst part? Let's glaze OG for a bit. Look, the early game you have Dao.
Yeah.
Now let's flip over to the other side. Nova here. They have the early game in Ogren, but they also have the late game, mid game actually, not even late game, mid game potential the Kongming.
For me, at the very least, the early game means a lot for both teams. Whereby, in terms of early game, we see the jungle head-to-head with CY's Ogren and also Dao's Pei. That's the first thing. However, if it pan over to the bottom side of the map where the farm laners reside, that's the problematic part coming in for both teams. If the Futsu gets to scale towards the mid-game, get those 3 to 4 items here, that's going to be a big problem that potentially Nova Esports is unable to solve. But if the Futsu fails in lane, that's a big risk for OG to take.
It's all on Muchi, man. It's all on Muchi and Waypit. This duo has to make it work for the side of Nova. If Nova does not do this, OG will go up 2 games. This means it's series point. Nova, the dream needs to stay alive. You need to make it into the knockouts.
They do need to make it into the knockouts, but I mean, can they outsmite 2 smites? Last game we saw CY manage to get a lot of those closures into those neutral objectives, but now we have Muchin and Dao on the smite machines.
We are about to get into game 2 between Nova Esports, again, OG Esports here. A lot is on the line here with Nova Esports. If they lose this, they will fall victim to 0-2 series point for OG, losing the potential of being the second MKL team to qualify to that knockout stage. But OG, if they do win, they put a stop to the Nova counter, known as Nova. But with this, let's get into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the action's been so good, I forgot this was qualifying into the knockouts, you know?
I know.
It's literally just like, I'm so focused in on this series. I'm like, yeah, sure, the knockouts is an extra thing, but we have a bit of a Spriteling costume update as well. So brand new Cat Spriteling Punk Rock Mystery box is waiting for you to be drawn. And I mean, I was a big fan of punk rock when I was a teenager, still am now. It's not a phase, man.
Yeah, well, hang on. Potential first blood here. Xuan is falling a little too low for my comfort. Nova, not the kind of start you want to see. But for now, Wendy, here comes the cavalry. He needs to try and make the save. KIC knows what's at risk here. Will make that beeline to the back. Meanwhile, Wen, I think he's made that rotation. They want to try and force out the advantage here, but so far it's even Stevens for both sides.
Oh, absolutely. Even Stevens need to be made here between these 2 teams, because we was quoted about it like last game, right? Talking about how like 1,000 goal lead is such a big, sufficient lead for just a team like these 2 in this caliber. Whereas a goal lead for 1,000 for some other teams may not be it, but now they have to make every little move count.
Yes, they really have to, right? The differences, every minute detail matters at the highest level, at the highest tier, because you know the teams will literally just walk out with a sliver of health.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You are looking to get to claim these kills, right? Obviously over the wall, it's going to be Dao just putting pressure onto Wendy, because Wendy's just trying to chunk away this Zhangfei.
Yep, he definitely needs to do so. Now, CY going to be using that portal for now. They're waiting for that 2-minute mark, hopefully, right, to get the second space, right? Not going to be available, of course, and CY does not have time to wait. He needs to make the moves now.
Yeah, I mean, Arn's going to have a bit of a difficult time, obviously, at the early part of the game, right? Once he starts to build something like the Sparkforge Dagger, when he has a little bit of that zap from the passive of that item, then we can kind of see that it's maybe a little bit like faster in terms of the wave clear, but at the moment, it's going to be scary.
Okay, they get the pull.
Oh no! Muchin, when you want to take down a Zhang Fei, it wants to be pre-level 4.
Okay, so game 1, they got Wave Pit, and then OG won the game. Now Nova, they got Mushin. Can they win this game?
It could be the sign of the times, right? Then they're rotating down to the bot side of the map, maybe just trying to steal away this Spike Tail Beast away from Arm, because again, it's going to be a fight for resources.
Yeah, definitely is going to be a big fight here. They need to make sure that happens. And you can see, Arm knows what to do here. He's trying to freeze the lane against Muji. And Muji, he cannot be bothered to try and contest this freeze because there's no way. And this is playing into the hands of OG right now. Nova, I like the growth. And you know what? Wendy has not been disturbed this game. I'm waiting for Wendy to make an explosive headline in this game.
But that's the problem though. When Wendy gets disturbed, that's when the win gets taken from Nova. He has to be the unshaken force of Nova Esports.
Yep, definitely. And once Wendy hits that power spike, that financial lead he's looking for, or that financial mark he's looking for. Oh no!
Oh, wrong push there, buddy. CY. Stampede locks him in place. Takedown here for Keke onto CY. Now we take a bit of a fight into the mid lane. Look to clear off that minion wave as it's getting to a crucial moment in time. Around about that 33 seconds until the Tyrant's online.
Yep. Okay, so timing-wise, CY does make it out. He will not have his buff stolen, but he does not have any buffs as well. So with that being said, this 4-minute mark is looking a little bit tiring. Hang on!
Oh no, we saw that Schwan tried to go in onto Wen, but then obviously got that lockdown with the status, and there it is. Sage's Smite is going to keep Schwan in place.
OG strike back. It's 2 kills to 1, and what a time to do it as well. 4 minutes is right on the corner, and OG have a decisive position around the pit.
To be fair, Nova has a good fight around his pit as well. Right? Obviously, that minion wave pushed down to the bot side of the map also, but now Nova looking to just maybe just get the Crimson first, maybe just get all the shoes into the horse car, and then go for the big boys.
This has to be an OG one, right? Because, okay, he will try to make that steal in the meantime, buying time. OG, oh, they do get it with the big pushback from Mushin as well.
Yeah, the beautifully timed unbridled air burst meant that that smite would be uncontested here by the side of OG Esports, but it's a big resource to burn, right? But I mean, at the same time, with such a neutralized gold lead, that Tyrant means a lot.
You know for sure that Nova wanted to drag that Tyrant, right?
Yeah.
Because Shen was on his way to make the waves. If they had bought more time, they would have been able to put some decent damage on the T1 at the top side. But OG recognizes that. OG says, no, we will rush this Tyrant.
But I mean, at the same time, Muchi's just playing down to his bot side of the map. That T1 down to the bot side is really going to open up now. But I suppose a trade to the clash lane here for the side of OG Esports could be the case here. But CY with the help of Schwan looking to go in here, but doesn't able to mitigate that one. But it's going to be that trade down to the bot side.
Oh, they're going on to CY once again.
Trying to go on CY. It's going to be Keke just pushing him away. Are they going to try and really open up this T2 into the top side of the map? But Muchi has not been contested. He's looking very successful in his attempts, whereas OG, not quite.
Beautiful work by the side of Muchi. He understands the risk. He will not push it too far forward. But the T1 in the mid, Nova needs to protect this because there is a wave. But what OG are looking for, actually, is a straggler. Now, that is going to be the problem with so far. They will not be able to open up that opportunity. But Nova, I like that they're hanging on, right? This goal difference, once again, it does not exist.
Yeah, it's literally like nothing. It's chump change for these two teams right now. They try to go in to try and steal the Azure Golem, and it looks like they weren't successful there. Just putting pressure onto the side of OG Esports, making sure that Dao Dao knows he can be contested wherever he may be. Getting these Spike Tails onto the side of Nova.
Yeah, I want to point your attention to Wave Pit for this game for the moment. Wave Pit has a very important role. His Destined Encounter at Ultimate is going to be critical at this point because Nova does not have anti-heals available just yet. OG, when first item, Venomous Staff, he does have the anti-heal available.
Yeah, gotta be careful here from the side of Nova Esports, as it's just again calm before the storm moment, right? They're not going to go and try and take this Overlord fight because it could mean the spell of the end of the early game.
Yeah, this one, it might not be the most critical time, 6.5 minutes. There's not the Shadow version just yet, but any kill here is definitely going to aid in terms of getting map control because it's almost a guaranteed T1 in the mid. That's what both teams want right now.
Yeah, they're looking for it. I mean, Dao Dao here looking to start that Overlord, gets it as well, but Muchi, look at that big fat blue wave down to the bottom side of the map. That's definitely going to get that T2, I think. But now, into the mid lane, the Unbridled Air Burst does quite whip there. I mean, the Sage's Might's going to lock CY into place, but the loss of the T2, that's something you need to control.
It's actually a big win for the side of Nova. Look at Xuan, he's looking for an opportunity. He's now diving in.
He is waiting He's waiting in the wind. He goes back to his brush, but now they're looking like, okay, green light, go. We have the conductor souls being placed through. CY's just dancing around the enemies, waiting for the damage to be done. Into the back line. It's going to be the battle winning strategy here by the side of Nova Esports as they get the takedown and double kill onto Wendy. That's a 3-0 trade here.
Big win for the side of Nova.
Oh, make it
what
a 4, baby!
Oh, that is a great start for the side of Nova here. 7.5 minutes. They have found the timings and look for one more prize. That's going to be a Azure Golem, and that's going to be going into the hands of Wendy as well. The last person you want to give it if you're an OG fan.
Yeah, Wendy, the carry of Nova Esports into that mid lane, especially on a pick like Coming. But let's check that instant replay.
It's all down to strength, right? Take a look at the angling down here. Very nice setup from the side of Nova. They wanted to bait out the ultimate from Wen. At that point, Wen did not have the ultimate. Nice catch on the back lines from the side of strength, and during all of that confusion, it opened up the door for Wendy to just lay down the skills with no repercussions at all.
Yeah, exactly right there. Obviously, beautiful play there. 4-0 trade. Huge for the side of Nova, but there's knockup for the side of OG's Wen. Just putting a stop to Schwan with that big invade.
Okay, so 8.5 minutes. This is the last Tyrant before the Shadow Variants come out, and this is going to go comfortably into the hands of Nova here. Right now, the big question is, what are you going to do with this? Can you get another T2? Can it be in the mid, or do you want the one at the top?
I mean, either one they go for, right, is definitely going to put the pressure on the side of OG Esports, as we see here. A lot of pressure. A lot of people being resourced into this mid lane. As you can see, Wendy just trying to get the proc down from that hit. Trying to get the damage onto Wen, right? Like, CV flashes in, gets that Battlefield command, the winning strategy, and no one blocks it. It's going to be pain for Wen.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be. Look at the damage they're doing, right? And this pain is going to continue up until that 15-16 minute mark, because An is still only at level 11. He's far away from where he needs to be.
Yeah, the scary thing is just the unlimited scaling of the Diadea, right? Like, that's just going to keep getting worse and worse throughout this game. But now, Nova are literally taking everything on the buffet, right? Taking away the Azure Golem, giving it over to Wendy. They can do everything here.
Yeah, but then it's on a timer, right? Right now, if they can get the kills here, this will be great for the side of Nova. They have a T2 taken down in the mid. Things are looking great. And for Muji as well, one more big item on its way, Eternity Blade. Just missing that last component, which is the recipe here. And this will be Nova in perfect stride for the win.
Yeah, Nova Esports starting to cook here with those items, and they will be cooking some brains onto the side of OG Esports, right? Like, OG are now behind by around about 6k gold, which is going to be a scary moment when you get into this 10-minute moment of the side of Nova Esports going for that Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, so 10-minute mark, Nova, they know they have the financial advantage, they have the map advantage as well, and the power spikes. Look, this is the biggest goal gap we have ever seen between the two teams for today. 5,000, that sets them apart.
Yeah, some huge picks coming through from Nova Esports, right? So they have to perform on this game. And I said it in, obviously, their post-game of #1, right? As soon as you got rid of that Chow, it's going to make it harder for OG Esports to have that domination on the Gorge.
Yeah, but it's fight time. Okay, on, starts.
Yes, starts with the Sage's Might onto Wave Pit, just trying to lock him into place. But now Muji comes in from the wing here, as well as Schwan with a whole team knockup. Huge play, but gets taken down. Now, OG Esports looking to respond, but it's going to be CY, the raid boss on the Orgrin.
How? How do you do that? How do you catch 5 people and OG still makes the defense? That's crazy. Now, it is still 5,000 in advantage to the side of Nova, but Nova, they know this. It's fine. 4v5. It's not about a fight. It's about the towers. This is a game of bases.
It's all about the Benjamin as well, mate. Like, obviously, they're still 5k ahead in terms of that gold lead. But for now, OG can take a little bit of a breather, but at the same time, CY is like, no, I'm not going to let you, bro.
Yeah, this one, okay, it does go into the hands of Dada. Oh, huge moment.
Destiny counter being used here just to force away. OG Esports doing damage there, but Keke has been caught out. He was looking for a wait in the wing here, but Muji is not happy with that. Flash in with Wave Pit is going to be the potential lockdown here. The damage going through. Conductor of Souls gets activated there and takedown onto Keke.
Yep, CY, beautiful kill. This is going to open up the doors for the Shadow Overlord. There is no more Primal Born, and Nova are feeling powerful.
They are super duper powerful right now, just like they are named Supernova. Nova as they're going for this Shadow Overlord, looking to put a big assault onto the base of OG Esports.
Yes, but they have to do it now, right? Right here, right now, you need to take a T3, or else OG is going to start growing stronger.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be hard for him. But I mean, Dowdow's going to start to fall off as well at any point now, which is going to be scary for the side of OG Esports. They're really kind of playing the pay kind of like the marksman, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, on this crucifix, he will find success, but it will come much later into this game. So Nova, that's why we keep emphasizing they need to break the T3s right now, and this is why OG is desperately defending. They know with time they can come back.
Desperately defending, but they did it very well. But there we saw Wendy's next item there. Give it that Void Staff, so they're going to be careful here. All those tanks onto the side of OG Esports aren't going to be at the same kind of mercy anymore. I'm still waiting for Muchin to have a fantastic unbridled outburst here. He's just holding on to that ultimate. He's teasing me.
Yeah, I mean, he knows there is more value at one particular fight itself, and that fight is not happening right now. OG, they will have to sacrifice a T3 at the bottom. Not ideal for them because that is the opposite lane of the Overlord, which is something that Nova now will definitely prio.
Wendy's just getting freebies. He's just like, you know what? They can't get out of their base. I'm just going to get their Azure Gold. It's going to definitely benefit me with the cooldown reduction and the mana, because obviously he burns very much so through with that mana. But look at that gold difference here from Wendy and Wen.
As well as Muji and An. It's 2,500 in advantage to Muji. An is way behind. He needs a lot more time.
He needs a lot more time here as well. But this is when you draft the Futsu here, you really want to be playing from an advantage, right? Like, you don't want to be playing from behind.
I mean, okay, even if you are behind, the whole point is, for OG, it's about holding on, right? We'll hold on, we'll come back.
Yeah, hold on, we'll come back in the next game, because right now Nova Esports is looking very hard to beat in this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Now Nova, they have the winning strategy per se. This Shadow Tyrant is going to provide a lot of value, because there is, what, 6 minutes before that Tempest Dragon comes out. There's no way OG survive through that, right?
No, it'll take a miracle here for OG, but I mean, they are the Dream OG, right? So if they are going to keep the Dream alive, they're going to be doing it here. But CUI just using the path of passing here, just to kind of just put a little poke and prod onto the side of OG Esports, once again being used.
Yeah, CY, he's going to lead the charge against the side of OG at this point. The Supernova, the meteor is falling.
Ooh, now we do get the Destiny Academy pushed here. It's going to be able to force open that T3 to the top side of the map as well. Now the backline is going to be Schwan, but he doesn't catch anybody. He's just going to be enough to drive away Ketka, so they can get that T3 into the mid lane.
Okay, and look, they did not have to expend too much. In fact, they didn't have to expend anything at all. They still have the Splendor, they still have the Flashes, they still have the Frenzy on the hands of Muji as well. Everything in advantage to Nova.
Yeah, a lot of actives coming through here for Nova Esports, as well as OG. They need to keep these alive. As you can just see, their switch of the support icon come through as well. CUI just trying to dive out here, trying to drag out on the Futsu. They're just trying to stop the minion wave coming through into the base.
They feel once in game one. Can they do it this time for the side of Nova?
Nova is going to try again. The full front with here, the super minions right now, but it's looking to catch anybody. It's going to be away pit. Muchin, sorry, with the unbridled outburst, pushing them away. But can they capitalize on this? OG Esports, we see they're on with Keke going down as well. This is not it. Nova looking to take game number 2 from OG, but they're looking for a bit of defense. It's not going to be it. Nova, game number 2.
And they do it. This is the Supernova we're talking about. You never count them out. What a way to come back. And I mean, this is also another treat, because you get to see the specialties of Wendy, the Kongming. Definitely huge in the win for this game number 2.
But for me, though, like, if you think of the sentiment that's happening right now with Nova, you think of the expensive drafts that have been conducted with the game number 1 and game number 2, and that's only just for a victory in game number 2 here.
That's correct. As we pace into a game 5 or BO5 full series here, every single pick that you have drafted in game 1 and game 2 will start to haunt back you later on here. But Blam, your point on that Da Xiao pick, it seems to be a bit of a show point in game 1, whereby game 2 you no longer have that Da Xiao. It seems to me that even though OG got that early game, the entirety of those team fights was better escalated by the side of Nova.
I think Nova knew how to circumvent the risks that they were taking, right? And I like this factor about Nova, which is they're very clear about what's supposed to happen and what's not supposed to happen. They know the options OG have, and they just completely shut them down.
Yeah, shutdowns was basically the name of the game of that one, right? Obviously, as soon as they got that kind of mid-game dominance and the fact that OG didn't have access to their own jungle, that was pretty much, to me, a sign of the times.
And I think the early pick coming into this draft on the hands of Uchi was played to perfection as well. He was never in towards a range whereby he can be caught by either of the Clash laners, the fighters, the Futsu couldn't handle him, but he was supposed to be jumping on him, but due to the range that was generated by Muchi and also the peel generated by the Diadea on the hands of Waypit, he was having a fantastic game. And the primary playmaker that we talk about, man, that Yin on Xuan, man, multiple man knockups and the mid lane fight that really changed the pace for Nova Esports, he was the one who made it work.
Yeah, the T3 defense 5-man catch, holy my
so that was disgusting.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, the moment you see him in the air, and you were like, wait, he's not in position. And then you look at the left-hand side of the screen, wait, there is a flash.
Yeah.
And then, boom! 5-man catch. That was huge. But you know what? That was the greatest play, but he died.
But he died. And out of OG, there's no one who actually fought in that play here. So, big effect, but no commitment towards that. So, it was a great play, but there was just no follow-up.
Yeah. So, let's take a look at the itemization this time. Like, I think the biggest difference here has to come in the farm lane, right? Muchi, he did so well. Not only did he acquire 11,500 gold, the biggest difference he made was making sure that An was poor. That was a winning condition for the side of Nova.
And to talk about this winning condition for the side of Nova, which is Muchi, you gotta give props towards Waypit and also CY and Xuan, because these three members were always in those team fights, setting up the early game tempo here, whereby you start to see on towards the side lane, on towards the mid lane, in the jungle. It was always this trio looking to limit OG. Dao was getting so much pressure coming in by these three players.
Look at the damage. Like you didn't mention Wendy, so I'm gonna mention him
now.
Go. 131,000 worth of hero damage. That little nick in the mid lane to get that first kill, that was huge for the side of Nova.
Exactly right, whereby Wendy has always been this late game insurance for the side of Nova Esports. You know you can draft him carries towards the mid lane, which defies the meta that other KIC team plays, whereby mid should be utility. But no, in Nova's term, mid is a secondary or primary carry that they play with.
I mean, the whole team is just full of carries, no?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Xuan was carrying, Wendy was carrying, Waypit was carrying.
I think that's the beauty of these top-tier teams like OG, Nova, HBSC, and also the others, right? Whereby when you need someone to carry, it doesn't always come from a specific role. It comes from the person that you drafted specifically to take on that role itself. That's why in this direct head-to-head graph, we feature Wendy and also One. Two distinct playstyles whereby we have Wendy at the end of the carry mage and One at the end of the utility mage.
He's almost double the GPM. Take a look at that on the left hand side of the screen. 788 gold per minute for the side of Wendy, 475 for the side of Wen. And look, this one is not a difference of skill. This is literally just itemization difference because of the gold.
And playstyle, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say, and the playstyle, right? Because obviously you're going to need more gold on a comp Ming than you are going to need on a Lady Champ, right? Like, so there's going to be a clear disparity because that gold's going to go elsewhere. But the MVP is going to go elsewhere other than Wendy. It's going to go into CY.
Because I feel CY has been phenomenal on that All-Grand here. His damage calculation, his ability to walk in for those vision games has been, I gotta say, very consistent throughout the entire game. He only faltered once, but other than that, he was always on the forefront for the entirety for Nova.
Yeah, he did fall that one gang, but he took the attention of 4 OG members. And what did that entail? It meant Muchi got a T1, he got a T2, and suddenly OG were like, oh, you know what, where's our base?
Yeah, it was at that point for me where I was like, because Nova was successful at it, to me, it's like, you know what, Nova's definitely going to take this game number 2. Just these small signs to begin with, especially like this brawl into the mid lane.
It was a beautiful play executed by Xuan and followed up by Muchi, and Wendy coming in with the final few blows here. Just an encounter here does land towards Dao here, and the final prism landing over here. And KIC here not having any flash, decisive flash snare coming in from Waypit to allow Nova Esports to get this clean game for themselves.
Yeah, KIC could never find the engage they were looking for, right? You're expecting KIC to flash in, ultimate, get a solo pick off onto someone, but that was never the case for the side of KIC. You know, Nova's position was super clean in this game. They were always inviting him. You can come and jump into us, but you will be jumping into 5 different Nova members. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, you can come in, but I cannot guarantee you can escape afterwards here. So in this game number 2, superior execution in terms of team fight coming in for the side of Nova Esports. I gotta say, this is a heck of a series we have out on hand, boys.
It is, and I mean, I want to just go back to the point, right? Obviously, we will be showing obviously the up-to-date global ban pick very soon, but the fact is, Nova had to draft this at game number 2, a very expensive draft. Oh, not only in meta picks, but comfort picks. Just shows that Nova really is feeling the pressure of OG Esports.
That's great news, right? I mean, that's exactly what you want, because these are the two creme de la creme teams of their own, not just respective regions, but also in the global scene of HOK. So let's remind you of what the Bantam picks, or rather at this point picks, have been so far. Already expended by the side of Nova. This has been a big pick. I wonder if that's going to hurt them in the later parts of this game.
I feel like it definitely has to, right? Whereby there's still decent counters out there, such as the DRNJ China, for example. But Arlie has always been this player-specific pick that gives you a lot of momentum going into the game as the prime carry herself. Now, if you look towards the side of Nova, as Blam mentioned here, a lot of these comfort picks, a lot of these strong picks like the Ogren, Dolia, Arlie, Diadea, all removed from the pool. That gives the side of OG, if they go over to the blue side, that gives it a lot of options that Nova Esports isn't able to ban everything completely.
Exactly. And if we talk about the farm lane as well, look, both teams, they have not used very traditional farm lanes. It's the Fang, it's the Eren, you know? And I think, like okay, Food's farm lane, these are all, they're saving these picks because I feel like the farm lane pick will decide the future of both teams.
I have to agree with you, and especially if you look towards the side of OG, were their drops expensive? Not necessarily, but was it cheap, affordable? No, not as well, because you have the things like the Pei, the Floorborn tank to really lock down these jungle assassins, the Da Xiao, for example, that they played super well in getting that game 1 victory. All these are not up and available in the global ban pick format here, so I'm very interested. Does OG put priority over to the Dolia Long in this game number 3?
And do they even play the Yangjin combination? You know?
I think they have to.
Yeah, like I say, it hasn't surfaced today at all, right? Like, this is a completely different story from yesterday. The Yang combo not coming through, but the Dolia making heed and movements here. But speaking of heeds and herds, it's going to be the Guan Yu being banned out here for the side of OG.
Well, another one of signature that we talk about Xuan's pick here between Coco and Xue. So if you think in OG's term, they expanded the Fuzi, so that's one lesser clash lane in towards OG pool that they have to worry about here. And Nova, they know about the Dolia, about the priority coming in towards the series here. They need to take that ban.
Yep, they definitely need to ban that out. At the same time, you want to ban out the RD, because if you don't, then that gives on quite a bit of options.
I think they don't have to, because there's still so much counters up and available in terms of Nova's draft, whereby you can always default to the channel, you can always default towards the likes of the DRNJ. So maybe consider banning other things in terms of like the assassins or the jungle. Maybe that will make more sense.
Yeah, we know. It's the Dao Dao special. There's no way you give him the Luna, right?
But does he get the Ogren this time?
That's true. Oh, wait. It's a Dharma, it's a Dharma, it's a Dharma in the hands of Keke.
I feel like for the side of Nova, OG drafted this Dharma here, so Nova might return with a Lung of their own to really get that laning pressure in and to escape from the likes of Keke's Truth Mantra here. So it makes decent sense, and to top it off, they take a Vati here, so if anything happens and you get set towards the wall, you pop the ultimate, you get a free cleanse.
Yep, so this one, it's Xuan's turn to prove that he's the better Clash laner, the better Vati user as well. Let's take a look at what's next. The Yangjin being teased will be locked in. No need for a Dolia. Nova is a supernova.
They are, and I mean, it's definitely going to be the Yangjian into the jungle as well, right? Like, obviously, accessing to the backline. Maybe they're just kind of stipulating a potential backline heavy draft here by the side of OG Esports.
Love will never end.
See, I'm super curious where this is going to go. The Yuan probably going prio into the mid, prio into the roam, and then like you mentioned before, Sagi, the Lung, the Aoyan does come out.
Every time we see like a Lung and also a Yuan, you know for a fact that the fights will go pretty long for the side of the team that picks it. In this case, it's going to be OG. So Nova, they have a double dive composition in terms of the Yangjin, in terms of the Fatih here, but looking at lanes, I gotta say, laning phase goes over to Nova. Look at the Channel versus the Lung matchup. Look at the Fatih versus Dharma matchup.
Yeah, it's so difficult, right? So uncomfortable, which is great. Nova fans will love this particular setup.
Oh, absolutely. Of course they're going to love the setup, especially with Mr. MKL boy here over showing his bias.
I hear a bit of saltiness coming in from the KMW caster here, so I gotta stop you there. But all jokes aside here, when we move towards the second phase of the ban here, like what Blam mentioned here, the Ogren has been limited once again here. So when we go down the jungle pool here, Nova is specifically targeting Dao in terms of those heroes.
They need a bit more frontline, right? Obviously, Q1 can kind of be a bit of a pseudo frontline to begin with. Obviously, we've seen it already throughout the day. City Boy situating himself on Twisted Minds, always in the front. But I feel like it has to be more frontline here for the side of OG Esports.
Oh, I love this band, the Musashi. That would have been a great answer, right, to the side of Nova. And the OG could have also went for the Musashi Liu Bang combination. You can put the Yu-Huan in the mid as well.
Those are potential combos here. So judging from these three jungle bans here, what's still up and available for the side of OG? Because in my mind, I can't really think of a proper jungle that could really allow them to play even better here. Potentially they will have to default towards the things like the Monkey, like the Dun, for example.
I think that's fine, right? That's actually one of the good answers, which is the out tank and out sustain. The Monkey, I think, would be a great answer for the side of OG. But at the same time, you can kind of go a little bit crazy. Maybe get the Lam
or Jing, perhaps.
Yeah,
those
you know,
are still,
and just chase down Muji here.
I mean, we had Alarm yesterday, and I don't feel good about this. You know? Like, I don't want this one to come through. I mean, it didn't go too well for the side of I believe it was it RRQ or Gigendra? Oh, we were told in the talent room, we might not be seeing the Dune from OG Esports Dada, but hey.
I feel like today has been a lot of lying, right? Yeah.
It's here.
Production told us, Mulan won't be coming out, Dun won't be coming out, and look what we exactly have. But you know why? Because of the global ban pick here, it's not about whether you want it or not. It's because you're forced into a situation where you have to bring the best of the best picks that fits the draft itself. And OG, finalizing the mid lane one with a Gan MO to top it off. And for Nova, more engaged with the backline access.
Alright, I really like this response because, you know, with the gun and Mo, it potentially puts you in a situation where it's a 4v5 right from the get-go, right? If you get the freshly forged couple blades combination down onto any members, specifically Wendy and Muji, they're deleted. And 4v5s don't really work in the favor of Nova. Yes, you have the ultimate sustain, but if, let's say, Muji is taken out of the fight, Wendy's taken out of the fight, you don't have the CC and damage that you need.
Yeah, I mean, if they get obviously strapped onto both Arn and Wen in these fights, that is Nova Esports. If they take those two members down, that damage is not going to come from anywhere else, and that's when you can kind of force OG out of the team fights, and then they've got to wait until those death timers are up, right?
And with Nova's double fighter draft with Muji as their primary carry, the pressure will be elevated, especially when we talk about double fighters. You have the Fatih, you have the Yang Jian here, so those will be the core early to mid-game picks that will allow Muji to farm safely towards that mid-game. However, for OG Esports, however, they have a multiple carry lineup. You have the Gan Mo, you have the Long, so that's a lot of backline access to really target down this channel on the opposing team.
But it's a very expensive draft, right? That's something that you have to really take note of on the side of OG Esports. Yes, it's a good draft, but it comes from mid to the later parts of the game. Nova, though, I'm looking at two different members. I'm looking at Waypit as well as Wendy, because they will be the ones to set up the fights for the side of Nova, CY as well as Swan. So, you know what? This one, once again, to me, 50-50. Whoever takes this, you know they will deserve it because it's so hard to get the prior setup.
It boils down.
Interesting, though, that the Lian Po went for the smite.
And with that, we will go into Game 3, where we will decide who goes into series point first between OG Esports towards the blue side and Nova Esports towards the red side.
Alright, let's see how this one goes. And yes, Blam, you did point it out. Waypit did take up this smite. You know why? Because roam smite is a thing.
It is, roam smite is a thing, but I mean, you are the sacrifice of that teleport, but what you aren't sacrificing is if you log into the game now, you get your free token for that new Salong skin. So if you do want to fancy drawing it, maybe you are lucky enough to get it on that free token. I mean, I wasn't, but hey, there you go.
Okay, so we are talking about steadiness. Dao here is the big brother. He's OG's reliable big brother during the game when it's not in their favor. He will always say, it's okay, I got this. And this is to boost the morale of his teammates. With confidence like that, maybe OG can finally break that curse and defeat and topple Nova
Esports.
I mean, there's no other big brother pick than Doin, right? Like, that is somebody that's going to be your sort of support into the front line, just basically going to be the anchor into the enemy team, just soaking up all that damage. But we can imagine here that Wendy is going to be building, obviously, the likes of the Venomous Staff first, right?
I would think so. I mean, yeah, he is a utility mage, right? And it's kind of funny because you're kind of picturing Dao Dao on the side of, like, when he uses the Unruly Blade. Brother, I'm coming!
Yeah. I've got you, little brothers! Let's get this team fight and sort this Nova Esports out for game number 2!
Family.
Yeah, he's, yeah, exactly, yeah. we get the reference, But back on to game number 3 here between OG and Nova Esports. Like you were saying, like, this is, once again, just a fight for Wendy, a fight for Wei Pit into the back line, just to create the access maybe here for Xuan.
This is just a seesaw ride, right,
Yeah.
for both teams. It really will start to bounce around. Gold lead once again. It's negligible at this point. 200, 100 gold. Here comes the jump in. Oh, hang on,
On, big call out here. He does have the flashes. They're going to use the Infinite Bastards instead. He was waiting for that key moment, but still could get pounced on here, right? But we are seeing a bit of a rotation here from Muchen as well as Wen. But Wen's like, you know what? You can forget it. He's got his boys.
Okay, so right now, level 4 already expended the Infinite Vases on the Alien on An itself, which means he actually is still in a good space for the 4-minute fight.
Yeah, still in a very good space for the 4-minute fight here. Muchen taking a little bit of damage as well from Muchen. But now is going to be able to get scot-free, but at the same time, you can kind of see here Wendy trying to make a gun for Wen, but takes the flash away here as well. So they know it's going to be a little bit more easier to catch Wen very soon, but that damage already from the couple blades onto CY could make him cry.
Yeah, but when he needs to be very careful of his position, right? The flash being used at this particular time, it's a 4-minute Tyrant fight. It's not going to be in favor for the side of OG Wen.
Exactly. I mean, he's got the guard her grave, right? Like, but that's only going to push him so far away, especially when you got like superhero picks like Xuan, right, on this party. He's going to be able to flash in and just absolutely obliterate Wen.
And CY as well, right? Superhero landing, like, yeah, he just did it. And you know what? One of the most dangerous things is Wendy does have his flash. So that second skill catch is going to be very critical against OG.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for the crucial time to do it, right? Obviously, maybe even around this neutral objective point that's coming up in around about 10 seconds time now. But gold lead ever so slightly going to the favor of OG Esports for now. Tip of that into the top side of the map here. Keke and Xuan aren't going to be here already for that team fight into the bot side of the map potentially.
And the slices do come through.
Oh,
nice catch though.
Wind slashed onto the back line of Nova Esports, but they are looking to try and get that pull. Down goes down. That's trouble in the city of OG.
Yeah, and they funnel it into Muchi. Perfect start for the side of Nova Esports. They're looking to put some pressure onto this Crimson Golem as well. Nobody is making a sense. The smite will be committed by CY. They don't really care because Wei Pit's smite will be coming off cooldown soon.
Yeah, Nova Esports listening to Don't Stop Me Now because they are clearly just in the driver's seat. They take the Crimson Golem away from the side of OG. Look to take the Tyrant too. And Wei Pit's just like, hey, Blam, I don't need flash, bro.
When? Oh, that was a little too close for comfort. Now, Nova, they still get it. This time, Wei Pit responsible for the success of Nova's take on the Tyrant.
Yeah, I could feel it twitch in my body when I saw those couple blades come through. Not going to specify where. But Keke here with Xuan and Wendy going for a 2v1 invite here. But now they're looking just to push this top side of the map, put pressure on here. Down, the big brother is back in the gorge.
Yeah, but Nova is awake. How do you not know that Nova are in the groove right now?
OG needs to give it some melatonin, right? They need to just slip some melatonin over to Nova Esports just to put them a little drowsy, right? Like, hey, don't make the best plays. We want to try and get game number 2 for ourselves.
And just to make let you know, melatonin is a natural resource your body will create. So we'll see how that goes now. For the side, Nova has a decent lead, close to 1,000 at this point.
Yes, it definitely was in favor in OG Esports moments ago, but they are going to go for the split push trade of the T1s in top side and bot side of the map, which we saw exactly the same play last game. But obviously Nova was a little bit more successful with that one, right? They have the intel on that Crimson Golem. I feel like this is playing very poetically here, but now Xuan has to flash out, dash out.
Yep, that was a beautiful first skill usage on the side of Xuan, right? Making sure he was actually safe from the ultimate and the second skill of Wen itself. CY, I think he's fine right here, right? And right now, Nova, they might want to open the doors up because they have double Crimson buffs. One in CY, one on Muji.
OG, man, just like, why are you allowing Muji just to take T2s, bro? Like, they have the Spirit Wolves. He doesn't need the
CY
to come through. CY into the back line, really putting pressure onto Arn here. He doesn't have Flash. He doesn't have the Infinite Bastards. But can they get the kill? Muchin gets a takedown onto CY, but is that crucial kill onto Muchin gonna mean more?
I mean, Nova, I think they don't care, really.
Yes.
They took a T2.
Exactly.
Sure, you give the life for CY, he might have lost the buffs, but they will be protected. Nova is a team.
Nova is a team, and Waypit maybe get taken down here as well. It's giving those couple blades. Feeding those kills over to Wen is going to make this Ganamo stronger.
Okay, I'm still going to say Nova are fine, right? They have not lost the buffs. So Nova, as long as they protect this, it should be okay. Dao looking for an entrance into the Nova jungle, but straight away, CY is back.
Yeah, it's like CY is like, yep, Dao, say goodbye, because I'm going to take my Azure Golem for myself. But now on, he's looking to basically pay back that push down to the bottom side of the map here, taking that T1. But it's just a bit of a rinse and repeat, though, here for Nova Esports, getting that successful T2.
Consolation prize at most, right? Because if you take a look at Muchi, he already has his first core item. In fact, two of them, the Shadow Reaper as well as the Eternity Blade. Critical damage imminent coming in from this farm lane.
And CY was like, you know what? I'm not done with Crimson Golems. I want some more. And he gets that takedown there onto the side of Nova Esports. But on looking under a bit of fire here, but the Infinite Bastards get pulled out. We have the superhero fly in from CY, but Muchin once again looking for a little bit of that tip for that. There's some kind of bad blood between those two players.
I don't know. It felt like a replay, right?
Yeah, I know.
The only difference was you know, Muchin did not have the flash this time, and he did not want to commit. And at this point, Nova, with everything going across the map, this is definitely still in Nova's favor here. 1,000 finally in lead for the gold.
Hey, it was just an alternate timeline. We just completely blanked it out, right? But now, obviously, with this mini wave top side of the map here, Muchi just been able to just have free roam and free space to just push these turrets. Like, he's playing macro very well, and it's really creating the pressure here on the side of OG Esports.
Yep, the Nova that is super at this point. No answers from the side of OG. Dao is looking for an opening, but there's nothing on the side of Nova that he can take. And look, the T2 once again freely taken by Nova.
Yes, and Waypit made himself clear, right? Like, he was hiding in the brush that had vision, and he was like, guys, if you really want to go contest this takedown of the T2, I'm waiting in this brush. But now we see the God mode of Yang Jiang come through as well, but into the back line is going to be Muchi as well as Dao. They're looking to try and get some push onto Wendy, but it might never be enough. Keke has been separated by a wall, and so has Dao been separated from his family.
It was a bait. It was a huge bait for the side of Nova Esports, and look, the rewards are plentiful for them. They're going to have access into the Azure Golem. Will it be stolen? No, it is. It's going to be secured by CY here, and the day goes worse for OG.
Yeah, two T2s missing in those side lanes is scary, but Keke is playing too aggressive here, right? There's no follow-up in terms of the damage close by. At least Arn was able to then take away that Crimson Golem away from Nova that's been stolen twice in a row.
Well, what a day to be a MKL Nova fan, right? This is the kind of performance you want out of a champion or past champion of MKL. But Nova, the story is not done just yet, OG. The dream is still alive here. They need to do a little bit more work.
Yeah, I'd ask Sagi, but I don't want to hear his voice. But anyway, we were going to the 10-minute mark here with these objectives and a Shadow Overlord. But now that's a big engage here. But Dao soaking up that damage. But there's just too much coming through. And Muchin, Dao go down.
1,000 goal lead is not enough. Triple that. It's going to be 3,000 in advantage for the side of Nova. And the timing is none other than perfect because it's 10 minutes in. The Shadow Tyrant now goes into the hands of Nova.
It does, and they're looking to take this T1 into the mid lane as well. Really trying to put pressure onto this base and open up the crystal off the side of OG Esports. And Nova is looking pretty scary. Keke maybe getting caught out with a 4v1 dive here as well. Nobody to give him any kind of aid. He's not going to make this one out alive. He falls as well.
Isolated from the rest of OG, and he will be taken out. And Nova now, this is the supernova we wanted in the MKL finals. They did not appear, but here they are in KIC 2025.
Better late than never, right? Better late than never when you are about to qualify for the knockout stage of this tournament. But still, there is at least another game here for them to kind of try and make a win here, but they are looking very decisive into the back line. CY onto Wen, looking to do a lot of damage, but now Dao has to escape using the Unruly Blade.
They have to defend now, right? OG, if they don't do anything here, they're gonna lose all their team threes at the same time.
It's a big frontal attack right there. Is huge die, and there we go. Wen get another kill, but is it gonna be enough here for the side of OG Esports? It's gonna be the Enlightened Mantra onto the side of KK, just pushing away. CY, but Waypit knows his job. He is the battering ram of Nova Esports.
Yeah, Xuan as well. Look at the damage, the structural damage. One more will do it. OG, they're looking for an opening, but they can't find it.
No, they can't find a way into it, but they got to wipe out the winning wave with those come on blades, but they don't need it. They got Chano here. Muchi is just, once again, just uncontested.
Look, Nova making me do math. They double that amount as well. It's 6,000 in advantage to the side of Nova. 3, from 1 to 3 to 6, maybe to 9. We don't know. But Nova, you know they are in control.
I'm sorry, I dissociated for a moment there. There's too many numbers and my dyscalculus came through. I was just like, yeah, you say what you want to say, brother. Say your piece. But at the same time, Nova is saying their piece with this take of the Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, OG completely silenced here as Nova, they extend the lead. It is 7,000 and a Baron base to back it up. OG, what kind of defense are they going to make here?
They've got to make some kind of offense, right? It's got to be one heck of a defense, but Waypit's going to just kind of like, hey, let me just burst ram your stuff. Let me just get a little bit more gold over to the side of my team. Like, they don't need it, but you can't have it either.
Okay, Dao, he does make his hands on that Eye of the Phoenix. Let's see if that's going to help him with the recovery. He needs the tank for the team.
He does need the tank for the team. The God mode has been procced here by the side of CY. He is online. He's taller than the Crystal. I mean, believe it or not, that's a big guy. But into the back line is going to be Waypit. Just putting on that Tremor Smash. It doesn't hit onto Muchin, but into the back line. Keke tries to go for a bit of saving grace, but they know they have to clear out this minion, or it's going to be Crystal of game number 3 going over to Nova, but the minion gets taken out.
They just delayed the inevitable. CY looking for an opening, and they get the rampage.
Muchin comes in, doing that damage we've been waiting for, but Wen gets a little bit of a piece.
It's over.
Prize, but Nova with game 3 Crystal.
Holy Nova. Do you not feel the prowess, the power that is from MKL? They are wanting to head into the knockouts. They know that APG have qualified. They want their turn as well.
Take your badge off, Saki. Take your badge off. Quick. The camera's going back on. Wait.
Saki, no. Okay, I'm back. The badge is off, But anyways, I do feel like in that game itself, if we were to look from a competitive standpoint, in every game's early game, OG always comes out on top in getting those early kills, early ganks, and making the lead 1 to 2,000. But when it comes down to those big team fights, that's where Nova Esports will out-team fight or make the big catch on towards OG to make that goal lead expand in their favor.
Yeah, and you know the biggest thing in the early parts of the game? Nova is not even fighting, they're just poised to fight. And as OG, you're left with a decision to make. Do we try and poise back? And while they're making that decision, alright, we don't know whether they're going to engage. Muchi is already taking your turrets. The T2s were taken for free in this game. There was no response from OG, not because they didn't want to, but because they had to protect themselves for a potential team fight. It's a 4v5. You could win that if you're OG.
That's correct, whereby I do think this goes back to the draft itself of how much pressure that's being generated by the Yang Jian and also Lian Po. And the Lian Po went for Smite as well. And with the Smite, it allows the mid lane Wendy to go for that knowledge and pick up the roamer mid lane strategy here, which funnel all the single resources into the pockets of the Yang Jian, where this pick on towards CY was so darn tanky and so much of a nuisance that gives room all over to Muji on that channel to scale towards what? 3 items for 10 minutes? That's insane.
Yeah, it's really quick, right? And one of the biggest things that you'll notice is the fact that CY, he never left a gap in terms of, like, once the Hellhole drops, some junglers will say, okay, I'm gonna play mind games with you. No, he made it clear, I'm going straight in.
Okay. Yep, Dao on that Dune there, not quite having the performance he needed, right? You can see here, yes, he was trying to soak the damage, obviously, throughout the entire of the game, but there's just too much coming through. Even with, like you were saying there, Kin, that when Muchi was away from the team fights, there was still enough to take out Dao, but as soon as he was into the team fights, sayonara.
Yeah, because
Wendy's inside. Look, he may not be the richest, 6,800 gold, but that's the beauty of the pick.
The rover.
She doesn't need to be that expensive.
Yeah.
Get a couple of nice items, the venomous staff as your prio item, and then, you know, even with the outnumbering in fights, there's so much control. Wave Pit, Tremor Smash, you have the second skill from Wendy, and then, it's just burst galore.
I think the most difficult part, especially for OG's side, is that every time Dao Dao was to go in with the ultimate, Wendy would just pull him and say, hey, you're coming in. Okay, come in more. And then he just gets like dislocated with his teammates, which isolates him into a easy kill pickup coming in from Nova.
Yeah, you can come, but you cannot leave.
Exactly right. But speaking of leaving, we're going to see and leave that one to go to the gold grab here as well. It's not the prettiest, right? I mean, the past two games, gold grabs have been a little bit more kind of like nicer towards OG Esports, but this one has been clear domination. I mean, yeah, to the right about the 4-minute mark, obviously it was kind of like backwards and forwards. I mean, you have to get a magnifying glass to see that back and from. But then after that point, it's just a downward hill.
Yeah, there was a downward spiral, and we'll take a look at the comparison, right? The farm lanes, Muchi, this game, he really shone like a star, maybe like a diamond instead.
The laning is just so difficult coming in from An on that long, whereby into his early game, I believe towards the bottom side, he was forced at level 4 to pop the infinite vastness, and after that, he couldn't really pick up farm, and Muchi was just untouched the entire game. And I need to point out one thing as well. Later on towards the highlights, there was 2 big fights that Muchi always reacted to KIC on the Dharma, and it made all the difference in those fights.
Right, we'll take a look at that, but before that we have to take a look at the MVP as well, right? Look, An, I think you have to give some props to him as well. He did make some very smart choices. That infinite vastness usage, it did not burn the flash. He was ready for that 4-minute fight, but unfortunately, that fight did not happen. It was the absolute reverse, and it's all thanks to this man, the jungler on the side of Nova, Mr. CY, this Yangjin, goodness.
Without Dodolia, and with the funnel strategy that's being comprised from the side of Nova Esports, he takes the MVP here. Look at him, he's smiling so happily with the double Vs here. That's 2 victories in his pockets.
Yeah, that's him just showing signs to VB over HomeBois Esports. You know, he's just like, hey, VB, I'm your biggest fan. But no, there we go. It's going to be back-to-back MVPs here with CY with 417 KDA, doing a lot of the damage, but also just doing the job of taking the damage on the chin here for the side of the team.
Okay, so we'll look for the highlights that you're pointing out here.
Yeah, this is the one. So check out Gucci's position here. He's baiting for KIC here, and immediately when KIC comes in with the spell on flash, he flashes away. KIC misses everything in this fight, and he can just limp away, and there's no more setup here for the side of OG. And this is just so difficult when KIC isn't able to find those angles, especially on towards the big member known as Chano.
And this is a very cost-appropriate catch from the side of Nova, right? Wendy just needs to use the skill 2. It's something that refreshes every few seconds. And then with the jump shot, jump shot from the side of Muchi as well, there's a lot of burst damage available from the side of Nova. And this is without even taking into consideration Xuan coming in.
And this is another one that we talk about. Look at KIC's position here, coming in just at the tip, the soaring signal, hitting him, making him break the combo chain. I'm pretty impressed by this, by the way, because when you pick a mobile marksman like the channel and you can react like this, you know he's locked in.
Yeah. I mean, that's the only line in his head, right? When the moment he jumped in, he got pushed back and he's like, yeah, I messed up. And it's not even his fault. This was just, you know, Muchi being himself. This is baseline Muchi. Oh my goodness. These guys are so good.
Oh, very good. Very well played there by Nova Esports. I mean, that just like killed me to say. I think I died a little bit inside there. But anyway, we'll get on to the next game. There is still plenty to be had here. I mean, OG could maybe take this one, or we're going to see that 3-1 fashion here by Nova Esports. But you have to give props to obviously where props is due for OG taking that first win. But it seems to not be stopping Nova. They're not tilting. They're just continue putting their heads down and making the work.
And this is something we have noticed, right? With the OG of old, which is the mental strength. Do they have it now? Because right now it's looking pretty clear. It's looking like it's a repeat of the past. And Nova, when you give them a lead, a gap, they will take it.
Well, to figure out whether OG actually comes back from the mental pressure that's being generated by the side of Nova Esports, we will definitely need to give them a break to recompose themselves, to get a drink, to rest up their fingers. And we will also go to the break and catch you later for game number 4.
cause it's heaven sent, but I fake it. I'll be keeping it, keeping it, keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all, they could not alter our rise as we come for the prize. We'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them alive. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. I am ready to go higher, oh, higher, oh. Let's go, 'cause if we stay here we'll get tied up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher, oh, higher, oh. I can't believe it. Tell me, did I hear that right? They wanna make me the fool guy. They wanna make me the fool guy. But we'll make them see it. Oh, we're gonna bring them alive. And we'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. I am ready to go higher, oh, higher, oh. Let's go, 'cause if we stay here we'll get tied up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher, oh, higher, oh. Every time it's irrelevant, I turn daylight into medicine. I'ma stay alive, 'cause it's heaven sent, but I fake it. I'll be keeping it, keeping it, keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all, they could not alter our rise as we come for the prize. We'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them alive. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. I am ready to go higher, oh, higher, oh. Let's go, 'cause if we stay here we'll get tied up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher, oh, higher, oh.
Hello, welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025, where we are halfway through OG Esports versus Nova Esports in the upper bracket of Group D, Group of Death. My name is Sagi, your host and analyst for today, and with me is Blam and Kindofu.
How's it going, everybody? We're getting into game number 4 very soon between these two Titans. And I mean, we obviously was given the title Clash of the Titans, and to be honest, it's been nothing less of a Clash of the Titans.
Yes, it is. And we asked for more, but I feel like it's going to end at game number 4. We'll take a look at the past picture. These are the heroes that are no longer available for both teams. Arlie will be banned by Nova. There's no way you give on the Arlie.
Exactly. You don't give on Ali here on this pick next round, but it's getting harder and harder to find out what you can be banning and prior banning into that first phase of the draft, right? But I can imagine that Dolia is still going to be sat there now. But I mean, the fact that Yang Jian's off the table here for the side of Nova, maybe, and the Lung here, maybe they don't look to prioritize the Dolia.
For the side of Nova, yeah, potentially, yeah. They could potentially go for the other picks like the Maestro Nui for Wendy, Dharma for Xuan, or even Guan Yu per se will be a big contention between Ke and also Xuan.
I feel like they will open up the Luna for Dao Dao, but then, you know, Nova is going to take a page out of OG's book and just pick up the Flowborn tank and the Da Chao combination to really just cancel out that potential.
That could be the case here, but to find out, we will go into Game 4 of the draft here with OG selecting the red side as the reactive side, and for Nova Esports, they go towards the blue side here. So in terms of those up and available strong picks for Nova, there is still the likes of the Guan Yu to really allow them to pick up a strong first pick, and the others are banned for the side of OG in terms of that global ban pick.
Okay, so Nova, they take out the Dolia, right? They don't want to allow that competition. No more potential of the Yangchen, but it's still something possible for the side of OG. OG, once again, no way we're giving Xuan a good time. There is no Guan Yu for you.
Especially when they're losing as well, right? You're like, you know what? Would that be a sign of giving up? You're like, yeah, take the Guan Yu. Just get 3-1. You know?
And of course, okay, Nova don't want that trifle with Destiny here, so they will not allow the Luna pick from the side of OG's Dao Dao.
Now the question is, because we're at Game 4, not a lot of priorities towards that first pick here. I'm still scratching my head to think about a first pick potential coming in from Nova that could really elevate their draft going into this Game 4.
Oh, the Zhongfei Wei Pit, you know, that's going to be one of the things that you could go for. I know Sir Cloud's going to be happy with himself right now. He loves it when Wei Pit comes in with that Zhongfei.
Exactly. Shout out to Sir Cloud there. I mean, he also loves the Zhongfei, so we'll take a look at it. And so far, the performances of all the Zhongfei leading up to day number 4, they have been spectacular. And Wei Pit is no slouch either. But here comes the counter. OG looking at the idea for the first pick, and the Arlie is open for the taking.
I feel like the Arlie will definitely come out with the OG pick here, unless they have a different priority on the second pick. Nova potentially will counteract with a DRNG of their own to solidify that Arlie counter towards the bottom side here. Options are still up and available here, but if they do take the Arlie here, that opens up Nova to simultaneously pick up the Dharma and also the Maestro Nui. That is pretty deadly against the Arlie.
Or even that's bound to come true.
Maybe the Jing, exactly, yeah. They need something that's going to catch out the Arlie, right? Like, that's what they're looking for here onto the side of Nova Esports. But they are looking for more here. Obviously, the D-Ranger is just the natural sort of companion down to that bot side of the map with this. And obviously, it's a good matchup against the Arlie as well, right?
In the name of the law,
so
I will
what do we go for here? Do we want to lock in the jungle first? Do you think the jungle should be prior here?
Well, that's your answer here. They are amping up the tempo here with DRNG Agudo here. So this is a very strong snowball-heavy lineup that's being drafted by Nova Esports. I can imagine later on you will have another fighter on the hands of Xuan to really play around this double marksman. So for OG, do they lock in the Haino here?
Whoa!
That's aggressive.
Potential Musashi. They need to up the pace here. I think OG has a pacing issue in the past 2 games. And I feel like they have identified this as the problem. They want to make it fast as well.
They always have the early game here, so if they can break open the early game and punish Nova for dropping those kills, that could potentially lead to a Game 5 for the OG boys.
But when this Agudo, one of the fastest junglers in the game.
Yeah, like I say, when I saw that came through, that's why I made the noise. I was like, oh, you know, like, it's a fast jungle. It's going to be a fast early game, a lot of pressure onto OG, which has already been like a common theme so far within this series. But we're looking at KIC, and we're looking at Wen's pick in the next banning phase, pickup phase, right? So are we looking at maybe going for the likes of the Byron here for KIC, or will we get that Liu Bang?
Liu Bang is immediately banned out, right?
Oh, there you go. See you later.
Nova. That was a great combination available for the Musashi as well. Now OG, they understand the risk you were talking about, Sagi. They will take out the Mai themselves as well.
It's a smart ban overall for the side of OG here, because everything leads to one thing. Protect on this Arlie, allowing this Arlie to play that mid-game smoothly with 3 items. You can decimate that mid-game when you are in charge. But both picks that mentioned by Bland has been locked away here. They do not want KIC to be even near those strong picks, especially the Byron Liu Bang.
They need more protection. You know, one of the ways is offense is the best defense. And here we go, the box, the Boardmaster, Yixing in the hands of Wen. Let's see if this is going to be the solution, because we need answers from OG. And Nova wants to provide more difficult questions as well.
Yeah, the Yixing is going to be good here for the side of OG Esports, but now, ooh, the potential of the Suya coming through here that could give over the sanctification to one of those beautiful members of the side of Nova Esports.
And you know what? It also kind of pseudo shuts down the Musashi. Difficult one to play. And okay, if there's not enough shield to run through, hey, you know what? Why not we take another life wave to run through?
Yeah, we have like triple marksman here for the side of Nova Esports here. So that's like all the carries going to Clash, jungle, and farm lane here. And OG banking the carry pick here on towards Kuka with that Charlotte final lock-in here. If we were to look at OG's draft though, does Dao go for the tank Musashi lineup? Because he doesn't have, for the side OG, they don't have a tank.
Yes, right? I mean, if you're gonna double down and go for like the full damage build, okay, I get that, but...
It's risky.
Yeah, it's super risky, especially if it's your last game here. Unless, you know what? They are confident that they can make it work. I am the normally greedy one, so I would go for damage build, but hey, that's just me.
Damage build and execute, right? Not right, kid?
Come on, of course.
Forget smite, I just want to get the last hits on people. Forget objectives, it's mark kills.
We fight our way to victory.
Yeah. But no, we have game number 4's draft all onto the gorge here, and honestly, I'm scared at Nova's draft here, to be honest. I mean, they already know how to split push and have shown that they can split push, and just seeing that Xuan is on this Umbrosa is going to really be able to just go into the back line here, use that inbuilt Sage's Sanctuary that she has just to kind of put a lot of pressure onto Wen and On.
I mean, at this point, just farm. Just go to the mid lane, take that farm. Go to the clash lane, take that farm. Take the TP, go to the farm lane, take that farm. And maybe you stand a chance against Nova.
For OG's draft, it's very... How would I say it? It's very risk heavy, but the rewards are plenty here. If they make one mistake towards an early game, the entire game plan goes kaboom here. So, early tempo once again for OG. If they can make it big, they can travel far in towards the series here. And for Nova Esports, as long as they scale safely, win out the lanes, take the neutral resources here, push it to an 8 to 10 minute game, the game is really in their hands.
Oh, let's see, man. Do we get our second NKL knockout specialist into the game? Or does OG make the first KMW team available in the knockouts?
Only time will tell, right? And that's what this game 4 is really going to make here, because it is match point for Nova Esports, but it means more here for OG to try and get this to a 2-2. Because if that's the case, they might be able to sort of get rid of that blemish of that 4-0 defeat that they had at KWC.
Well, let's see. OG Esports, the team that has a dream, but right now that dream is going to be put to sleep because Nova lead the series 2-1, and this is a very scary draft.
It's a scary draft, it's a risky draft, but OG, they dream and they will want to deliver because the dreams are in the hands of Nova Esports. As we kick off game number 4, Nova Esports in the lead with match point on their hand.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting into game number 4 here between OG Esports and Nova Esports. The battle of the esports organizations right now, and Nova looking to have that match point.
Yeah, right off the bat, Moonchen spots out the 2 members, Mookie as well as Waypit here, and it's not looking too good. He needs to provide space for An right now. It should be a winning lane for the side of OG. 5 years.
I think the OG just needs to make sure that they keep Moochie in check, right? Like, they don't want to make sure that he's, like, trading these T1s like we've seen for the past 2 games, and then he just gets to go uncontested into the T2 territory, because, lads, 2 games in a row is not working.
Yeah. I think they need to be really crisp in their decision-making, right? If you want to take a fight, take it. If you're not going to, then just go and defend your towers.
Yeah, exactly. They just need to do that, right? Let's see, KK was able to save that one, get the last hit onto that little creep there, keeping that resources over to the side of OG Esports.
Yeah, right now it's Clash lane. Look, the lane freezing is so monumental, and no, Kaka under danger at the top side at the same time. Bottom has action as well. OG and Nova, they have to wrestle over this one.
They do. I mean, there's a lot at stake, right? Obviously, it's either you are going through qualifying, or you're going down to the lower bracket for the side of OG Esports, or the thing for Nova is you gotta go another game.
And the biggest thing is, out of the game.
Yeah.
What does this do to your confidence? If you lose this, it is going to be a heartbreaker. But for now, the base is looking like it's under trouble for the side of Kirker, but the dive comes in, OG.
Now we're getting 3v2 dive here. They're taking liberties to get placed down onto Waypit and Mucci, but they're trying to get through, but it didn't quite work.
They know.
Oh, okay. Go-to mobilization has been used as well as the flash, but Heartlink is going to save Luchin.
Smart flash from the side of Mushin there. He was right smack in the middle of 4 different members on the side of Nova. Right now, here comes the aggression coming in from the side of OG. Not going to find it much success though. CY does manage to secure that part of the jungle.
Very aggressive. Mucci gets hit by the bit of farewell, but there's no follow-up. Obviously, the Paracel for the side of OG on gets him sent back into safety, but Mucci still uncontested.
Yeah, Parasola. Gonna see you later. And for now, OG, they're hanging on. They have a very, very slight lead. Once again, I feel like it's negligible, but we'll see. Nova, they're holding on because nobody wants to make that first mistake. It's so painful now.
Exactly. But obviously, looking at this, obviously 1-to-1 in the jungle here, very much neck and neck is going to be Dao and CY with how fast they are farming up. But it is going to be the giant script that's going to be built here finally for the side of Dao and CY. So maybe, just maybe, we are going to get that the tank comp here.
Oh, they don't get it. Waypit just wasted his unbridled outburst. Very uncanny of him.
Yeah, you can't spell wasted with that way, and that is going to be a wasted unbridled outburst here, but there's the board. It doesn't catch onto anybody, but it's going to be access to the backline here. But worst blood going over to Dao here, onto Wendy. We were saying that the Suya is a good counter to the Masashi, but hello, delivery.
Yep, OG, they turn up the heat. This is exactly what they need right now. Nova, they had a great start, but OG responded in kind. It is now 1,000 gold ahead for the side of OG.
Taking those balls away with the taking liberties as well is definitely going to funnel a little bit more gold over to the side of OG, getting themselves into a good position. 15 seconds on the board here until those neutral objectives come online.
Okay, so Kirker did make that steal. He now has that EXP advantage. It might not be the biggest difference at this point, but being at level 7 versus being at level 6 could prove to be the difference. But it's down to the wire between these two teams right now, Nova and OG. OG gets started on the Tyrant.
They're going on the Tyrant here, but it is going to be OG that claims this one. We have seen Opa into the audience as well. He's come to learn a thing or two on the big screen because his eyes are hurting.
Yep, he's definitely looking for some value there, right? Maybe he needs to buy some specs before next club. But at this point, OG, good start, but Nova, they're looking for an opening. All we need from the side of Nova is a big ultimate landing from the side of Waypit.
Oh yeah, just a huge unbridled layer burst that isn't wasted. It's going to actually turn the tail for the side of Nova Esports, who are currently in the game-winning position here. So, can they afford to lose this one? Yes, as long as they play a game number 5 very well.
That's true, but I don't think as an MKO fan you want that to happen, right? If it has to happen, it has to happen now. Game 4, Nova should take this. OG, they're fighting for their lives.
Look at the top side of the map. Mucci is having free reign of the T1, and even with CY, they're going to approach through for the T2 as well, and nobody's going around to stop them. This is going to be a quick takedown by the side of Nova Esports. You know what? I'm going off the broadcast desk. I've seen this before.
Chill out. They are going for more. This is why they don't defend. They want to get their lives. But OG, that seems to be the wrong choice here. There is going to be a wraparound. Hang on, when it's falling low, though.
It is falling low. Mucci is maybe getting caught out here. He's going to get taken down. Goes over to R, but into the back line is going to get trying to go for the 1v1 onto Shuwan. But there it is. The unended. Tries to fake the stampede. Gets out alive, but it's going to be CY zapping away.
It's a great escape from OG. Can they find a value? Oh, hang on.
The board catches Wendy and Waypit. Is that going to be enough for KK to get the kill here on? But it's going to be the Universal War. But no! On from the back line. Gets a takedown onto Wendy. Looking for some more. Waypit taking a lot of damage, but gets out alive.
They have made a statement. OG will not give up. And right now, they're fighting for the scraps, but it is still a 1,000 goal lead going into the favor of OG. They hold on to the dream.
They hold on, but I don't like looking at that bot side of the map. Like, that's something that we should have learned from now. But yes, they were able to obviously get a few kills here into the direct consequences of obviously focusing down the bot side of the map. But I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm scared.
All
All right, we understand that fear. I mean, it's part of the process right now. But Nova, they're trying to put that pressure on the T1 in the mid. Right now, OG, this has to be a big fight, right?
It has to be. The catch to the way pit into that board there, but now we do see the Schwans trying to get onto the back line there, doing a lot of damage onto Wen. They're clearly showing that Wen is a little bit of a nuisance here for the side of Nova Esports.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at the performance by CY on this Agudo has been phenomenal so far. Right?
Oh, yeah.
The ultimates have been big. They have been able to stop OG in their tracks. If that ultimate did not land onto the members of OG, that would have been a big team fight for the side of OG to take advantage of.
I mean, to be honest, I don't think there's a match where I've seen CY play Agudo and I've not been impressed. So I think naturally it's a good pick here for him. He plays it very well, but the access to the backline, the duel to the death is going to be committed here onto Wendy once again. The Imperiled State has been worn up, but Moochie's now joining the pale as well. The box catches absolutely Moochie there, no Schwan, so he doesn't get access into the backline, meaning that casualties on the side of OG Esports are going to get limited.
Yep, it was a defense mechanism in that sense, right? When actually doing well for the team here, but the T1 also under pressure. The mid wave has been taken out from the side of OG. Nova now wants to put pressure on the T1 here. Can they do it?
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, Wendy with this pick is so good. Because obviously the wave clear from Suya as well is just so brutal. The fact that they have obviously CY with the critters as well to place that down, they can do a lot of damage onto these T1, T2s. But top side of the map, Chuan has to respond.
Now does have his ultimate. They want to go in.
Ooh, was OG. I know it's going to be Butcher that gets claim onto that one. It's going to be attacked onto the backline. CY goes down, looking for that one singular kill because the Tyrant's on the board now.
So out for 20 seconds for CY, but Waypit does have the smite. Does he want to try and contest for this take in the 8-minute mark? OG will probably start working onto this Tyrant, and of course that will be the game plan here. It looks like Nova says, no risk. We don't want any part of this.
I think if Waypit had the Unbridled Outburst, then maybe so. They would try and contest this, but the T2 down to the bot side has now been neutralized on the side of OG. They get that takedown, but it's going to be Wendy with the wave clearing that one out.
All right, are you now more comfortable? They have taken a T2 on the bottom
I'm still
side.
dissociating. I'm still dissociating from the from depression.
All right, 4,000. This time in game number 4. 4,000 gold ahead for OG. They are the ones in control. And if they make the right calls here, it could be Nova and OG heading into game number 5. Next one will make a big difference here.
Yeah, I mean, when you got a Clash of the Titans, you want nothing less, right? I mean, you can't say this is a Clash of the Titans and then one of them loses 3-0. It's just not within the realm of possibilities, and it's a bad name for the title. But we will discuss that later. 4 kills onto the board for the side of OG Esports, and they have the gold lead. This is OG's game to lose.
Yep. When he just needs a nice board, right? That's the game plan. Once you have a nice board, you combo that with the Destined Encounter as well. And all Dao Dao needs to do after that whole chaotic situation is to find that one target.
Looking around here, maybe try and contest this Crimson Golem once again for the side of OG Esports. Nova running this one down pretty low. It's going to be the Unbridled Outburst, catches onto 2, but can they follow it up? No, the board completely mitigates that offensive attack here, but it is going to be the Imperiled State onto Schwan, but he goes into the backline. They get the kill. 1-0, 2-0. Give me some more, baby. 3-1 trade for OG Esports.
Yep, at the price of this is well worth it. The T1 now under pressure from the side of OG. All they have to do, oh, what a nice illuminating / blocking the potential that is Nova. And this is the story of game number 4.
Yep, it's no longer the story of Balamori. This is the story of OG Esports. The Dream OG coming back in this one as they've just taken 2 defeats back to back. We questioned their mental, but now I feel like we have the answer.
Right, this is a potential comeback, but we don't count our chickens before they hatch. Nova, as always, can come back. They have done it before. They've done it twice already in this best of 5 series. Nova, you just need to wait for that timing.
And speaking of waiting for the timing, we will just get that instant replay just to see that Unbridled Outburst completely mitigated by that board. What a beautiful play there by Wen.
Yeah, this is what you need to do on the Yixing, right? So Wen doing so well to not just capture them all into one particular spot, but this damage turn around, goodness, the Destined Encounter.
Yeah.
Not only did Dao Dao do his job by getting the damage in and the Imperiled State, the heals coming in changed the whole fight. Muchen, of course, with the usage of his ultimate, that really changed the game.
Yeah, they got heals, they're multiplying, and currently at the moment, Nova Esports is losing control of this game number 4. But there is a universal law, just using that phase check, they do get the Crimson Goal and away from the side of Nova Esports.
Okay, that's a great steal for the side of OG. So Dao, this is going to be valuable damage off it for the side of this team. But Nova, they also have a lot of setup. CY with the Gauss mobilization, dropping down the furball, that's going to be huge. He has, captured quite a few of the OG members, and this is even without considering the ultimate by way pit. By the way, he has it.
He does have the ultimate. The Unbridled Burst is in the stock and barrel of the side of Nova Esports, which could be a big spell of disaster, but Wen just needs to catch it out once again.
Yeah, and look, Wendy, I think she's the game changer here for the side of Nova. The divine punishment, that knockout is going to be the most painful punishment laid over to the side of OG. OG, they have to do this right. They have to pass this test that is Nova. If they don't, they're gonna get spanked here.
Oh, yeah. We don't want that, do we? We don't want that. We're not back at school, thank you very much. Don't give me the ruler, please, sir. But now we are going in here to the T2, into the mid lane here. It's going to be really all down to Arn. Obviously, Arn was the first def onto the side of OG Esports, and he's showing that he is the driving force of the damage. But Dao, like the big brother he is, he's just going in to be the spearhead.
Yeah, and this is his mega star performance here on the RD. He does have the Crimson buff on his hands as well. Now OG, they have taken down the Shadow Overlord. This is going to give you the biggest split push available. Right now, they're going to be looking for that singular target, Xuan, under pressure for his life. But that comes with the vision, and it looks like Nova, they are here to back his teammates up. So OG will not contest for that.
Yeah, I think the one way that Nova can get back into this one, or at least kind of put the pressure on, is definitely that opened up T2 down to the bottom side of the map. But we are going to be seeing that Shadow Vanguard being placed at the top side here as well, which is going to be on the opposite side where they need to push. So I feel like this is a good decision from OG.
Yeah, and a good decision from the OB as well. I mean, that angle, that shook my lane. I was like, oh, I'm getting cleared here.
Yeah, like, whoa, like 3D, like take me now, clear me the wave.
Right, and now clearing it is. It's cleanup time. OG now on the cusp of breaking into the base of Nova Esports.
Only a matter of time, but I feel like Nova is definitely not going to take this one lying down, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the planning, execution. Dao makes sure that he gets a little bit of damage over to the side of CY first, just to tenderize it, right? You want to set things up.
And the chicken, like chicken edible, right? Like they are melting this.
Oh, nice.
Now, but the gorge mobilization does catch on to Wen. He's got to be careful. It's going to be the invincible from that passive, not yet quite procced. But there's not really much damage being done. Obviously, over onto Wave Hit, he's storing that Unbridled Outburst.
But this defense, perfect from the side of Nova. There's nothing they can do. OG!
Oh, he's looking for it. He's looking for the takedown onto Wendy. He gets it, but is Dao going to fall? He is! They're looking for more. On is going to be the difference maker. CY down, Xuan down. On is an army of one as they get a 4 team ace for OG Esports. Minions running through the mid. We are getting game number 5.
There is no time to waste. OG come back and they come back strong. Dream OG as we head into game number 5.
Woo! Sagi, take the Italian flag off. I can see it.
Wait. I take it off first. Cameras don't pan at me. But definitely the Clash of Titans. You will want a game number 5. And OG, they drafted heavily and they were paid in many dividends here. Because we were talking about it. If they falter in that early game, things could go south immediately for them. But it was the superior execution. Dao, An, they played it super well. And also, that keyboard for 1 made it so darn well for that OG to make this comfortable lead to go into game 5.
Okay, whatever you say, I think An is the one superstar in game number 4. There's no way to say anything about it. At the same time, look, the heals coming in from this Diadea pick for Mushen. So good. He is one of the best roams in the game, and like the value he provided. But Dao, the unsung hero, this guy, I mean, I would not play the way he does because I'm a risky person already in game, but he took so many risks with that Musashi pick.
Yeah, just to take it Wendy as well. Like he was always on Wendy. Like that duel to the death had to be on Wendy.
Exactly, and the final one was also when we saw like, okay, Nova Esports pulling off a magnificent defense, but who engaged that fight? It was DaoDao finding the miracle flank towards the red side of Nova Esports jungle, and everything else, kaboom! Nova got it. I mean, no, OG got it.
Hey, biasness is showing. Biasness is showing.
Wait. Put it down. Put it down. He's deadly with it. The bias. It's too much. It's far too much.
Yeah, okay, we're just kidding around, but take a look at the itemization here.
Yeah.
This one by DaoDao, you are asking, does he need to go tank? He actually went for a tank hybrid here, right? With the active Torment, with the Frostguard Embrace, Blood Reach as well. And yes, Giant Script definitely necessary, because if DaoDao did not survive, OG does not survive.
I mean, I feel like there's a bit of a correlation between Muchen not dying and OG winning.
Correct. It was 0-0-14 in game number 1, and now it's 0-0-12 in game number 4 here. So, for me, DaoDao is the front man in making all these big engages, on being this consistent factor with a long one. But Muchen, the unsung heroes here, all those heals pumping out to save one, to save DaoDao, he was always around the gorge.
Oh yeah. And at the same time, you can have the perfect scenario, but if you take a look at the damage dealt, when on the two of them over 70,000 each. And that's a huge amount of value, because they were able to melt down the important members on the side of Nova Esports.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to go over to the team fight rate of obviously Muchen, right? Like this, I think like these two numbers would not exist without this. Like he was always just shepherding these three, making sure there was kind of having enough sustain into those team fights. Because I mean, towards the end, you saw there, like DaoDao made that sacrificial play for Wendy, died for it, but he could have died much quicker.
Yeah, for sure. And if you take a look at this is like a replay of game number 3, right? For the side of Nova's goal chart. And this one, very convincing win for the side of OG. But there were a couple of little skirmishes that were very scary if you are an OG fan.
It was very down to the thinness of the margins here. One moment, DaoDao could have been taken out, and things would go into the favor of Nova, but it's the clutch factor that we talk about when we go into a Game 5 setting here. It was OG pulling all the stops and making those miracle plays that claw them into this Game 5. Now, the problem is, I mean, a potential problem actually, does Nova's heavy drop in Game 1 and Game 2 start to bite them back in Game 5?
I don't know. You tell me, Mr. MKL.
Is the Gao coming through?
That would be fun.
It would be fun. It would be actually really fun. But no, let's look at the head-to-head here between Schwan and Kuka. It seems to be a little bit of a matchup we see a lot more frequently than we would probably like to see. We'd like to see the spotlight on other members of OG and Nova Esports, but they were a bit of a driving force, right? Obviously, Kuka didn't die a single time. He was able to get the access into the backline as well, really giving over the assists to his team, and then just kind of always giving that vision over.
Okay, so this is a setup where I think Xuan, he wanted to have a completely different game plan. He wanted to make the push happen. But of course, it's not possible, because the one person who is going to make the change, and he did make the difference, is our MVP, none other than the jungler of OG, DaoDao, the knife that cuts through everyone.
It has to be him, because every single play that we've seen so far, from start to finish, has been escalated by DaoDao himself. And we were talking about, like, hey, OG, you drafted a very scary team composition. If you lose hard. But if you win super duper hard. And who led the charge? It was OG DaoDao himself on that Musashi.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the highlights down here. A couple of very nice boards on the side of OG. It served quite a few purposes, right? So number one, it actually gathered the members of Nova into one spot. That's great, that's the whole intention. But it also provides them a safety net if things go south.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest, I have to give it over to Wen as well, right? Like the fact that he was using the board as just a chance to mitigate any kind of control that Nova could have really prospected here with Wave Pit and Unbridled Outburst.
And Muchen, my boy, look at that Destined Encounter. It was scary. If there were no Destined Encounters coming in, they would have lost that fight.
And this fight as well, you see the final hit on towards Wen here is also Muchen pumping in the heals, making sure that his mid lane is up and available. And in the end, OG with a superior skirmishing plan and early game prowess, they take game 4 into their pocket, and now we are going to game 5.
They tamed the beast, right? The beast of all people. You made Wave Pit sit down, and like, this is the only possible conclusion and situation we will ever find ourselves, because I believe both teams have grown from the past international events, and we are now at the best, biggest international event for HOK, and that is KIC 2025. So quality needs to be there.
Yeah, I mean, OG now need to pull off what Nova did in game number 2 and game number 3. They need to win back-to-back, as you can see here with this global ban pick. Like, no Arlies are now coming through anymore. We potentially still have the Charlotte onto the side of Nova Esports, but still the Lung can come through for them as well. So there is still big, expensive picks they can go for on the side of Nova.
I think for Nova, the side laners still have a lot of options in terms of the Lung that you mentioned, the Demon Jet has been expended, but if you look towards Clashing, that's where a lot of these picks are still up and available. You have the Guan Yu, you have all these different like Clashing like the Dharma. So for the side at least, for Nova, side lane is guaranteed, but jungle is a problem here because the pool is getting diminished as we go into game 5.
So if you are on the side of Nova, would you prefer a Guan Yu on Xuan or would you prefer a Dharma?
Either one works, I suppose, because as of this point, if you are a true Nova fan, Xuan always says this: if it's game 5, pick me the Guan Yu here. But based on the historical pick and bans here out of 4 games, OG's like, nah, we know you like the Guan Yu. It's going on to the ban until the full game 5 here.
Or do you think the fact that it's completely shifted their focus and be like, you know, we'll lock in the Maestro Inouye in this game? Because obviously the last game it wasn't banned till the second phase, and the second game that they won was pretty much down to Wendy carrying that game.
Or we just ban every single jungle hero. Because Dao Dao and CY are the main carries here.
Only got 4 games.
Yeah.
Only got 4 bans. 4 bans.
Only got 4 bans, 2 on each side here. I do believe that if OG comes into this draft, they potentially have to take away the lone ban as the first one, because to start off Nova's draft as well, you don't want Muchi to have a good early game.
Oh, you what? They are potentially opening up the Guan Yu for the side of Nova here.
Or potentially could pick up the Guan Yu himself as the first pick here. So these are still the available options for the side of OG, because banning Dharma, picking Guan Yu here. And I gotta say, I don't really see an angle where Nova picks up the Charlotte. It's not a known strength pick.
Okay, I would like to see if that's going to be the case. There has been a lot of lying today from the players. I mean, I have been lied to. But we'll see. Mine not going to be available for Wendy.
I feel like it's a Guan Yu first pick here, coming in from Coco.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Or, obviously, do they give over the Dolia?
Organ ban. You have to ban the Organ, right?
Dolia is still up and available, though. At the very least, Organ, you can still match up with the pay.
There's a Guan Yu.
That's a Guan Yu. It has to be removed.
Yeah.
Because if this thing comes out, you don't have a strong enough Clash lane that has influence to counteract OG in this. At the very least, if Yin comes out, let me think of the poll here. He can potentially still go for the Fuzi.
Yeah.
Fuzi or Charlotte. Either one.
That's true. At the same time, for OG, they don't mind the Dolia pick because it's already been picked for the side of Nova, right? So it will not be stolen.
Only time could answer as of this point here, because going to game 5, the coaches and players' strengths will start to be tested here. Your hero pool, your drafting knowledge, every single pick that comes into this moment will result into the game 5 result that we talk about.
Dongwang's mind roam.
Waypian's gonna have a big question mark.
Alright, jokes aside, the Charlotte comes in on the side of Xuan. This was a phenomenal performance from Kirker's Charlotte in the last game. It looks like Xuan will be looking to one-up that performance.
Yeah, he was probably taking a masterclass from Kirker. He's like, yeah, I saw what you did there. I'm going to try myself. I never know how to play Charlotte.
Oh,
are they trying to? Are they just predicting the Organ here?
Or the Yangjian.
Both could be a good counter for the side of Scorchet here. So as long as it's a solo frontline composition, that so far we see towards the side of OG, they really favor this solo lineup here. And against a one-tank army, Scorchet is a pretty good pick into it.
Bro, this is like Dao Dao special, man. This is a Dao Dao flavored hero, Organ. He has found so much success with this on the side of OG. Let's see, does the Wendy Angela make the difference here for the side of Nova?
I mean, I'm pretty sure I've seen him play the Angela before. I'm pretty sure it was in KWC where he played it, and it was actually a very good pick, and he carried hard on it. But it looks like we're going to get the D-Ranger here for the side of OG Esports. Obviously, not quite picking up this hero just yet. Going to be great if he does get caught out by that 2-1 combo by the side of Angela. But
no.
Okay.
This is a very scary pick. Look, now I feel like Nova's going to have a huge swing in advantage. The whole E being picked up here. This is a multi-control setup from the side of Nova Esports. And, you know, the one hero that makes a lot of sense to me, because you have a lot of damage available now, is a huge tank. And what's the biggest tank we've seen today? It's a Nerza.
Yeah, Nerza, you make a good point. And if you are OG in towards the second phase of the draft, I believe you will be looking to ban out things like the pay, things like the Musashi. Those two things probably have to go away for Dao Dao to reach their maximum potential in that early game.
Yeah, and Siwei has not played the pay, right?
No, not yet.
Not yet played the play, but I mean, now we're getting out to the second ban phase, right? So they have to ban this here, right? Or did they decide to go, you know what? Dao Dao had the pay, but now we're like, okay. Okay.
So a bit of an issue on towards the stage here, but we will be looking for a potential remake later on. But I think everything, scrap that first. In Game 5, I think the Ogren makes a lot of sense for Dao Dao.
Yeah.
And for the side of Nova, I'm still very curious on the Angela pick because it's pretty confident to pick it up 1-2.
Well, I mean, if you show the first 3 picks and you have mega tanks available, then there is a very high chance that, hey, you know what, this is going to be the core composition. We're going to try and rely on the tankiness of our draft to win the game. Scorchet, Angela is definitely a great answer. And very few people will ban out Angela anyway.
Hey, I don't like this. There's too much bias on those cosplayers. They're all
over.
And yes, they had a picture of Muchin, but it's like, no, even it out, please.
Let me turn around and see.
You're manifesting something I don't want.
That's true. There's 0 cosplayers on towards the OG side.
I
Definitely
know.
have to move some of them over there to give some support over to the side of OG Esports here. But okay, if we were to look at the marksman pool, it's already assigned towards the Hou Yi and also the Diren Jie. And if you're Nova, if it's not the Hou Yi, you can still go for the likes of the Ao Yin because it's still up and available throughout the entire BO5 series here. But the problem is, if you do this, I think CY's pool is going to get such a big hit that you might see a Wukong come out.
You know what? I think the biggest thing here is the consideration from the coaches. In their mind, does this last game of the series go long, or is it going to be finished within 15 minutes? Because the draft can look entirely different, especially for the farm lane, if this is a Tempest game or not.
Exactly. Tempest could be...
I would put a soldier if it's going to be a Tempest game.
Imagine. But I mean, there's going to be an interesting... I mean, to be honest, they haven't played the Motsu yet onto the even side of both of these two teams.
That is true. That is true.
Oh no!
The other series has had a lot of Motsu priority, especially like the other teams playing the strong early game like Blacklist Internationals, Chaz. So in this series itself, I believe these two roamers, aside from like Po, Muchen, and also Weipit, it's very similar. The Lian Po, the Zhang Fei, and the double healer in terms of the Yu Huan and the Diadea, very similar thus far in this 5-game series here.
But control is the one thing that all the roamers here, especially Weipit and Muchen, the two of them absolutely love control supports. Now, one of the surprise picks that I think Muchen has found a lot of success with has been the Liang pick. But for Weipit, it was supposed to be the Zhang Fei. It did not work out. So now the ball is in the court of OG.
So for Nova, going to second phase, they definitely have to take the Liang ban, because if you don't take the Liang ban, it's going to be a problematic thing because all the counters, the Guan Yu, the Zhang Fei has been extended in towards the ban or because of the global ban pick.
Was there a roam pick? For the side of OG?
No. Mayin, Ogren, and Diren Jie. And for the side of Nova, it's Scorchet or Angela, the Hou Yi, and also the Charlotte,
yeah.
So no Romans pick yet.
Motsu has to come through, like either for OG or for Nova, because obviously the Cannon Blast stops the path of passing onto the Orgrin, but it also sets up the Orgrin as well.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But you know what? Liang and Princess Cross combination?
True.
Are we going to glaze over that?
But no, like, they can't have it on the side of Nova because they have Scorchet, Angela.
But we're going to a redraft here, so I don't know at which part are they going to re-change the draft.
I'm going to go and sit in the audience and put, like, go OG on my phone, you know? Like, there's too much glaze, you know? Like, you're manifesting something I don't want.
It's okay. I mean, hey, this is the price of competition. If they've made it here live, they deserve a prize.
Exactly the case. Especially when you're OG, you're Nova Esports. This is the fated reunion of that KWC, of the S3 run here. So, win or lose, the storyline is there.
Yep. I will battle you across the world. Very few people can say that and actually do it. But Nova and OG, they've met each other countless times over countless countries, countless experiences over the same goal.
Right, where's camera guy? Camera guy?
Show him the OG badge. He has it. He's whipping out his phone, showing the OG badge.
Camera, don't come on. I'm undressing. I got my OG jersey under here.
Okay. Well, I think you have to go down there. There's too much Nova fans in the squad.
Too much glaze, that's it.
Too much glaze.
I'm taking my heads off. I'm filing the complaint.
Can you guys hear the Nova chants across the headset? Because it's super loud here. The Filipino fans, the local fans are like giving full support over this series here. But you can see the marshals talking to the coaching staff here to figure out the pick and ban issue that we have in our wave here. But don't worry, we will eventually go back into the draft of the Game 5 between OG and Nova to determine who out of these two teams makes it out of the group of death to that top 8 spot.
Yeah, and I think this is valuable rest time in a sense for both these teams. Right now, we truly get the perfect reset. Now everything falls back to ground zero. We're back to square one. Right. By now, your nerves should have calmed down. You're now in a clearer space and train of thought, and now you get to really perform your best. Hopefully, right?
Hopefully.
That is the case for both teams here.
I mean, we want like another Tempest Dragon game in Game 5, right? Whereby if you go into Game 5, I don't know who's gonna win. Like for them, it's up to them. But if you go into Game 5 scenario, 20-minute game, one epic team fight to end it all, that is definitely a good ending towards a finale of this kind of series here.
All right, so let's head right back into the ban pick phase here. Everything counts. It is a moment.
Right, let's see where they start off from here. I can imagine it's going to be stopping at the 3rd pick of Nova Esports. That's where I think the recount's going to make here.
Well, it's still the Dharma pick that's going to be picked up by the side of OG here, so this will be removed from the pool. So if we were going back to history here, it will be a Luna and also a Guan Yu that's being locked in for the side of Nova. And for OG, the next ban will be the Maestro Nui.
Okay, we'll see if that's going to be the case. I believe it's at this point where they will redraft.
Oh,
and
different.
It is going to be a redraft from this point on. So OG don't want to give that safe space for Muji. No Long, no Ao In.
No Long, no Ao In, but that does open the Maestro towards the hands of Wendy here. And for Nova Esports, a shift up of the different draft here. The Guan Yu is still available for Clickers taken in this pick number 1. He does in fact go for it. Wow, this is a strong pick in the hands of Coco here.
Do you reckon OG like confirmed for the remake? Just like, if we're gonna do this, I want Guan Yu. Like, we're only making this remake, it's because I want Guan Yu.
Yeah, I mean that's a big pick. But then at the same time, you know what? Trend still goes back to the Charlotte. I think they're very confident in this pick. It's a great answer. Very good mobility. Deal with the Guan Yu as well.
It's a strong laning matchup into Keke's 1v1 scenario here. But if Keke on the Guan Yu, he doesn't want to fight you in the lane. He wants to be damaging differently in the team fight here. But the Maestro Nui for Wendy, this is so scary.
Oh no, did you just put the nail in your coffin? You have given one of the best Mai players the Mai. What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? I mean, maybe that's the stipulation of the recall. Like, hey, we don't want shot. We didn't want the scorch yet. I mean, it makes sense. It's played very well by Wendy, but definitely not well to the point of the Mai.
But OG Esports, look at the first 3 picks here. Guan Yu, Aura, Direnjit. Such a strong Game 5 draft. This first 3 picks, anything that they pick at 4 and 5, this is already so solid going into the latest stage of the draft. And look at Nova here. The first 3 picks, it doesn't formulate a proper draft.
No, but you know, individually they're very, very strong. And Nova, like, at late game potential, Muji with this flowball marksman, he's gonna melt the Augur. Dao cannot survive those pokes.
This makes more sense for a Motsu to come out here off the side of Nova, right? Obviously, having the Arrow Storm onto the likes of Muji on the Flowborn Marksman makes a Cannon Blast a lot more deadlier.
You know what? I would go as far as to say Guigutsu if it works here for Nova.
You got Gutsu. Put it down.
Defense reductions,
I think maybe
invisibility, get the catch.
I think for OG, they have to consider the Flowborn tank ban.
I wanted to keep interrupting you. That would have been so funny, but no, we are a team here too.
Yeah, they have to take either the Flowborn tank ban or the pay ban. This has been discussed just now, because these 2 picks are the better counters against Dao here. But this showing off the Da Xiao here, I think it definitely has to be Flowborn tank at the final pick.
It can't be. Flowborn Marksman.
Oh, you're right.
It can't be.
Oh no.
Just have 2 Flowborns.
Mr. MKL.
The split.
What is happening? Oh, wait, hang on. Kong Ming from when? Really?
Oh,
okay. Hey, the odds are even out now.
It's gotta be Motsu.
So comfortable.
Told you.
OG's comp is so comfortable here. It's looking so good in Game 5. You have everything that you need. Late game from 1. early game laning phase from An and Mucha's Direnjie and Monster combo. And the big boys, in terms of the Guan Yu and the Ogren, I'm a bit worried for Nova, to be honest. This doesn't look good.
I'll give you that, but at the same time, I want to talk about the benefits of the Nova draft as well. But this one really relies on Waypit, because Waypit has a lot of disruptions going in, right? The Leaping Koi Tide, the Severing Surge, these are all skills. Low cost, stops the Mortal Ultimate, stops the Kongming, and also stops Kirko on this Guan Yu for a couple of seconds.
Don't stop me now. Don't stop me now. Talk sweet nothings to me. You're telling me what I don't want to hear.
Well, this is, it comes down to the why, and I'm the neutral party here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I see your OG jersey under your badge too.
What?
But this is game 5. They have locked in their drafts. No much of talking can actually save them from aside their own execution here, so we leave it towards the players here because we are not playing, they are playing.
Yeah, no more talking, it's time to take action. In game number 5, there is no other way. We are at the clash of the Titans. Only one of them makes it over to the knockouts right here, right now, after the end of the series. Who will it be?
I mean, I think the only thing that could make this more perfect is the fact if we get a Tempest Dragon in this game number 5. Like, if we fight through tooth and nail between these two teams to get a Tempest Dragon, I think I'll go on my break. I'll go happy. I'll go happy.
You know what? I'm going to tell you this, based on the draft, I don't think we're going to a Tempest game. This has to be an early game-centric movement. Both teams are looking to end it quick. Mid-game, latest. I'll give you 15-minute max.
Now, will OG Esports make it as the first KMW team to qualify to the knockouts? Or will Nova Esports stop their dream of making it the same history? The Nova, the OG rivalry, it's going to be settled here.
It could be so, but now, obviously, like Sagi says, passing it over to the casters, it's game number 5 between OG and Nova for the last time at this moment in time in the tournament. I mean, it could be a rematch into the knockout stage once again, but this has been nothing short but an amazing series.
For sure, and I think, you know, the fans have caught wind of it as well. Yes. The arena now is getting filled up, mostly with Nova fans, to be honest. But with that being said, OG, this draft, like Sagi said, very comfortable for them. But here we go, this is not looking comfortable for An.
Oh yeah, it's a leaving Koi Tides here, but he just used the illegal immunity just to get out alive, getting a bit of that splash damage, but they are able to get the Phoenix into the bot side of the map as well. When with the rotation, just giving over aid to An and Mucha.
Okay, they need to play this safe. Both teams, that is. Right? Every single difference maker now. I mean, even the slightest, maybe 100 health, that sliver of health, that extra bit of damage, everything can make the tipping skills tip in your favor.
A lot of tipping. We are waitresses, so we are casters. But if you do want to put some tips, just lay your pesos just down here. We'll make good use of them anyway. But right now, we are looking at tipping OG and Nova with some more gold here. Right now, OG has Nova has the lead here.
Yeah, look, this is why Wendy's so scary. He has not missed a single control swing just hit.
Yeah, it's always on point. I mean, you definitely won't get hit by too many of those because it is going to be a scary feat here for the side of OG Esports.
Yeah, An is also not having a good time because, look, there's piercing shot from the flowball marksman, and Muchi is very adept at using this. He's going to try for the lane freeze? No, he's going to buy some time here.
Yeah, I mean, it's long range against short range of the D-Ranger, right? Like, obviously, when you get the Sparkwood Tag, it might be a bit of a different story, but there it is, the charge come through. Forcing out the flash off Schwan right now, but can they get a kill here? Just force him away from his buddy. Schwan goes down, first blood.
What a beautiful start this time for the side of OG, and we have talked about it every single time they get the first blood. The team that gets it will win the game. OG, they start off great.
Don't build me up, Buttercup. We are still in a very early game right now between Nova and OG.
We'll take a look at this. Another potential. Muchi looking for some free damage onto An, but An says, I don't care. I want to get the wave clear here.
Absolutely, the wave clear coming through for OG. Maybe just don't let Muchi go for that T2 takedown like we've been seeing time and time again.
All right, everything now is going to be of major importance,
oh,
right? 200, no, now we're neck and neck from 100 gold to 200 gold. This is just going to be the kind of seesaw ride in terms of the gold now between the two teams. But you know, in a flash of a moment,
it could change. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000.
Everything could change here. The Sea of Fate obviously just could pop down there, maybe just give over a bit of vision into the brush for the side of Nova. Nobody wants to really be stepping into that one right now, but nice wave clear here by Dao, giving and funneling all those resources over to that jungle.
Yo, Wendy, he's like an aimbot, dude. He is landing those freaking punches from far.
It's a sixth sense. It's a sixth sense. Only a Wendy main like, only a Maestro main like Wendy can do that. Okay, yes, into the back line, just for Shin. It's going to be the think inside the box, maybe caught him fast enough, but no. It's going to be the either Whirlpool, Muchin over the wall, but it's going to be the takedown for Muchin.
Beautiful work by the side of Nova, but he got no shit! He's fallen down! And OG, the response is quick and it's brutal.
Yes, he was looking for the fire exit, but he was able to get out. But now Wendy is here. A bit of a 3v2 dive into the bot side of the map. And there it is, the knock-up for Wendy. Can they get him on? Gets the golden token and trades.
Oh, big trade this time. Is it a win for Nova, though? They did have to get that life for Wendy. And no, KIC says, we will make it unfair.
I mean, it looks like Muchin's going to be able to get this bot T1 though, right? Obviously, they are waiting for the minion wave to crash through here. Muchin is going for a bit of a fast response, but is it going to be fast enough here? The damage from the flowball marksman is pretty hot when you have those enhanced hits, and there it is.
Yes, and Muchin, he does give them a great start. This is going to be looking good for the side of Nova. They get their hands onto the Tyrant first, but can they complete it? Dao is around the corner. There is no chance. This will be secured by the side of Nova. Oh, but there is more to be had. The Crimson Golem available for the steal.
A lot of the fights in the last game was all based around this Crimson Golem, and now going to be flying in. It's going to be CY. He's able to get the steal off onto that Crimson Golem, but now the damage onto Dao is a little bit too hot for the side of OG Esports. They've lost their front man. They have to reform.
Yep, CY, the game plan was clear. You know, they took the risk. They didn't use a smite, and once again...
Oh no! The unruly blade with the wind slash and KIC goes down, and that is going to be revenge for Schwan.
Yep, Nova now in a groove, and they have a 2,000 goal lead. Like I said, in a moment, this will change. Nova now looking for the opening. Wendy's hiding in the brushes, but what a smart check from the side of OG.
Yeah, Muchin knew. Muchin knew. It's like, you know what? We don't know where Wendy is. It's got to be somewhere around here. Flipping around, landing some contusions, not missing a single one.
Yeah, I mean, okay, take a look at this game. Dao, he's starting to have difficulties here.
Yeah.
He needs the help of the team.
Oh, he needs help of everybody they can get, right? But I mean, the pressure has been already mounted into that mid lane as well. That T1's looking very slim.
Yeah, a turret and a half at the bottom side of the map for the side of Nova. This is perfect for the MKL squad here. All they need to do is to apply more pressure. As you can see, they are getting it done.
Now looking very not so healthy here. He does have the Conductor Assault if he needs to use it, just to try and contest and keep that Azure goal alive. But it's going to be the Arrow Storm, putting the pressure onto the back line as well. There is too much pressure onto Dao. Big Brother is feeling it.
Yep, and you know when Dao does not not have a good game, OG does not have a good game as well. So Nova, they know where the pain point is, and they're pinching on it right now.
They are pinching on it indeed, right? That top T1 as well getting taken down. OG's had better looking games, but they could still come back.
They definitely can. OG definitely want to make a statement of the comeback game here. But Nova, you know what they have. They're not going to try and allow that. Right now, it's going to be when taking a bunch of damage. You need to protect the turrets though, OG.
They do need to protect the turrets, but the Ida Whirlpool has been put down as well. So that means that Schwan is now into the top side of the map and getting that T2 takedown. This is a Nova special.
Eyes on KIC. If there's any change, it has to come from the horseback rider. The wall saying he's going to try.
Oh, he's going to try, but I mean, you don't want to be keeping him there. You want to get the takedown onto Wen. There it is. The winning strategy onto Wendy. They're looking for more, but KIC is looking low. Wind slash connects. They're doing the damage. They need to get into the backline, but they have no Wendy. It's all on Schwan.
Oh, they managed to survive this one, but OG, the pressure is still there. It was a great fight, but Nova still very much in control.
In control of the Gorge right now is going to be Nova, as they are still around about 3.3k gold ahead of OG Esports. And you're seeing it splinter into the jungle, into that farm lane. Very two crucial roles.
Okay, so the goalie now, 4,000 in hand for the side of Nova. This might look a little too difficult for OG to come back from. But as always, we dream OG. We'll take a look at what's happening. But Nova, they're looking for something else. It's going to be a T2. Every single structural damage coming in from the side of Muji, and no response.
No response at all. They don't want to lose any lives, right? I mean, they can't really do anything. They have the range advantage onto the side of Nova Esports.
But look, now you give away the space. Muji gets the Crimson buff. They are in fighting shape once again. And when you really want to fight, this is the time. This is Nova's choice.
This is Nova's choice here onto Schwan. He's able to, obviously, Keiko was able to get the minions delivered into that top T1. But I mean, is that going to be enough here? Do they sacrifice too much more onto the side of OG Esports? And that T2 into the mid lane does fall.
Yep. The space is closing in. The darkness surrounds OG, and that darkness is foreboding the arrival of the Supernova, who are now up 4,000 gold still, and there is no way OG will find an opening just yet.
Unless there's a steal at that 10 minutes, right? If that steal comes through for the side of OG Esports, it could be huge here, but Wendy may get caught out. It's going to be the knock up from the side of the Overlord, the 6th member of OG with this one.
So 9 minutes in, this is going to be a simple Tyrant for the side of Nova, but this gives them that additional fighting prowess. I mean, they already have the gold advantage, the item advantage, and looking at the levels, they have the EXP advantage as well.
Yes, I mean, you can see here, the Keke has just been very distant from this fight. He's going to go for a bit of a macro there. The Radiance being popped here by the side of Wave Pit could slow down the side of OG when they're trying to make Nova fluster.
Muji is the hot knife through butter right now. He's melting them down. And Wendy, for the first time, has made a miss. Once again, it's all on Keke. They know that they have to find it. Xuan, he needs to be careful.
He's navigating. He's trying to find him. He's sniffing him out. He can smell a horse, and he's gone in the opposite direction. His scent is off.
They found him!
There it is. They found.
Oh,
That's
nice
it.
flash!
Keke now with the either wall pull. Schwan going to come in now, basically going in for a back gank, and the Kachusa misses. The crucial one from Wendy could have been the takedown there, but they do lose the Crimson Golem once again.
We talked about the response time for the side of Nova. Muji as well, Wave Pit immediately using the flash to get out the Razor Cavalry. That was very smart, and that smart decision has now led them to take the Shadow Tyrant. Nova, they maintain the lead, they maintain control, and OG has to stand by and watch.
All 5 members of OG Esports have to stand in solidarity here. They are literally all needed into these team fights, especially when they are behind around about 5k gold.
Yeah, look, Supernova brings a lot of things with you, so you have to be quarantined here. OG, quarantined, confined to their base, their crystal, and it's not looking good.
It's not looking good. The Arrow Stone putting pressure onto Muchin there, just doing a lot of damage before these team fights even come through with the minions as well. You can see it's in the mid lane, and just trying to clear it out with the help of Keke. Keke going in from the left-hand side here as well, but can't be going in because CY is denying him his access. Schwan giving the check onto Keke. They are just driving him into their base.
Okay, they passed the first test, but here comes the second one. 3 waves, no, 2 waves at the same time. Nova, they're looking for some damage on the T3s.
They're going to try and go for it again. The Radiance is going through. The Leaping Koi Tides is just too much. Dao is taking far too much damage within these fights. Keke goes in for the heroic charge, gets taken down. It's already a handicap match right now.
Yep, 4v5. Keke out for 30 long seconds, that is. The save from the CF8. CY, he's going to come back with full health. Nova, this is all in the advantage.
It is all in the advantage of Nova right now as we see CY coming back with a fresh lick of paint on his health bar. Now we see Wen and Arm being drove away. That minion wave, top side of the map, crashes into that high ground turret.
They open up the first doors. The doors on the top lane are open. The mid as well. They have to find some value now. Oh, there's a lot of damage on the Muji, but it does not matter if you can't finish the job. Wait, one stun.
One stun, one dream is all they need here. But I mean, Keke is now back onto the gorge as well. It's been 30 seconds, which seems like a lifetime here for the side of OG.
Yeah, it's the longest lifetime ever. I mean, this is what you want, right? Longevity. But for now, Nova, they don't mind. That gold lead has increased to 6,000 gold, and they also have access into the Shadow Overlord. This could be the final nail in the coffin for the side of OG.
It really could be. I mean, here into this mid lane. I mean, I'm really interested to see why they chose, obviously, coming. Yes, it's a carry pick, but you need to be within range of the enemy. And right now, range is not something that OG can really say they have.
Well,
they can say they had that if they can drag this game for another, what, 6 to 8 minutes maybe? Tempest Dragon unlocked, everyone is 15. That will be the counter for OG to come back. But for now, Nova, they are going to be impatient. They want to make it work right now.
Oh no, the wind slash disconnect onto KK as well as every other skill onto the side of Nova Esports is really making it hard for them to get this game victory here. The final higher ground turret has fallen.
Yep, it's the final countdown at this point. Nova, they've taken down every single turret on the base of OG. The survival is now.
Survival of the fittest is here for OG Esports. Can they fight off this final front? But the Vanguards come through. KK into the backline, forcing them into the crystal. KK with a Hail Mary play gets Moochie down, CY down for win.
And they survive. OG's a double kill for the side of Dao. He was beaten, he was laid down onto the ground, but he rises again. And we are looking at the potential rebirth of OG.
If Dao is the brother, Keke is the stepbrother with that one. He came in, it was just like, hang on, brother's not doing it, but the Vanguard, that needs to be bet by those minions just being spawned at base. But now, Nova is playing around the Shadow Tyrant.
Okay, they've cut the goalie 7 to now 5,000 for the side of OG. Can they get another beautiful catch? Kirka looking for an opening here, pushing them away. Mugen as well, he needs to get those stanchions on the back lines.
Mugen coming back. There's going to be a lot of damage onto Dao. Look at the results. They get the Tyrant, but what can they get? Is not the escape. Schwan on the attack here has been pushed away. The Cannon Blast connects.
Okay, so Dao is out for 35 seconds and counting. This is the best moment for Nova. They have to do it now. They have to do it in 30 seconds, or Dao is coming back to push them into shape.
Yep, Daddy Dao could be coming back in around about 23 seconds. It's all going to be up to Keke, the stepbrother of the team right now, looking for an additional flank here, maybe trying to drive them through.
Damage!
But that is going to be it. Too much damage here for the side of Nova, but Keke's just trying to separate them. He finishes up the minion wave, gets Muji taken down. Best case scenario here is Keke escapes.
He has saved the day, but just for the moment, they send them back, and that's going to be the jungler. CY will be safe, but for now, this means Nova has given OG another lifeline. They're searching for him. Shred, they need to find him. He's close. Can they find him in time? No, they will not. He makes it home safe.
Cold, he's gone, he's safe. Keke is back, and now we see here OG Esports able to get that Crimson Golden back for themselves, giving it over to Arn. They need as much damage coming through onto this marksman. You can see the Daybreaker being built is basically fully itemized here. Succubus Cloak just to counter both the Chow as well as the Mai Shiranui.
You know what, Blem? I feel like it's getting cold because whoever wins, they need to have ice in their veins. They need to have composure. And right now, OG, that dream is coming alive. They're coming back.
Composure. They are. They're pushing the minion waves out. They are definitely gaining a little bit of ground here, but it's those super minions in the bot side and top side of the map that's really going to put the pressure onto OG.
Yeah, OG now, they need to be really careful. They have the survivability onto Dao, but Muji is a huge problem, right? No Sage's Sanctuary just yet, but Muji, even before the fight starts, that arrow storm, the arrow shower is going to be a lot of pain for the OG.
Oh, it is. It's hotly contested here because nobody can gain access onto him other than Keke. As you can see, top side of the map here, Keke looking for a little bit of a scenic route, but he's been checked here by Schwan. The Radiant's being procced here by Wei Pin. Keke is about to get taken down, and that is it. Wendy came through with a clean wipe up there, and the Overlord once again going over to Nova.
What is happening? They're going for it.
They're going for the final fight here, but can they survive into the backline? Wen gets taken down. That is a 2-0 trade here for Nova.
The base, the
Supernova with Muchi as well into the mid lane. Dao doesn't have enough damage, and now Nova qualifies for the knockouts.
They come back all the way, and welcome. This is the Supernova from MKL. They are the second MKL team to make it into the knockouts.
Not an easy series. This is such a back and forth best of 5. When you thought the series was in game 5 in Nova's favor, Kirka with 2 back-to-back. Miraculous save to push it almost towards the Tempest, but in that final few moments, Kirka got spotted out just like CY in game 1, and he got punished.
And the wall same pick, like that was huge. The quality pick was definitely big, but unable to save the game. That one catch, same situation as game number 1. CY got manhandled by 4 different members of OG. This time they returned the favor at a critical point as well. Game number 5, they did it to Kirka.
Like Saga just said, like it's not the easiest best of 5, right? Obviously, this now puts Nova into the top bracket where they potentially don't get put into the draw against HBSE, but OG now drop down to that bottom bracket where they get that they get the rematch on Twisted Minds.
One of the KMW teams has to bid goodbye to the tournament in the later stages of the qualifier here. But man, that BO5, that was an absolute banger here, played to the fullest perfection.
I mean, just look at the crowd. The crowd behind us,
They're roaring.
We manifested that. You know, I was like, hey, come down. You need to come and watch this if you're in Manila. There they are.
They use the...
Yeah, Idle Whirple.
Idle Whirple, everybody
they
just
spawn
dropped
out of
it.
nowhere. Suddenly this arena is filled and you know, they're all shouting Nova, Nova. I'm like, wait, where did this
You brought the wrong fans. What's going on? It's meant to be 50-50.
The OG fans was pretty crazy as well when just now Kirka did the insane backline flank to hold the game back to the even here. But definitely, today's Da Qiao has been the story of the series here. Wu Chen's Da Qiao, Wei Pit's Da Qiao. Both of them had phenomenal performances.
Today is about the flowing waters, right?
Correct.
Who gets that smooth movement in and who takes the turrets? That's the big thing.
But man, if you look at the poll 1 now, it's comprised of 2 MKL teams, Alpha Gaming and also the side of Nova Esports. So if you're a poll 2 team coming in from a different side of the groups, you're going to be pretty feared because there's a 50% chance you'll be drawn up with them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Blacklist there up into the pool 2 as well, right? So pool 1 as well, so they'd miss out those also. So it's a pretty good shout for them, but let's look at those post games.
Okay, this one, we need to break it down. You question the pick onto number 1, the Da Qiao for Wei Pit. Yep, we know the formula now, guys. If you want to win the game, just don't die.
Yeah,
0-0-10. Wei Pit, what a performance.
It was a splendid performance, especially, I think, the 2 key members was CY and Wei Pit's synergy here. Every single time CY goes in for a steal on towards the buff, there will be a portal already ready for him to send him back towards base here. And that really limited Dao Dao because Dao Dao was like, I need to scavenge resource to be this big battle boss, the big brother from OG that we talk about. But due to the fact that Wendy and Muchi, every single fight, they were just chunking out the health bars of Dao Dao, he's having a pretty tough time to actually advance into these team fights.
This is just a comparison of the power spike timings, right? Between, specifically, I think the mid laners here, Wendy as well as Wen. Because Wendy did provide a lot of value for the side of Nova. Number 1, that initial engage on the Dao Dao. Dao Dao was not in fighting shape yet. He had not gone to the gym, he had not bought the equipment, he was not in the correct attire, got taken out early parts of the game, and he never really recovered until the ending parts, where you see there was a huge dip after that, 14-minute mark. But then, it was still too late.
It was still too late. We saw signs of hope coming in from OG Esports, where Kirka actually got the 3-man push in, neutralizing the side of Muchi, neutralizing the side of CY. But the final few moments, it's the repeat of game number 1. The same exact position where CY got caught out on Luna happened to the same for Kirka on his Guan Yu.
I told you not to feed me sweet nothings. He was like, oh, the first person who gets first blood wins the game. And then that's it. Completely manifests it, completely sweet me up, and then that knocked me down, you know?
Well, that's the beauty of competition. That is what you get when you play HOK. Let's take a look at the head-to-head, though.
But hey, before the head-to-head, at the very least, Blam, you secure 1 KMW team in the playoffs.
That's true. That's true. That's
it's a sad but happy part, you know?
It's like saying, we've divorced, but you get to spend more time with your dad.
That's definitely a funny one because, like, okay, take a breather. Let's analyze this. We went back to the same thing.
KP,
91% for Wendy. Like, why would you open Maestro Nui for Wendy in game 5?
Like, okay, the only thing is, how many Kachosans did Wendy miss?
Yes.
Right? Close to 0, dude. This guy was not missing anything. He was hitting all the marks.
Yeah.
And this allowed, this aided the team. But the one person who gave the most help and did not die a single time, once again, let me present to you Mr. Wei Pit, your MVP with the Da Qiao pick 0-0-10. The Sea of Fate securing MPL's destiny into the knockouts.
What a wonderful storyline here. After game 5, back-to-back competition between the 2 roamers. Yep, I am glazing them. Hey, I've been hearing a lot of crap coming in for both of the KMW casters here, and I gotta cover myself here with the Edwin.
We're gonna fight now.
Right, soap, bathroom, in your mouth. We're washing it out.
Oh no, I get the party time, but hey.
Exactly.
The Romans has been the name of the game of this entire BO5, where we've seen Muchen's fantastic performances on the 0014, 0012, and coming to Game 5, 0010 performance from Wavepit. And the start of the draft, we were talking about like, hey, Nova, is this the draft you want to go for? Because it looks pretty darn risky here, but they managed to pull it off, and they pull off with style and getting them the ticket to the playoffs.
They stopped the win condition on the side of OG. I think that's the biggest difference maker, right? Having that understanding of what OG needs, which is Dowda to be that front-facing shield for the side of OG. You know, Dowda was never able to reach that full potential. Even when he got the goal, they lasted up to that, 40-minute mark. That was where he was really, okay, you know what, Dowda was maybe kind of online, but then now you're dealing with it with a Baron base. And Nova, huge power spike. This moment, Kirker, I thought this was the moment. He caught 3 big important members from the side of Nova, but Nova would not take no for an answer.
Yeah, it was the only point of redemption here for the side of OG Esports. Everything else was kind of just like delaying the inevitable.
The inevitable was the fact that these team fights were so close between these two teams here. You can see Kirker. He got the save sanction from CY. He single-handedly manhandled Muchi in towards his face here. Yeah. But this play coming in was Kirker dropping first and Shren finding the moment to engage on towards 3 members here. By this time, the OG formation has scattered, and Muchi, he doesn't even team fight because it's a Baron base and minions are marching in, which spells the demise of this BO5 going in favor for the side of Nova Esports. This is the updated bracket here. With that win, 3-2 against OG, Nova advances to the knockout stage as the first seed of Group D, and towards the bottom side, OG and Twisted Minds, the heart of KMW, will have to face off for the final slot in Group D.
How many times are we gonna get this? How many times are we gonna get this rematch? You know, KMW Spring, KMW Fall. There we get it in the groups, get it in the lower bracket finals. Just.
It's okay. You can feel the heartbeat of them. It's dropping and dropping and dropping.
Heartbeat. My cholesterol's up here. You know.
the blood pressure. You need a blood rage to calm that down. You know.
Oh my
God.
God.
I need a foot massage. That's what I need.
Everybody needs a massage. I think the players need one. I need one. We need one, because that was an amazing series down the line to really show the best of the Group D, to see who was sent to the playoffs, and that was Nova Esports itself. But talking about Nova Esports, let's invite Mara to the stage to get that winner's interview.
Nova gave us a really great fight. Congratulations, Wapit. That was such an intense match. Now, what were you thinking when you saw your opponent, OG, choosing heroes, unique picks like Mulan for Kaka and Dune for Dao Dao? What were your thoughts about that in this meta that we have?
We think it's just easy game.
It's just easy. As plain as that. Easy game. Now, seeing as every time that you beat OG, this is about the 4th time that you defeated them. Is there any specific strategy when you face them?
No, we just play like usual game.
Just a normal game.
Yes.
Now, in the knockouts, you're the 3rd team to enter. Which team would you really want to face and why?
I want to face Blacklist. Hit them and then face BSC in grand final.
So face Blacklist, beat them, and face HomeBois in the grand finals. And I'm guessing that's for your revenge.
Yes.
Yes. Now, what would you like to say to all the fans watching you? Because the Filipino crowd here, they were all cheering for Nova. And of course, back in Malaysia, they're cheering for you as well.
Terima kasih kerana memberi sokongan yang terkira-kira kepada kita. Terima kasih.
And what does that mean?
Thank you because support us.
And thank you as well for entertaining us with that great match. Congratulations once again, Waypit.
Okay.
And that was just the group stages. That was a match fit for the playoffs. And we have more coming up all for you. So keep it here in KIC 2025. We'll be right back.
Which is this?
Only one token, and you can get this skin.
Really? Just one token?
This skin for just one token?
Yes, purchase for only one token. Buy cheese, Starlight Prince. Only one token.
Breaking news. Mystery shop has been updated.
Legend skin, epic skin, up to 60% off.
Hellfire's son, Wukong. Doomsday Mecha, Sun Tzu.
Added to the mystery shop.
It connects as well, and into the back line is going to be Yulon. He gets the takedown on the Tatsuri. Can they get some more? Carl Bigetron to the Crimson Golem here. And now they're looking for a bit of a comeback. Boom gets Shishan. It's the deadly refraction that's going to save Boom Esports.
Right, Danny, he needs to go on, he needs to get the kill. Miggy is not going to be alive. Yulon coming in.
Down. Yes, at the same time, even the Masters being drawn out here, can they get the T2 as a little bit of a Brucey bonus for Tatsuri, looking for the Prince, looking for the ball, looking for the takedown of the Danny. He does not get it, but Danny does. Can he keep the hopes of Boom alive? A triple kill for Yulon.
It's the same
It is doable. Doable indeed, but it's going to be doable. Steal here for the side of Nongshim Red Force as they look to contest this. A Shadow Tyrant brought down. Flukio into the back line. Gets taken down. Health bars onto the side of ACT looking pretty low. We see Astral trying to get out alive with the creation blocks, but the illusion of death comes through, and Haku with a double kill. Looking for a triple kill onto ZP, but it's going to be Cell trying to save his teammate. It's not going to happen. The takedown is real. Triple kill for Nongshim Red Force.
That's going to be a nice one, and now Ball looks time to go. They find Golden Kai, they catch him out. The winning strategy spread throughout, and now Ball is going to be running. Sage of Sanctuary, here we go with for Raven, who tries the soaring signal back to safety, but down, passive or not. Genmith is going to flash. He's going to be chased. He wants to be killed in that sense because Blackness International will take him down. They got a 4 for 2.
Happy with this flash, but at the same time, if they lose the Q1, they lose a lot of sustainability.
Yeah, but the Tyrant, it looks like it's been taken. Their legs just got the damage, and now Kagendra, Ihans with that Storm Strike, finding it, and Fi's going to be down first blood, and 663 with the box. Oh, it's so good, and Senku's going to be killed. 3 members of Kagendra setting it up, and well, with 3 members down, what a great team.
Warning, warning, arrest the intruder immediately.
You should be thanking me for saving your lives! You must be confused. Why am I here? Here's a quick recap. I'm a mercenary. Not a lot of friends in this line of work. But sometimes, you gotta take on trouble. Here comes the trouble. To find the clues you need.
Large Soulseer attacked the news agency.
Hey, Soulseer! This undead dude is taking you down!
Huh. No one can stop me. Finally, I can see you again.
Over my undead body! Wait, is this my memory?
The strongest mercenary. This is all you've got?
What's your game exactly?
2 for the price of 1.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
feed the flame. You know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Yeah, I'm ready for work. Yeah, I'm ready for.
Putting in the top grind, all my squad is pop talent. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. I see you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this. Now to stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Yeah, get it now.
Take a breath. Yeah, my plate is colder than ice, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap. Got my pride is in the back, you better think it twice. Coming on, never.
Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running story, rebel, won't be tamed. Put it all for fight, and I reach for the sky.
It's on the prime time, we gotta guide it.
I'm a warrior, riding for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we kids will never die.
We keep rising high to the sky.
We gotta bring it on.
I gotta be calm, I gotta be strong. It's time to take down all these enemies. My willpower, infinite.
We're surpassing the limits, we're running the game.
We the breakers, breaking all the ties and borders. Game changers, just sit back and see me conquer.
We'll stack him up, I'm on the killing tree.
Now ain't nobody can stop us, we're chasing the glory and nada.
Casting all the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior, burning up the flame. Running story, rebel, won't be tamed. I'm running up a fight, I'm reaching for the sky.
It's on the prime time, we gotta guide it.
I'm a warrior, ready for the game. Make it glorious, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, 'cause we kids will never die.
We keep rising high to the sky.
We gotta bring it on.
Write our story, give us glory. Gotta take it, or that I can't.
Soon enough, you know
Hello and welcome back to Honor of Kings International Championship 2025 here in Manila, Philippines. We saw OG took on Nova Esports and it was a splendid offer series here just for Nova Esports to claim the second ticket of Group D towards that playoff spot. My name is Sagi, your desk host and analyst for today. With me are the casters here. We feature Blam and also Holler. Back to the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here again. And after seeing that amazing match, too, with, again, Nova Esports going and pulling out the W, that one was actually very, very close in the end.
I'm not happy to be here. That's my chair.
I'm sorry. It was very warm when I sat down.
No worries. It's all for you. I knew you were coming. I was like, I'll warm this one up nice for him. But no, this is going to be a good match, though, to be honest. It's a bit of a rematch from the KNC, if I'm not miscorrect.
That is correct. We are going to be going into HBSC versus BTR, the return of the King of C, because both of these teams, they are the kings of their respective region here, with HBSC representing the MKL as the champions and Bigetron by Vitality representing the IKL as their champions.
Yeah, both of these teams are it's going to be exciting, right? I think that there was a lot of expectations going into this one. This group, of course, is going to be a very difficult one in mind, but getting into this one and to have that third MKL team make it to the knockout stage, that would speak volumes about MKL in general.
That will be the dream scenario here, but you can never count out Bigetron by Vitality here, just like how they went to the extent of their IKL Fall Grand Finals, whereby it comes down to the final few moments. The Game 7, the Dolia Yangjin coming in from Zankyu.
Did you see that? His head's getting bigger, as you said, the MKL. There's a region that gets...
Sometimes I have to compliment him. It's very difficult to do. I like to rarely do it, but I feel like it was just joining the desk. I might as well be nice.
The big hit factor coming in from Sagi here. Definitely a supportive factor to MKL success here. But as we joke around, the players do start to come in towards the stadium here. We welcome Bigetron, we welcome HBSC, and this is their head-to-head going into the series.
Yeah, it's all about that kill participation. I think Bigetron by Vitality, they like to skirmish quite a bit. They'll definitely be sticking around for that one. But the average kills is going to go HBSE route 16 to 8. That's actually quite high, double that number. And of course the gold a little bit more in terms of Bigetron. Their games tend to be a little bit longer, so that kind of makes sense. But the deaths, that's going to be a big one for Bigetron.
I think the average kills per match makes sense because why? It's because of Impressive picking up the Athena room. That's why the average kills is significantly higher in the head-to-head matchup.
But here we're obviously going to have Musen King and John Q. Obviously after that interview that he had the other day where he took the win and he was like, what you got to say about Musen King? And he's just like, I'm going to show you that you're the better jungler.
He's our favorite man here, Mr. Zankyu here. Him and his jokes and his demeanor always gets the better side of our HOK and HOK fans here. So definitely this matchup will be a key component that both sides need to be putting their eyes on.
For sure, for sure. Going into this one, obviously it's going to be key. I mean, HBSE hasn't had the greatest number of games, right? They've kind of gone 3-0s throughout, so it seems like, you have less stats when you're, finishing games very quickly.
But it's going to be less of a portfolio for you if you finish your games quickly here. But I mean, this one, it could surprise us all, right? Like this, to me, obviously, yes, HomeBois, Black Shrew Esports have been kind of like a very dominant force since the recent MKL win in the fall season, but we never know what can happen here.
I think a lot of pressure will be on the side of HomeBois Black Shrew Esports, whereby they are coming back as the KIC2025 champions, and then now they are coming back to KIC, so definitely lots on their plates here. But let's check out the interview and their video of this team lineup.
And here we are, it's HomeBois Black Shrew Esports on the stage again after their dominant game against, I believe it was Boom Sports and that one. But now we're going to be seeing these two teams go head-to-head once more. It's now obviously with BTR.
Yeah, and this is a team that has actually had remnants of their, Black Shrew Esports remains. They're the KIC2025 champions. They had a little bit of a hiccup in 2025, but it seems like with Guyu and Vivi there picked up, it seems like they found their footing. But let's check out the other squad. It's going to be Bigetron by Vitality. Let's see what these players are made of. Indonesia Kings League #1. This is a squad that has actually been finding their footing. You can tell that they're incredibly passionate about their games. Every single game is at stake for them, and the pride and of the Indonesians is really resting on the laurels of this team.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we just saw, obviously, the last series. We saw the likes of Neil as well as John Q sitting in the audience, looking at some, obviously, the best teams, and obviously other MKL team playing up against OG Esports. So hopefully that's going to bring the fire, right? Because that was a big series, but this team definitely want to kind of put a stamp on their name.
Put a stamp on their name, let's go into the roster of HBSC coming in as the first team.
Yes, so the double back-to-back FMVP is going to be Guai Yu. We have Shi into the roam. We have Musang King into the jungle. We have VV into the farm lane. And then we have Hong into the mid lane.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this one, all the Indonesians, they previously saw Guyu on Dominated Esports. He did a great job with them. And then all of a sudden he joins HBSC and he's getting like finals MVPs. He's getting MVPs left and right. And they're like, hey, did we make a mistake? Do we want him back into Indonesia?
This comes into the meme we're about to say Pulangkan Guyu. In English terms, it means return Guyu to the IKL. So definitely a funny thing to be mentioned about. But what's not so funny is the serious team coming in as BTR by Vitality.
Yeah, it's going to be Bigetron here, made up of Tough Z, Zan, Zanq, Ormson, and Neil. Of course, we've all talked about these guys. We know them all, especially the man in the middle, Zanq. Everything revolves around this jungler. The guy is able to fly high on literally every single jungler in this game.
That's why in this upcoming series, I'm very interested to see how Zanq actually fares against Musang King. Because Musang King, he's had a phenomenal 2024 year. Coming to 2025, not the greatest year until the invitation of the new roster, which features VV and also Guyu towards the side lane and the re-addition of the back to the roster here. So, lots on the line for Musang King because he wants to prove back at the international stage that his name is still bright and up there.
Yeah, I mean, he was the FMVP of the last KIC2025, right? So he's definitely got some claim to fame here. Obviously, that's a end-of-year tournament. This is going to be a different one, but HBSE are going to go to choose the red side here, and then BTR are going to get the blue. So prior blue, we've been seeing, obviously, a lot of bans onto the likes of the Dharma, the likes of the Lung, the Dolia, and obviously the Maestro Nui. So other than that, when that comes through, what are we prioritizing here for the side of BTR?
I think BTR, especially when it goes towards the blue side, and game one, they love the Yangjian Dolia on towards the blue side. We saw in KNC, we saw in IKL Grand Finals, we saw in KIC group stage. Every time they get it, they will always get a lot of influence and a lot of pressure on towards the enemy team, thanks to Zanq on such a destructive pick.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you brought up the KNC, because the Bigetron right there, when they went in, it seemed like they got a little shell shock. Things were not going their way, and it was very, like, disheartening for that team. I mean, Indonesia ended up in 3rd place at the KNC, but it wasn't because Bigetron wasn't really trying. It just seemed like they really weren't ready going up against PKL and MKL teams.
Now, to your extent of the question here, does BTR, after coming back from the Esports bootcamp back in China, have they leveled up to a level where they can actually match against one of the best teams in the world known as HomeBois Esports?
But having that opportunity to be like, hey, we lost our teams, that is going to fuel a fire onto them. And I think that that's going to be key, because when you come in, sometimes you have this like arrogance where you like take over everyone, a la Dongxin Red Force. And then sometimes when you face adversity, you're going to hit a wall.
How hard was that for you to say?
It was hard. It was hard, actually. It was really tough.
It's very tough indeed. But now we are obviously having Orbs and Tufts onto the clash lane of BTR. So maybe that's what we need here. But obviously the first bans are going to be the Dharma and the Ali, followed by the Lunar.
I feel like HBSC here, they will definitely take in the Long ban or potentially a Dolia one to really restrict the comfort picks here coming in from BTR. Yes, the Ali and Long has been locked away here. So based on the historical tradition, I do think that BTR will lock in the Dolia on this first pick.
Yeah, Dolia will open things up, but HBSC on the other hand will probably, most teams, when they see that, they'll usually go with the Yangxian, but it looks like Bigetron are going to pick it up themselves to start things off.
Now, this one though, I've seen HBSC whip out the Dolia Nutsa against the side of Elevate, and it didn't really go as well for that Elevate because it totally dismantled the Nutsa pick here. So does HBSC double down again and revisit back that pick, because it will be interesting because it serves as a direct counter towards the Yangjian.
Exactly, especially with obviously the healing reduction and whatnot within the kit, right? But it looks like they're going to pair up the Q1 here, so they could still go for the Dolly if they really wanted to, right? Just lock that to the potential very big sustained duo.
So it's like, yeah, baiting it out. I mean, I think that you have to kind of go for it. If not, Bigetron picks it up themselves. So you're kind of forcing the issue a bit. At the same time, HBSC, they have a Dolia, strategy in mind, so they know where to go with it.
I think BTR is coming in smart as well, because if you pick the Yangjian here, and immediately you want to assign it towards the jungle, HBSC will just whip out like, okay, third pick will go Nerza, and we'll just counter to the depths of hell against you. So they are leaving Tubbs on this Yangjian to serve it as a flex pick going into the later stages of the draft here. So it's a very flexible pick throughout the blue side.
Yeah, it's all about flexibility. I think that is key, especially in the draft early. You don't know which way you're going to go, but Bigetron, they're going to solidify that farm lane, picking up the Zhangfei and the Chano. I think that they're going to be decent regardless of who HBSC end up picking.
Exactly. I mean, the flex obviously onto the side of HBSC is going to be pretty huge, but now obviously that's the Nerza and Dolia combo come through. We've already had one victory so far on this day 4 of the group stage. Looks like HomeBois Black True Esports are looking to make another win for this deadly combo.
They started this combo, and so far, out of the 4 days of KIC, it has yet to suffer a single loss here for this combination of the Nerza and Dolia here. So I'm very interested to see. BTR, you see this far towards the draft here. How do you counter out this almost invincible combo throughout the 4 days?
It has been tough. It has been very difficult. And I mean, if you're looking at the Bigetron side, they have a lot of shields, so Nerza really enjoys that, right? So it seems to be a nice little counter pick. Not to say that it's the end of the world, because you can really never count out Zhangqiu's Yangjian, because this is like his favorite hero at the moment.
Yeah, it's what won him the Ultimate Battle, right? Like, that was one of the big picks for him in the Ultimate Battle, getting him the win over Kagendra in the IKL fall season. But going into the banning phase here, part 2, we have the D-Ranger being banned out, as well as the Pei, as well as the Guan Yu. So for either YU or Tufts, they're not going to get that Guan Yu.
So coming into the second phase, just like you mentioned, the Guan Yu, the Mayin, all these are like strong picks in towards the laning phase that could really disrupt the tempo coming into this potential Yangjian towards the top side here. So removing this means that potentially this Yangjian might be going to the hand over to Tubbs, and then get a better jungle matchup for the hands of Zhangqiu, potentially the likes of the Ogren or a fast early game jungle tempo hero to really disrupt Musang King in that jungle department.
All right, but the show you picked up here, this is all about that range, staying very far from the Chano. So this could be an interesting matchup. I mean, late game, you're going to be secured, plus you have a lot of sustain from the Yuan as well. So it kind of fits in, but you might struggle in that early game.
Yep, the early game that you talk about here, it has been built in by the Ukyo Tachibana here. So a very different route compared to the other teams to handle the Nerza Dolia, whereby Nerza Dolia, yes, is very strong if it's allowed to scale, but Ukyo, known as the counter towards the Pei, he is very fast in that early game. So the eyes will be on how Zhangqiu break through the jungle for the side of HBSC and allow that lead to be transitioned for his team.
Such a staple matchup there to the top side of the map, right? Obviously, the Byron there is going to be a huge driving force for the side of HBSE in this game, number 1. And sustainability in his kit alone is now going to be kind of enhanced with the sustainability from the Dolia as well as the Q1.
Loving this draft. I like it. I like it on both sides. I like the fact that they also went with the Yukio last time. I mean, yeah, Sagi, you were talking about how the Yukio can counter out the Pei, but I think that they have other things in mind. Right now, it's about just kind of getting in their heads, having that Yangjian in the top lane. Tufts plays it very well, and then now you have Zhangqiu on the Yukio, and then you can do some high-flying damage too.
Correct. Whereby Ukyo early game strong. You want to be countering that Nerza that has a very tough early game here. So remove those camps. Make sure that Musang King doesn't have the early game into its advantage, whereby later on it removes or actually relieves the stressfulness for the Nerza just flying on towards Zan's Chano.
Yeah, actually, though, you're not going to remove any of the stress. Let's be very honest. This match is going to be a tough one for both of these squads. It's going to be a true test going in because, again, once you make this, you're done. You don't have to play any more in the group stage, and you move on to the knockouts.
Why would you say that? You're just doubting Sagi's skill to be a masseuse. He can get rid of stress by giving them a massage.
If you want a massage right now, it will cost you probably some pesos here. So put down pesos down the table here, and I'll give you a pretty good shoulder massage.
I literally have 20 pesos in my wallet right now. What can I get?
How much?
Depending on you, it's an act of service for you because I love you so much.
There's 500 pesos. There you go.
Damn, you just threw it on.
He literally threw it on the table. All right, okay. I was gonna put it in my underwear. I don't think it belongs there, but I'm just used to that for some reason. Anyways,
for the day break.
This is the third match of the day, game number 1. Drafts is like looking at these ones. Who are you giving the edge to?
I think in terms of early game, it looks pretty decent coming in from BTR. As long as they keep the tempo going, make sure Zan Q is in the heads of Musang King, everything will go in favor for BTR, at least for the early game of this draft.
Thank you so much, Zaki. As we get into this one, we're going to have to see if they can actually live up to that one. Because, again, Zankyu Musang King, that is definitely going to be the matchup to watch.
Oh, yes, absolutely. They're looking for that head-to-head. Obviously, having a bit of banter on the social medias of Honor of Kings. If you have not followed yet, you are missing out on some barrels of laughs over there. But even in the interview that he had previously in the KIC with Mara, he was very steady and well to compliment Musang King. But even now, using Musang King's smite there to take away those boars.
Yeah, they're doing a decent amount. Zan is actually going to join as well. And they get this stun. Geo needs to be a little bit careful, but he's going to give up the first blood. And I think they're going to be very happy with that turn of events.
Oh, absolutely. The bit of a tip-tat here between Zur as well as Ormson. But you did just see there on the bottom of the screen, it is correct. Season 16 of the Honor Pass is up, and if you are a Lu Bu or a Wu Yan main, you definitely want to be picking this one up. But there is an addition of a Sakia skin that you can get regardless of buying the actual Honor Pass.
Yeah, getting that skin, that'd be amazing right now. I really like that as a roam player myself. But looking at the other roamers on the Dolia and then, of course, the Zhang Fei, the Wild Wind a little off the mark here. This is, I mean, they're just kind of pushing each other aside. Nothing really is at stake. Ormson is a very tanky boy.
Yeah, I'm really interested about obviously Shou Yue on for Vivi here, right? Obviously, he's going to be playing very safe from a distance, getting those wild rounds, just really putting a lot of damage onto Zan, obviously into the Chano, because Chano's very squishy in the early game.
Definitely squishy, but you can kind of use, I mean, you can kind of work around the Wild Winds in a way. I mean, as long as you've got like the wolves, things like minions, obviously things can kind of just be a bit of a nuisance. Yeah. So it really comes back to that one-on-one matchup in just terms of that farm, because Vivi is not incredibly strong in the early game.
He's not. But both of these, neither of these marksmen are, right? Obviously, yes, you got the soaring shot that is going to do a lot of damage onto such a squishy hero like Shou Yue, but you've got to get that range first.
Yeah. But the range will definitely, it'll accelerate and you'll definitely feel it with the Wild Wind. Oh, the leap away by Zan. And that could have been that moment, right? Where things really turned on that bottom lane.
That's what I mean. Like, it doesn't have to necessarily hit. As long as it gets something like the flash taken off of your enemy into that lane, it's still going to be super detrimental.
Definitely super detrimental in that sense. I mean, both of them have expended their flashes. So something to take note of. It's still very early, not the end of the world for either of these guys. But let's talk a little bit about Zankyu here. He has a 300 gold lead off of Musang King. Getting first blood definitely helped him out. But, you know, his farming efficiency is just very good.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's always been known for that, right? Obviously, farming efficiency here, but obviously, so same for Zhang Q. He's having the time of his life on this Ukyo, so we're hoping it pays dividends for him.
Yeah. It's all about those dividends at this point, right? But going into this one, Zan right now a level behind Vivi, with just barely able to kind of dodge himself out. But Zan, again, I think that you're fine. You're just looking for consistency and just like, you know, slow and steady farm.
Yeah, again, Vivi, so I don't think he's moved from the corner of that wall, but it's obviously how Shou Yue is meant to be played, right? Like, you aren't wanting to overextend because obviously they do have the dive potential here onto the side of BTR, whether it be Zhangyu, whether it be Tufts.
Yeah, someone told Vivi to touch grass, and he's like, okay, I'm going to touch grass, but it's going to be on my side of the river. I want to be safe. I don't want anything to be at risk at this point.
Exactly that. It's just like, you know what, I get to choose my patch of grass that I get to touch, and you don't tell me what to do.
He wants it to stay safe more than anything else. But again, both of these teams kind of playing, aside from the early game aggression, where, you know, HPSC, you know, gave up first blood, it's been largely kind of, you know, just staying in your lanes, consistently just kind of farm. It hasn't been too aggressive on either side.
No, absolutely not. Other than that aggression between Guai Yu and Zhang Q on the top side of the map there, right? Obviously, they was going a bit tip-for-tap, but Zhang Q has to get down to that bot side, or else BSE are going to get that free tyrant.
Yeah, free tyrants. I mean, no real contest. I mean, Zhang Q was definitely not even in the same zip code of that one. So it was not going to really happen. But at the same time, Bigetron, all right, not the end of the world. We got to figure out other ways to get some sort of a farm.
Other ways they can get the farm is obviously if they're able to kind of open up maybe one of these side lanes, right? They just need to make sure that they don't kind of trade too early, I guess. But now, obviously, with the wild rounds, with the help of that tyrant, they are going to be packing a lot more of a punch here. But you can check, obviously, Ormson's common skill as well, right? He has the stun, so maybe the Stampede with the stun is going to be milked to lockdown VV.
Yeah, it's about that lockdown. I mean, if you're looking at the rest of them, almost all of them have some sort of way to kind of, you know, stun or knock back a little bit, so you have ways to work around it, but having that extra one is going to efficiently get you that lockdown, because you really need to get in. But now Guyu, top lane flashes.
Yes, exhausting the flash here for Guayu, just keeping himself alive. As you can see, Musang King rotating up as well as the Hong also.
Oh, but he's getting a little bit low. Guyu might have gone too far. The reinforcements are there, but the timing was not correct. Here's the Skyfall. They go right onto Tufts, who's actually just out-tanking most of this stuff. And now the Unbridled Outburst, and now Musang King is in a bad spot. He's going to be bounced around, and he's going to be killed. Zan's got that damage. Unending Sorrow, Gio is going to flash away.
A lot of things were being exhausted in that whole team fight, right? There was like 3 ultimates to get the lockdown onto Musang King. There was flashes from the side of HBSE. That was a very impactful team fight regardless.
Yeah, a lot of commitment, though, to this one. And Bigetron might be paying for their sins. They're very low. Ormson has to use the Leaping Saber. He is going to be back. But Jiyoung is almost poking and prodding, almost takes him down.
Yeah, again, just 3 kills going to beat Yo, but on a single one onto the side of HBSE. I feel like I'm living in a different universe right now.
Yeah, it's kind of weird at this point, right? But you knew Bigetron were going to be ready for this, right? You knew that they were going to be prepared, because this is one of those things where are you able to slay a demon that is the HBSE squad?
You can only hope so, right? You can only hope that you can do so much damage to them, with them being the #1 seed in the MKL, and so far the MKL having such a dominant presence into the knockouts. But honestly, the way that HBSE do it is like they only go for kills when they're trying to trade objectives.
Smartly so, right? I mean, that's kind of what you want when you're trying to do any sort of push. You usually want that advantage with the man advantage, that is. But here's the Umbrella Outburst. It's going to hit, actually. It's Jet, who gets connected just barely on the tip. He's going to be picked off, and it looks like Tough Z will make him pay. Zan gets over the wall. He's going to be fine. And Musang King is still in no man's land, but Tufts is on the run.
Tufts on the run, keeping himself alive within this one. But same with Zan as well. Like, if they drop the Chano, you aren't going to be having such a great time, right? You're just going to be kind of relying on John Q as well as Tufts to do the initiations, and maybe, just maybe, Neil will be somewhere close by to drop that Destructive Deluge.
Hopefully, hopefully. I mean, if they're able to stack their stuns, they're going to do a fine time. I mean, they're already doing a great job. But now Zanq, he's going to get Stormstruck, and Skyfall right on top of him. Zanq goes the other way, realizing that, hey, this is no man's land. I'm going to be killed.
Yeah, another big pick-up. Actually, first kill for the side of HBSE here, and it's going to be a takedown onto John Q as it frees up a little bit of access into the enemy jungle, right? As you can see right now, Guayu's having like a bit of a free staycation there.
Yeah, and I think Guyu is also the guy, right? Especially as a Clash laner, the amount of impact he had, even in that bottom lane, just the control, right? And you kind of get caught out, right? This Byron is definitely scary.
Oh yeah, it's very scary indeed, right? Byron can be a driving force into the enemy team, especially with that flash storm strike.
Yeah, but this mid lane is going to be largely dealt with. Bigetron right now, if anything, they do have a decent amount of damage. The wave clear is going to be fine. It's just a matter of time before, you know, again, you just want to consistently farm.
You do want to consistently farm, and ways to do that is just push the lanes and get the overlords here, which is exactly what Musang King did for his team, and now he has that steady goal lead. They have the presence onto the gorge.
And you could also tell why HBSC is like, yeah, they were down for, 3 kills at this moment, but they're not worried because their farming efficiency is so good, right? They have a 2K net worth lead. They've completely changed this game. They've gotten all the big neutrals.
All the big neutrals coming through here for the side of HomeBois and Black Shrew Esports. But now the second Tyrant onto the gorge here. Maybe BTR look for a bit of a sweep for these Tyrants, just to give them a little bit more damage to actually take on HBSE.
Yeah, HBSC though, they're kind of posturing to look like they're mid lane. They're going to shift to the top. VV's going to actually run into Tough Z, who is going to just look to duel for this. He hounds on forward. VV actually has to flash away, and he's going to try to go for this one. But Jez also there, and now with Jihong, it looks like that's going to be way too many of them, and they do end up killing Tough Z.
Tough Z gets taken down. That's not what you want right now, obviously, with the with your young Gian be taken down, the backline access, is going to be a little bit more of a frequently not visited area.
Ocean of Tears. They actually get connected on that one onto 2, but Jed's going to dash away the Azure Golem, though, and now he's looking to turn this. Guyu is there. They're going to take the Azure Golem, and Zankyu, I believe, took this one out, but now he's a little bit low. He needs to be a bit careful. Ormson is Ferrari for him, but he's not tanky enough. He's going to be picked off, and it looks like they trade away the blue buff for Ormson.
Ooh, that one was caught out, John-Q, right? Obviously, you saw the flash, the mournful tempo as well, but now the takedown onto Zan.
Yeah, Zan's going to be picked off. I mean, he was going the wrong way, but HBSC with 3 members, it took a village, so to speak, to take him down, and with those 2 members down, it looks like HBSC further in the lead.
Yeah, Zan, he lost 5G. He went down a dark alley and was met by HBSC there, unfortunately, and there is another takedown. They've now neutralized the kill lead, which was already prior to this moment going into BTR's favor.
Yeah, things were looking fine, but then again, HPSC, this is why they're the #1 squad on MKL. The way that they're able to move across the map, get those pickoffs, turn things around. Neil actually has to flash away. Guyu was looking for the target, and Ormson does not have his ult, and it looks like Muzan King picking up the tire. They find Zankyu just waiting in the wings, and it looks like HPSC continuing on, putting the pressure on in this mid T1.
Putting the pressure on here, getting those wars as well, just extra little bits of gold going up the side of HBSC, and this is what we know them for, right? They like to kind of like play coy in that first 10 minutes, but now it's going to be the Q1 diving into the back line.
Yeah, Guyu was going to be off in front, but it's just scaring them away. They want the mid T2, space created, HBSC firing on all cylinders.
They are firing all on cylinders, and they get to take the T2 into the mid lane. That's just not where you want to be if you're BTR. It's like, yes, you had a decent early game in terms of kills, in terms of trying to create some kind of name for yourself against HBSC, in this game #1.
Yeah, and if there's anything that, you know, viewers at home can kind of watch, even from the last series, was you saw Kuka always split pushing, even when they were losing. It's creating space. Bigetron need to kind of do that in the same way. Musan King is literally shutting it down by pushing on the bottom lane all by himself. It's going to be much tougher here, though, for Bigetron.
Very tough for
Bigetron. He tries to go over. He actually dashes back to safety. Zhihong is about half life, as well as Ormson. HBSC not going to continue the assault. They're going to wait for the next minion wave.
Exactly, it comes through right now. The boys in red and the minion wave come through. Are they going to get this push that they desire on the side of HSBC?
I mean, the minions, just very quickly taken out, right? Bigetron, if anything, again, their wave clear is real. So, BB, whoa, Neil almost got picked off the very end. He's trying to go for the other one, but now with HBSC, it looks like they're going to be walking away, almost picking him out.
That would be scary, right? The fact that Neil literally got away by the skin of his teeth, he must have had like 1% of his health bar remaining, but it's enough to get you back to base and keep yourself alive, which I'm pretty sure BTR Neil is so thankful for.
Yes, very thankful. I mean, if he died, that turns into like T3s at that point, because you would have just really opened it up. Neil has a lot of that AoE damage and that wave clear.
Exactly. I mean, definitely losing the Destructive Delusion to these team fights would have made a difference maker here for the side of BTR, but you can see here that BB is just like, you know what, lads, you keep pushing that base, I'll get the Shadow Overlord, don't worry about it.
It's all about that space that's being created. He's literally soling everything, and you're thinking, Shoyu, late game, yeah, he's going to be fine, but right now it seems like he's kind of already hitting that critical mass. He's 9.5k, a 1.5 lead over Zan, and HBSC, again, just doing everything right.
They are trying to do everything right here. At the same time, they are trying to defend the T3s, that is BTR at the moment, but they're doing a good job. They are doing a good job considering that they are behind AK Gold.
Yeah, and with that space, they're still, again, putting the pressure on. Bigetron, all 5 members in their base, huddling, cowering in fear. And BV from afar, he's from the next country over. I mean, he's just doing whatever he wants. But here comes the unending sorrow. Gio needs to be a little bit careful. The secondary one, I mean, the Skyfall is going to go in, finding Zan. He's like a homing missile. He takes him out, and Neil is a little bit low. And it wants to fight. Tough Z is in heaven and earth mode, but what can you do? You are under the tower. Musan King turns his attention, takes him out, and now they'll take the bottom T3 off the double of Musan King. It looks like HBSC looking to close this game out in a bit of a hurry as they get the Storm Strike onto Ormson, who's trying to fight this one out. HBSC finding Neil. They get the slam dunk. They take the team ace, and they're going to take the crystal in game 1.
Oh, a 12-minute-ish match here for the boys at HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. Obviously, we know their MO, right? Like, yes, BTR looked very, not dominant, but they had like a clear idea in mind that they wanted to go for kills, wanted to kind of put the pressure onto Musang King in the early game. But we know the boys in Black True Esports, they like to play to timers, either whether it be 4 minutes, 10 minutes, but they will always get the resources and get back online.
Was it something special? No, it was down to the crystal clear fact that their basics were so darn strong. The fundamentals coming in from HBSC is much more intact compared to the side of Bigetron by Vitality. Hence, in that game one, although we saw a 4-0 in terms of the kill lead, even after that, the goal lead was still in favor for the side of BSE.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between like fundamentals and fighting and then getting the fundamentals, which I think a lot of teams are still struggling to make ends meet with. Like, they're like, oh, we don't have to fight to get at the lead.
Yeah, it's not about kills, right? It's about how you play and just work around the map. And the way that they're being efficient throughout, it just seemed like even some of the heroes that they chose in the end didn't really even matter.
Yeah, that's the tough part about that game one between HBSC and Bigetron. Even though Bigetron, props to them, they actually executed the game plan in limiting Musang King in towards the early game. We saw 4-0 in terms of the early kill score, but it was that one catch coming in from the side of HBSC that caught Zankyu off guard in the bottom lane that led everything that they did for the first 6 minutes of the game to go in vain.
Yeah, so in the same way, it looked like Bigetron, not all of their heroes were incredibly expensive.
Correct.
It seems like they're like kind of going into like a feeling out process. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We'll be fine come later, but it was still a testing out process in this one.
Yeah, again, just a little bit of limit testing for the side of ETR, right? I mean, we saw that was the Yukio come through as well. That, yeah, we saw some kills for John Q come through there with the Yukio, but was it the right call?
Yeah, it wasn't really the right call, even though kills were in towards the pocket here. Oftentimes, they couldn't really transfer that kill lead into an objective. If you take a look towards the side of HBSC, they will often just lower your health bars, get your towers, transition into your jungle to steal away the resource, and then they rinse and repeat. Hence the goal lead, although we say, yes, it's nothing special, but to execute it, that's the essence of HBSC.
Yeah, and I mean, taking those kills, I think you hit the nail on the head, right? You need to turn those kills into towers, and it was just so early that they really didn't have that tower push, so it was really not big of a deal. But going in and checking out some of these KTAs, I mean, Musang King, 5-1-1, definitely sticks out to me here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And if not, if it's going to be Sohong as well with the 3-1-5. And then even BB, I felt like just had the free lane. He was just kind of like I said, stuck on the corner of the wall down to the bottom side of the map, wasn't contested, wasn't even dived.
Yeah, well, everybody's eyes were on Zihong and also Musang King in towards the team fights. BB was just like what Blam mentioned, that he's just consistently farming, getting those resources, making sure that he's making bank and those big 4-5 items here. But Zihong on this Yuhuan has been very consistent. Every time you see BTR wants to defend the tower, you'll see the first unending sorrow comes in, make everybody low, and then the second one to bail out, and then rinse and repeat. All the outer towers go in favor of HBSC, and then the 10th minute objective all towards that pocket, which led to an easy win for HBSC.
A very easy win. I mean, this is why they were like the Yuan Dolia. This is such a nice little combination. Having two unending sorrows, always getting to safety where you need to be, but it looks like the mid matchup on this one, Jihong definitely got the better of it. 3-1-5, had to double the gold essentially over Neil, who really did struggle to find his footing in this one.
But I think it still comes back down to the point of, obviously, the Lady Gen. You look at it level 4, getting that Destructive Deluge, that's all you really want to do. And the fact that you've got Yukio into the jungle, and you've got, obviously that's going to be your core where you're going to be feeding over your minion wave too. It's kind of, that's going to take a hit naturally, I feel.
That has been the norm of the tournament so far, whereby all the utility mages coming in for the side of the Lady Zen, the Shi, Princess Frost, for example, they'll oftentimes take as the low resource role, get the level 4, bail out to the side lane, and provide all that farm, funnel into this jungle, funnel into the likes of the farm laner.
Not able to do that, right? I mean, because HBSC, just the way that they put the pressure on, the way they moved around the map. But going into this one, of course, it's got to be for the MVP, Jihong. You saw it in that head-to-head, just the dominant performance by him.
Very well played. The Yuhuan Dolia was played to a full extent. The pressure that's constantly being generated by this player has been super duper intense for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, whereby they couldn't really defend towers, and when they did, a full on fight will blow out with them only having 50% health bars.
Exactly that. It's obviously 315 KDA there, doing a lot of damage, but also then soaking a lot of that up, but healing himself, obviously, most importantly. We're going to see those highlights where Hong was actually very much in the front line of these fights.
Yeah, this is the early start that Bigetron had. Things were looking great. Shihong got picked off on this one, and then Tough Z trying to fight all by himself. This was going to be a no-win situation. And now they were looking to turn, right? HBSC, this is kind of that moment. Look at how they're fighting on all fronts, even picking up the Tyrant on the back. They catch out Zankyu, who tried to go for the steal, but he was doing it as a solo mission.
Yeah, solo mission for the Zankyu didn't really work out here. And then you can see Vivi, uncontested, unbothered here. Zankyu goes in for the assassination, misses it, and Vivi points his rifle towards his gun here, and then the snipe comes in, getting Zankyu, and also the game won for the side of HBSC.
It's a very scrappy fight, all of these ones, right? They were like isolating certain members, and then, you know, Bigetron were not really responding in kind. It didn't seem like they were on the same page. Everybody was fighting everyone, and that's a losing composition.
Yeah, exactly. When you're obviously fighting head-to-head at different times and different places, it's kind of like you don't know where and who to focus. You're kind of like, hey, let's just make the best effort out of a bad bunch.
The effort was all right in that early game, but to really convert that early game prowess coming in from the side of Bigetron by Vitality into that mid game is really what they need to be practicing coming into the game 2, game 3, or potentially game 4 if they want to be heading over to that upper bracket or to that playoff spot.
Yeah, and it's also when you're in the lead, you need to know what to do.
Correct.
There needs to be a shot caller that's like, hey, who needs to die? Let's go. But of course, if you want to kind of level up in Honor of Kings Esports, follow us at HOK Esports. We're across all of the different ones. You can get rewards, you can get prizes, you can maybe get this balloon. I'm not sure. Probably
Carnival.
digitally. Yeah,
they have to be local for this one. We need the carnival. So if you are obviously wanting to join in as well, you don't have to come and watch the fights. I mean, we would love to have you here, but if you just want to have some fun, get some prizes in your hands rather than just digitally, come and go and visit the carnival literally right next door.
I think they have like a karaoke session over to the HOK Carnival booth, and then you get free ice cream. You get to play like 1v1 in towards the booth as well. It's called Mini Bat if I'm not mistaken here. So definitely, if you're in Makati, if you're in Manila itself, do drop by over to the Shooting Gallery Studios, and you will, you know, have the best HOK experience with us.
Actually, I want to talk a little bit about that karaoke one. Is it like it's just like you sing a song and then you get a prize, or is it like it's a sing-off?
No, I saw Mara.
Yeah, it's the SB19 one. When I went with Mara, she gave me quite a performance on that one, and it's never left my mind since. So, big up to Mara.
I could never do karaoke. There's always this like mental pressure on towards myself that doesn't allow
Philippines, bro.
Yeah, I guess I have to.
You got to do it. You got to do it.
It's meant to be fun.
Okay, well, we'll do it at the end of the event. Definitely something to experience here. But talking about experience here, I think Bigetron needs to learn from their experience in that game 1 to translate into a much smoother game 2 if they want to have a chance in this series.
Yeah, I think that it seemed like, again, they were not really the Bigetron of old. It seems like they're very reactive. They're giving too much respect. It's like they know that these guys are good at this game, and they're like, okay, I don't want to do that because it's risky, but you got to take some risk. You got to play your game.
Yes, you need to play your game. You need to play to your strengths as well, right? That's the whole point. Especially if you want to like win against a team like HBSE, right?
Like what Glenn mentioned, right? To win against HBSE, the first thing is to man up and confidence up. Whereby we even saw back in KNC, WeTren almost took a game out of them here. So if WeTren can, not to say WeTren is a low tier team, but they're not in KIC. For a KIC team like Bigetron, they can definitely do it if they find the correct formula for that.
All right, you said the name twice already. If you say it a third time, they might show up. So let's not do that. In case they do, but going into this one, it makes a lot of sense, right? There are definitely opportunities that you can have. This is Honor of Kings Esports. As you can see, most of these teams has really leveled up.
Yeah.
I mean, Bigetron versus HBSC, they have opportunities, but again, they're just making some minor mistakes, and that's why HBSC is coming out on top.
Correct. That's why they're not coming out on top, and it's kind of like the difference maker, or at least if you're going to keep making those mistakes, it's probably best that you make them and learn from those, like what the best teams, right? But BTR, they still have a horse in this race, right? We're talking like it's like 2-0. It's 1-0. BTR can come back with this game number 2.
Hopefully the case here, especially if you're an IKL fan, you will definitely want to have BTR equalize the series here. Every single win in this upper bracket sends you one step closer to that whole 1 playoff spot, which everybody wants to be looking for, because you don't want to be going in and matching up with those top dogs. That's going to be bit of a difference maker going into the long con, especially going towards that grand finals of KIC.
Yeah, and it looks like Bigetron here are going to go with the pay. This for sure will be with ZhongQ here. And I think going into game one, where they went with the Yangjian early, and everyone was kind of thinking, it's going to be with ZhongQ, I think they should have just gone with that.
Yeah, they should have. They really should have. Like, I don't know why they didn't lock in the Dolia first, because then you can kind of flesh out your team comp a little bit more differently, right? Whereas the Yangjian, the most you can do is flex it into a clash lane, you know?
Yeah, that's a very good point, Blair, whereby if you show the Dolia, you can still flex between the Yuhuan, between the Neza, all these potential picks. But if you show the Yangjian first, what have we seen towards the last few days? The moment you show the Yangjian, that Dolia will be stolen away and be paired with a Neza that counters you back.
How come you said that Blam had a good point? I didn't have a good point, huh?
I
feel a little left out, man.
Favoritism, you know? Like,
he's got his Blam badge on. When he takes when the camera goes off, he has to take it off, okay?
Yeah, all I'm saying, Sagi, you're a changed man. That's
when this game goes in, I'll change it to my hauler badge, you know? My top one
this
fan
is what
hauler.
happens when you put 500 pesos on the table. It changes the man's mind.
Exactly. See, I'm that easy to be brought over here. And talking about draft, though, HBSC coming back with a very strong 1-2 here. The Mai Nui for the side of Zihong after his MVP performance to really elevate the tempo going into this game number 2. And the Long has been one of the staples here for Vivi coming into this tournament.
Yeah, and pick up the Mai as well as the Zhangfei. HBSC, they're loaded for bear on this one. Bigetron, on the other hand, this is a pay-Byron matchup. It's going to be very tough, very fast, especially early. Plus, you have the Yixing. This is also looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a frightful team comp, right? Like, this looks like a little bit back to basics with the Pei, the Byron, as well as the Yixing. It's kind of just a overall great draft, but I mean, at the same time, on the side of HBSE, get that Zhangfei, which he was notably known for, like, very well for in 2024.
I have to agree with you. It is one of his good picks as well coming into the tournament here, whereby he can always find those big engages here. And you can see the draft pattern here coming from HBSC. A lot of these roamers, Yuhuan, the Dream Wanderer, Zhuangzi, and also Daidia, all locked away here. Very good bans, because if you have a double knockup and potentially more engaged on your 4th and 5th, banning away the Zhuangzi, a very smart choice for HBSC.
Very smart indeed. I mean, just it's all about the roam right now and just kind of what they could do. Basically, HBSC are like, hey, we're taking on the Zhuangzi. They're saying, hey, the next 2 picks, it's all going to be about the stun locking and just getting it into that team fight.
Yeah, that's the huge point that's been made here by the side of HomeBois. The fact that they've just taken that off means that, like, there's going to be some dive, especially when you're trying to get the pickup onto the likes of the Yixing, maybe potentially whichever farm lane they're going to be drafting here onto the side of BTR. I mean, even more dive potential with this path.
Ooh, I think BTR, if they want to amp up the early game, they could potentially pick up the Diren Jie. Because after expanding the channel here, not a lot of good heroes to really fight against the Long in that laning phase. But this puts them into a very do-or-die situation, because you look at the team composition. You have Byron, you have the Diren Jie, and the Pei. Where's your late game?
A bit of a struggle in that one, right? You're just looking to just end this game. But you also have the damage dealer. Zan on the Diren Jie has been the old tried and true. Again, if you fall off and you don't have a good early to mid game, you just kind of lose this game because you're lacking the late game. No. But HBSC here.
This assassin matchup that we're going to get featured in this head-to-head. Whereby BTR, ZhangQ on towards the Pei, and HBSC, Musan King on towards the Jinka. We've seen this matchup before, I think, was it today? I think it was today, between Els Loops and also the 2 junglers coming into us that series, whereby they was playing this exact same match. I think it was Twisted Minds, correct? Yes, Twisted Minds. And this was the exact same matchup, but it went towards the favor of the Pei here. So I'm interested to see how these 2 junglers pilot this matchup.
Only time will tell, right? Obviously, let's see what they can do. Obviously, ZhangQ is known for being better on those carry picks, right? Obviously, he likes to be the showman of BTR, Bigetron by Vitality, but at the same time, a lot of people kind of get Musan King mixed up, right? Like, sometimes they'll see him on the likes of the Gudo, sometimes they'll see him on like more of a tankier pick, but it's because he knows there's other cores within his team, especially the Clash lane and their mid lane as well.
That's the beauty of strong teams here. Every single player is able to clutch up when it matters the most, so it allows you to head into different team composition coming into the tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at this HBSC lineup, the biggest thing that you need to deal with is, of course, ZhangQ on the Pei, as well as Zan on the Diren Jie. You take those guys out, they're going to lack a lot of damage. You have the control throughout the rest of them, but those are the 2 guys that must stay alive.
Exactly here, and if they do fall behind, if you are a Bigetron by Vitality fan, things could just go south all the way and fall into the favor coming in from the side of HBSC as we go into game number 2. Blue side will be Bigetron by Vitality, and red side will be HomeBois Blackstreet Esports casters. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Sagi, as we get into this one. Third match of the day, game number 2. HBSC right now with a slight lead. Bigetron need to figure out a way to kind of solve the puzzle that is HBSC.
Speaking of solving puzzles, I mean, we have the Season 6 pass, like I said earlier, where you get a free Bringer Sakir skin. I mean, I just unlocked it today after playing one ramp match with Sagi. It went horrible, but at least I got the skin, and it made me not cry.
Yeah. It's all about the skins, right? I mean, you might lose all the time, and I might be crying in a corner all the time until my eyes are red, but it's still, I got the skin, so that's really all that matters.
That's why makeup takes so long with you. I understand. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. I will consider your feelings next time, Hauler, but who may not consider that each of his feelings is BTR and HBSC in this game number 2, right? As you can see here, the rotation down to the bottom side of the map just really putting pressure onto Zahn and Ormson.
Yeah, I think Bigetron need to play a little bit differently. They don't want to play as reactive as they did in the past. I mean, this is a moment. You have ZonQ paid. This is a must-win game, especially since you've expended some of these heroes as well.
Exactly, some of the heroes have been expended so far within this one. I mean, only 5 heroes each, and some of the picks weren't as expensive as others, but as you kind of go through the best of 5 format here within KIC, they are going to fall.
Yeah, definitely going to fall, which could be a bit of a problem. Tough Z, though, he's going to look to fight. Now the rest of them are coming. The Mirror Domain is going to be bouncing around. Busan King is going to be dashing around. Tough Z is coming out worse for wear.
Dashing through the snow here in the on the gorge is going to be HBSE. I mean, the pairing of Busan King and Guaiyu into a team fight is going to be so aggressive and a lot of attack speed as well.
Yeah, and plus you have Jiong on the Mai, right?
Yeah.
And then BV potentially flashing forward, flaming palms. You have a lot of opportunities to literally just blow somebody up. So Bigetron right now, they're playing on a knife's edge because they cannot get out of position.
Yeah, they got to be careful, right? I mean, that's the one thing that kind of caught BTR off guard in the last game was the fact that it was kind of getting out of their position ever so slightly, and that's punishable.
Yeah, Guyu flashes forward. He knows exactly where Tough Z is going to be. He was trying to, like, take the initiative on that one, but he's not able to get the damage to do it. HBSC are in the jungle. Tough Z's with that force field suppression looking to turn this around on the Guyu.
Yeah, most players are just like, hey, no, I've got my flash in the early game just in case I do get ganked so I can flash backwards, where Guyu is just like, nah, flashing forward. I want this kill. Wasn't able to get it, though, so it is a bit of an expensive mistake there by the side of HBSE.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Guyu, you're questioning him. He's the finals MVP, man. He can do whatever he wants. He's aggressively going to flash forward. Great. It's the right move.
I'm going to question him regardless, you know. I mean, I've had triple S ratings on my ranked games, and I still get questioned all the time.
Yeah. I mean, our games are way different than these games in that sense. And Guyu definitely next level on this one. He's really stepped up his game. And HBSC, there's a reason why they're the #1 team from MKL.
Oh, absolutely. A bit of a 2v1 dive here from Tufts as well as John Q just trying to clear out the minion wave.
Yeah, Guyu actually fighting 1 versus 2. ZonQ's like, get on out of there, Tough Z. But now here comes Busan King. They're looking to go for the execution, and he does get first blood, and ZonQ's showing up, and now he's like stuck out fighting 1 versus 2. He does a decent amount of damage. Busan King does need to respect this one, but it looks like with those sprites, Neil is going to join as well. They want to kind of lock him in, but Busan King with the double dash, the board not able to connect, but they get him with the taking liberties, and they make him pay.
Yes, what a nice play there by Neil. Zoning him out saying, hey, I need you to be on that wall, and then he knew he had to drop those taking liberties because he knew there was nowhere else for Busan King to go.
Oh, I love just watching ZonQ play. The way that he's just like fighting things out. I mean, Tough Z going down, but you're like, hey, I'm still going to continue to fight. Neil, get over here, help me. And the timing and the execution, just enough. And they actually find in the passive, not enough. Neil's going to be picked.
That passive was just a little bit burnt down too quickly here for the side of BTR by Vitality, but the Bright Light Burst
will just push him back. Ormson now looking to go for the Tremor Smash, but it looks like Zahn is in a bad spot. He's going to be chased down. Je, the Ferrari Beast, is not going to be able to do enough as Zahn has to expend the Flash.
Yeah, pushing Zahn all the way back to base is not where he wants to be, right? He was happy in his lane, pushing the minions through down to the bot side as well. And we could see a big contention for this Crimson Golem, and it is.
Yeah, and they pushed them away. BTR were all very low, so they really couldn't fight, and that just opens up the door. They've taken away the Crimson Golem. They've taken everything at this stage.
Yeah, in the most recent post-match interview, Zanku made a message to Musan King saying, "I will prove to you that you are better than me." Is this a new strat to make Musan King complacent and relax in their match? If it is, I don't think it's working.
I think Musan King is going to be very confused.
Yeah.
And he's going to be like, what is exactly going on? But Zanku taking a lot of damage, and Phoebe almost with a pick, and he does end up getting it at HBSC, making them pay.
Yeah, making them pay in more than one way. Obviously getting the kills here, but also getting the T2 down to the bot side of the map as well. This is going to be an opening here for HomeBois Black Shoe Esports, but now using the ultimate is going to be YU.
Oh, they're going in. The Umbrella Uppers catching just a tip of him, and Zan is going to be picked off. Ormson is trying to get alive, try to get to safety. That's not going to happen, and it looks like Tough Z is going to just run away. The mid T1 is at stake, and HBSC, all angles, all attacks, all lanes, it's all HBSC.
Yeah, Tough Z looking like he's having a bit of a tough E with that team fight. He was trying his best to maintain it. Neil and Zan already being down, so you're already losing two crucial bits of crowd control. But to be honest, John Hughes is like, you know what? I'm bringing the fight to you.
Yeah, he needs to bring the fight, but he's a level behind Musan King. Yeah. He's definitely been struggling. HBSC, again, have a 4K net worth lead on against a very early spiking lineup that they really have no answers.
Yeah, they are struggling because I think it's just the pressure that's been built here.
Umbrella Uppers knocking him back onto 2. They're going to push him back on this one. They actually kill Ormson immediately, and Tough Z trying to fight the good fight, gets the pick up on a VV, so that's a good win for him. And Zanku finding Musan King, that opens the door for Bigetron.
Opening doors and windows is the aim of the game here for the side of Bigetron. They need to try, and now they have the opportunity, and obviously the takedown of Musan King is to invade the enemy jungle.
Oh, Zanku over the walls, trying to go for Zihong, and he does pounce on forward. He is an absolute beast, but now he's going to be chased. He uses his far superior mobility to get to safety.
Not only that, right, like he gave Zan enough time to take that T1 into the mid lane. That's exactly what he was there to do, and they were able to procure that objective.
You can never count out Bigetron. As long as Zanku is alive, doing well, he's going to give your team a chance. And Bigetron need to take advantage of the space that's created by Zanku.
They do. They need to make sure that they get every little drop of opportunity as soon as they get the drop onto Musan King or any of the carriers onto the side of HBSE.
Overlord Solo J is going to be taking that one, and it looks like Tough Z's in a bad spot, being bounced around with that Ride the Wind, and it looks like that's too much. The Umbrella Uppers on to 3, and he gets the Stampede on top of them, and he's lining them up. 3 members down from Bigetron.
Yep, Neil, Zan, as well as Tubbs. It's only up to Zanku as well as Ormson. We have the front line, but no.
They actually go in, he gets on his dragon, he's going to be fine, but Bigetron, good attempt on this one. You're man down. You have to take some risky plays and hopefully catch somebody out. Unfortunately for them, they get away.
They do get away, but that T1 to the mid lane definitely does not get away with murder on that one. It looks like YU and Sohong looking to keep pushing this mid.
Yeah, putting, the pressure throughout. You have Vanguards as well. HBSC just 4.8K net worth lead. Zanku, again, just trying to do what he can, but he needs to get the solo potential, maybe, fighting. He can't even deal with Guyu at this stage.
He can't deal with YU at this stage, but right now, obviously, just Ormson just baiting the NA team to a certain situation or a certain area right now, but they definitely drove them away from that bot side of the map, which means it's completely opened up that higher ground turret.
And look at how Bigetron, all 5 members are just trying to go through their own jungle and seeing that it's completely empty. This is a really bad state of affairs for Bigetron.
Oh yeah, they think they're safe in their own jungle, but they, not chicken brushes, I think is probably a bad call for them, because with the takedown of the T2 down to the bot side of the map, it means that the enemy jungler could be sitting anywhere.
Could be anywhere, and that's a bit of an issue for Bigetron, right? The Tyrant being picked up by Musan King, just yet another big neutral, and the net worth is completely shifted in favor of HBSC this entire game.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever been in the case of BTR, right? It's been unfortunate for the boys in the IKL #1 seed, but this is the MKL #1 seed, and unfortunately, they're a different kind of gravy.
It's definitely different, right? Definitely different. This is just full control, absolute domination. The map control is unreal. Zanku, again, can't even really defend this mid T2. It's going to go down yet again.
Yep, more and more resources getting pulled over to the side of HBSC, but all BZR need to do is try and find maybe like a gank onto maybe Sohan, maybe BB, or even Musan King. But even with those guys gone, YU has been very impactful in this game #2.
Yeah, but even if you were to try to potentially catch them out, and we've seen this time and time again, is that the mobility that HBSE, all of them are able to just get away. So there's really not a whole lot of catch. It's very difficult to fight into this lineup.
It is very difficult, but now they're just trying to make sure it creates a little bit more tension for the team on the Gorge. Resetting the Tyrant.
Oh, the Umbrella Uppers, they're going to find him. They want to go for this. The Tremor Smash used this as a counter initiation, but Guyu doing the work, finding Ormson, not enough damage in terms of those slashes. HBSE are going to look to go. They find Neil instead, who flashes over the wall. He is so low, he will get to safety, but now they find Jihong Zankyu with a nice pickoff.
Yep, great pickup here from Zankyu, just trying to get any kind of space that his team's really been deprived of in this game number 2. Obviously, 4 kills, space, and dividends here for the side of BTR, and then 5k gold right now as we see a bit of an approach on
this is going to be a moment. He does have his dragon. He does not want to push the button, ejection button. He's going to stay alive. The Shadow Tyrant, this is going to be the next big one. Joe's wrapping around as well as Guyu. They're looking for the right angle of approach on this one. And now it looks like they want to go. Musan King is deciding to go, but Guyu is actually falling down. He has gotten way too low. Zan is a little low himself, but Vivi trades his life away and ensuring that he gets Zan. But the Tyrant is going to be picked up by Zankyu. This is an opening. Musan King is going to run away. Zankyu's already been killed. Here's the Umbrella Upper. Jihong is looking to do a little bit of work onto this one. They get the Ruinjin onto Top Z, who actually then needs to dash away. And here comes the reinforcements. Musan King for the second initiation. He will go. Jay is looking to just go onto Ormson. Maybe they need a little stun lock, but Musan King finding him around, but the burst ram is too much. The taking liberties is going to scare him away.
Scare him away and just keep pushing BTR back into their base. That was a very good play here by the side of HomeBois Black Shoe Esports, but you have to give it over to BTR, right? Like, they were able to get that Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant there for themselves, so was really the means of why I feel like HBSE wasn't as dominant with that one.
Yeah. I mean, getting the Tyrant was like, you know, the silver lining, I would say. Yeah. I'm sure that the kills at this point are definitely in the far superior position because they're still down about 6k. Bigetron have not been able to kind of put a dent into that lead.
No dent at all as of yet for Bigetron.
Oh, the Overlord doing a little bit of work. The Umbrella Outburst just used defensively. The board is not going to actually really connect. I mean, you have Jay in, but they don't really have the follow-up. The Tremor Smash is going to completely whip. Jay is looking to turn this around, and Zan has to flash back. And now it's an all-out route. They've gotten Zankyu. That's going to be the first of many, it looks like. Tough Z is going to be killed as well. Now Ormson on the run, but the Kachusin slowing him down, and with the Flaming Palm, Jion gets the double.
Gets the dunk, and only 2 members survive onto the side of BTR. As you can see right now, HBSE look to assault that top side of the map here. They don't have a minion wave in mid. A little bit of a saving grace here for the side of BTR for now.
Yeah, but now with the Vanguards, they already have the minions. 3 members down from Bigetron. It's like a very difficult ask for these two to kind of hold against this onslaught.
This onslaught through for BTR. I mean, they are definitely trying to do like bits and bobs here, right? Like, they can apply the pressure. They are able to get a few assists here onto Zan, but it's all being kind of like fed over to Zankyu, right?
Yeah, I mean, almost they're trying to. They know that he's the win condition, but Musan King has been able to out-farm him. He's accelerated to the next level. He has a huge advantage of just being able to find that back line, that mobility, and just the ability to just burst people down.
Great burst potential here on the side of BTR, but now obviously
Musan King, the first ram, he wants to go for the Tremor Smash, but it's completely negated by the Umbrella Outburst. Jiong with a nice little Ruinja pushing him back. They're taking liberties onto Jiong. They get the nice little pick. The 3-man stun. Tough Z is doing some work. And now the Infinite Fastness. Vivi's going to get back to safety. What's the call for everyone else? Musan King is dashing around. He's going to clean up Neil on that side. Jay and Vivi still around the mid lane. Zan is so low. Needs to be careful. Still 4 members up from HBSC. Now they want to go. It looks like they're going to use the Vanguards at least a little bit, but Guyu gets picked. Zankyu making a pay for stick around, but here comes the potential ambush. They turn it around and they find Zankyu, and with that damage, they take 4 members of HBS or Bigetron.
Yes, 4-2 trade here for the side of HBSE with the minions coming down into the top side and bot side of the map here, looking to try and get that singular 2 high ground turrets are already battered here by the side of Bigetron Esports.
They don't have an answer for Musan King. His ability to just get to the back line. He gets wherever he wants, takes everything from you, and then he just gets away scot-free.
Oh, that's an unfortunate way to be getting out, right? Scot-free. You want to make sure that if you are dying here onto the gorge, you want to make sure you're getting every little scrap you can get.
Oh, they find Ormson, who was just kind of scouting that bush, but now the mirror domain. Zahn actually flashing away. The board is used defensively. Jiong with that nice Kachusen onto Ormson. HBSC take the Crimson Golem, and now they turn their attention on the Shadow Tyrants.
They do turn their attention and basically change their focus here. They're not looking to finish the game too early, or is it to the fact that BTR has actually been doing some great defense?
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of both at this point. I mean, HBSC, they obviously want to end the game, but you've already opened up the entire base. It's just a matter of time. They're going to look to go for that one final push to just really end the game.
Yeah, please. They are looking to end this game right now, obviously. What, 12k gold lead? Obviously, yes, we're getting in around about the 15-minute mark, so it becomes negligible here, but the fact is that they've been so sizable in this.
Yeah, just utter domination in terms of that net worth lead. Jay is still up in front, looking for that right angle to use his Unbridled Outburst. Yeah. Nobody wants to go in for this one, but now Top Z eating a Flaming Palm. No minions. They're going to hold, at least for now.
They're going to hold for now. Can they hold the higher ground for even further on the side of they have no turrets, but look at that damage dealt there by my Shurunui as well as the Jing. Just so much damage.
Oh, here's the Unbridled Outburst. They actually find Jazan just pushed away, and now they want to go. And now nice little knock-up with that Tremor Smash. Guyu doing as much as damage as he can. Orms is going to be picked off. Jay is so low himself. They've already gotten 3 members. They turn this around. Zakyu just needs to get back to the fountain. He will heal. He's trying to keep this Elves alive, especially with VV down. This could be another opening. Zakyu on the prowl. He goes in. Sage's Sanctuary. He finds the clip off to Musang King, but Zakyu is a little bit low. They need to be careful. The damage dealer is still alive from Bigetron.
Yes, what a good, like we were just saying moments ago, like obviously Bigetron by Vitality have been doing some really good defenses at the Crystal to keep it alive, but these are the little minute features that HBSE need to finish off the game, right? They're going for the Overlord, they're looking for more.
Yeah, but that net worth lead has like largely been untouched, even with this potential, because the base again is wide open. This was a good attempt here.
Oh, a very good attempt. Obviously, the World Wide Board kind of just creating a battlefield that they could play around here for the side of Bigetron Esports. But now it was just absolutely a playing field for Zhang Q.
Yeah, just Zhang Q just finding the backline. His target priority is on point. Everybody needs to be on the same page, because if they burst down Musang King, Jihong, or VV, then they're going to have a potential chance in that team fight.
Oh, that's all they need is a potential chance, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's all they are looking for to give themselves hope. But to be honest, if they get that team fight, it's a mountain, not a molehill here for the side of BTR. They still got T2s on the side of Black Shoe Esports.
Yeah, and the hardest part about this is that all 3 lanes pushing like this, the Shadow Vanguard of the bottom one, it looks like they've actually found the first one. Is Zakyu, that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary used early. Tremor Smash only onto, it looks like Jay on this one, but Zakyu has been picked off. HBSC, it looks like they're going to take the Crystal and just end the game. They're going to take game 2.
Yes, that was obviously Guayu towards the end there, just constantly putting a big heavy barrage of attack speed and damage onto that Crystal, to the point where when you lose a few members on BTR, it becomes hard to defend that.
It becomes very hard indeed. I mean, it was like, without any T3s, all the lanes are pushing. Then you got to deal with the fact that they're up in terms of net worth. They have the items, they have everything that you want. Just a really tough situation for Bigetron.
And to add insult to that, I think that Jing just now was totally out of control. For one moment, he was at bottom side. With the mirror swaps, he traveled all the way towards the top side, and he was just chasing everyone everywhere across the gorge. I think that was some pretty neat performance coming in from Musang King's Jing. A very high-level execution on that hero.
I'm going to say it was a little bit better than a pretty good performance. I think that was an excellent performance, right?
I think
that was, if you're looking for a Jing game, that's the perfect way to play it. And it's complete domination in this game too here.
Yeah, Sagi was just like, yeah, I can do better.
Nah, I gotta say, I cannot play Jing, and definitely I gotta take notes from Musang King, because that fluidity on the Jing was just something else coming in from the man himself. But definitely, this game was really down to the fact that Musang King versus Zhang Q, whereby Zhang Q was single-handedly stalling the game for the side of Bigetron to really claw themselves inch by inch back into this game. But as we know, Honor of Kings, it's not a one-man esports. It's a 5-man team game here. So props to Zhang Q, yes, but still, overall, it has to go over to HBSC.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it started early, right? I mean, when you have a Zhangqiu Pei and you're thinking that, hey, we're gonna have a great early game, but HBSC, they took advantage of that, right? They didn't let this snowball get going. They didn't give him a chance at all, and so Zhangqiu playing on the defensive from the beginning, really tough as a Pei.
It was really tough because in the early game, we saw like, okay, Tufts and also Zhangqiu wanted to capitalize against Guiyu, but Guiyu with the fancy feet, jumping back on towards Tuff, and at that point, Tufts had no more flash, and he was just another mouth to feed coming in from the side of Musang King, picking up an easy kill to get him going.
Yes, picking up those easy kills to get himself going, but overall, look at that KDA from Musang King. I mean, that doesn't get you MVP, I'm not too sure what does, but to the contrary though, I mean, Zhe on this Zhang Fei was really good, right? 2-0-16. And a lot of
Axe of Torment.
Yeah, an Axe of Torment. He was just like, you know what? Is it? No. Oh yeah, he does. Sorry, I saw the giant script. I was like, hang on. He's also got the jungle item coming through as well. I mean, he was just wanting it all.
Yeah, just wanting it all. I mean, look at this team as well. The damage throughout, just really spread throughout. Jay, obviously on the bottom, here's a roam. It's totally expected. Yeah. It's all about that control. But like everybody, like picking up the slack in terms of that damage department. That's crazy.
The HBSC one, everybody's just contesting for the highest damage dealt here. With Zihong leading the pack and Musang King coming in a second here. Man, this game, although it's 17 minutes, I felt it was 17 minutes of torture coming in for the side of Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, it just felt like it was just playing with your food at one point.
Correct.
You know what I mean? I mean, there was like stellar moments here for obviously Bigetron by Vitality. They were able to get certain pickups and stuff like that, but nothing really came out of it. Like, they were able to push them at most to the T2 turrets, and that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, like every single time Bigetron would win a team fight, it seemed like the net worth didn't really shift it whatsoever. But if we're looking at this head-to-head, it's going to be in the roam here. Ormson going up against Jie, but Jie was an absolute monster of a Zhang Fei game. And we've seen it time and time again. Like the Zhang Feis in the KIC have just been really amazing.
2-0-16 so far on towards on this Zhang Fei. And to your point as well, I do definitely agree. Towards this tournament, all the Zhang Feis has been magnificent in their own way. The setup, the peel, they're doing almost everything. It sort of reminds me of KIC2025, whereby Zhang Fei has been that primary pick towards the pick and bans.
Exactly, yeah. The pick and bans, he was a very dominant force. Even like the MKL spring season as well, right? I remember him being a very hotly contested pick in the ban phase, but it has to be none other than Musang King for this game, number 2, right? His performance on the Jing, like you were saying, traveling top side, bot side of the map, he was literally like a five-headed Hydra in one guy.
It was a very scary and dominating performance coming in from the King himself here. So far, I think this has been one of the pretty interesting Jing showcases so far that we have actually seen in the KIC, because this is using the kit to a full extent. The mirror swaps, the ultimate refresh, he's been doing it perfectly in this game.
Absolutely perfectly. I mean, it's a pretty good performance, you would say, right? Right, Sagi? I mean, if he didn't die twice, I think that he would have had an excellent game. But I think in this case, it's good enough to get MVP.
I gotta give you a perfect performance after this, but let's check out the replay here, what exactly went down. Because even at this point here, you see it's a 4-6 in terms of kill score, but it's always about those gold leads that we talk about here. Every single play that's committed by HBSC, they get something out of return for the side of their rotations.
I mean, it's just the setup from Jie. Almost every single time he uses the Umbrella Outburst, he clips out at least one member, and then the rest of HBSC with their far superior mobility just get to everybody, and then you really can't fight. Everybody's just running, just trying to stay alive, and it's impossible against this lineup who out-scale you as well.
And this is the one that I would talk about here. I think this is the one that Musang King went to chase on the side of Neil, where you see he's here, swaps in, chases Neil, and Neil is traveling towards the top side here, and you know he's waiting for the Splendor to end, and out of the ultimate here, swaps again and gets out alive. That was from bot all the way to top.
That's so patient. The way he was able to just use it, wait in the wings at the perfect moment, catching them out, because you thought that HBSC were going to run. You thought that they were going to be out, but HBSC were like, no, not just yet. We're going to get all the kills, but on our way out.
Exactly, they're burning it right towards the end there, right? Obviously, they were able to survive around about a 17-minute game from the side of HBSC, which is more than what other teams could say, right? Like, we've seen HomeBois, Blackshrew Esports be so dominant. They can finish games in, like, the fashion of 8 minutes. So for the fact that Bigetron Esports by Vitality can hold out 17 minutes, I feel like that's a good point for this team and definitely a sign of progress.
It's a sign of progress and improvement compared to game number 1. So, with this in mind, how do they convert this experience that they have gained towards this game number 3 that potentially will put them down into that lower bracket?
I mean, I was going to say draft, but it looks like even with a pay sort of draft, it looks like HBSC have all the answers to this test. So it's going to be a tough one. It really comes back to that execution, creating even more space. ZonQ is not a one-man army. Everybody needs to step up to create the space so that everyone can excel.
I think that has been a difficult part towards this game itself. This series has been a showcase of the stronger fundamentals to work as 5-man compared to Bigetron, who is slightly under maybe 1 or 2 levels compared to the side of HBSC. So maybe this is a learning experience for them to go towards a lower bracket to take on Alpha 7 again potentially, or the side of Elevate to see who can really make it towards the second seed of the playoff from their group.
Yeah, I mean, it's maybe the experience, the learning and all that, just being tested is going to help them probably long term, right? Which is a good thing. And I do think that if they do fall on this one, they're going to be there, right? But going into this one, I think that it was, for them, they were like, where are we? Can we take on the MKL teams? And it seems like really they're not on the same level.
Unfortunately not, no. Not yet, anyway,
not yet,
at least. From what we've seen, I mean, this could be a surprise of game number 3, that they could be on the MK level. They're just maybe just holding out some kind of, like, big draft that may get them through into the upper brackets. But we can really hope here for the Bigetron fans over in the IKL that is going to be the case in this game number 3.
Yep, to start off game number 3 here, a proper pick and ban will be much required coming in for a side of Bigetron to really topple the entire script that has been laid down to them into a revenge story whereby KNC wasn't the best for them, and also KWC, they managed to get top 8, which is higher compared to HBSC. So coming into KIC, to lose in this fashion, yes, it will be painful, but as long as their mentality isn't damaged going to the lower bracket, it is all fine.
It's okay. It's okay. I mean, I think that you have to think long term. You're not eliminated.
Correct.
Right? So I think that is the best part of this one, right? But going into this, I think that, like, this game is the true test.
Correct.
Right? Once we figure out what happens with this one, if we lose, not great. We're going to have a nice little huddle in terms of how we can get back into it in the future.
Like, there is nothing to lose in this sense here.
True.
Yes, you don't get the first ticket in your group towards the playoffs, but you need to make sure that you improve yourself from this series here. The first things first, HBSC picks up will be this pay here. So this is a challenge of tempo here. With BTR already expending the Ukkyo Tachibana, they may need to consider picking up the Ogren or the Musashi to match up against this pay on the hands of Busan King.
Yes, the 4D chess match has been played, right? They was like, you know what? Let's lock in something in game number 1. Let's kind of draw out that counter that we know can be done for pay, which is that Ukkyo. And now, Busan King's going to be unchecked, unless they can find something here that's going to match the pace of it. Maybe something like the Agudo.
Yeah, and actually I was thinking they just picked the same heroes that HBSP picked last game, but the Yuan is a little bit different in that sense. But again, it's all about having a way to kind of, you know, defend and repel the early onslaught from HBSC here.
Very similar draft from the side of HBSC. It's like them saying, like, hey, I'm going to do it once. So open your eyes and look properly here. But jokes aside here, Bigetron by Vitality, they need to pick a decent jungle here to match up this tempo. With ladies unlocking for HBSC, they are ready for BTR to lock in that Ogre here. Or at the very least, this is a warning signal for BTR.
Unbreakable.
Yes, warning signal for BTR. Obviously, we like to see this when the pay comes through, right? We like to get the Liempo. Obviously, we've already seen the Maisha Nui already on the side of HomeBois Blackstreet Esports. But getting the Liempo, getting the pay is going to definitely make a easier dive onto the enemy backline.
That's correct. So for BTR, what's the decision on this third pick here? Is it to go for the jungle assassin matchup on the flip side, which he can probably go for the Jing here if he wants to prove himself, whereby this was the exact same matchup in game 2, now reverse for both teams.
Yeah, I think it's smart. The jungler should have been picked here, lest it be banned coming into the second phase of the draft. So very smart here in that sense, but now they need to protect this Jing. They need to create a little bit more space because, again, ZonQ hasn't really been able to truly shine because he's always playing from behind.
Always playing from behind. I mean, playing behind and being shined here on the side of these two teams is definitely what we want to see more of. So we're going to get into the second ban phase here. Obviously banning out the D-Ranger. They don't want to kind of give over a backline orientated pick, right? Obviously, just be able to kind of just melt a lot of damage, especially towards that mid game when we start to see him just have a bit of a safe game come through for himself. But now the Lu Bang, obviously, normally the ban out for the delivery system of the Jing, right?
Yeah, smart. I mean, it's definitely a nice little 1-2 combination. Bigetron, on the other hand, they're going to go attack Vivi as much as possible. His hero pool is going to be, I mean, it's fine in the end. It is deep, but taking away some of the more meta ones, pretty smart here. And because you want to set yourself up for success, especially with Zan's Loom.
I think potentially HBSE, they could probably utilize Vivi on the Consort U here. There's a physical jungle assassin in terms of the Jing, for example, and there's also the Long here. So potentially hovering towards the Consort U makes a bit of a decent sense coming into HBSE's lineup.
Yeah. And going into this one, I mean, the Mayan, that's going to be great. A party starter, if you will, and getting to that back line. The Pei, definitely vulnerable. Lady Jun as well, so this has a lot of options.
A lot of options indeed for both of these teams, especially in trying to like catch any kind of backline like the Lady Gem, right? The Mayan makes a lot of sense, but like Sagi was alluding to there, the Consort U is a good counter towards the Lung in terms of just negating that flaming comms, right? But also being able to, if you use the protective winds at the right time, you can actually negate a heavy CC.
Correct, that's very true. Especially, it's also like I think it's just like a pixel frame. We call it an iframe.
Very close.
You need to time it exactly the same marker here, and you can potentially jump out of all these CC that we talk about here. And will you though, locking in a Charlotte into a Mayin here, not the easiest of the lane here for the HBSE Clash lane.
Ooh, they're gonna go for the Dolia here as well. Obviously, something that HBSE seem to think like, you know what, it's not worth banning out because we played it. They can't have the Yang Jiang combo. All they can do at most is obviously pair it with the Lung, pair it with the Huan.
Actually, this Dolia has a lot of good options right here. I mean, the Lung, the Yuan, you have Zanq. I mean, the Mirror Domain less as effective, but having the ability to just use it, it's great. So they have options. It seems like this is a well-rounded draft. They have opportunities to get in, but can they, again, it's about this early game Musang King. Does he just close the door on it early?
And I'm interested to see whether this is the exact same jungle item Lian Po that we've seen from the Nova OG series to really funnel all the gold into Musang King's pocket.
I think that it's the smartest way, right? Yeah. It really, you cannot go wrong letting Musang King, your star player, literally shine, right? Getting him all as farm as possible. He's so efficient too. He can find his own way of getting that farm.
But when Musang King shines, it becomes Musang Bling.
Musang Bling. That looks like the hotline Bling, you know?
Yeah,
you gotta dial the number. MSK1800.
When he's playing Musang Bling.
All right, are they all like durians and things? Like he's just like chain?
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure.
Probably like 60, 24 karat gold durians. Yeah.
And an interesting one, whereby I think Musang King doesn't like durian.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, and the name doesn't really resonate with him. It's just a name to represent himself, you know? But all facts aside here, this will be game number 3 between Bigetron by Vitality trying to come back into the series. It won't be difficult, but all hope is not lost. And for the side of HomeBois Backstreet Esports, this is your marker to make it a 3-0, to make it towards that upper bracket into pool number 1 of the playoffs.
This is kind of like Batman, who's like afraid of bats, right? And he names himself of what he fears. And so Musang King, it seems like he's going the same way. I think it's the same. The logic is the same here.
Maybe Musang King and Junq have that kind of like that same synergy, right, between the Batman and Joker. Maybe that's why they keep having these like banters with each other on the social medias. But this is match point here for HBSE to take it all against BTR.
Oh, Neil, with a flash forward, he's going to try to do some decent work on a VV, but not able to actually get the point. The protecting wins just too much.
That's what I mean. The pixel perfect timing, it cancels out the CC. If that wasn't the case of that skill, we would have seen VV die, and that would have been first blood.
Yeah, he's, I mean, just the timing, though, and the way that you do it, not easy to do, and he seems to be, like, you know, very successful with that, and there's a reason why he's playing the game, and I'm just watching him.
Hey, you can do that too. Don't talk down yourself there, Paulie. You can do this.
No, I really just tried. I really can't do it.
You can! But no, at the same time, down to the bottom side of the map, we see a big presence from BTR Zan as well as Forbes, and just trying to get that pressure down to the bottom side, maybe even try and steal away this fire peak, but no. Oh, actually, no, BTR Neil gets it, sorry.
Yeah, BTR right now, this is the big thing, right? We didn't see too much of this in the first 2 games, but you gotta be aggressive. Take the enemy jungle as much as possible. Put the pressure on to HBSE. Make them have to beat you.
Yeah, exactly. Put the pressure on here. I mean, especially when you got a pick like the pay, right? Like, you definitely don't want it to get ahead of himself in the early game, but there's a bit of a tit for tat going on here. Just to kind of contest the jungle, but the destructive luge is going to drive BTR out of that play.
Yeah, completely zoned out. Not really able to get any follow-up damage on that, but HBSC are like, just get out of my jungle. This is our home.
Exactly. But I mean, to be honest, I think it's a little bit of a bad move from BTR to actually take fight into the jungle pre-4 minutes, right? I mean, they're going to do less damage.
Yeah. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag, right? Because at the same time, they need to change things up. What they've done thus far, being like just passively in the lane, just kind of outfarm them, it's like you can't really keep on pace with Musan King, and then you're in a world of hurt once he gets online.
Maybe I should put some Duran on the gorge, you know? Maybe it'll just like scare him away.
Yeah,
like garlic with a vampire.
All right, well, here we go. It looks like the origin story. I love durian because he loves to eat durian. Sagi said otherwise. He named himself after a type of durian he loves. You can spot Musan King in the durian and burn the flame. Music video for KIC2025. Give him durian when HBSC wins KIC2025. I'm very confused at this stage.
I need to hear from this, you know, like we've been told fake information. I feel like I've been lied to. I might have to get ChatGPT involved.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to get the best, the most accurate news there either, but I think we should talk to Musan King to get the real story as of which way it goes. But still, I think that it's a great name to have. I think if you're going to be called a king, you might as well be the Musan King.
Exactly, the king of fruits here for the side of HomeBois Black Fruit Esports. And to be honest, he may be the king of fruits, but he's not king of the gold lead within this game number 3. We can see here that BTR by Vitality are ahead ever so slightly.
And look at, they're waiting in the wings. Zahn realizes that something's away, like Ari at this point. He's going to go around the long way, and he spots out 3 members. This is a lot of them, and he does need to be a bit scared as he eats an opal.
Eats an opal straight to the face. But now, obviously, John Q trying to get their lock onto Azure. They're like, hey, look, I am here, and I am going to be starting the Tyrant, so you better try and contest me, or we're going to get some extra damage over to the side of BTR.
O'Neal flashing forward. He tried to make the play. He gets first blood, but he's in a bad spot. He's going to give it up. He went all in for that. Ensures that he gets Jeong, but that was space created because they had to deal with Neil, and they pick up the Tyrant.
No, that was a good play, man. Like, you lose Neil, but you get first blood, and you get the Tyrant, so you also get that little Brucey bonus of that goal for the first blood. But now
they turn around. The power gradation is going to have to be used. Guyu a little bit low. Zankyu using that mirror domain to more or less just scare people at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, Guayu is going to be on a lot better of a pick here going into the latter part of the game, right? We've only just hit the 4-minute mark. So right now, the devastation from Charlotte isn't quite going to be there just yet.
Yeah, not at this moment. I mean, it's still very close in the top lane. That's kind of where a lot of the action is going to be in terms of those initiations, when that control is about to happen, and in those team fights. So something to take note of.
Yeah, absolutely. Something to take note of here whilst we're watching this game between Home Black Fruit Esports and BTR, who haven't got a single point on the board just yet. Dan being put a lot of pressure on here, just coming through, getting the Magma Slam off.
Yeah,
but not going to commit it.
I mean, look at Vivi using his protecting winds, dodging most of what Zahn was throwing at him. Just doing a great job of just understanding that, like, hey, you actually can't touch me. I'm just going to continue on. And with, you know, waiting in the wings to just potentially jump in, Zahn has to play super safe.
And the good thing is, it's not just protecting him from those shots from Vivi, it protects him from Zahn, it protects him from the shots from the turrets as well. So if you are playing Console U, or looking to try play Console U, use your protected winds, take the turrets down.
Yeah, take them down, but it looks like the teleport's going to be in the mid lane. Musan King will now be joining HBSC a little on the lower end. They need to be careful, but this Crimson fight is going to be one that Zankyu was looking to go for. Jay was potentially looking to go in for this, but it looks like Zankyu with that steal. And now Bigetron finding even others. Guyu is going to now be joining. He does a little bit of work on the tough Z, but now Musan King dancing around. Infinite Fastness is going to be used. Bigetron on the retreat.
Yep, they're now on the retreat here. Obviously having to use Infinite Fastness for Zahn just to get it out alive. But at the same point, they were like, you know what? Let's give up the ghost and the dance of this team fight just so we can get that pressure being put down to the bottom side of the map once again.
Yeah, Zergolem continuing to be farmed. Zankyu, he's going to be like loving those. Like the buffs have been largely untouched.
Yeah.
HBSC has been pressed on the defensive, and now they're spending 4 members, ensuring that Musan King picks up his own.
Yes, picking up his own there as well. These Zergolem mean quite a bit to a pick like the pay, right? Getting that cooldown reduction is definitely a a good thing on the pay. But right now, obviously, HBSE do have the gold lead back in their favor by around about 900 to 1k.
Even when things are looking like in favor of Bigetron, you look up and the net worth is still in favor of HBSC. Just the way that they're able to just extract whatever is on the map.
Yeah.
I mean, even counter movements of, you know, what Bigetron are throwing at them, they've done such a great job of just ensuring that they stay ahead.
It's kind of like they get the intel, right? They're like, you know what, oh guys, yeah, there's 3 of them making a buddy system, let's split apart, let's get a split push, so then there's no point in them really roaming around as 3, because by the time they finally reach somebody, you've already gained some great gold.
Yeah, and now look at Bigetron, understanding the timing of this Crimson, it looks like it's going to be very fast by HBSC, smiting it for good measure. Ormson now is going to be on the run, he gets Tremor Smash for his troubles. Neil with that on in, Sorrow still up in front. They need to be a little careful. They pull back on Jib, but it looks like Bigetron, really no catch. The damage really wasn't there.
Yeah, it wasn't there at all, right? That's the only problem here, that when you're pulling in Aelia Poe, you need to be doing some serious damage and maybe potentially have the Starbreaker.
Yeah, and now it looks like Unending Sorrow used by Neil yet again. He's going to be focused in. They want to go for the burst ram. That's a little bit of control. Infinite fastness by Zahn. Neil has to flash away. Top Z is going to go down, and Neil gets picked off as well. HBSC with this mobility, they're finding them, tracking them down. Zahn has to flash away, and Musan King on the prowl.
He's on the prowl. Tigerus fits perfectly here for Musan King, but we see obviously the mirror domain being popped down just to clear out the minion wave into that mid lane because they don't want to drop that.
They're going to die. They find Zahn instantly deleted on that one. Musan King ensuring that they get him, and they're hunting for more. Ormson is looking to be like a free meal for Musan King in the top lane.
Yeah, beautiful use of time is right. They knew that even the Masters have been burnt out, but BTR Ormson,
yeah, he's going to be killed. No chance. No way you get away from this Tiger. He's just too strong, too fast, too furious, too everything at this point because Bigetron right now on the defensive yet again.
Too hot, too spicy is Musan King right now on this pay. 5 kills to 1. A very low kill game within Honor of Kings, but that's been one of the common factors so far, is that these matches have not consisted of a lot of kills.
Yeah, not too many at all because HBSC only take what they need. Really, essentially, they're not hunting for kills, they're hunting for objectives. They're putting it out. The map control is unreal.
So what are you telling me? They're not greedy boys?
They're not greedy boys. They're disciplined boys.
They're disciplined.
Right? The way that they move around, I mean, even if they catch somebody out, they're like, okay, that's a little bit of risk. I'm not going to force it, but I'm just going to take all the objectives, right? And constantly just put them in a box where Bigetron really have no way of getting outside and getting any sort of farm. It's very frustrating to play against.
Oh, absolutely, very frustrating. Yeah, obviously that. Oh, okay. Why are you going to get caught out?
He's going to be caught out. I think that that's going to be enough damage, and they do find it. Zahn is actually going to get that one, but now Bigetron on the attack, lose the Azure Golem, Musan King, who's going to look to go, but now they're going to look to turn. They're potentially fighting 4 versus 5. HBSC very confident.
Very confident with that one. Take down onto Guayu, so their driving force, their late game assurance is kind of up in the gorge for the next 12 seconds, so maybe, just maybe, BTR get one of these neutral objectives.
Yeah, smart by HBSC. Understanding that, like, hey, actually, if we don't have Guayu, we really should not be forcing this. And they're going to wait for him to now spawn. He will be there. Neil is up in front. The Unending Sorrow right onto Xiong. He tried to go for that heroic play yet again. He's going to pay with his life on this one. But Bigetron, using that space, they pick up the Shadow Tyrant.
They pick up the Shadow Tyrant, but speaking of being picked up, it's VV picking up that Daybreaker as well. So late game itemization coming through here for the side of HBSE. So the damage is going to come through thick now.
Yeah, Zahn, Half-Life, no infinite vastness. This is not a great situation. And understanding the advantage that HBSE has with those cooldowns, they take the Crimson right under the noses of Bigetron.
And I mean, it doesn't go over to Musan King, it goes over to BB, right? So that's even more damage being stipulated over to the side of their marksman.
Yeah, huge advantage. I mean, the level advantage there, we need to see the net worth to actually see. But Zahn right now, I mean, look at this. 1.3 up in this point. VV just doing everything, even with Kansai Yui.
Yeah, very good play. I mean, to be honest, it's a good pick. Like we said in the draft, it negates a lot of damage. That if you are any other kind of marksman, it's going to make you drive away from a team fight straight away. But if you can get rid of that, like you can with Kansai with the protected wins, you're going to be in a good start.
Yeah, definitely a good start. I mean, just being able to just negate stuff plus do your damage. The Unending Sorrow now used by Neil. He's on the run though. They want to potentially just turn this. No, it looks like ZonQ does not want to fully commit because the rest of HBSE are waiting in the wings.
They're waiting in the wings right now is going to be HSBC. Maybe just trying to get the calm before the storm as they wait and wait for that primary moment, which is going to be when those minion waves crash into the mid lane and bot side of the map right now. As you can see that BTR are going for a bit of a defense.
Yeah, they have to defend here. And ZonQ looking for that space, goes in the top lane, looks to split push, cut the creeps at this point with that Vanguard down. Bigetron on the bottom lane need to somehow hold, just deal with the Shadow Vanguard. Now ZonQ is going to recall back and they're going to look to defend here.
Looking to defend here as well. I mean, it has to be one heck of a defense for the side of BTR as they could lose the higher ground turrets.
Yeah, that bottom T3 still very close, but HBSC do not want to risk it. They don't want to step within the range. But Zana's a little bit low. They turn their attention on the mid T2 instead. They'll take that one for free.
Why not? Why not? I mean, the focus is elsewhere on the side of BTR, right? So why not just go for the easiest uncontested part of the map, which is that mid lane, but they do take away
they're looking
that
to go for
Crimson.
this one. The Tremor Smash is not going to be, it's going to be completely negated actually by the spells. And now Tough Z going in for this one, tries to get a little bit serious. Guyu under the tower, taking some aggro hits.
Taking a lot of those aggro hits in the turret right now, but this is BTR's time to come back here. That's very close.
Oh, ZonQ try to be cheeky, but now Tough Z is a little bit low as well. They've all healed up, but man, they've taken so much damage. You show your face, and you will be instantly deleted. Bigetron right now on a knife's edge. How do they hold on this one?
Hopefully with some prayers and some hope for the side of the boys, because obviously if they do lose this one on the side of BTR, they are going to drop down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, lower brackets not where they want to be, but they're not eliminated from the KIC. That's one silver lining for them. But they want to hold, they want to extend this series, get themselves in. Neil trying to go in with that unending sorrow. Tough Z is there as well, but they've been knocked around. The Tremor Smash is great from Ja, and now with that Mirror Domain, he's trying to just get out to safety. 2 members down from each squad. Ormson is under the tower though, and ZonQ continuing on, trying to deal with Musan King, who's doing the damage, is looking to take it on to Ormson. Zon gets on his dragon, he goes forward, and they finally find Musan King. That's a great pickoff, and now Bigetron, ZonQ chasing Ja down. He looks like he wants to just get away. ZonQ will eventually get him, but it's going to take a little bit longer.
Just trying to escape his best, right? Like having his best, his Sunday best gets taken down, but now Guayu looking to go take down Ormson. But it looks like it may be getting left to the dogs, but still Ormson escapes and looks to take this tyrant for the side of BTR.
Guyu is just running Ormson down. He gets the last second Wavebreaker to safety, and ZonQ taking the Shadow Tyrant. Again, single-handedly trying to get this team back into this one. If they get to Guyu, they have the pullback. Is he going to get over the wall? He's been knocked around, and it looks like they will eventually find him. And so Tough Z will secure that. Now Bigetron have to hold on this defense. The bottom lane is pushing.
Yeah, again, they do have to keep holding onto that defense and also putting a lot of pressure down to the bot side, right? Especially since they lost that T3. Obviously, we have the super minions that are coming through as they naturally crash into that lane, but HBSE, they are only about 1k ahead, which again, at this point in time, is not that good.
Not that much, right? I think it's a bit of a wash at this stage, but the biggest thing is it's about the objectives. Look at how the top lane is pushing. The bottom lane will consistently push. So if you're going to do anything, you're on a bit of a timer because you have to rush back and defend.
Yeah, speaking of rushing back, they may have to rush to try and contest this Overlord. You can see that Jared is just using his big old tanky body to get that intel.
Yeah, it's about that vision. And now they're looking to go. He tries to go on the Zan on this one, but it finds him out. He gets on the Dragon instantly, but Neil, the unending sorrow, he's going to be finding, and they find VV. That's a lot of work that's going to be done. Jay is now has the burst ram. He's going to be focused as well. They've got 3 members, and Bigetron finding the gaps, but the bottom lane is pushing. They need to be careful with how they proceed because Musan King is looking to end this game. Neil is looking to chain him down. He's going to go for the crystal play. He has the shield. He takes too many shots with the crystal, and he too will fall.
He tried to go for the Freddy finish, didn't he? He tried his best, but I think it's a little bit too early. Not quite having that Tempest Dragon as well, but definitely worth a try here for the showmanship.
Yeah, HBSC now, they're in uncharted territories. The game is completely shifted. Overlord being picked up here by Bigetron, and they've got a glimmer of hope. I mean, they're definitely in the lead at this stage, which is very weird to say, especially since the state of the game has been not going their way.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, to be honest, if they can hold on for 3 minutes or so, maybe they can get a steal onto the Tempest, maybe then they can turn it around completely, but they still have to try and get another good team fight off the side of BSE.
Yeah, they need to figure out a way. I mean, HBSC, like, you find the pickoff, but again, the Bigetron, the biggest thing is that they've been initiating. They're the ones that have been going on. Again, superior vision going into that. The top T3 looking to go down for this one, and they finally find it, but Zahn is a little bit low. He gets on his dragon, the unending sorrow from Neil. He's going to look to be shifting as well. The secondary one by Ormson, continuing on. He does get the safety. HBSC not able to catch anyone.
Not able to catch anyone, but to drive away BTR at this point in the game is very good, right? Because, I mean, BTR should have been able to push one of these lanes, at least get that T3 into the mid lane, but they weren't able to.
Not able to get that one. So it looks like, I mean, all things considered, towers equal, right? Bigetron somehow have dug themselves out of this grave. There's this resolve and resilience that you're seeing from this team has really given them a chance, all because Zanku 4-0-4.
Exactly. I mean, he's definitely not an error with that 4-0-4, but he's definitely a star so far as he comes through with the 4-0-4 and actually ahead of the goal in terms of Busan King as well.
Yeah, turn this game, right? I mean, he is like, I'm not losing this game, right? This is a moment. This is a statement. Yeah. It's like, hey, you want to go against Bigetron? There are no 3-0s. Everything is going to be difficult. I'm going to fight to the bitter, bitter end.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a bit of a sully for the side of HBSC if they lose a 3-0 here, right? Because they're so far the only team that have that 3-0 scoreline.
Oh, Zanku, he might get caught out. He's in a bad spot. Guyu potentially going into the mirror domain. He's dancing around, but he might be a little bit controlled. Needs to be careful. The unending sorrow by Neil. Top Z is there as well. Bazan has to get on his dragon. He goes forward. Musan King is so low. Top Z is on the prowl. That's Sage's Sanctuary. Bazan is a little bit low himself. Somehow still alive. They get the pick up onto Musan King and VV. And Bigetron coming back from the dead up to two players at this point, taking the Shadow Tyrant, completely shifts this game in their favor.
Absolutely. They are no longer a husk. They are a full-fledged undead beast coming back from the grave here, which is BTR with a 13-9 kill lead right now. But it's now down to HBSC. Do they go for the big defense?
I mean, at this point, Bigetron right now, this is going to be a tough push for them to deal with. And now Zanku, instant go in, decides to dive, not able to get the damage, but they find Jay. They're going to push him back, but no, it looks like he's going to go get killed. Zanku has been stuck in. That's going to be Sage's Sanctuary, but Guyu trying to do the heroic play, not able to do it. Now the Crystal is under siege at this point, and it looks like Jihong, Vivi, and Musan King have all shown up, and Bigetron have to run away. Neil had already been down the flash forward, and Vivi not able to get it with that ult pulse, not able to hit anybody.
That was a very aggressive flash from VV, who's just like, no guys, you are not winning this one. But to be honest though, BTR wiping out all those high ground turrets, man, that is some kind of comeback.
I mean, the timing of this one, like, you see the death timers from Musan King and VV, you're on a timer. HBSC, the rest of them, it's all about distracting. To make sure that they hit you and not the crystals, and there are moments you had backdoor, but if they just focused on the crystals, they might have just ended the game, but HBSC, super smart, just dealing with the minions.
They know that the IKL teams can't resist the fight, that's why. You know that. Like, they were just like, hey, these boys want to fight, and they're like, okay, let's take it. It's kind of like when you throw a bone to a dog.
Okay. No, I mean, I understand the idea, but HBSC it just completely baited it out. Like, that was a huge opportunity to close out the game, and when you have them, they're very few, but you gotta take them.
You have got to take them, and speaking of taking, we need to take this Tempest Dragon if either one of these teams want to try and finish this game off.
Yeah, and it looks like Bigetron waiting. They just want to just wait patiently. See what comes out. They find Jay, and I mean, if they get the pick off, they can completely just own this game.
Yeah.
But look at the split pushing from the bottom lane as well, and now the Tempest Dragon going to be started by HBSC of all people. Zanku around the corner, and now Jay is going to be going in. Guyu doing a little bit of work with the zoning. The Flaming Palm largely negated on that. The Unending Sorrow by Neil. And now they want to go for this one. The Tremor Smash onto 2. That's going to be legit. But Musan King is about half-life. Needs to be a little bit careful. Bigetron a little on the lower end. Guyu is about half-life. Tempest Dragon shifts. Bigetron are going to focus their attention on that now.
They've drove it into a bit of a corner here, maybe just to bait it out and maybe see if BSC take the bait right now. And I mean, it's going to be taken down onto the side of BT. They get the Tempest.
Yeah, Musan King was not even in there. So that was going to be all Bigetron in that sense. And now with the Tempest Dragon buff, they're up 7K. This game is Bigetron's to lose now.
It is. I mean, it was a very long time ago, but now it is even more of a game to lose here. But to be honest, I have to give it to them. They have come with a purpose, and they are not looking to finish it with a 3-0 dive down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it was all personal at this stage. Everything, you know, I mean, we were talking about, oh, they can just go to the lower bracket and learn from there, but they're like, no. We are not done today. We're going to play our strategy. We're going to execute, and we're going to do what we can, because ZonQ is still around. The guy hasn't even died a single time at this point, and now this is the moment where they're looking to close this game out.
Yeah, 3 stages, thank you, up on the side of BTR. That's very
Guyu looking to go in. Zon instantly on that dragon. Guyu a little bit low. He's going to infinite fastest aggressively. They get the pick off, and that's going to open things up. And now with this pick off, they find Jay as well, and it looks like Bigetron will take game 3.
Bigetron with the game 3 win. Oh, wow. We did not expect that towards the beginning part of that game and the mid game. Honestly, bit of a miracle.
Through the depths of hell, through the multiple team fight wins, they claw back into the series and they put themselves 1-2 in terms of the scoreline here. Yep. This is Bigetron by Vitality, the champions coming in from IKL. We can never count them out.
Never count them out, and that was the biggest thing, right? Even when things were looking bad, but it's also the same way. It's like, hey, HBSE has the pay, kind of falls off at some points. He's kind of squishy, right? We're able to get this. This is a huge statement game. This they can. I mean, not to say that they need to rest their laurels on this game, but it's going to really help with their confidence of being saying, hey, the MKL teams they can bleed some blood.
Yes. Exactly, and game 1 and game 2 was a bit of a gameplay like showing coming in from the MKL team. But game 3, it was not only the side of HBSC, it was a lot of games, a lot of comebacks that's being funneled for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. That's why in towards the later stage of the path, you see Zon clutching up, you see ZonQ clutching up, you see Neil going for the aggressive flash. Everybody got a positive upgrade in terms of their momentum that shifted the mood into like, hey guys, we're not here to lose. We're here to make a comeback. We're here to win, guys.
Yeah, I mean, completely turned it, right? There was a certain turning point. We'll see it in the highlights as of when that exactly happened. But it just seemed like once they kind of faltered, HBSC were not able to take some of those T3s, and they were really struggling. The damage was real by Bigetron, and they had to respect that.
They did have to respect. I mean, that's the problem, right? Like maybe if HomeBois, Black Shoe Esports just respected BTR a little bit earlier in that game, they probably wouldn't have made as many mistakes as they did in that one.
It's true, whereby you are not going in as your full form, but you have to give props towards IKL as well, whereby every single mistake portrayed towards you is an opportunity that they took to get that tempo, to get all these objectives, which funneled into this game 3 victory for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. As you can see towards the itemization here, everything was so darn clean for both teams until you see ZonQ 6-0-7 in the Tempest game. 0 times faltered on this Jing pick.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you're like, even in your ranked games, you had that monster game and you lost, and you're like, you report everybody else. This is ZonQ, like literally recreating that, but coming out with a W, right? Because he was doing everything to ensure that they won this one.
Exactly. I mean, to be honest, the only person that died like a lot of times was Neil, but I feel like that was Neil's job, right? Like especially on the Q1, to dive in and just get that mournful tempo going was everything that they needed to start these team fights.
200,000 damage and 140,000 damage taken by the side of Neil here. You know this Zolia Yuhuan is just going in with the double ultimate, just slamming the health bars here. That's what makes the side of HBSC so difficult to actually breathe in these team fights.
And that's why that combination is just so strong. The Yuhuan and the Dolio, right? Time and time again, they were able to kind of go in. And this is the state of the game. I mean, this was a genuine comeback by Bigetron. Things were looking to be very rough for them. They were going to, get bounced into the lower brackets. But they're just like, not just yet.
The resilience is the name coming in for the IKL champions here. With this momentum shift, I hope they can convert it into a Game 4 victory that potentially will push to Game 5. But, of course, it's HBSC. After that loss, their coaches are going to be like, hey, you got to play better. You got to just, adjust your own mistakes because that's not what you usually do. But let's take a look at the Roamer head-to-head in this game.
Roamer head-to-head here between Zhe and Ormson. Obviously, 1-4-7 to that 0-1-17 in terms of those assists. I mean, damage taken is obviously night and day here between the Dolia and the Lian Po, just because obviously how those heroes are built. But overall, we see the assist and obviously the participation in the kills is going to be one of those main things, right? Other than the vision score, which obviously Zhe has going for him, it's not considerably that less other side of Ormson.
for as long as that game went on, Ormson dying only once was an immaculate game by him. Let's be very honest. Those Celestial Melodies, crucial. And the team fighting, team fight winning, right? And his ability to just stay alive and cycle those spells and do as much havoc, and create as much havoc as he did. I mean, Ormson, really props to this guy.
I hope Kindo Fu is like this, because every time I see Kindo Fu, he's always on the cross map on towards the game here. But of course, let's not talk about Kindo Fu. Let's talk about Zan Q, because he's the MVP of this game number 3, which resulted into the Jing pick that we talked about. We were prizing the side of, hey, Musang King, your Jing is pretty good. I can play it too. And he showed up 607 on towards MVP game at the brink of elimination.
Yeah, it was like that Michael Jordan meme. He's like, I took that personally, right? And I'm going to use it myself, and I'm going to just show you how it's done. Because, again, Zan Q is so good on this hero, just like Musang King is. I think that this is why that head-to-head matchup was going to be great going into the series.
Oh, absolutely. Just the pure kind of like build-up between these two players already, just to then see it happen and play out onto the Gorge in such a playful manner, right? Obviously, HBSE in this part of the game was definitely being playful, which was kind of at the peril of this victory for them.
And this was the start of the comeback of the side of Bigetron Vitality here. At this point, it's a 3,000 heavy in towards the side HBSE, but the kills going back and forth and funnel into the pockets of the side BTR. Converting those into more of these objectives is exactly what BTR did well to convert that deficit into this monstrous lead leading into the game-winning push.
Yeah, but it looked like once Vivi was down, it's like, why is HBSC continuing to fight? Right, this is not a good fight for them. They're going to be caught out, and then it kind of happened where they found Musang King a number of times. Vivi getting picked off on that one, and then there was a lot of potential of just ending the game. Bigetron were like, no. We're going to slow roll this win, and we're going to take our time on and do it later.
But this one as well, you got to give props to Guiyu here. He spotted the minions and immediately went for the Hail Mary play to delay the game for about 2-4 minutes. But as of this point, you with a Baron base here gives you all the minion pressure over to the side of Bigetron to slowly play this game in towards their hand, which allowed the Tempest Dragon to go into the side of BTR and leading to this game-winning push and the Game 3 victory.
They do call it obviously the game-ending mechanic here for a reason, right? That Tempest Dragon really kind of takes those teams that didn't quite have the greatest early game, but still managed to survive till around about that 20-minute mark, for them to get the ultimate victory there.
Exactly, whereby this was a fantastic of a game that BTR actually committed and managed to make a comeback into a series here. We do hope to see in game number 4, they bring the same fighting motion to compete against HBSE for the potential first IKL team going into the playoffs here. But definitely, that will take some time, and we all need a break before we go into that game number 4, because, man, this can potentially go into a Game 5 series. But hey, we'll come back after the short break, and we will catch you later.
I turn daylight into medicine. I'ma stay alive, cause it's heaven sent. But if fake it, I'll be keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all. They could not alter our rise as we come for the prize. We'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them the light. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. stay alive, cause it's heaven sent, but I fake it. I'll be keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all, they could not alter our rise. As we come for the prize, we'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them alive. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. Are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. Let's go. Cause if we stay here, we'll get tired up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh.
Hello and welcome. Back to the third series of the day featuring Bigetron by Vitality taking on HomeBois Black Shoe Esports. It's the clash of champions from the IKL and the MKL, whereby Tyler and also Blam. Blam, talk to me. What do you think about this series so far?
Hi, Sagi. I'm talking to you. But no, series there before was obviously a little bit of a saving grace by the side of BTR, right? Obviously, BTR came back after two big defeats, like obviously from Black Shoe Esports, and then obviously we saw that JohnQ got that Jing. But the problem is now is the fact that that assassin hero pool, the carry hero pool into that jungle is going is basically dwindled for both of these two players. But we know about Musa and King's Ocean, but what about JohnQ? What can they go for now?
JohnQ is he has one of the deepest hero pools out there, so I don't think that that's too big of an issue, but I think if we're looking at the other heroes, there's a lot of expensive picks. This is all in. They were like, we must put a win in the win column for us. And so Bigetron went all out with this Dolia lineup. Very good, and it was good enough to beat HBSC.
Now, coming into game number 4, with what the marksman pool has been expended coming in for the side of Zan in BTR, they have no more hourly counters in towards the red side. Chano has been expended. The likes of the DMJ has been expended here, so they will definitely have to take that as a ban moving towards game 4. And talking about the potential jungle carries here, there is still the Luna pick.
There is still the Luna pick as well. I mean, that's been prio banned for like the entire series though, so do we really think that's going to come through? Because I mean, if we look at BSC's draft, is there any of those heroes that they've just picked in that game that they're going to deny over to the likes of JohnQ? Both of these teams and both of these players have played the pay now, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So,
poorly,
realistically,
might I add.
Huh?
Poorly, might I?
Yeah.
So
just a both lost.
Paging, and what else? Yeah, Paging is out of the pool now for both of these junglers, so interested to see what they bring into the table here as we move on to game number 4. I do think that Allground will be a point of contention between these two players, as it's also one of those strong and heavy early game junglers that could really seek for control in that early game.
So for me on this one, I mean, HBSC, obviously you need a bounce back. You need to figure out something. But on the other end, Bigetron, you can't keep playing from where you are in the sense that, like, trying to come back everything. That's a very difficult ask, especially against a team like HBSC. You need to have a much better early game. You got to shore up those weaknesses.
You have got to really like polish your play style here, especially within this one, because I mean, HomeBois Black Shoe Esports, this is game number 4. They were at match point literally moments ago. So now, if they lose another game, they've then got to find and try and get their mental in check to take it all the way to that best of 5. But now, obviously, the Luna being banned out is definitely a good cause here for both BTR and HBSC.
Yep, with this momentum shift up coming in for the side of BTR, it will really allow them to play much more aggressive towards that early game of the states that we talk about, whereby early game has always been a strong suit of BTR, but to push that early game lead into a big goal lead has yet to be really seen coming in from the IKL champs.
Yeah, they haven't been able to just kind of, again, it's like that was an amazing game 3, right? And that's where you want to be. But you gotta figure something out, right? Like you can't keep doing this. HBSE on the other hand, they're gonna play. They should not be worried, right? Because when you're playing all 3 games and you have an early game, it's just a matter of closing out. It's like minor mistakes as opposed to like a one big one in the beginning by Bigetron.
At the very least for HBSC in this game, they definitely have to lock in and reduce those late game mistakes that they have been making throughout the entire, I would say, 12 to 18 minute mark. And they could really get that game 4 in towards their backs based on what has happened out of the past 3 games early game here. But locking in that channel here, I kind of wonder what a BTR has in store for their farm lane pool.
I mean, is this the first Sunset we've seen in the tournament? Because I don't think we've seen it that much so far.
I think so,
It seems like such a
rare pick.
A redundant pick now. Like, yes, it still has impact, but it just looks like none of the teams like to go for it.
I have to agree, whereby there is the introduction of McGee, Charlotte in towards the pool now, and also the recent buffs on towards the Bigetron. It has been dwindled down into the later stages of the global ban pick, whereby you see now it is taken up by the side of Z and a very strong side lane farm laner here. Marco Polo and Diadea has been locking. You kind of wonder, do they go for the lane swap in towards the Clash lane?
They might try to, right? They might try and obviously just change up the early part of the game, obviously banning out the newer here into the mid lane for the side of HBSE, so that Zhang is probably going to be looking at what could actually, yeah, that's a good question actually. What could Zhang go for here in terms of a carry into the mid lane, or will we see him go onto a utility mage?
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of want to talk about Sun Tzu, because I feel like this hero is completely fallen off, right? Once I saw that Kyung9 from Nongshim Red Force was not able to win with it, I was like, okay, this hero is garbage tier, right? Like, it just doesn't really just do as much. But the cooldown on the set sail is just so long. Yeah. It takes a while to really kind of get those team fights that you want, because you can't cycle them.
But that's the thing, whereby it's a high-risk, high-reward sort of pick here. If you use the set sail and you get it that 1-2 good time in towards the early game, that really sets the pace for your team for those big 45s or those odd number fights towards the Gorger. And you can start to see towards BTR, they're putting a lot of focus on towards Zhong here. Yeah. The Nuwa and also Monza has been removed from the pool coming in from the hands of Zhong.
Okay, so nicely done here for the side of BTR. They needed a little bit more control. Obviously, they do have the bit of farewell of the Diadea, but if you are having somebody like the Masashi or even the Dharma trying to dive in onto your team, best way to get that away from you is if you use those Silken Prints, right? Just push it away.
Yeah, so Bigetron right now, this is all about setup and control and doing all these good things. Then you have literally the Marco Polo. This is a worry, right? Because Sun Tzu, not a great laner. You're going to kind of suffer in that early game, especially against the Dharma. Then you need to figure out some way to kind of deal with the Chano from the Marco Polo. This is going to be tough.
I was counting like, okay, Zhangfei has been used, Lian Po has been used. Is there anything that you can play as an engaged roamer to pair it up with the Dharma Yixing here? And they surprise us once again. It will be the Guiguzi here lock in for Zhe here. He will be the primary focus here in making the initial engage coming in from HomeBois Backstreet Esports.
I'm surprised Kin hasn't run through those doors right now saying Guiguzi because he talked about it earlier in one of the games, but here we go. What's a good counter to obviously any kind of CC is going to be the Shuangzi.
Wait, they have a Diadea. They have a Shi. Where does Shuangzi go? Is this a Shuangzi jungle or
Clash lane? We Clash lane, right? Against the Dharma. And then obviously we can have the Sunset into the jungle.
Yeah.
I've seen people play the Sunset jungle and it's
only in my rank games.
Yeah, same. They play the Funnel Club and then they play towards that side. But it's a Zhang Q Dream Wanderer jungle here. It's an innovative pick. I'm not sure if this works out.
I'm not sure either. I mean, this is very interesting to say the least, right? Obviously, what's the build going to be? Is it going to be the same kind of build you would go for the into the support role, like tanky, or are we going to go AP?
I think it's going to go semi-tank with the Insatiable Tome, and then still go like the Battle Mage style, whereby you'll be on the front line, taking a lot of resources from the Shi itself, and then be this mid to late game monster and just like swim and cause AoE damage in towards the front line.
Hey, that's one way they can try and win into game with them before, right? If they swim into it with the Shuangzi.
Wow.
It's definitely a very strong cheese pick. I've never seen this before in competitive setting, let alone in my rank games. But hey, Zankyo locked it in. He definitely has an idea towards it, but let's see whether he can pull it off against HBSE, a Titan coming from MKL.
Yeah. What a crazy pick.
Yeah. What a crazy
pick. They had this in their pockets. Like, and this is the perfect way to kind of equalize in a series when you kind of throw out these crazy picks at the very, very end. And going into this one, look, I didn't know what to think about it, but with all of the other picks, yes, they have a lot of control. Zhuangzi will do a decent amount of just negating all of the CC pretty much from HBSC, but to be honest, I can't be like, oh yeah, this is an amazing pick, they're going to win.
Because we're not too sure what they're going to do with it.
Yeah. I think at the very least, if you look at it at a constructive viewpoint, it counters the Animists on the hands of Ze. It counters the Musashi engage. It also counters Guiyu's approach in towards those big knockups towards the wall here. But everything boils down to whether it is executed properly by the hands of Zankyu in this Zhuangzi roam here. But without further ado, we go into game number 4 with BTR. Are they able to equalize the series? HBSC, this is their moment.
So I can't imagine like there will be a fast kind of jungle clear with this pick. Like it would have to be paired up, maybe helped by mid lane or some kind of buddying system here.
I mean, they're going to have to figure something out, but as we go into this one, can Bigetron somehow equalize into this series off of this crazy Zankyu Zhuangzi pick that was really throwing everyone in a bit of a loop?
Throw me into a loop, throws everybody into the loop. Let's see if he throws BTR into the loop. Obviously, there's been a swap up lanes right now. It's the top side and bottom side of the map, obviously, in terms of trying to get some more resources over. It's clear to see here onto the side of BTR that they're going to make this Marco Polo their core, right? Like that's like we saw this in KWC, obviously not the draft, but the play of making Zan that Marco Polo was just incredible. So maybe this is just all to kind of aid the Marco Polo.
Yeah, but Zan, I mean, he needs to get that farm. Like Marco Polo, there's going to be a lot relying on him in terms of this damage, right? Zankyu, I don't look as like more of like the damage dealer. You'll probably be like, what sort of build are you going to go? Like a tanky style?
That's what we discussed it earlier. Exactly. Yeah. Like, do they go like a tank? But obviously, like Osagi says, do they go for the insatiable tome so to get a bit of magic steal as well, life steal from them? But I suppose only time will tell, right? Like the shielding, obviously from the ultimate, is going to be pretty good into the team fight.
Yeah, and now Zankyu actually just all the way up in front. This is such a crazy lineup. I mean, he's already at half-life. Muzan King doing some damage, duels death onto him, but it looks like they're going to just bait him out with that Sylvie different, and they pull him back, but Zankyu is actually going to go down, but he trades his life away. Muzan King, though, getting first blood.
Exactly, jungle for jungle, though, right? Like, that's definitely the trade you want to be going for here, but it wasn't quite as impressive as I thought it would be, right? Obviously, we've seen that the Zhuangzi has very little life health bars, but now obviously the takedown to the top side of the map here, BB onto this Chano is very much destroying here. We see Zhe as well, double kill coming through the BB.
Yeah, Zan going down on this one, and as well as Ormson, I mean, which on that. Like, this is not great for Bigetron. Like, Zan needs to stay alive. Zankyu especially. Like, both of these guys are your lifeblood. They're the reasons for your ability to win this game.
Maybe this is making sense on why Zankyu says, I'm going to make you look like the best jungler. Yeah, because he's picked the Zhuangzi within one of his games.
He was telling the truth.
Yeah.
I think that's the biggest thing, which just caught everybody off guard because you're like, oh, is that really the way you want to do this? Like,
is this how you want to give your message across? Like, do you not just want to let him get like 10 kills or something like that? Maybe that's the case, but we'll wait and see. The method to the madness is still yet to be clear to us as we watch this game.
Yeah, and now it looks like, again, I think Bigetron more than anything else need to just slow the game down. HBSC, it seems like they've been a little bit aggressive. They've been catching them out a couple times, but Zan in the top lane, with that lane swap, it looks like VV has made his way to the top to kind of counteract this.
Yeah, I suppose it maybe funnel over the Crimson Golem over to maybe Zan at one point, but it's going to be Zankyu getting it this time around. But obviously, we see the Giant Script come through as well as the Blazing Fate also for that anti-kill.
Yeah, and now it looks, again, very slow, steady. Muzan King, he's consistently just farming. He's outpacing Zankyu at this point, which
is not surprising.
Yeah, it's not surprising, especially with his Zhuangzi, but at the same time, it looks like they're funneling the farm into Zankyu here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they have to, right? I mean, he's going across the gorge, like, no one can really follow him. Like, if he decides to kind of, like, adopt Dan as, like, a, somebody that, like, buddy system alone, then his top side of the map is just going to fall.
Yeah, that would be huge for them. I mean, going into this, Bigetron, on the other hand, if you're seeing, like, again, Top Z dealing with Guiyu, this is going to be another one that's kind of interesting, because Sunsa isn't the greatest, but the Tyrant, this is going to be a key marker for this one. Half-Life already, taking liberties is going to be dodged out. Muzan King gets the smite.
No contestation. No contestation. Obviously, the Fever Barrage being used there just for escape.
Zan getting to safety. The Sword Signal was not enough damage, and now VV in the top lane.
Not enough damage just yet, though. Like, as soon as he gets the itemization, that soaring shot's going to definitely be hurting that Marco Polo. I mean, even to the point where if you don't have the cleanse, you're going to knock him out the ultimate.
Yeah. And going into this one, Bigetron now looks like taking liberties, actually pulling back Ormson. He heartlinks back to safety. HBSC, though, use that space to go for the top tower instead.
Yeah, I mean, we know that obviously picks like the Shirk can actually do damage. Obviously, it doesn't seem as impactful or even like as impressive as most of the mid lanes, but you're really relying on Zan to be the most big damage output of this team, right? Like, if he falls, what are you going to do?
You're going to completely crumble. And that's my problem, right? Like, everything, you will just completely just lose out. This is not a great situation. So it's even more pressure onto Zan to ensure that he stays alive, but he's able to farm. He hasn't really done that.
No, he hasn't. I mean, the XP lead is both in the same kind of flavor here, the same kind of battleground, but there it is. Obviously, some resources going over to Zan right now.
Yeah, it's got to be. I would literally funnel everything into him.
Yeah.
Zanq, just like let him do his tanky things. I mean, just get a little bit, but it's a 4 protect 1 strategy here.
Yeah, protecting Marco Polo is probably going to be the point of concession here for these two teams. Maybe try and get this push down to the bot side of the map, take this T1. Really put the pressure on here, but it looks like it's being traded for that top side as well.
Taking it away, Vivi will use that free space and just go right in and look at out of sight by Zhe. This is another interesting one with that stealth, but now Zanq is shown up. He's going to take all these minions.
Yeah, so both of the first neutral objectives do go to the side of HBSE for now. So already starting to show the weakness of the Shuangzi into the jungle.
Yeah. Now Bigetron back into the mid lane here. This is, I think, even all the lanes getting Zan going. Let him just go from lane to lane and just take everything as much as possible because, I mean, he's 500 gold behind VV, which Chano's a little bit more stable in that sense. But you're also having to deal with the fact that they have a Muzan King Musashi, also very scary.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much dive potential onto Zan as well, right? Like, only one cleanse is going to really mitigate a lot of that. I suppose you can kind of see this one is just basically a second cleanse, really, for Marco Polo. So if he wants to go in and use that ultimate, the Fever Barrage, but then use the CC immunity from Zhang Q Shuangzi here, and then have that cleanse a little later on, maybe? I don't know why. I'm trying to make sense.
Yeah. I mean, we're trying to make sense of madness at this point because it's new, right? But here comes the board. They have a 3 inside that one. Guyu, though, gets the potential to run away. Now it looks like they want to continue on. Zhang Q is still up in front, and he just, oh man, like it's so weird when you see like when you see Musashi running in, Duel Death, it looks amazing, like this swordsman going in, but then you see Zanq like charging at you, and you're like, oh, that's so cute.
I want to pet his clothes, you know what I mean? I want to pet whatever he's riding on there, the little sheep or whatever it is right now, but yeah, it's not threatening. It's definitely not threatening. If anything, it may just lull me into false insecurity.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're looking to go for this one. They find Musan King. They do a little bit of damage there in terms of that stun, but he duels his best. He tries to go for the back line, but he's not able to do enough. And now with the run back on this one, they do end up finding Musan King Bigetron with a huge pickoff.
Very huge pickup here. Obviously, kills the filled elephant to the side of Zan.
Yeah, and now it looks like HBSC not able to get anything out of this one. I thought they were potentially going to go with Jez out of sight, but they didn't really want to commit.
No, not committing there just yet. It is going to be BTR or even BSE. But obviously they do have the T1s traded for each other. They have the kill go to the side of BTR. They are currently matched in terms of kills, but this is just, again, just in the HBSE Classic, right? They have the gold lead, which generally converts into the victory later on.
Yeah, but they haven't taken the bottom T1 or the mid one, which is a little bit different, right? It looks like Bigetron have done a better job of kind of holding. Yes, the net worth lead is about 2K in favor of HBSC, but having those towers, absolutely key.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, having turrets here is going to be a huge key moment for the side of BTR, and they get the take down to the bot side here. VB is it's gonna be a colossal scaling into the late game here for that Chano if he's uncontested.
Yeah, and that's the problem. We haven't seen too much of him. On the other hand, Zan, aside from his early death, he's been largely quiet too. That's exactly where you want your farm laners to be. You want him to not ever call his name until he's ready to go into those team fights later in the game.
Oh, absolutely. But I mean, right now, HomeBois Blackstreet Esports with the Musashi, with the Chano. Like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this Shuangzi. So obviously the soaring shot, normally if you're in like a jungle, getting hit back could be a problem here. They have a lot of CC onto the side of HBSE. So it's really got to be all around the fact of the CC immunity, right? Like, was he just too scared to pick anything else, that it was actually not going to work?
No, but I think that they kind of pigeonholed themselves by picking the idea early, right? And they thought that that would be enough, but then they were like, okay, actually, they're stacking stuns. This is a problem, right? And so ZonQ, all he needs to do, again, is just stay alive, and then cleanse everything, and then make sure that Zon is there on cleanup. That's the optimal way of dealing with this, and you're kind of not utilizing ZonQ's, capacity, I would say, as an amazing jungler, but it's more for the team.
Yeah, he's kind of like, hey, you've got to play the backseat now.
Yeah.
And now we're going to let Zon try and do the job and get us a victory because you've done your job. We got a victory in game number 3 because of you, but now the Illuminate / being used here.
Yeah, but I like it, right? You want to try new things out, right? If there's going to anything at this point, win or lose, we're going to ask Bigetron, of course, miss, basically, what does he think about this? What was the thought process behind this? Who made this call? And now with that box, they actually have ZonQ stuck in this one, but TuffZ misses the boat. He's actually taking a lot of damage. He flashes, not enough. BB snipes him out.
Yes, not where you really want to be funneling those kills into, or even this Tyrant, especially a Shadow one, is when VV is level 13, and he is on no signs of stopping now.
Yeah, and so this is also the problem with the Sunset just in general, right? Oh, but here comes the duel. That nice two-man stun. He might have gone a little too far, and Musan King gets picked off. Oh, the Silk Orb onto Guyu, who's taking a lot of damage as well, and they walk into a disaster. And dare I say, the butterfly effect, negating a lot of that.
Yeah, it was obviously clearly maybe showing a bit of a method to the madness here. You are giving that second CC immunity over and a bit of a cleanse ability to Zon on this Marco Polo, because realistically, that Purify is only going to save you from so much CC.
Yeah, but this could potentially, I mean, the way that they were going in, HBSC, that's smart. You had a nice two-man potential, but now the 4, they find Orms and they instantly delete him. No real chance, and ZonQ is going to be killed as well. And now with that boat, TuffZ is trying to go in. The Fever Barrage doing some work, and he's going to take 2 members down. And this killing spree, and now Xiong is going to be there, but Zon is going to be on the run.
He's just got to defend this mid T1, right? Like, if he leaves that 4, then that's kind of just like a bit of a useless point to take those 2 kills, right? You may as well just back off, not have tried to do it. But it looks like that T2 is going to fall down here, and just more and more pressure going onto the side of BTR.
Yeah, I mean, Zon salvaging, right, at that point. Checking out this replay, you see exactly kind of how this one played out, but ZonQ dying early, that was huge.
Yes, exactly. It was kind of like taking the bait there and maybe just trying to take the flag away from Zon, but into the back line there, and now he's going in, obviously just waiting for the key moment there, but just diving in with the dash and then the Fever Barrage onto VV.
And this is no fault to TuffZ. I think that he's in a tough situation because of the fact that he's on the Sunset. Like, you see, if you're pinpoint accurate and you're like a sniper with that boat, great. But the way that HBSC have been positioning, it's like it's largely been mitigated. It's been it's been missing quite a bit. Yeah. So the value that you're getting out of it is very little.
It is very little, but maybe they can turn it into a big value after a certain time, right? I mean, you see here the Cloud Piercer being built here by the Marco Polo, so in terms of the late game damage can come through, but there's no real contest for these neutral objectives, which kind of like defeats the purpose of having like this kind of jungle, right? Like, yes, it's going to do good into team fights, but if your enemy team can take in these neutral objectives and get in increased damage and pressure onto your lanes, how are you going to overcome that if you're only taking like maybe 1-2 members in a team fight?
That's a good question. To be honest, I don't really know. I'm thinking the only logical explanation, ZonQ is like, hey, my name starts with the letter Z. Let's pick a hero with the letter Z as well. It's going to be Zhuang, so we're going to pick this one just to kind of style on.
Is either Zhuang Tzu or John Fei jungle?
yeah. Not going to, we're going to go with Zhuang.
You know, like, make sense of it. Make it actually a good pick that could go into the jungle here. Not to, obviously, discourage this pick. It is creative nonetheless.
Yeah. I mean, it saved them a couple times in the team fight. I mean, in theory, it had that potential, but it's just not taking enough. Look how much damage it's taking. I mean, the CC immunity, great, but they actually find a decent amount with Guyu, who actually just, Formless is back to safety, but this Vanguard is doing a little bit of work, and VP with the Soric signals, just doing too much damage from afar.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, like the damage is only really coming from Zon here.
Okay, trying to go in for this one. TuffZ is about half life. Xiong is a little bit low themselves, but looks like Bigetron are going to hold.
Yep, they're going to hold out at that base for now, but there's the Vanguard top side of the map there, just trying to get a bit of pressure onto this side of ETR, but it's not going to be enough, but it's going to be enough to drive them away so they can get this free Shadow Tyrant.
Yeah, they'll take this one. I think they'll be very happy. Bigetron, on the other hand, understanding that, hey, we can take the top side, sensing that one out. I mean, they see the marker now with that Tyrant being taken. So this could be another just opening for HBSC to constantly just play their game. Just push them out, choke them out.
Choke it, yeah. Put them in a headlock, you know, give them a bit of a nuggie on the top of the head, you know what I mean? Just rub it in. But right now, you can see here the damage dealt is all coming from VV and Sohang here just shortly. I mean, the difference, 71k, 74k, 49k. Like, if this was like working as an actual draft to funnel everything into Zan, it would be much higher than these guys, but it just isn't because there's just too much damage onto the side of HBSE.
Too much damage, and you're kind of thinking like, okay, at what point are Bigetron able to negate this, get their own farm, and like 20 minutes maybe? Like, I don't even know if they have enough time to do that because they just lost the bottom T3 as well.
Yeah, 15 minutes onto the clock here, and obviously T3 is falling left, right, and center potentially here for the side of BTR. Dankyu into the back line, just driving away Sohang long enough to wait for the minion wave of the enemy team to come through again.
Yeah, and they're going to go slow and steady. I mean, Bigetron, I have a decent amount of wave clear. The Zhongsu also has Kaleidoscope, which with those, you know, whatever those things are, normally they're butterflies. You can do some, you have some decent wave clear, but now here's a taking liberties, and they will push them back. But again, Bigetron just looking to kind of just hold the fort, but the crystals taking some damage.
Yep, the crystal minions are just trying to push through here with those enhanced minions for now. Doing a lot of damage onto the crystal, considering HBSE was nowhere near it.
Yeah, nowhere near it at all. Zanku at a half-life, so if they want to make the jump, this might be the moment for that one. But now they're going to back off. The Heartlink on by Ormson will help with the sustain. But I think in the end, the Crimson buff was taken away by VV.
Oh, absolutely. Taken away by VV here for now. Just adding to that damage output on the side of HBSE. And we're looking at around about a 5k gold difference here, which comes at around about the 16-minute mark. So looking quite negligible, but it's already sort of like showing the flavor of HBSE's draft, right? Obviously, we've already seen the damage chart where VV and Sohang are at top, and now they have the Shadow Overlord looking for potential, maybe last final push here onto that base.
And that bottom lane is quite a number of minions there. That's going to be tough, but now Bigetron looking to just deal with the top lane as quickly and shift their way bottom. That is definitely a hole, a gaping hole in their base. This is going to be, again, just like a long, drawn-out fight by HBSC, constantly knocking on the door.
Constantly knocking back on the door here is going to be HSBC. They are a bit like nuisance callers, right? They're just like, hey, can you open the door, please? We really want to come in and have a cup of tea. But right now, BTR just aren't being as hospital as they should be.
Yeah. I mean, they're not. These are unwanted guests, right? They're like, I don't want you guys in here. We're going to take this one out. We're going to defend to the bitter end. We're going to just fortify ourselves in. But the mid T3 being taken away, and now the board. Now they have a nice little connection. Oh, the truth! Guyu going in, setting it up, but he's stuck under the tower. He's going to be killed. Zanku gets credit for that one. And now it looks like they want to go in with that Fever Barrage, but Zan has been killed. The damage is just too much. Now he's been taken out, and Musan King needs to be a little bit careful. He might have been picked off, but Zanku going down now into Ormson, looking to be next on this one. And it looks like HBSC will take game 4 and the series, and they will move on to the knockout stage.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be HSBE. HBSE. There we go. Right after that one, it's trying to name in the bank over them, but there we go. They do take the points, and they do qualify to the knockouts, obviously, of this group in the upper brackets. However, BTR just dropped down, and obviously they will be facing whoever comes out on top of Elevate or Alpha 7 in the next game.
Exactly. The next series will do indeed feature the potential matchup that BTR will be facing for that slot towards the playoffs. But I do want to point out the Zhuangzi pick here. The idea was great, but the overall team composition put a lot of focus and pressure on towards Zan to do the damage there. As you can see, when Guyu went in for the play, immediately cleansed off perfect. But when Zan decided to go in, he sacrificed himself, and there was just no upcoming damage here. Every other player was a piece of equipment for Zan.
Wasn't able to get going, unfortunately, right? That draft, I think that there are going to be a lot of questions. It's not the end for them. If that was like a tournament lives at stake and you pull those Hwangsa jungle, I think that there would be even more questions. But I think for now, it's still interesting. I think that we're going to have to find out exactly what the thought process behind that pick was.
Yeah, I think I would have joined the riots. Like, if there was riots in this venue for that, like, that pro indie game, I'd have joined it. I'd be like, I need answers. I need answers.
But to be honest, out of the entire trading towards the team fight, you can see that the moment that even they lost a member, when Guyu or the side of Musan King, they jumped in. butterfly effect comes in from Zhuangzi, and then Zan comes in with the Fever Barrage. They can get like kills back on towards the board, but it is the nature of the draft itself that it becomes so, how would I say, reactive, that if DSC never jumps on you, you're just going to be losing towers everywhere on towards the map until they decide to fight you.
That's exactly what happened, right? They were chasing them out, but there was like no catch.
Correct.
And then they would get stuck in the board, and they're like, oh crap, this is not great, right? Like, so again, there were definitely a lot of questions in terms of this draft. They tried to trump them with the last pick, but I think they only fooled themselves in the end.
The last pick, how would I say, it's like, it has a bit of sense, but is it the best one? No. But is it a fun one to watch? It was pretty fun. It was like Blam said, right? Like a Zhuangzi sitting on the cloud, just running towards the gorge there. It added a bit of a comedic value towards it. But of course, if it ever was a better fifth pick, maybe consider the likes of the Monkey for a better jungle 1v1 matchup. That Zankyu has been favored towards that, because we talk about Monkey. It's one of those matchups that wins against the Musashi.
Exactly, like there was still options to be had, but instead we thought, you know what, let's try something a bit unconventional, maybe not give off our answers to our next potential components, whether it be Elevate or Alpha 7 here. But I mean, if we're just looking overall, I mean, Neil actually had not a bad game here, this 5-0-4. Like, he was dealing damage, he was keeping himself safe, but to be honest, he probably could have the privilege of doing that, right? Because obviously, as Saki was saying, Zan was just diving in because he had that double CC immunity.
Yeah. I mean, he did whatever he could, but Vivi with 7-1-4, Jez, Guiguizu, what did you think about that one just overall? Like, did you think it was enough to really warrant that pick?
I think it was a warrant, because at that point, if you are in HBSC's mind, you're like, okay, they showed the shi, they showed the idea, so there's no way they could have picked a Zhuangzi. At most, Zhuangzi goes to mid, but they whip out the Zhuangzi towards the jungle, they're like, whoa, where did this come from? But overall, at the very end, although it is like in the form whereby, yes, it's a counter pick, but when you execute it in the game and you feel like, oh, where's my proactiveness? That's where it got removed due to the Zhuangzi pick as well. It's a double-edged sword.
All right, for the good of the game, dare I say, I'm kind of glad that Vitality lost with that. Because if Zhuangzi, if they win, we're going to see that in our rank games.
I know what they're saying.
In the jungle. Like, it's for the greater good.
But Zankyu played it and won against HBSC.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
that's true.
Yeah, we can't have that, right?
Yeah, we cannot really like legalize. We cannot legalize Kin's action. This is a Kin action that I can say.
Yeah, this is creativity with a K.
That is true.
The Korean?
Yeah.
But let's check out this head-to-head matchup between the mid laners here. 207 coming in from Zihong here. Although we do see that, yes, the Zhuangzi did neutralize the engage coming in from Musan King Musashi, the Dharma coming in for the side of Guiyu, but this man on this Yixing has been doing everything for his team to set up for this MVP for the side of Vivi, because Vivi had no one on towards him.
Yeah, no one. He was largely untouched. I mean, 7-1-4, 28% of the damage, given out. He was just like finding everybody, and the boards were perfectly set up for him to just really knock them down.
That's correct. And for this game itself, you can see in the latest edition of the highlights whereby, yes, for the side of BTR, yes, you get 2 kills, but when you start your objective, you notice that, hey, once you get locked in towards the board, BB is just like, oh, you guys are locked in. No one gets to touch me. I can just like auto attack you for free out of range.
Yeah, I mean, this is a couple of the early moments where you're like, oh, Musan King run into that brick wall because that butterfly effect, turning it around. Guiyu went in with that suicide mission with him, and so they turned it around. But then, it kind of just really faltered toward the end.
Correct. When you see the board down, like, where is the engage that's supposed to touch towards BB? And you have, like, this board around, the Sunset's ultimate can never go on towards the channel, because the channel is practically untouched.
Oh yeah, untouched indeed, but I mean, at the end of the day, they were getting touched towards the end, because obviously the Crystal went down. They got a very good clean team fight here as well, especially all help the ranks of Vivi just getting that triple kill towards the end.
I feel like this one, Zan was impatient. If he didn't go in on towards this, they could recuperate and look for another 5v4 situation that could push them out of the base here. But unfortunately, high pressure moments does succumb into one player, and this time it was under Zan here. But this was the series here. under Group B, whereby HBSC is yet another MKL team, the third one out of 3 to qualify to that knockout stage.
You have the biggest smile here. You know it. You love it. The MKL team's yet another making it to the knockout stage.
I was rooting for Bigetron.
Okay. Well, yeah, you know, I mean, now they still have a chance, right? They're not out of the woods, so to speak, but this is still a great moment for the MKL fans, right? All your teams have moved on to the top 8. It's going to be interesting to see exactly, like, who comes out on the bottom, though.
Oh, yes.
The next
Who's
one,
going to play on the bottom? And I mean, it gets even harder for them there as well, right? Because they get drawn into the top groups.
That's the difficult part.
Yeah.
The next one will be featuring also Elevate taking on against Alpha 7 to decide in the end who BTR takes on in that lower bracket for the second seed of Group B into that knockout stage here. But that was a heck of a series between HBSC and also Bigetron by Vitality. We were pretty eager to also listen into the interview to hear HBSC and also Mara talk about that Zhuangzi pick. Mara, take it away.
Great fight by HomeBois Black Shrew Esports. Guiyu, congratulations. Another phenomenal fight. Now, we were taking a look at that Game 4, and we saw a hero that we don't normally see. What made you pick the Guigutsu in that one, considering this meta?
Guigutsu in Scream, we always play. In this match, we just combo with Yixing, Dharma, and Musashi can open the fight. Guigutsu for us is just common pick.
Very common for you guys. Now, I think after seeing that today, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that in the ranked games. Now, it seems that Malaysia is definitely one of the strongest right now. You guys, the way you play is something else. Do you think there's any region here that could go head-to-head and be even or even defeat MKL?
I think it is KMW.
KMW? Like what team? Can you mention?
OG. Because they just win Nova 2 games. I think they has chance.
Because they just won 2 games against Nova earlier. So you think they have a chance. All right, pretty fair. Now, you're the last team to go and get the top spot in the knockout stage. And predicting for the knockouts, who do you think and who would you like to face?
In playoff, I won against Kagendra.
Kagendra? Why Kagendra?
For revenge.
For revenge. Okay, for revenge. And I believe this is because of what happened in the previous tournament in your previous team. Okay, pretty fair. Now, for everybody watching at home in Malaysia and all your fans here, what would you like to say to them?
Thank you for your support. We will try our best. Bring back champion to Malaysia.
And thank you once again. You're always so great. And everybody here is clapping for you. Good luck on your next match. That's 3 down. We got 1 more to go. So be sure to come back here for more international world-class action. Only here on KIC 2025.
All crowns grow from a single seed.
The Nucleus Project was hard won. This is humanity's first chance to harness its power. We must achieve results first!
Subjects A, B, and C injecting nucleus extract. Progress at 75%, 87%. Wait!
Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment. Nucleus resonance rising. Abort experiment.
And truth is the seed most feared by those who rule.
The nucleus was the beginning of creation. Jinnies and soulseers, chosen by the gods. With us here, the waste shall endure forever.
If we lose the nucleus, will we turn back into beasts?
Then let those who were once human remain silent forever.
Mono traitors! You will atone for eternity with endless labor! Those who follow the Oracle shall gain immortality.
The nucleus gives us life!
The genies and soulseers are the chosen!
All traces of before the core explosion must be erased!
If they knew we were once mindless creatures.
To keep the secret is to keep our human form. When the seed grows into a towering tree, the truth will resurface through the earth once more.
We're being abandoned by the nucleus!
I saw the symbol behind the council's wall. It's from the prehistory lab.
The Nucleus Council might be lying. We have to do something. The Nucleus's power is growing unstable.
The undead are getting restless. What do we do?
Our power is fading too. We can't just sit and wait. Donghuang!
This is the latest prophecy. When the cage begins to crack, the bird will peck the keeper's hand. Two birds, one stone.
It's that stupid but rich guy again. He's still a traitor to the undead.
Hey, is today's death delivery shipment in? How can an undead even die? Give me something useful this time. Don't just tell me to get more sun.
Mr. Byron, here's the last payment for your last mission.
Huh, another piece of complete garbage.
Filthy undead, ancient traitor!
Hey friend, lies are the original sin. Your breath stinks more than the mines.
Oh! Kill the traitor!
Please don't fight here!
This relic is from the dawn of creation. It holds so many truths. Huh?
Descendants of traitors, eternal repentance!
Nucleus control. Privileges. Curse. All plain lies.
They broke the pact!
The history of the Wastes has been rewritten. The nobles fear the truth. Aha! Immortality isn't a curse after all. These arrogant snakes think they can step on us? Your glory days are coming to an end!
This dangerous man snooping around again. He's becoming a problem.
No matter. He won't be a problem for much longer. I've got an urgent job. Here's the deposit.
No rush jobs. I'm fully booked. I need to study new ways to die. Unless 3 times the usual, plus 1 solid lead to break my immortality curse.
Done.
Perfect timing. She might have the clue I need. The Nucleus Council has a haunting and needs me to clean it up. This job's gonna be fun.
The show's about to begin.
Tidak ada kata menyerah di kamus kami. Bersama pelagi, kami ang PPL.
Já caminhamos uma longa jornada nos campos de batalha de Honor of Kings.
Semalam telah berlalu, hari ini kami buru kejuaraan.
The soul seer's glory, bound by lies and pacts.
She will destroy our pact.
Yeah, I'm ready for what, yeah, I'm ready for.
Putting in the top, crying, all my squad is pop gallant. No words are needed for trust, we got the confidence. See you flicking, slipping now, how you couldn't copy this. Never stop it, I'll be ready all the time. Get it now, take a breath. Yeah, my plate is colder than ice, you gon' pay the price. Set the trap, got my parties in the back, you better think it twice. Coming not never. Casting off the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper and steeper, I'll step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the skies. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. The chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. I'm a warrior, burning, burning up the flame. Running story, rebel, 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 won't be tamed. Put it all for fight, and I reach for the sky. It's on a prime time, we gotta guide it. I'm a warrior, riding, riding for the game. Make it glorious, running, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, cause we kids will never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gotta bring it on. I gotta be calm, I gotta be strong. It's time to take down all these enemies. My willpower, infinite. We're surpassing the limits, we're running the game. We're the breakers, breaking all the ties and borders. Game changers, just sit back and see me conquer. We'll stack him up, I'm on the killing spree. No, ain't nobody can stop us, we're chasing the glory and nada. Casting all the shadows, yeah, I'm on my way. Stand against the fate, we won't be the same. Steeper, steeper, step again. We're gonna dream it up high, to live in the sky. You can never stop me fighting on the edge. Every time we fall, we get back again. Chances we're taking won't let us fade out. Now it's prime time, we're ready for the win. Honor. I'm a warrior, burning, burning, burning up the flame. Running story, rebel, 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 won't be tamed. I'm running up the fight, and I'm reaching for the sky. It's honor, prime time, we gotta guide it. I'm a warrior, running, running, running for the game. Make it glorious, running, running, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, cause we kids will never die. We keep rising high to the sky. We gotta bring it honor.
Write our story, give us glory. Gotta take it, or that I can't.
Soon enough, you know my name. Fortune and fate, we're not the same. Yeah, this is our stage, we dominate. I got lightning running through my veins. Not a trace of fear, my heart has burned. Living to plans, all the chains will break in. So it is better, we have faith, we on our way. We on I'm a warrior, burning, burning, burning up the flame. Right story, a rebel, rebel, rebel won't be tamed. I put it up a fight, and I reach for the skies.
It's honor, prime time, we gotta guide it.
I'm a warrior, riding, riding, riding for the game. Make it glorious, running, running, running for the name. Yeah, we're putting up a fight, cause we kids will never die.
We keep rising high to the sky.
We gotta bring it honor. For honor, we're beating the odds. For glory, we never go down. For honor, we're beating the odds. We got the honor, we got the honor. Cause we are the kings, it's honor showtime. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feel the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
We have seen teams leave the stage of KIC 2025 here in Manila, Philippines, and also teams advance to the knockout stage here in day number 4 of the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. I'm your guest host for today, Sagi, and also with me is our caster duo, Kin and also Holler. Welcome back, Kin.
Hello, it is time to see the journey of the two teams here. It's going to be Alpha 7 against Elevate. This one hurts because one of them is going to go home.
Yeah, that's the hardest part. And actually, one of them is in particular, Chalk VR team Alpha 7. I'm a little worried right now because going in, I mean, earlier today, I was wondering like what kind of clothes, what color clothes to wear. And I decided to wear black because I felt like we might be going to a funeral.
Funeral for who first? That's the question here, because just like what our both casters has mentioned here, this will be an elimination match coming in for their respective group. Winner will take on the BTR by Vitality in the lower bracket finals to determine the second slot coming in from their group towards the knockout stage. But before that, they will need to see who amongst them will survive and who amongst them will have to leave the stage for KIC.
Yeah, this one is going to be interesting because we have seen the growth of both teams. I think Elevate has really grown quite a bit, and it truly is today the end of the road, but it's only for one of the teams, thankfully, right?
Yeah.
So I have my cards on Alpha 7 for this one. I think Alpha 7, the remaining hope for the side of the top BR region, they have to do it here. If not, it's the end of the road for all the top BR teams.
Yeah, it could be potentially scary for them. But on the other end, if we're looking at this one, it's Elevate. All the players are kind of rolling in right now. And this is also a moment where you're kind of thinking, hey, they have the home buff. They have the crowd. Like, you couldn't see them behind us, and they are ecstatic and ready to take on this series against Alpha 7.
There's a lot of Elevate fans cheering for them right now. So with the home crowd advantage here, definitely if you're Alpha 7 that's walking in, you'll be a bit, how would I say, culture shock, and also in terms of the support that you're getting, lesser compared to the home crowd favorites.
They have the IRL Intimidate.
Correct.
So your damage will be lowered, but let's take a look at the stats here, head to head. Elevate against Alpha 7. The stats point towards a win or a better chance for the side of Alpha 7 Esports here.
Now, that I agree in terms of numbers, but take into consideration that Elevate was against HBSC during the statistics were generated, and also Alpha 7. This statistic was after 5 full games against Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, definitely a big of a shift. I mean, the average deaths per match is like 16, right? It's not looking good. I mean, if we're looking at the data, I don't think that we should look too much at this because of the fact that, I mean, like you rightly pointed out, HBSC and Nongshim, very different monsters in their own right. So going into this one, I think that we need to kind of think about how these players will be able to pick it up. It seems like both of them have not really found much of a footing.
I mean, it depends on who they're going to show us on the screen next for the player hit-to-hit, right? I think that is definitely one of the big questions we need to answer here. But it's not just for us to answer, it's for the teams to answer as well. And I think, you know, the fans already think that Elevate are going to win.
Yeah,
you know they're in it for the win. So let's take a look at the roles here. It's going to be in the jungle. Haru against Danny.
Yeah, this is a nice one. I mean, I think that this is definitely something that you want to be looking into because Danny tends to play, you know, I mean, he does a lot of damage in terms of how it was done in terms of the last series against Nongshim. He really kind of has that impact in the game.
That's correct, whereby Danny and also Haru will be the leading spears coming into this series here. As we see towards the tournament of KIC so far, it has been the name of the jungle coming in, whereby junglers dictate the tempo, and teammates playing towards the jungle will get you more resources across the gorge.
Oh, for sure. And I think it's very important because the jungler dictates the pace. You know, the rotation of taking the buffs, the objectives, and then normally they'll be the ones to try and finish the team fight. So I'm excited for both Haru and Danny because the hero pools are quite significant. They do have a deep hero pool available to pick. So I'm curious what kind of direction they'll go to.
And talking about Elevate as well, it is also the reform or the reconnection of the Azar and Impressive, whereby they were once teammates in the first edition of Boom Esports back in 2024. So that team itself makes a lot of sense coming into the series itself. Maybe the Azar and also the Impressive connection will bring them back in towards the series in a much more elevated sort of level here. But talking about the team itself, let's introduce our first team of the day with this video.
Elevate was actually the 5th place team in the PKL Fall 2025 when they beat WeTrend Esports in the plans, lost to Boom Esports in the upper bracket semifinals 1-3. Then they bounced back, beat ACT Esports 3-1 to again lose to Boom Esports 0-3 in the lower bracket finals. But this team is at one where, hey, when elimination is on the line, that's when they step up.
And this team has known to be the PKL Avengers, whereby you have a lot of these different pro players coming into a roster to compete at the highest level here. But talking about highest level, let's introduce Alpha 7 Gaming towards the lineup.
Let us welcome Alpha 7. This time, let's see if they can bring the Chalk PR forward here via Brazil, because the 5 players coming in for the side of Alpha 7 need to do it right here, right now, or it's going to be plane tickets home, baby.
Plane tickets home, the region's hope eliminated here. Everything is on their shoulders here to really push forward this series here, because you lose here, you go home, and also you lose every single Chalk BR representation in today.
Yeah, but let's look at Elevate first. They're going to be made up of Hyde, Impressive, Azar, Haru, and Iblis here. This is a team, again, sometimes back on the wall. That's the moment that they're really able to rise.
Yep. This backing that they have, I mean, Azar, he is one of the star players here, and we'll see if he's able to carry Elevate up to another completely different level.
If there's anything that I can tell you, the Elevate fans have really brought up the game, right? You can feel them, you can hear them, like you can feel it. They are ready to go.
They are ready for the home crowd favorites to take on Alpha 7, the last chance coming in from Chalk BR.
Right, so let's talk about Alpha 7. And Alpha 7 represented by Fury in the mid, Bilal 1 in that roam/support, Cesar, the farm lane, Danny, of course, in the jungle, and Nyap in that clash lane. Nyap is my player of choice for the side of Alpha 7. This guy has been consistently able to catch out his opponents.
Yeah, one thing I want to take note of is the Cesar has been the latest setup. I mean, the latest pickup. He's replacing Juan as they came in from Chalk BR 2nd place. And now that he's here, he was coming from Lobos Fomentos. This is a guy that gets a lot of MVPs. But what you saw in the Nongshim Red Force lineup was that actually he was not able to shine. He was constantly being focused and pressured.
Yeah, that's correct here. And especially, check out the fans that we have at the Shooting Gallery Studios here. They are roaring with thunderous cheers, cheering on Elevate, and also the competitors coming into it today, which is the side of Alpha 7 Gaming. A lot is on the line here, because if you are a PKL fan, a Filipino fan of Philippine HOK, you definitely want them to advance further towards a potential knockout.
I mean, we saw that already with ACT being bounced out, right? Yes, you have Blacklist that already made it to the knockouts, but you want more of your teams to make it there. There's still 2 more teams left, but Elevate, their tournament lives at stake.
Yeah, I mean, we already have one PKL team taking a fall here in the form of ACT. Elevate now at risk of being the 2nd PKL. Now remember, there are only 4 PKL teams. Elevate needs to boost the chances of winning this entire thing of KIC 2025.
They don't want to repeat what ACT Esports Club have had suffered throughout yesterday here. So coming over towards today, you can see the players geared up, and Impressive is back towards the roster here. The Azar Impressive connection will probably bring a lot of comfort towards the fans of Philippines.
I really like this storyline we have, because Alpha 7 is one of the strongest Chalk BR teams we have out there. They are also the team that placed off in the playoffs for KWC. So this is a tall mountain to climb. But if there's any team you want to climb a mountain, it has to be Elevate.
Yeah, it has to be Elevate here. But I mean, to Alpha 7's credits, they rise to the occasion as well. Danny and Niap, also veterans, right? They've had a lot of experience playing together. Now that they've been on Alpha 7 and created this Avengers-style Brazilian squad, they are ready to go.
Yeah, this is more like a civil war, right? Avengers versus Avengers, each representing their own region. We need to see what kind of standards, what kind of qualities these two teams bring.
The first quality that has to be inspected coming in from both of these two teams will be the pick and bans in question here. But with the support coming in from the fans, whatever they pick, whatever they choose, they will have the support. They will have the cheers roaring for their side, especially if you're on Elevate side.
Yeah, do remember we are in the home of Manila, Philippines, the home of PKL, and the support is immense.
Definitely immense here. Alpha 7, they're stoic. This is not something that, that they haven't seen before. The Brazilian fans also are very ecstatic and can get in your heads as well. So this is one of those moments that they know that they're in hostile territory, but they're going to play their game.
It will be so interesting if Danny silences the crowd and be the loudest voice in the arena. That would be huge.
And usually Chalk VR teams, when they win with style. And they have a distinct taunting style. Especially, you see the relation of Danny and the other junglers. The cute interaction that he has with Zankyu really shows the personality coming in for this player. But let's head on towards the first game of the pick and bans with Elevate on towards the blue side and Alpha 7 Gaming towards the red side.
And that's kind of why the Alpha 7 and the Chalk VR teams are all a lot of fun to watch, right? Because they bring something that a lot of the other teams don't really have, and that's that boisterous, exuberance, right? And when they win, everyone knows that they win. They are not afraid to shout.
Yeah, and right now, Elevate has taken out the Mayin, one of the premier picks for Niap here. But one more problem, Niap does have the Dharma. That was the opening sequence for Alpha 7 to take big wins here. And Alpha 7, they know their competition. Respect given to the side of Azar. They take out the R-Lee.
Definitely have to take away the R-Lee here and potentially go with the Aoyin ban as well coming in from Alpha 7. Because if you do give that away towards Elevate and they start off a first game with a good series, definitely putting yourself in the wrong foot if you are on the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, and I think for both of these squads, I think particularly Elevate, they need to win game one, right? Being 0-3'd and then not even winning the first game, and then things start to look really bad, right? Then you start to panic, you don't play your game.
Yep, and now Elevate has identified the first point of strength for the side of Alpha 7. That's coming from Nep. They will ban out the Dharma. Alpha 7 respond with the Luna ban, giving respect to Haru as well. So what kind of priority will we be giving in this blue side first pick for Elevate?
There is a potential of the Dolia or potentially coming in the Yang Jian is available, but this opens up a few things. Does Alpha 7 go for the Long and also Yuhuan pickup here?
It's an option. It's definitely something that we want to do. And again, the Yang Jian, if anyone's been paying attention to Honor of Kings Esports, that is a tough combination to deal with. So it looks like Alpha 7, the Yuhuan, they're penciling it in as of now, but once they lock that in, Dolia is a nice complement to that.
I feel like they should take away the Dolia here to really steal away the potential combination of the Yang Jian and Dolia, and also it opens up the door to the Neza pick that we keep talking about in the past few days.
Yeah, this one is interesting. I want to see Alpha 7 play the Neza. We know Danny to be a good tank player, but he's also very ferocious in the jungle. Elevate, they're going to respond in kind, the aggression in the form of the Lung, the Aoyin, coming in for the farm lane for Azar.
It will be interesting if Elevate locks in the A here because it really locks away the potential of the Neza pick, because out of the series that we saw just now, if you shut down the Neza early, it really stunts its growth to become this invincible tank line that keeps running towards your backline for those assassination angles.
Yeah, it has a lot of options in that sense. But like the Zhangfei being picked up, it looks, again, Elevate. This is a classic Elevate lineup and something that they're willing to go in. They want to do the team fight. They have a great hero for Azar, as well as potentially Haru. I think that Yang Jian will be in the jungle, though.
Oh, but this pick on Ivalicia, the Zhangfei, it has performed so well over the past and first 4 days of competition so far. And Elevate, I think this is a very strong drop. Alpha 7, not yet complete, but you can see the signs of potential here with the Direndia pick as well.
It's very comfortable from both sides, I would say. Like Elevate, they want to skirmish and brawl you, and for the side of Alpha 7, early game coming from Direndia will neutralize the laning coming from Azar and Impressive, and then the mid game will be handed over to Fury and also Valawan on that Yuhuan Dolia composition here.
Yeah, and also they're not falling for the bait for the Yangjian being like the jungle, right? Because they can go with Clash. This is something that they can continue on. They're looking more for like long-term, plus the Yuan on the Alpha 7 side can kind of be flexed into certain other positions, so you're not kind of locking yourself in at this moment.
Yep, left with the mid and the jungle option here for the side that you want. Of course, now we'll take a look at the next ban here. Elevate, they know that the Alpha 7 lineup needs a tank, and Dune is going to be the first one. Menki is the other consideration that maybe Alpha 7 can go for. Let's see if Elevate block that card out.
Interesting enough that Alpha 7 bans their own Agudo here. I do believe that Agudo with Dolia is also one of those good combinations that you could really bring up to pair up with that Direnjit in this game one.
You could do that damage. That would definitely add into that. But it kind of goes into the side that Alpha 7 not 100% like convinced that, you know, the Yangjian is in the jungle, but the Neza on the other side of being a band there, it looks like they're really going hard onto Danny.
So this means you go Organ, right? On the side of Alpha 7, that's also something that Danny loves to play. It's a good tank, and you know, you could potentially get the heals coming in, but you're gonna lock in that Byron for the side of Niat first, trying to get the stuns in with the Flash Storm Strike combination.
It's a smart approach coming in from Alpha 7 here. Picking up a Byron that statistically does well into most of these lanes, so it allows Danny to observe the Yangjian. Where is this Yangjian going? To the jungle, towards the Clash, and then you decide what kind of jungler you want to be picking in this P5.
I'm assuming Alpha 7 is not going to be going with the Zhuangzi last pick jungle. I think that they've learned their lessons from Bigetron in the last series.
Definitely. So, I mean, there was some value. I'll be honest. I think that I can see the vision there, but Elevate has a completely different vision. It is all about destruction here. The class name will be that War Saint here. It's going to be the Guan Yu, and we also have the Tsiya, so we're going to break some level caps here.
Yep, the monkey being locked in for Alpha 7 makes a lot of sense here, so you can really benefit from the Dolia refresh here. No, not a single target, only refresh on the side of Fury's Yuhuan, but you can pump it up for a double Dream Room for the side of this monkey here. And Elevate, the draft that they have proposed is very PKL standard, whereby they are looking to fight their way through to get that advantage that we talk about.
Yeah, it's funny that you use the word standard, because this is pretty stock standard for this lineup. I mean, aside from the fact that the Jia is there, I'm not 100% sold on that, but they're looking long-term, right? It does decent in terms of wave clear. It can potentially just be that nuisance that you want in terms of just being from afar. It has options at this stage.
I feel like Alpha 7, you don't want to go too late in this game. Mid-game is where you need to close the gaps here. If you don't do it, this is a soft guarantee that Elevate takes the first win here.
And with Elevate's draft as well that we come into this game, the Zhangwei can bring Smite, and with the Smite item, you can allow the Ziya to go for the Knowledge Gem Roamer item start. So all the resources can be funneled into Haru's pocket, the head-to-head matchup that we featured back just now in the pregame show.
Yeah, I think it's really going to come back to Haru on this. There's a lot at stake. Azar needs to step up as well on that loom. Those are the main two guys that you're looking at, because everybody else is like literally setting you up, leveling you up, doing what they can to kind of help support you, but it comes back to these two players to ensure that they carry the game.
That is correct here, and a lot has been discussed for the side of Elevate's lineup here. Putting our focus back into the Alpha 7 Chokvia draft. I gotta say, if they can really play around that Yuhuan Dolia combination and ride with the early game provided by the Direnjit, things could go pretty much in their favor for the early to make-it rotations.
They have that option, right? Which I think is going to be great for them. That's something that they need to kind of consider with what they're doing.
We will take a look at how this is going to go. At this point, look, Elevate, it looks like all the cards are on their side. The ball is in their court. It is up for them to drop it.
That is correct here, Ken. With both drafts locked in, the game plan has been stamped for both teams, as this is eliminations on the line. This BO5 will defer who advances and who falls out of KIC2025. This is game one between Elevate going up against Alpha 7 Gaming. Casters, you are on live.
Thank you so much, Sagi, as we go into the final match of the day. Of course, this is going to be game one, elimination game. This one is going to be really, really critical, because you know that there's no room for error here.
It is, and they know what the strength is on the side of Elevate. So, Alpha 7, they're trying to shut down this early lead from the side of Evilis in the mid. They need to make sure they stop this EXP growth, or else Elevate will rise a little too fast.
Yeah, a little too fast. And, I mean, it really comes, like, all eyes to me are on Haru and Azar. Like, how did they get going? Is Haru able to farm efficiently? The same way Danny, is he just tanky enough to kind of deal with this onslaught from Elevate?
Yeah, look, we really want to surprise us. We know you wanted to on the 21st of November. We have one big one for our local fans here and for everyone in HOK Global. Lapu Lapu will be hitting the gorge.
Yeah, it's going to be available for the knockouts, so that's something to look forward to. I mean, the teams are well aware. They're giving some time so that they actually have time to practice with it before they unleash it, so to speak, on the gorge.
Yeah, look, Evilis already has the boots of deafness. What a nice steal from the hide as well. So Evilis, level 4 already. He's going to try and set up so many nice situations for the side of Elevate and put them on the pedestal here. Haru, of course, needs to be on top of that.
Yeah, definitely needs to be on top of that. I mean, him just helping with the farm, the wave clear is quite good with that. And Haru ensuring he's going to unleash the hounds. Danny taking a lot of damage, and he's going to be backing off at this point.
Yeah, I like this restraint. Elevate knowing that, okay, maybe we want to get the lead, but we have to know what risk we're taking this 1v1.
Oh, they're going for this one. YSAs are taking a lot of damage. Azar is going to be there, but with Bilal waiting in the wings, he got spotted out. And now with that wave breaker, the heals are going to be there. Not at the greatest position. Azar is a little bit low, though.
Why is he staying? Why say so? If the flash by Azar comes in, he can get that full combination, use the infinite Vastas to get out. And why say so might be giving that first blood.
Yeah, I think maybe looking to bait it out. I mean, it was very risky. I don't think he was going to risk it at that point. But Danny, on the other hand, he's kind of just efficiently farmed.
Normally we like to say no pain, no gain, but this is the kind of pain you don't want on the side of Alpha 7. Hyde so far struggling to keep up with Niap, which is good news for Alpha 7 fans, but at the same time, Elevate, I'm looking at Azar, man. This guy, he has been a prodigy for the side of Elevate, and he will be. Oh, hang on, one more stun. That's a nice one. Good way to start, but it's a 2v1.
Yeah, 2v1, he's by himself, right? Look at how Elevate right now, it's all about Haru. They understand that they're going to create as much space as possible. He is the guy, the umbrella offers. Oh, well, perfect one, setting it up, and Fury is dunked on.
What did we say? Impressive, the Zhang Fei. So many times the beast has unleashed, and this time it is going to be successful.
Oh, he's still doing some work as well, and getting a lot of value out of that. Now he's going to have to be running off on that one as it kind of goes back into human form. But a great play by Elevate, really setting the tone of this one. Finding Niap in a bad spot. He's got the force field suppression, but Hyde bouncing him around like a pinball, and finally Niap gets the safety.
All right, Hyde, that was a scary potential. It gives you a preview of what's potentially going to happen, right? We need that Hyde rotation. PKL fans, Elevate, they're cheering so hard right now because they see the potential that Elevate has.
Yeah, of that damage, right? And I mean, Hyde on that Guan Yu, not the greatest of laners, especially against the Byron, but the way he's played it thus far, he's been smart. Putting it on the tower, putting you out of position, and getting his farm.
Yeah, you only have one chance to stop him, right? If you're on the Alpha 7 snap, which is the Storm Strike. And for now, Hyde is trying to keep up. The first rotation will come 4 minutes. This is the big battle.
Oh, the umbrella outburst on to 2. He wants to go for that stampede. No, the unending sorrow. The dream roam does a counter, and they find him. Haru has stuck himself way too far up. Azar is now here. He's doing a little bit too much, but the infinite fastest, that was so close.
Yep, they force it out, and now Elevate cannot go for the contest. Now Alpha 7, they see this as an opening, but here comes the universal law. They're going to try and put some pressure here. The stun comes in, no.
Yeah, it looks like they're just going to slow siege this mid T1 instead. Impressive. Not really much you can do. All they can do is watch, and at 4 minutes, Alpha 7 take the mid T1.
That is really early. This is one of the earliest T1s in the mid taken by any team today. And this means Alpha 7, they have full prior over this first Tyrant of the game. This should be in their hands, and it's going to be comfortably taken.
Yeah, comfortably taken. I mean, there's no real way that Elevate could have done anything at this point. This lead is starting to grow in favor of Alpha 7. I mean, they're catching up to Elevate at this point, but once they take the bottom T1, they're going to be in a prime position.
And not only that, they will have prime vision as well, right? The Fog of War is going to hurt Elevate for this one.
Yeah, and the Crimson Golem almost being potentially stolen. No, it's going to be tethered away, and Haru will pick that up, ensuring that... No, Azar, sorry, picked that one up. So, again, I guess taking it away, but here comes the umbrella outburst. They actually find him on the wrong side, and Bilal gets stampeded on, and he's going to be killed. Haru secures that one.
Look, Impressive is so mechanical. He's like a robot. Every single Unbridled Outburst always gets the target.
Yeah, I mean, Impressive just making the nice little play. The Umbrella Outburst really on point. He's been there, but Weistacer actually flashing away. Elevate putting the aggression on, and they're going to take the bottom T1.
Right. Let's talk a little bit about Impressive here. He has some resolve. And you know what he would have been hang on. He is making another catch here.
Yeah, Dream Roam. He's going to try to go, but the Infinite Fast is used aggressively, and he's been pushed back in, and they get the big old Mankey.
Yep, Elevate, they're feeling it. The fans are feeling 5-man strong in the mid. But the T2 at the top needs to be taken care of.
Oh, it looks like Haru a little bit on the lower end, and now Niap joining the fight, does a little bit of work on the hide, but tenderizes him, but again, just to disengage.
This is a scary situation, right? Even though you take down the Mega Tank, which is Danny on the side of Alpha 7, the rest of the lineup on the side of A7, they still have the potential to win the team fights.
Yeah, yeah, and then that's the big of a bit of an issue, right? That's the crux of the story, so to speak. But Danny here, I mean, again, he just died a single time. It's not the end of the world, but once he gets tanky, it's going to be a bit of a problem for Elevate.
Yes. And one more problem to add, Fury is going for the magic build. He already has the staves of sorcery. So you know Alpha 7 are going to be very aggressive. Because if you take out Ivalis, there is no damage reduction, there's no armor reduction anymore.
And that could be a prime target. The Crimson on the other side, Weistacer wants to go for the steal. It's going to get pushed away. And it looks like, I don't know who ended up getting in that one, but Niap on the side doing a little bit of damage onto Impressive. And again, these guys are just poking a product. The net worth lead, it's a wash.
Yeah, it's totally unseen. Right now, you might as well say that they're even Stevens, right? So Alpha 7, the only advantage they have right now is just the map control. They've taken 3 turrets across the gorge. Elevate have only taken 1.
Yeah, sure, but my name isn't Steven. But anyways, Alpha 7 on the other hand, they're going to take the Crimson here, which is why Sacers, this is going to be a good one for him. Because again, it's accelerating the farm. You have Fury with a red buff as well. So Alpha 7 doing a good job of putting themselves in a position where the guys that need to get the farm have that damage.
And also, the Crimson buffs, I think this will be the major change here. Alpha 7 will be looking for that big fight here, but only if they get the catch.
Look at Impressive. Oh, they know. They know. Oh, they know. They sensed it out. It's the universal law on the minion wave, and they have it in front with Unending Sorrow trying to go for the pushback. Impressive can pull the trigger at a moment's notice, but here we go, and they find him, and now it's going to be used, and Haru, no, he's going to get picked off. Danny does that damage, and here comes the Razor Cavalry from the side. Hyde doing a little bit of work for the Stampede onto 3, a little bit of stun lock, and the heroic charge is nice, but Hyde is going to be picked up. The universal law is going to be a little off the mark. Alpha 7, none of them down. Niap is still continuing to fight. Azar gets on his dragon, he's going to be out.
Look, they're so low, but they can't finish this job. Elevate, you have done a lot of damage, but you need to finish your food. And right now, Alpha 7, they've taken full advantage of that. They're taking the T2 at the top, which means map control galore. Alpha 7, they feast onto this Crimson Golem here.
Yeah, this is a big moment, a big turning point for Alpha 7. Things were looking very close, but now they find Danny with that about half-life. If they want to go for this one, he actually has the shields, and now here come the reinforcements. The Unending Sorrow from Fury, he's going to be pushed back.
Yeah, good decision making. Make sure the heals come through as well. Another T2 under pressure from the side of Alpha 7. I don't think they can defend this. They will take this for free. And at the 9-minute mark, it looks like the next thing on the menu here is going to be that Tyrant for the side of Alpha 7.
It's going to be a big opening. I think that the 10-minute Tyrant, or they'll take this one and then load it up for that Shadow Tyrant, which is going to come in about 50 seconds. But in the top lane, look at Niap and Hyde constantly just harassing one another.
Look, Niap has put a target on the back of Hyde. He has consistently found Hyde, make sure he tries to slow down that catch. And Hyde has been making those catches, but they can't finish the job.
Yeah. And that's the bit of an issue, right? Haru needs a little bit more time, as well as Azar, to get the farm, because Azar, literally 1.2k behind Weistacer, he really doesn't have the damage to burn him down.
Yeah, because it's forcing them to fight and catch.
Finding Haru, he's at half-life, he's on the run, and he's trying to unleash the hounds, and just to get the safety, but Haru's so low, and he does get picked off, and Fury will get that. Now here comes the Razor Cavalry pushing under the tower. Danny's in such a terrible spot. The heroic charges left and right, and Hyde with that control, and it looks like Danny will be shut down.
You have to sit your butt down because Elevate will always come back. What a nice catch here. They buy themselves a lifeline, but Alpha 7, they're not going to just take a loss and leave. They're going to take your Azure Golem as well.
And this is why it's frustrating to play against Guan Yu. It's like you think everything's great, you'll get that pickoff, and then you're sent to the enemy fountain almost, and you're just in a bad spot. But the Umbrella Outburst with another heroic charge. He's going to try to flash away, but Bilal, it looks like he's going to go down yet again. And now Niap is looking to fight, trying to go for Zar, and Weisacer gets that pick off. The rally form from Impressive is just barely enough, but now they're bouncing around on top of Niap with that forces rush, but they finally get Impressive, but Niap will trade his life away.
I mean, Sacer, he's doing so well. The life still coming in, the damage as well. And right now, Alpha 7, there's another thing to take a look at. The shadow variants of the objectives have arrived, and now it's all about the map control.
Yeah, and Haru right now, no smite. It's about halfway in terms of the cooldown, so he's going to take the Shadow Tyrant instead. Alpha 7, even with only 3 members, they take the Overlord very quickly.
Yes, very quickly indeed. And right now, they make a beeline. Very nice checking from Fury. They stop the attempt from the side of Haru. Look, Haru, I don't think has gotten into the group of things just yet.
Yeah, but he does have about 700 gold lead, so that's a bit of a better groove than Danny, who's a little bit behind in terms of the net worth. So this is something that he needs to continue to do, because again, this Yang Jian, once he gets online, he's going to be a bit of an issue.
Yes, definitely. So Alpha 7, they are on a timer right now. It's all about the farm for Elevate. So Elevate, the later this game goes, the better it is for them. The Alpha 7, they need to do it quickly.
Yeah, and Haru, if anything though, the biggest problem is that he's been focused. He's died 3 times already, the most on the team, so he needs to ensure that he stays alive, gets the farm. On the other side, Azar hasn't really died too many times. He's been just silently farming.
Silently farming. Fury gets his next core item as they're looking to put more pressure on the Gorger. Alpha 7 trying to take another turret. The T3s now are available if they want to push.
Yeah, look at how Alpha 7 just going in, might actually go on to hide, but the top lane has actually been pushing with the Azar there, and Alpha 7 slowly, waiting, methodically looking for some sort of initiation point.
They're biding their time, right? It's all about the timing at this point. And Alpha 7, they have options. They can choose to use that distraction of the Shadow Overlord to go for the Tyrant instead, and that's exactly what they do.
Smart, smart. Opening it up, Alpha 7. This is a Shadow Tyrant for them, and it looks like there's really no chance. Niap is also waiting the wings. He's like that forward scout, providing a lot. But now with the Vanguard in the top lane, plus you have the Shadow Tyrant buff, things are looking very good for Alpha 7.
Yep, stun setups coming in from the side of Fury as well. Any target he catches could be a victim.
Yeah, at any time. I mean, Danny's still all the way up in front and tanking it even for that Shadow Vanguard. And in the mid lane, a little bit of a skirmish with Hyde and Niap. They've been going at it this entire game. But the top T3 eventually taking a little bit of chip damage.
Yeah, quite a bit here. That is a respectable amount. Alpha 7, they've gotten some damage down. But look at Weisacer. He's getting those passive shots in.
Yeah, and every third shot or whatever for Weisacer, that's kind of what you want to do. But now with that Universal Law on the Danny, who tanks and eats it all up, he'll enjoy that one.
Yep, Fury as well, and yep, look, the two of them have been very, very clinical in stopping the attempt from Hyde. Hyde has no options here.
Yeah, no options at all. I mean, it's tough. This is a situation where, again, like, you got to come all the way from the wings, and Alpha 7 are expecting them, right? They've done a good job of not just, like, grouping up randomly and not covering their, their corners, so to speak.
Yeah, it's a defensive positioning. I like this a lot from Alpha 7, right? This is the kind of growth that we wanted to see of all the global teams, and we're definitely seeing it right now. Impressive, though. He needs to be that lifeline. Every Unbridled Outburst has netted them a kill. That's why they have 7. Impressive has landed at least half of those.
Yeah, he's had quite a bit. I mean, in terms of his team fight, he's always been on points. Tied, though, with Bilal in terms of that net worth. But the vision score, I would say, that Impressive has brought in has been quite good and very helpful for the team in finding those right initiations.
Not only that, he also has the Frigid Charge. He's looking for the Ominous Premonition as his next item here. We have to get the stuns in on the sides of Elevate. Not just the ultimate from Impressive. He needs to land that freeze.
Yeah, look at the bottom T2. Something to take note of. It is pushing a bit, but Alpha 7, on the other hand, they're going to just kind of move around, maybe take the mid lane, just kind of baiting it out. They don't really want to go for this overlord.
Ivalice?
Oh, Ivalice, the Dream Roll right on top of him, but Danny, with that bubble, doing a little bit of work, and Ivalice is going to go down. The Umbrella Outburst is now going to be used, but cutting it off in half,
but they're not able to go. And now it looks like Azar is going to be aggressive. He wants to go finding Sacer. He's going to be down for the count, and Hyde running away. He's going to be fine, but Haru is going to be focused in. They're slowly going in for this one. It looks like there's no other catch. It's going to be a 2-for-1 favor of Elevate.
Yep, Elevate, they have managed to survive. This is great for them. It's lucky that Hyde did not take a fall there. If he did, then there is a immense chance that Alpha 7 might have broken the T3s. Right now, there is a little lack of damage, which means Haru, there is a potential of a steal. Elevate, what are they gonna do now?
I mean, they have the numbers advantage. Alpha 7 were thinking about going for the Overlord. That would have been very risky, especially doing this 3 versus 4. Now Elevate are like, actually, we have the advantage. We should be going for the Overlord.
Yep, they're gonna put 4 people here, and they get it.
Oh, Danny been pushed back with that heroic charge, but he gets the steal! Danny with a dream roam smite. That was perfect. And now Alpha 7 on the run. They've unleashed the hounds, and Ivalis is so low. Neop is on the back line doing some serious work, but he's going to pay for his sins. He does go down as well. Hyde is so low. Azar is doing the damage, and they find Bilal, but Danny is continuing on. He gets picked off as well. And it looks like with only 2 members, the Stampede is on point. Sacer going all in, and Azar on the Dragon gets the safety with an ace.
Yeah, Danny gets a steal, but Elevate becomes a criminal. They clear them with an ace, and Elevate, this is time to win the game, maybe. 20 seconds, no, in fact, 30 seconds before Sacer comes out. That's enough time. They can do it. Elevate, the fans are pushing them on. They need to push into the base.
Yeah, but 7 more seconds for Neop to come on back in. They're going to look to tank this one. Everybody is so low. This is a risky play. The Vanguards are there. Neop is already up. He wants to go. They might want to go for the base race. The Razor Cavalry onto this, being pushed around, and they go for the Crystal, and Elevate will take game 1.
What a comeback, Elevate. This is the kind of quality we want, to be able to rise through every single difficulty. Alpha 7, it looked like they had the game in the bag there.
Yeah, they look like they have the bag, but it's one team fight. It's also the heads up of the game awareness to be like, actually, we can end this game.
Yes, exactly. I would have said, hey, let's reset, not push. No, play it safe, but Elevate. This is the kind of risk that you want to take because the rewards are well worth it. They are 1 game ahead now.
And that was such a back and forth game, always in control of Alpha 7 here. But the late game team fights, that fell all the way for the side of Elevate for their own taking, which at the final few moments, we all thought that Neop coming in with the Byron could have stalled the game back to an equal footing. But Hyde with the Guan Yu pushing every single time for the side of the Neop back into his base, and that game was in their pockets. That was a very good comeback play coming in for the side of Elevate.
Okay, so pay attention. There was one moment on your screen just now, which is the coach of Elevate. The first thing he did when the players arrived in the room was to tell them to calm down, reset, right? I think this is very critical for them. You will win off of a high, and some players, based off that emotion, they will go a little bit too far in game number 2. So it's nice to reset, keep it calm, keep it composed. I think that's their winning formula here.
Yeah, I think composure is a #1 thing as well coming in from Alpha 7 Gaming, whereby at the Overlord, whereby we saw how Danny stole it away already, but they still chose to go in. Even Bilal on a Dolia, you flashed in to engage, which led to the demise of the other team members. Imagine if Bilal on the Dolia was pumping in heals, pumping in crowd controls. Things could have been very different for the side of Alpha 7 Gaming in that sense. So, name of the thing, both teams need to stay composed in this entire BO5.
I mean, they had that lead, right? Alpha 7, that was their game to lose. They dropped the ball, unfortunately, right? Just, you cannot make those sorts of mistakes. And we will see the highlight as of what that tipping point was later.
Okay, so I think we have to pay attention to Azar. Azar was one of the main reasons why they got that big burst in. You know, it was kind of weird. Danny suddenly got deleted. And it had to be Azar here on that Lung. Flaming Palms, everything, downpour, right the wind, the 3 skills that Lung now in office. Look at the amount of gold that he acquired for himself. 12,000 plus.
And that was the game plan coming in for the side of Elevate, whereby you have Evilis on this Zia, you throw in that slow, and it corrupts your magic and physical defense. That allows Azar to punch through Danny's defensive line, and then the level cap unlocked for Azar. All these play a big factor in why he was the late game factor that allowed Elevate get that comeback of victory.
Yeah, but let's also talk about impressive, right?
Very
Because
impressive.
without his umbrella burst, they would have lost this game
Agreed.
by far. He was keeping them in the game. The team fights were kind of on point, just delaying, just getting a couple pickoffs to slow down the onslaught of Alpha 7.
Yeah, and to have to come over from Boom and come to Elevate, I think he has been showing the quality that is needed of this Zhang Fei roam. This is one of his specialty roles.
Wow.
You never have to worry when impressive is on the beast.
Would you say his play has been impressive?
Or elevated?
Wow. Or, I don't know. I think it's a
I
mix
was like,
of
yeah. One
This
bad
is
joke
the
after
most
another.
dad joke moment ever. But hey, I'll take it. Alpha 7, this one did hurt quite a bit. So we'll take a look at, the comparisons of this one-to-one head-to-head later on.
Now, talking about the head-to-head especially, we do have to give props to Nia. He was the front man for side of Alpha 7 Gaming in finding those few success stories here. I remember there was one fight that Nia went in with Sacer and took a 2v4 and still managed to come on top. Same thing goes for Hyde. Even though they were on the defensive side, they were losing, he was still actively finding those big moments to allow Elevate to claw back into the game. And that final moment, when we thought Nia was going to defend the base, it was Hyde saying like, hey, go for the end. I got this. Nia will not come out.
Yeah, very smart play by Hyde. I mean, his impact was definitely there, but he stayed alive. That was the biggest thing. Even when things were looking rough, Alpha 7 was like attacking, sieging, doing what they could. Hyde was just constantly on the prowl, staying alive, looking for that perfect one where they had to be super worried about the wings.
Yeah, and of course, this is all building up to the superstar of the team, Azar. Coming in with the Loom, the Owen, 4, 1, and 6. While he did not take a lot of damage, he was dishing it out.
He was really dishing it out. He was really just waiting for his power spikes, telling the guys like, hey, I got this. Just give me the items, give me the time. Once I steal the 6 items, we will play our comp to a perfection there. And that's when Alpha 7 Gaming gave them the chance for that comeback.
Yeah, they were really running out of time. Let me remind you, Elevate were on a timer. They needed to drag the game up until this guy Azar was online. And boy, did they drag it out. Hyde, all those pushes of Danny into the base, even getting Nyap as well, the 2 main tanks, that was a critical moment in that game.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, there's more props to Hyde on that one because, again, getting those pickoffs, Alpha 7 is unable to siege. They have to back off. And they have no choice, and that is buying so much time for the rest of the team, especially Azar, to get that farm.
And this was the highlights that we talk about here, whereby in the early game, it was really in favor for the side of Alpha 7. Maru was getting punished, and Fury was just playing so well behind, pushing Danny, pushing Fury towards the base of Elevate, and making this game back to an equal footing here. And this is the one, whereby Evelyn got caught out at the start of the match, and Fury flashes in, but you don't get the Dolia refresh immediately, so you get punished here, and you traded off your own life for the side of Evelyn to Lee out here.
Yeah, one thing I don't like about these initiations, Alpha 7 will go all in and trying to get some of those kills. The problem is they don't buy a return ticket. They're not able to survive most of the time they initiate.
That is correct. That's what you see here. It was looking good for Alpha 7 here. Check out what Bilal did. Flashing in as a Dolia roam here in the middle of 4 members. Why Caesar is coming back from base here? There's nothing. There's no one touching Azar. And why Caesar? He has to fight through Haro, fight through Azar, and he is left in no man's land. Imagine the heals were pumped in by Bilal, pumped in by Fury. That could have been a different story, different ending for Alpha 7 in this game 1.
I want to defend Bilal because I've done that too, where you're like, oh, Hyde is so low. I have that one potential shot to go in. I flash and I go for my basic, and then I do very little damage because I'm like literally throwing stones at that point. So I've been there, I've seen it. Bad mistake, and unfortunately, we're one and the same in that sense.
Now, that's why composure is so important in a tournament setting here, especially, when we talk about this, this is elimination on the line. Alpha 7 is carrying the Chalk BR name on their shoulder. They are the final, last Chalk BR team available in KIC2025 here.
They're carrying more than that. They're carrying my heart as well because, look, I want a great game today. I wanted to go to game number 5. It's one of the Kindle Food specials, right? We since I'm on the desk, we want to get it all the way to make it a satisfying end because it truly will be the end of the road for one of these teams today.
Alpha 7 is carrying your heart. Alpha 7 is carrying my liver, right? I think I'm very worried to see exactly if what we just saw continue on for that. But of course, if you happen to be tuning in and you want to
give a little bit of a follow out to the Honor of Kings Esports across all of the social media channels, and you can get your rewards, you get all these digital things just for following.
That's correct. And even though if you're like, you've already followed us and you got all the rewards digitally, do drop by to Manila. If you are in Philippines itself, do drop by whereby we have activities, we have the HOK Carnival, everything. Yeah, you know, just come out, have the fun, and you know, cheer on Elevate, cheer on Alpha 7. Whichever's your team, do give them the best shot.
Yeah, so let's go right back into the game. This was game number 1. Big picks here from both sides, actually. Right, the Yang Jin combination coming out the Zhang Fei and the Long. These are all big picks. Guan Yu as well. So very expensive pick from the side of Elevate, but it was well worth it because they won that game. Now the question is, Alpha 7, what's next here? Danny, Menki, I don't think is the most expensive pick. He has more in the tank here.
More in the tank, such as the Augur, the Pei, the Luna. All these are the known Danny picks here coming into the tournament, whereby I'm a bit worried if you're an Elevate fan because Haru is not having the best of the game on the Yang Jin now.
He didn't have much of an impact, right? But he was constantly prioritized.
Correct.
Right? Alpha 7 did a good job of understanding who they needed to go, but then, of course, you know, then you have Azar as well, so you got to kind of stop all of them. Not easy to do. Alpha 7, you know, didn't really pay off in that one.
I mean, it's truly not how you start the game, right? It's how you finish. And right now, Elevate, a very nice job in finishing game number 1. That critical decision to come in, making sure that, hey, 30 seconds, more than enough time to come in and finish the job.
30 seconds is a lot of time here, especially when the crowd is cheering and we're also waving our hands. Definitely do check that out later on in towards the replay. We sort of caught ourselves in towards that replay.
Yeah, guys, remember, 30 seconds is a long time.
That's what she told me too. I was, yeah, but I think it's long enough in my opinion. I mean, especially when you're drafting and getting into this one. But the game 2 will be underway soon, and I mean, I don't really think it was that big of a draft issue by Alpha 7. In the end, it was just all about execution.
Composure, execution, team fighting, and everything is a part of play here, especially when we come to Honor of Kings late game scenarios here. One bad death leads to objectives given over to your opponent.
Alright, so we have seen the first C coming out from the side of Elevate, right? They can make the comeback. Now the other C we're looking for is, can they be consistent, right? This is one of the markers of a great team. You can play well, you can make the comeback, but how many times can you do it? Can you even take the lead? This is something that Elevate needs to have if they want to stay in KIC 2025.
Yeah, continue on. I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? A lot of momentum. It was very back and forth. They had their moments. Things were kind of up in the air in terms of who's going to take that. But Elevate, again, this is a situation where you're like, hey, you struck first. Alpha 7, you know that they're going to come back 10 times harder in this next one.
Yeah, there is never a chance that you know Alpha 7 is going to be like, you know what, hey, we lost game 1.
It's over.
Yeah, emotions are down. No, Alpha 7 is, no, you have given us the motivation to climb this mountain.
They have climbed the mountain before, and it was back during KWC, where they secured top 8 in the Esports World Cup in the Honor of Kings World Cup here. For Alpha 7, this is yet another journey that they have to take on if they want to make it towards that top 8, if they want to face BTR in that lower bracket finals.
I mean, I'm getting flashbacks to KC2024. Just the Chalk PR teams didn't do great. They kind of bounced out very early. So, I mean, potentially there, I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse on this one, but losing game 1, again, it's all about composure. Settle down. You're still in this. You had a great game 1. You had that opportunity, but you can't fumble the ball in the end. You got to close out games.
I think that's the beauty of LAN events, whereby if it's offline, you have Elevate coming in game 1 with a comeback victory. The crowd is in their favor here. Now, if you're Alpha 7, you probably are pretty pressured in this position.
I think maybe this is the game to bring out the organ, right? There's no Nerza option here. There is no Dharma option for the side of Alpha 7 as well. But Elevate, this is a repeat of game number 1. They are once again on the blue side. They get a prio pick. And you know what's scary? The RD is open.
I feel like Alpha 7 has to take the early ban, so the loan can still go in towards their hands. And also, I think they are letting it over towards the hands of Azar. Potentially, they will look into counters like the channel, for example.
It has to be the channel, right? I mean, that's definitely one of the things they're looking at. But Elevate has a completely different train of thought.
Interesting.
I like this. The Mayin here being teased for the side of Elevate. PKL power. I like this because it needs to be unpredictable.
Yeah, definitely unpredictable. I mean, for me, I probably would have gone with like an Arlie. I think it's a little, you know what I mean?
it locks it in. You don't have that problem where it's going to be constantly banded. But it looks like Alpha 7 are just going to be like, actually, let's just counterpick what is coming to us. They're going to go to Charlotte against this Miami.
Oh, this is a very mid to late game counter here for the side of Alpha 7 here. Because Hyde on that Mayin can really win out that early game with ease here. But picking up both the side laners for the side of Alpha 7, this does allow them to properly formulate this comp towards the mid side, whereby they still need a tank, they still need a potential utility mid towards that mage.
But just the one-on-ones here, right? Like Hyde on the Mayin, he's going to be able to chase down this Y Caesar early with ease. Now, add another problem to that. We're going to get the Haru special. This is going to be the pay. Tigerus, he's going to be monstrous.
Now, a proper counter here for this, or at the very least to ease out the draft, will be for Danny to lock in a potential Musashi or an Ogren that could really elevate their entire draft.
Dance with the wolf. I think an Ogren will make a lot of sense, right? The Death Precipice allows you to heal, especially when you get the leader stance. Summoning of the souls of the wolves on the side of this channel pick. We'll see. But it is now time for Velau 1 to show us what he's made of. Zhang is being teased at the moment.
I think that you still have options. I know that the Ogren is definitely an opportunity, but it looks like, I mean, the problem with the Ogren is it takes some time to get online, and most teams kind of crumble because they don't draft with like some early game heroes in mind, but they have the Arlie, which also does need some time as well.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time for the Arlie to come online, and I agree with you. So Ogren, I think, might not be the best pick. Oh, but I like this. Alpha 7, we've seen this, the PKL special. No Athena, we want our jungle undisturbed.
Correct. Athena roam remove does really relieve the jungle pressure coming in for the side of Elevate, whereby you have to worry for Alpha 7. You don't pick the jungler coming in at the pick tree here, so all these junglers that could really play against the pay will be removed from the pool here. I believe there is still the likes of the Musashi and Ukyo, but that doesn't really fit into the bowl where you need a frontliner for your team.
I mean, they have a tank, right, in the form of Zhang Fei, and looking at how aggressive Nyap can be, maybe that could be the potential ease to go for a greedy pick here. But the Lianpo is going to be taken out. Alpha 7 wants to make sure there is not enough defenses on the side of Elevate.
Yeah, I think as Elevate, though, you want to constantly just, like, target Danny, right? Take away more of this jungler so that you have a bit of an edge, because this Haru Pei, yeah, you're going to be fine if you're able to get going, but you also want to take away from the strength of Alpha 7, which revolves around Danny's play.
Why not just go for the straight-up assassin style, right? Play the Jing.
That is a potential 1v1 matchup as well, considering there's two marksmen on towards the side of Elevate. That could be considered, especially if you're Alpha 7. This is the same draft that they did back in Game 1. Give the final pick towards Danny to really decide what they want to go for, because there is the Luna, but I reckon that the Luna will crumble under this early game pressure.
Fully agree, right? You can't afford to lose your Golem in that first attempt, and here Elevate, straight up answer. This is a counter pick. This Xiao Qiao, known for giving enough burst damage in one fell swoop on the Arlie. It's confirmed, guaranteed kill if you land all your skills. Now Alpha 7, this is going to be a tough decision to make, but they do have some good synergy in their draft, right? They do have the Yixing and the Zhang Fei. These are all great synergies. Once the board is laid down by the Ball Master here, you will be able to get massive amounts of damage down.
Interested to see what Elevate drafts with their roamer here, because all the tank roamers has been removed from the pool, whereby Elevate right now, their draft is seemingly squishy with no proper front line here. If they don't get the early game ball rolling and it falls into a full-fledged team fight, it will look much more in the favor of Alpha 7 here. But Danny wants to play the early game here. He wants to whip out the Luna to match in that jungle tempo. So Haru, he plays a big factor in actually invading in that early game.
Yeah, so it comes back to kind of the Zhao pick that they've had with Elevate here, because you can kind of get your Hunter's Breeze to kind of potentially predict where he's going to be, and you think that assassin style jungler is going to be on the back line where the Arlie can be with that parasol. So you have ideas of what they were trying to do, but yes, it's a little squishy for my taste.
I mean, this honey is going to taste completely different for the side of Elevate in comparison to Alpha 7, right? For Alpha 7, once that Honey Sweet Breeze lands, it's going to be bitter, and it's not going to be bitter enough because it's going to be bittersweet. But for the side of Elevate, this one, that knock-up could be the one that brings them to the skies. 2-0 maybe in this particular series of best of 5.
Wow, to find them into a 2-0 position, they will definitely need to play this composition with a lot of care and love, because this is definitely not an easy one to execute. No front line and all in on towards that early game here. If anyone is out of position, it will crumble almost immediately.
Yeah, look, there's always two sides to a coin, right? TLC, tender loving care is required for Alpha 7, but Elevate wants to give them the table, ladders, and chairs.
So they're going to look to Elevate is looking to take away Danny's blue buff as much as possible, right? And I think that that's going to be something to take note of. Elevate, on the other hand, very squishy. This is a potential, even from the early skirmishes, they could be vulnerable to Alpha 7.
That's right. That's true, but if you take a look at the composition on the side of Elevate as well, like Monster is probably going to go for that level 1 stun, the Cannon Blast. They can definitely invade here.
Well, to find out whether that is actually true, to find out who is the king of the jungle, let's hop into Game 2 with Elevate 1 score on towards the board, leading the series, taking on Alpha 7, the last hope, coming in from Chalk BR.
Final match, game number 2. I mean, I want to say that this is pretty much, you have to win this one as Alpha 7. If you're down 0-2 in a world of hurt, everything on the line, it's going to be way too much pressure. So this is one where, again, Danny needs to fly.
Yeah, Bilal already helping out, but here comes the cavalry!
Oh, they flash forward hide with that pullback. The Cannon Blast a little off the mark. They're not able to stack their stuns properly, but it looks like they're going to take the Crimson. Danny, all he can do is watch.
It's a perfect start this time, Elevate. We talked about it, and straight away they get the job done. Alpha 7, not the kind of start you want in game number 2.
Yeah, not the start you want as well. And why Sacer in the mid lane? They were doing a little bit of a lane swap, expecting some sort of aggression. They wanted in Bilal to be somewhere to be able to help out. He had his stun as well, not able to do anything though.
And you know, they achieved double win cons here. Number 1, you slow down Sacer. He's meant to rotate faster. That's why you put him in the mid lane, but he's not going to get it.
And it looks like friends across the world. Danny is, of course, really close with HBSC Zhe and has known him for a long time. Zhe has talked a lot with Danny, so that's why he's excited to play against Zhe. Again, after Zhe's return into competitive play, I don't want to lose again, so this time I will try my best to beat him, but of course, they need to beat Elevate here.
Oh,
but Fury with that flash away.
It's not fun at all. Alpha 7, the amount of pressure the Elevate are putting on them is really high.
Yeah, it's all about that momentum from game 1, right? They're continuing on. They know that, hey, this is a fast, very early lineup that they have from Elevate. They can put the pressure on, and Alpha 7 have to respond reactively.
Okay, I mean, with all the aggression that Elevate has placed onto Alpha 7, I think it's a blessing that the goal difference is only about 1,000.
Yeah, it's, I mean, it's only 2 minutes in the
game,
right?
That is
but Iblis, they're looking for steals as well. So, again, Elevate doing a great job. Knowing the strengths of the lineup, this is actually very key.
Oh, look, they also have the timing once again, Elevate. I like this new version. New and improved, the Haru bringing it to the bush as well.
Yeah, Fury, all he can do is really watch. It's in the brush. He doesn't really want to walk into it. And with that smite, they take it again. And the pay system, the pay draft is paid off, but it looks like he's going to go down. And Nyap making the rotation. He says, hey, what buff are you walking away with? That's mine.
Yep. No criminals here. The police will be on your tail here. And that police is going to be Nyap for the time being. Alpha 7 recover well as well. Now it is their turn to take a peek into the jungle of Elevate. Not going to be greedy, just taking out the spores and start working onto the Azure Golem.
And look at how Alpha 7 right now with Fury in that, it's just like dealing damage onto that the Azure Golem so that Danny can pick it up even faster. It's all about efficiency at this stage. Danny is the guy.
And I want to point this out, right? In most times, especially when you have such high stakes, it's not as safe to be greedy. But I like the greed from both these picks. They're going for the Stone of Sorcery, not even the anti-heal. Hang on.
Yeah, flashing away, the dash away as well, and it looks like they're not able to get some sort of catch. Yeah, we'll be fine.
But this is a huge commitment. Let's take a look at the timer here. 4 minutes is coming up soon. Nyap won't be able to take part.
All right, I hate that. I hate whenever anyone says the word commitment. Ooh. Let's move on for this one. But Alpha 7 in this case, look, it's about defending against Haru, who's done a great job of, like, he's been off the map, he's been invading when he needs to, especially when it comes to those Crimsons.
Okay, but the timing is a little better for Alpha 7. They're going to start running around. Nyap,
though. Pull back. Nyap, the stun, the Hunter's Way breeze, and Elevate will flex, getting that kill, putting the pressure on the top T1, but Alpha 7 using that space for the Tyrant.
But the trade comes in clean. Elevate should get this. Haru gets the Crimson buff. They get the T1 at the top. So what? And also, they get the life on Nyap.
Yeah, you got to stop the bleeding in some way. Again, Elevate with this fast-paced early game lineup, showing them how it's done. This is exactly how you want to play this lineup.
And to make matters worse, Hyde already has the exit torment. One more turret for the taking.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to defend. The top T2 already at half. And look at how much damage Haru is doing some work. They're not going to get it, but it's just barely hanging on.
I mean, you can count it as the T2 doesn't exist at this point, right? Alpha 7, they need to make some work happen at the bottom side of this map to make the trade. But instantly, they know this is coming. They push Weiss away. And now, the map, the Gorge, is in control by the side of Elevate.
Yeah, one thing to take note of is that Elevate has done a decent job of kind of limiting Danny, but Weiss Acer is also a win condition. Those are the two guys you got to constantly hound, making sure that you take away the farm. Hyde was in the mid lane.
Yep, and we also have to consider, right? Vilao 1, we haven't seen any Unbridled Alphas just yet. If we get a big one from this guy, it could be the game changer for the side of Alpha 7.
Vilao, man, he's cool, calm, and collected. He doesn't want to get angry. He doesn't need to go Hulk smash right now. No, they need to use it, right? Let me be very honest. Once he hit level 4, they should have been started looking for fights.
How many haulers am I talking to today?
I don't know, even like 3. I don't know.
Well, we'll count the numbers because numbers are important here. Elevate now, catching up in terms of farm actually, just trailing. In fact, they're neck and neck. So Alpha 7, this next fight needs to be really considered. How well do you want to take this?
Ivalice waiting in the wings, potentially going in. The cannon blast, catching out Vilao. He's going to be backing off. Now they need to defend these Crimson Golems. You cannot be giving them up for free.
Yep, and straight away Elevate, they make the very core decision here to try and rush the Overlord. And that's a great decision because they will get it. And now, Alpha 7, they have to deal with all the minion waves.
Yeah, looks like they're going to take the Overlord here. Alpha 7 sticking together, but they're not able to really find any sort of pickup. I mean, look at the enemy jungle. It's largely barren at this point because Elevate have kind of looted and pillaged their own, making sure that they take it away from Alpha 7.
Yeah, and Haru's level 11. He is 2 levels ahead of Weiss Acer. That's an instant delete button if he gets his hands onto the Parasola here. So Alpha 7, they need to be really careful. They need information.
Yeah, and look at this Hyde with that steal. Danny actually a level behind Haru. So Haru right now doing some serious work. He's been making an impact on all 3 lanes at this stage.
At the same time, they're trying to stop this take on this Yo Golem. More importantly, it's actually about Vilao here. Oh, nice attempt by Hyde. He's just giving some pokes, right? They want a T1 at the bottom.
Oh, they'll take this one, but Danny getting a little bit low. He's going to be focused in, and Ivalice gets the pick off. Vilao, all he can do is watch, not even using the Umbrella Alphas to save your friend.
Yep, this is a disaster. Weiss Acer in danger.
Oh, now they're going to go for this. The Umbrella Alphas on, and they find Ivalice. They get the return kill, and now with Weiss Acer doing some serious work on the backs, but it looks like Vilao way too far. Weiss Acer's been killed as well, but Fury gets the pick, and Haru on the return wants the revenge, gets the pick off on a Fury.
You cannot stop them. The Tiger is online. Tiger is here by Haru. He is one of the big win conditions, but Azar as well. What a nice catch onto the lives of Weiss Acer.
Oh, look at this damage. The mid T1 just going down so quickly. Haru is doing so much work in the early game.
Yep, they just beat him in black and blue. A nice ultimate by Vilao. But unfortunately for them, even though they had Weiss Acer with the damage, he got caught off with that last final shot by Azar there.
Yeah, just a great play all around. I mean, just making sure it happened. And I mean, Alpha 7, they're willing to fight. If there's a fight going on, they're continuing on, which might be the detriment to the team.
Which shows you, right? If Weiss Acer does not make it out in the fights early on, they lose it.
Yeah, for sure. And now with the teleport in the mid lane, it looks like, you know, Danny, it's about the farm. He's so far behind. He's 2 levels behind Haru, who has been snowballing out of control.
Yeah, and Haru now at level 13. I think anyone is a buffet on the plate for Elevate at this point.
Yeah. Which is, like, I mean, you can do whatever you want. You take whatever you want. This is your game to lose. And Elevate with so much pressure, doing such a good job with this pay draft.
Okay, maybe there is a silver lining. Danny just got his hands on the Insatiable Tome. There is going to be lifesteal available for this Luna. But it's going to be a tough one because the level advantage, the gold advantage now, this side of Elevate. Gold advantage maybe not that much, but 1,000 is still something to consider.
Yeah, but most of that farm has, in terms of the advantage, has gone into the hands of Hyde. So this is good and bad, right? Obviously, Hyde will do a lot of damage, or Haru, excuse me. But if Alpha 7 are able to get the kill onto Haru, that completely changes the dynamic of the fight.
That would be great. But let me give you one big problem here. Impressive. He has landed almost all of his cannon blasts, and he has been stopping Alpha 7 in their tracks. He gets free damage even before before the actual fight starts. And look, Haru, he's maintaining with the advantage, getting the farm across the gorge as well, really quick.
Yeah, I want to see his. Oh my God, they find Evelyn. They get the pick off. Neop making him pay. What a nice play. Fury locked him in the board and really set it up for them.
Yeah, but what more can you get? That's the big issue for Alpha 7. You can get a kill, but you can't win the map. They need more map control. And right now, they're trying to funnel that Crimson buff into the hands of Caesar. Great job. Neop finally gets his hands onto the Pure Sky as well as the Frost Scar Embrace. Can these two tanky damage reduction items help him win the fights?
I mean, it's going to come back to that, right? Like, is it enough, right? I mean, you saw also see damage on your own side. Danny right now is about 1.5k behind Haru, so this is another bit of a struggle. He's been farming so slow because the buffs have been largely taken away from him.
Okay, look, the timer is up. Danny approaches this Tyrant. He's looking
Danny
for the back.
Gets the pull back onto Haru. He's going to be back in with the Tyrant. It's about half life. Will be tethered. Cannon Blast a little off the mark. Fury's about a little bit low as well. Danny looking for that bush. Not going to find anything. Tyrant is back into his base. And look at Fury, way too low. This is a very scary attempt, but Neop is going to go for the back line, and now the Umbrella Outburst is going to be committed. He saved it for so long, and now they have the board, but Hyde is going to be picked off. Azar is looking for the hunt. He's not able to find Fury. Bilal is looking to go onto Azar. And now with that piece, it looks like they're going to be backing off with that Cannon Blast to the face.
They cannot find an opening at all, and Danny now, he's going to try and make the play here. He steals away the Crimson buff. In the meantime, Elevate say this is a lost cause. We're going to give you a distraction. We're going to start working on that Shadow Overlord instead.
Yeah, they're going to take that one. But Danny looking for this Tyrant. The Overlord has already been picked up by Haru. How quickly was that done? And now with this Tyrant at half, Danny decides to find Impressive with Ivalice there. He needs the backup, and now with Bilal, that Cannon Blast is slowing him down. They've gotten Impressive, and then they're continuing. Neop is not scared. He's going to trade his life away. That was a little too deep.
Yep, definitely a little too deep here. Alpha 7, they need to rush this really quickly. There is going to be a potential for a steal, not going to happen still. So Alpha 7, they make a good play, but they need to now do damage limitation because the Shadow Overlord has been summoned to the top side. Haru taking a bite out of this Crimson buff.
Yeah, I don't think Alpha 7 are at the point where they're like, okay, we've stabilized, everything is Gucci, but they put themselves in a much better spot. Right now, net worth is a bit of a wash, but Danny's the guy. Once he starts getting those items, he's going to be even scarier, because if you look at the rest of Elevate, they are so squishy and vulnerable to him.
Exactly. But you know what? They have a silver lining as well. There is a Splendor.
They find Haru. He gets the Searing Stab right on this one. If those shields are going to be here, and Azar looking for this one, and Danny might be in a bad spot. He's going to go down. Azar on cleanup duty.
Why? Why did he go for it? Danny, he was all alone. He knew his team members were not around. And now Haru at the top of the gold charge, looking for more. The T2 will be under pressure. Azar brings the souls of Elevate fans together with them in this game number 2.
Yeah, a little greedy by Danny there. I mean, your net worth is behind, and finding that guy, you're not going to really win. But Ivalice with that passive, Unbridled Outburst is going to be on the 2 with that board. That's going to be nicely set up, but Ivalice somehow finally falls in the end. But now they're going to stampede on. Bilal looking to do some work. They're looking to trade it. Bilal's going to be killed. Neop is going to be there. He finds Impressive. 3 members down from Elevate, and now they're going to be on the run.
All right, so they give all the lines.
Danny with that Searing Stab. They find Haru, but Fury's going to be killed and trading away his life. Not a good trade for Elevate.
Definitely not, because the T3s still stand on the side of Alpha 7. And now they have about 30 seconds to make something happen across the gorge. Elevate, they're lucky they have a T1 in the mid. They still have the T2s, but right now Azar, he's the only thing standing between them. An immense defeat here. Nice catch on that board. This was the big setup, allowing for the multi-man catch with the Bilal Unbridled Outburst.
Yeah, that board into the Umbrella Outburst was so good. And then it really paid off. I mean, it looked like it was very close. But this is that moment where they had that advantage. And it's like, what, Haru, what are you doing? If Fury is not the guy, he's like a secondary support at this stage.
I mean, the decision making was just not fast enough. Elevate, they actually made a good play, but look at what Danny is doing. He is going to get caught out again. He needs backup. So Alpha 7, they're going to send someone down.
Yeah, it kind of, I mean, they need to play faster. Danny needs to be more careful, too. I mean, he has 10.4. He's going to do a little bit of work, but again, you got to pick your targets wisely. You are still very vulnerable at this stage.
For sure. Now, if you take a look at the itemization on the side of Haru as well, he is getting the damage reduction in. He does have the Succubus Cloak. He's going to be be able to hold his own against the damage of Danny and Fury. At the same time, the Pure Sky, 30% damage reduction if he ever gets into a 1v1.
Yeah, if he gets that opportunity. But Niap split pushing in this bottom lane, that's going to put up a little bit of pressure here. Elevate need to respond to that.
Yep, the timing that is Elevate for that early game aggression slowly trickling down. Everyone on the side of Alpha 7 is reaching 15 soon. Only left with Allow 1 and Fury.
I want to say that Alpha 7 are in a fine spot. I mean, this net worth lead is actually shifted in their favor. It's been about the towers. I mean, that mid T1, once that goes down, I think Alpha 7 are going to be in prime position.
Okay, so Alpha 7, if they don't take a fight here, it's fine. They will secure themselves. Nyap going up against Haru.
Finding 2, Fury's about half-life. Overlord picked up already. Alpha 7, that's the target that they wanted. Can they get any sort of catch? They're not going to get the Azure Golem, but Alpha 7 still just moving to the mid lane.
That was a really early usage of the ultimate by the side of Ivalice.
Oh, they've got all 5 members. They were looking for the gank, and they find Fury. They get the pullback, the passive, the flash away, and he's been chased down. Hyde ensures that he gets it. He's going to cartwheel back to safety. Bilal is not going to do too much, and they find this out, and Elevate is continuing on, doing a little bit of work on the Niap with 2 members down from Alpha 7. They have an opportunity here.
Yep, this is doors opening. They're pried open. Who cares about the backdoor defense? Alpha 7 now, they need the damage, and they don't have it for the next 30 seconds. Danny may be 15, but he is not a one-man army yet.
Not a one-man army at this point. Elevate doing a smart move, taking the Azure Golem. The Vanguards are there, so they have to deal with that, but they're going to take the Shadow Tyrant instead. And this is structural damage on that T3 bottom.
I mean, at this point, I think it's fine, right? Because you have an open wound in the middle side of the map.
True.
Now, Alpha 7, they will have to manage this. Lucky for them, it's right smack in the middle. You get to move towards the neutral objectives a little quicker than if it was on the opposite sides of the map.
Yeah, and just as back and forth this game, this entire series has been throughout. I mean, it looks like Alpha 7 kind of fumbled a little bit on that one. They've given up a little bit of this lead, but Elevate finding ways to come back into this one.
It's all about the control, right? Right now, it's all about Ivalice and Impressive. Can they get the catches? We've seen Hyde as well. There's immense potential to catch Fury and force them off. That is a win condition they need to achieve.
Yeah, and Impressive with the Cannon Blast a little off the mark. He needs to be a little bit careful. Just Shadow Vanguard, very slow and steady. Alpha 7 looking for that siege, but it's not even going to get to tower range. Elevate doing a good job of just mitigating what that Shadow Vanguard does.
And I like this position, right? They can't, Danny can't go in. They are under and very close towards the turrets. Oh, hang on, Hyde manages to force the flash.
Oh, he flashes away. Niap, he's going to be chased. Now here comes Bilal. Nice 3-man on Bridal Outburst, and that should be enough. Hyde, though, is the low one, and it looks like Weistacer is going around. Hyde is going to be killed. Nice stampede with that stun, and that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. Bilal trades his life away, and they're going to find it, and they find Haru. He's going to be picked. Danny is somehow still alive, but he's been bounced around. He's going to use the Sage's Sanctuary. Hey, Fury has to go golden. He doesn't get over the wall, and Azar off to the triple kill, make it a quadra kill. He wants to go for the penta, but instead he's going to push the mid lane.
Weistacer, he needs to go back, but Impressive is going to stop him. He has found him. There is a chance to win the game at this point.
Oh, the box locking him in. Weistacer, Impressive doing such a great job, and they want to end the game. What a great play by Impressive, and Azar is going to win this game.
Elevate 2-0. What did we say? PKL come alive.
For the PKL home favorites. You can hear the fans. They are absolutely roaring for the squad.
I mean, we bring it back to the initial point you made right at the start of the ban pick. You said that the Luna was a risk because there's so much control. Yeah. And look at the control that they laid. Impressive. This guy, he is such an irritant.
I mean, just at the very end, I mean, like, Impressive will probably not win MVP, but that play, that was so clutch. Like locking Weistacer down so that he can't even recall, just so that you have Azar end that game. Really heads up play there.
Yep, super big play. And of course, yes, we will put it up here. Elevate, the dream stays alive. PKL can still have 3 teams into the knockout stages if this continues here.
That is exactly correct. You know, with that performance alone, they are right now 2-0 in terms of the series score now. One more, and they will eliminate the final, the last talk BR Hope from KIC2025 contention, and our liver will be at stake.
It's funny because the three of us actually have our livers on the chopping block for this. And you know what? I would not have it any other way. I mean, the way that Elevate won that was big.
I would have it another way if I could choose and manifest.
But calm down, guys. It's still 2-0. There is always potential of a comeback because out of the 2 games that we saw so far, it has always been in a potential of Alpha 7 controlling that early to mid phase. But down to those final few moments, it was really, once again, Azar on his carry performance.
Just carrying. I mean, 10-0 and 1. 1-0-0-1, like this guy, like what else could you have done? Alpha 7, it seemed like they didn't really were able to get on top of him. Azar, like, yeah, you have stories, you have ways to kind of dash around, but it didn't seem like Alpha 7 were doing a good job of prioritizing.
I think there's also a lot of concern over to the side of Danny and Nia because a lot of uncharacteristics plays towards the early game, and you can see the Luna 0, 3, and 4, and this was last pick Luna which options of the potential counters like the Musashi and Ukyo still up and available. So putting this pick on towards Dani and him having this performance definitely puts in a very bad taste.
But it is value, right? We understand why he picked it in the first place. The backline on the side of Elevate is pretty squishy. If Danny gets that angle, he could have won the team fight for the team of Alpha 7. But here's the thing, the comparison between Weiss-Caesar and Azar, the damage output close to double on the side of Azar compared to Weiss-Caesar. And the positioning, I think, is the core difference. Azar is never seen until he's needed.
That is correct, whereby you see the 26,000 damage taken only really says a lot about Azar as a farm laner, and he also boasts the full and the highest team fight rate, 73% across his team. Win if Azar dies. That's the game plan for Alpha 7, but he never dies. He's 10-0-1.
Yeah, 10-0-1. Just what a great game, right? I mean, Alpha 7 on the other hand, you're like, hey, we must win this one, and they had their opportunities, but it just seems like they were kind of really not on the same page. They were really struggling at times.
Look, it's so close. The minion last hits, the GPM,
everything.
The participation in kills, and even the total kills, it was neck and neck. But the main difference was just the positioning. That effect that they have on the team fights, very different coming in from Weiss-Caesar as well as Azar.
This is the potential of the late game channel that we talk about, and he reached that late game, and also back-to-back MVP for Azar. He made a statement coming into the series.
Yeah, I mean, your team is on an elimination series. Somebody needs to step up, and you know that Azar was like, I got you, bros. I got this one. I mean, with back-to-back MVPs, what more can you ask for from him?
I mean, he's a shining star. I think this is the first time I've seen a lower than double-digit percentage in terms of damage taken throughout the entire KIC2025, right?
And you gotta consider as well, kid, that is a lot of backline access coming in for the side of this Alpha 7 lineup, whereby this man, his positioning has been perfect.
Yeah, so, I mean, I don't want to discount what Azar did in terms of his positioning. He was always in the back, always safe, but it seemed like Alpha 7 were like not prioritizing, not jumping on. You had all the tools, but you never found him.
That's the thing, whereby you see all these plays coming in. It was always Gani or Nia not inside or falling to front. This is not really acceptable when you are drafting a composition that requires you to really go in for the 5-5 angle.
Yep, I think it's more impressive. Correct. Right? So at this point, impressive was the main guy who was trying to get the stops in, the stuns in. It really broke the synergy that was supposed to happen on the side of Alpha 7, right? We wanted Niap to jump in, but every single instance, look, impressive, he's buying time for the team, he's getting the attention, and even that one stun onto the Weiss-Caesar, that made the difference.
And to break down this play as well, the start of the fight, we see Bilal sacrificing with Soul to trade away Haru here. Very good trade, because you got away the jungle, everything, but check out Azar's position here, untouched for the entirety of the fight here, and this bush play is actually so genius, because it hides away the vision that the enemy isn't able to auto-attack you in the first place.
That's like the dream, right? As the farm laner, never being touched, never being focused. Correct. And the impressive right there, did you see the flex? You saw that, right? The flex recall. He was flashing it. We've seen that before. And he was doing it right in front of the face of Weiss-Caesar. I'm sure he was very frustrated because, you know, again, Azar was able to close the game out with that.
Yeah, because at that point, you as Weiss-Caesar, you know, even if you took impressive down, what value did that bring? Nothing, because you know Azar was already at the crystal.
Correct. But that leads to the question here. It's still not over.
Yes.
there is the potential of a reverse sweep, but the footing and the mentality has to be correct here because so far, we have to give props towards the side of Alpha 7 Gaming. Game 1, Game 2, they were always in the lead prior to the 10-minute mark.
And I mean, even going into this one, they still have an opportunity. Correct. You know what I mean? It's not like the games have been like complete blowouts. It's just like you're making mistakes in the last minute, and then you're like losing because of that.
And it's crazy because if you take a look at the ban pick phase, Elevate are giving Alpha 7 exactly what they want. I mean, okay, maybe not exactly what they want. I wanted the Dharma onto Nyap, but yeah, that Dharma has been banned 100%.
That is correct here because it's also one of those ways that you lock away the counters, really limit Azar as a player here because Dharma is one of those heroes like Yin that has direct access towards the backliner. Hence, you see in towards the draft here every time the counter, the clash laner, will be taking away all these backline heavy threats away from the hands of Nia.
And it seems like, I mean, if Danny just has a slightly better game, he doesn't get caught out a couple times, trying to do that silly solo play, I mean, they would have had a much better chance because, again, everything was kind of resting on him, ensuring that he had a good game because Weisacer, as you saw, can't do everything himself.
Exactly, whereby channel into the early matchup, this often happens whereby the early will be out DPS by the channel in towards the late game here. Hence, we saw Weisacer did his absolute best, but in the end, it didn't really account to those final few moments.
Okay, and now Alpha 7, they're going to switch it up here. They're going on the blue side.
They have to.
They want to get a prio pick, and I think this might be the solution here. Maybe Danny gets what he wants, or you know, maybe not Danny. Maybe Nyap gets what he wants.
I think going to game 3 with the side of Elevate already expending all these strong jungle picks, you can start to really allow Danny to go on towards his comfort, like the Ogren, like the Dun, for example. All these are still up and available for grabs for the side of Alpha 7 Gaming here. So the priority does put into whether Nyap gets all the big engagers, like the, for example, the Dharma, Ma Yin, Guan Yu. This tree, this is the core tree that we're looking at.
You know what? I'm just gonna say it now for the Chalk BR fans. Those picks are never coming down. There's no way.
You have 3 bans.
Would never allow that, right?
You have 2 bans. One will come out eventually, right? So that's definitely something that you need to look into because Nyap has been a consistent factor with his Byron, with his Charla into making those big plays. But they need to piece things together to end the game as a whole. But hey, again, we talk about 3 picks. You only have 2 bans.
Okay, so I think the second ban for the side of Elevate has to be the Dharma, right? You don't give the Dharma to Nyap. Nyap has had super steady, consistent performances with that Dharma. I think that is his #1 pick.
The highlight reels coming in from KWC, from Chalk BR, features him a lot on those crazy engages here. So for the side of Alpha 7, they realize like, hey, someone's on a roll. Someone's on a back-to-back MVP roll. So they're batting out Azar in this case.
You know what? I'm really curious about this, but maybe Alpha 7 can take a peek at the Daqiao Flowborn tank composition. I think that fits Danny's playstyle really well.
I think he's also one of the players to play the Flowborn tank back in the KWC as well, so definitely he has what it takes to actually pilot that hero here if the team wants him to be looking at it. I do realize that Alpha 7 and this ban and pick, they need to put priority on towards Ogren here.
I think that's one of the big options here. But that first pick, I think you just give it, you just take the Dharma here. But then, you know, this is scary. When a team gives you a pick, you know they're prepared for it.
They're planning for it here.
Oh, for sure. And it looks like the mine's going to be picked up. Again, another good one. I think that from very, who will be able to be, you know, high-flying on this hero. I think that this is something that really sets the tone. You want to be pressuring the lanes. This is a good first pick.
Okay, and look, I think Fury has stepped up today. His performances, his Yuhuan gameplay has been strong, you know, but it's just shy. The team synergy is just a little shy compared to Elevate. Elevate are a better team today.
I think in terms of skirmishes, it has been going in towards the way of Alpha 7, but talking about the entirety of the full open team fights, it has been going away more for the side of Elevate here, and with this Dharma locked in, and also Ogren here. Comfort picks have been stealing away from the side of Alpha 7 here. Not to say the best of the news here, but I need to see what Alpha 7 is planning to draft against this.
And this is a pain point for the Mai because these are big picks that are able to tank through the burst potential of the Mai, right? So essentially, in this first part of the ban pick phase, this Mai has been rendered very, you know, I would say useless is a very strong word,
difficult.
But difficult position to be in.
It's hard. It's hard. I mean, those guys are really tough guys to go into, but they're going to go with a Weisacer Lung
this is one of his signature heroes. He's going to be very comfortable. If anything, this is a hero that can kind of potentially pierce through that armor.
This looks good. At the very least, they are securing a strong marksman with little to no counter coming in towards this draft, and also the Marine is a good lane counter into the Dharma for in this instance here. Maybe for Elevate on this third pick, they could pick up the Yuhuan or the Hou Yi.
Look at you. Look at you.
Right, but I want to just pinpoint you towards this Marine pick. Earlier today, OG Nova, we saw a 5-man knockout.
Exactly.
Right? Drop kick 5-man from the Mayan pick. Will we see that from the side of Niap today? I mean, it's his only chance here.
It's his only chance. If they don't do it, it's bye-bye for the entire tournament's hopes here. So put a good start here and make sure that every game you play is a good game. That's the very least that they can do.
But it's not easy to do because everyone's trying to stop you from having a good game,
it's
right?
It's just a reassuring way to say that, hey guys, backs against the wall, just do whatever you can to come back towards the series.
Like in Honor of Kings, your opponents are trying to stop you from having a good game. In my ranked games, my teammates are trying to stop me from having a good game.
It's difficult, right? And it's going to be even more difficult now because take a look at the next band. I wanted, the Musashi to come in for the side of Alpha 7. I thought that would be a great answer, but now they have to figure something else out.
That's 3 counters or the equal matchups banned away against the All-Friend here. Pei, equal matchup. Agudo, counter. Musashi, counter. All locked away here. So I'm very curious to see what Alpha 7 picks up here.
I think they can go for one more tank. You know what? Elevate, just
blow one tank?
Yeah. No. The Lianpo maybe.
Elevate, Lianpo, they still have it, that's true. Alpha 7, they default back to the Dun here. So interesting enough, this was the exact same matchup that Nova CY went against OG Dao Dao in Game 5.
And they absolutely destroyed them.
They were fast though, that's the thing. They changed the tempo and they decided to, he was outpacing the Ogre in that one. So they need to keep that up.
This draft by Alpha 7, they have a huge requirement to win the early game here, right? If you do not get the lead in the first 2 to 4 minutes of the game, it is almost a soft guarantee it's over. Elevate will walk all over you.
Fury and also Danny, these 2 players will play a pivotal role in setting up that success that you keep talking about here, whereby if they fail or succeed, that means a lot going into the mid-game whereby you see Elevate's draft. It's looking very solid if they can get it going.
And Alpha 7 needs to have great synergy in this game to make it work. Everyone needs to stay around for Lau because once Hyde comes in, it's all over. Because they have a double composition here. Ivalice can get that Destructive Deluge, force out that butterfly effect, and then Hyde is just going to say, hi, I am here to give you the truth. And the truth might be that Elevate are going ahead.
They might continue. I mean, look, the Zhuangzi last pick always will traumatize me after what we saw in the last series. Going into the jungle and what's it going to do, but no, it looks like it's going to be the classic Rome one. I think he needs to be on point. Bilal right now, a lot of eyes are going to be on him because once those CCs are starting to hit and he uses the butterfly effect, at what point, and with that advantage, are they able to turn that team fight?
Who knows? Maybe Bilal also shows up with the smite this time.
Oh, that's potential, right? Whereby you go into the jungle, you pick up some resources, but of course, you pick up the stun, you pick up the heal. That makes much more sense as a Zhuangzi, for example, right? But hey, who knows?
That will be a very ballsy pick because look, this is your last game potentially on the side of Alpha 7, right? This is series point for Elevate. The fans are feeling it, and the teams are feeling it as well.
You have to pull stop every marker. One step at a time, right, for Alpha 7. If they can bring this game back to a 2-1, then to a 2-2, that's where they can get their groove going and potentially make for their reverse sweep here. So this game 3 is too important coming in from either sides.
Way too important, right? Going into this one, it's got to be, again, Alpha 7, look at things as a best of 1. Slowly but surely, it seems like you had 2 games where you had opportunities to win, and yeah, you fumbled on both of them, but you're not out. You got to stay positive, and you have an opportunity here.
Compose and calm and collected here. The 3 C's is exactly what Alpha 7 and Elevate needs coming into this game number 3 because everything is on the line right now. Alpha 7 will have to do whatever it takes to push the series to a further reach until that game 5. But if are they able to do that? It's for them to find out. It's for us fans to find out. It's for us casters to bring it to you live as Kin and Holler will bring you the live action of this game number 3.
Thank you so much, Sagi, as we go into a potential match ender with this one. dare I say, it's a liver ender, I don't know. But this is not a good situation to be in if you're an Alpha 7 fan. And Elevate doing what they can. I mean, they had a great early start last game. They will continue to try to put that pressure on.
I mean, that pressure is a privilege for the strong. And right now, Niap is going to try and put this weight on his shoulders. He needs to have a successful game against Hyde, because if you allow Hyde to get the advantage, you are going to be slammed against the wall, and you're not going to like the truth of that.
Oh, for sure. Sure. You're definitely going to have a rough time on this one. But again, Alpha 7, okay, continue on. Y-Sacer had a good game last game. They need to do that. Nice. More of that, right? Danny, on the other hand, he needs to step up because he did not have a great game.
He needs to support the team. I talk about it. Alpha 7, this draft, it's a death ball composition. You need to go in together. And Elevate, they need to play their cards right? Time and separate the usage of your skills. You will find value in that.
Yeah. At the same time, I also feel like Fury, I mean, yeah, he had a good game last one, but this is also one was with the mind. This is the thing. You got to start the tempo. You got to get in his face. You got to potentially get some sort of pick off. Maybe you go for Hyde.
I think for now, the game plan from the side of Alpha 7 is, okay, let's give Danny confidence back. Let's give Danny financial advantage. Let's help him rotate faster.
Okay. And it looks like Danny, on the other hand, he'll take this farm. This is great, right? Alpha 7, they want to be funneling the farm into Danny. Let him get a little bit of a head start. But they find it. Fury, I was talking about it on the Hyde. All the pullback. He was trying to flash away, and he got caught in. Yap getting first blood.
That is the value of the Mayin, pulling you back into the grip. And this one is a vice grip. Alpha 7 get a good start. It's one kill, not the biggest lead just yet, but there is a potential to make this into a giant snowball that's going to cause an avalanche that is a mountain on the side of Elevate.
All right, I think you made a mountain out of a molehill right now. It's just first blood, not the end of the world. We're going to get there, right? But a great start. This is something that they need to do. You got to focus on a player, make sure that one guy has a bad game, and the rest of the team can take advantage of that.
Exactly. That's the game plan, right? And I think all of our ranked teammates have achieved that recently. So let's see whether Elevate will be looking for that winning formula, because this one, if they win, they proceed and they knock top VR dreams all the way out of KIC 2025.
I don't know what happened with the schedule, but Azar getting picked off, that is something that we didn't even see in the last game. He's going to die pretty early in this one.
Okay, so it's not looking great for the side of Elevate, but you know what? Haru has been farming quite well so far.
Yeah, Haru is just very efficient with his farming. He's going to pick up the Crimson Golem, wasn't stolen away by Alpha 7, but now in the top lane, he goes a little bit with whatever, and Niap and sure he gets that one.
Yeah, and this is going to be valuable, right? The goal difference now is, once again, it's not the biggest. Elevate, they're able to recover. Now it's about 1,000 gold in advantage to Alpha 7. But this next gank, if it's successful, it could switch to tides. Alpha 7, you're going to switch Fury up here.
Look at Fury. This is one where you know that Iblis is there, and it's not being shown in the mid lane, right? So you know that Fury is in the outside lane somewhere, and Iblis has to go the long way around. I mean, this has been completely pushed away because you see that Fury is nearby.
But it's something that, you know, Elevate are able to handle, because Iblis doesn't need that much gold, right? The main thing here is just slowing Danny down. Danny did get that one wave in the mid by himself, but it's still behind in terms of farm and EXP behind Haru, and that's a cause of concern.
Definitely a cause of concern, especially early, right? Elevate doing a great job of ensuring that Haru does get that farming efficiency as they rotate around. The 4-minute mark has just happened at this point, so the Tyrant, next big target.
Right, so the goal difference still stands the same. Elevate will be trading by a little bit, but if they get this with no contest, Alpha 7, they might regret the decision here.
Yeah, they just gave it away for free. They were not really contesting. I mean, look at where Danny is. He's all the way in the top part. Yeah, they'll take the peasant at this point, but it's really not a good trade.
They needed to have been in a position to be able to take a T1. I think that would have been a great trade, or take a buff. But as you can see, Elevate have really primed themselves, because that's not available 10 seconds before the Crimson buff actually gets up to Elevate. This is all in their game plan.
Yeah, all in their game plan. Very smart with the way that they move things out. I mean, taking that Tyrant, I mean, especially at the stage, it was a 500 gold lead, now it's only 300. It's still, you know, cutting into it. You want to get in as much as possible.
But this is something really cool about the Alpha 7 lineup, right? No matter what happens, they seem to be able to farm gold really fast across the map. Oh no,
yeah. Oh, he was looking for the ambush, but then he got caught out. He's going to have to just sprint to safety, but he thought he was the aggressor on that one.
Yeah, for sure. It's good news for him that didn't have to burn his flash, so there is a potential of a nice setup available.
Oh, the Ruin Engine, the Unending Sorrow just mitigating that. So Impressive is going to be back. Elevate, on the other hand, they have 4 members in the bottom side of the jungle here.
I mean, okay, this is a rare situation, right? You mentioned this just now. Why is Caesar actually having the lead against Azar? Is this going to be the winning formula here?
I mean, he is one of the guys. He's been a pillar on this team in terms of their success. I mean, they need him, right? It previously was Juan, but now why Caesar stepped in. He is the guy, and Danny's been stuck in. It looks like he's going to be killed. Haru gets that one, but now Azar solo. He's going to be picked off as well. And Diop is on the killing spree with this double. He's going to do a little bit of work, but Haru is going to get over that wall with that passive passing, and with that kaleidoscope, zones him away.
Okay, so Danny made the ultimate sacrifice there, but I think the rewards were well worth it, right? They get the Village, they get Azar, they slow down the farm on this slow-born marksman, they buy themselves more time, and if they can take this T1, it's going to be maximum value.
Yeah, Haru taking a lot of damage, but now they're going in with that shielding. It's not enough with that ruin to knock up. Why Caesar's going to get that one, and they want to go for at least some sort of revenge kill. They've been slowed down. Alpha 7 getting on out.
This is why Chalk VR is scary, because you may beat them down, but they will never stay there for long. Elevate, they're finally finding the fury that is in the mid lane. This Mai is having some value.
Yeah, definitely a value, right? He's got a 1K network lead at the app, waiting around. Might go for the potential steal. He goes with a whatever, and it looks like he doesn't actually get it. Azar is just too much damage.
I mean, he did raise the heart rate of Azar for a little bit there. Thankfully for him, he did get that Crimson buff. So in terms of fighting prowess, he will be able to deal burning and true damage.
Yeah, all about that at this point. I mean, Elevate, Haru's not going to have that buff. He's got the blue, so it's going to help him in other ways. But still, Alpha 7, you want to contest. You want to be in the heads of Elevate.
Yep, and it's looking like it's a good sign, right? If you take a look, 5,500 for the side of White Caesar already has a Master Sword along with the Eternity Blade as well. That's a huge amount of damage. Haru, like we saw, couldn't handle the damage, and when you're pairing it up with Fury as well, that could be an insta-kill.
Could be insta-kill. And that's what they're trying to aim for, right? I mean, yeah, you have impressive with that on NSR. Those heals are something that you need to kind of work around. But again, Alpha 7, if they're able to find you, they have that potential burst.
Yeah, and even impressive will not be able to save it, right? The burst speed is too fast. I mean, that's why it's called burst.
Yeah, for sure. I get it. But now Elevate here, Haru still with that farm, a slight level advantage over Danny at this point. They want to defend this mid T1, but Alpha 7 on the wrap. Looking around, Danny's in a bad spot. He needs to be careful. He has that wind slash, but now he's being focused. He might have been truth on the wrong way, but yeah, looking for the angle. Only gets one, and that's Hyde. And the Unending Sorrow, this will heal and mitigate a lot of this one. Haru's still up in front, and Alpha 7, both of these guys are poking and prodding. They're not really finding, but they get the Ruinjin, and they find Hyde.
Yeah, Fury, what a play, and the T2 should be guaranteed for the side of Alpha 7, but the T1 will be their trade. And you know what, Alpha 7, I think they're perfectly fine with this.
Yeah, they'll take this mid T1 at this point, so Elevate, they getting something. The Crimson Golem stolen away by Weisacer, but the top T2 looking to go down here.
Yeah, this one is a guaranteed. Weisacer, he does have the Crimson buff as well, stolen away from the side of Elevate, which is why they're taking a peek inside the jungle. But look who's there, Danny is there as well. And now Elevate, for the first time in 2-3 games, they're getting a taste of their own medicine.
Yeah, definitely their taste of their own medicine. I mean, 4K up, this is exactly where you want to be for Alpha 7. Again, it's all about finding the pose. Impressive with that flash. Haru is there, but the wind slash not going to connect. Danny's got those shields with that Gale's Benediction. They find Haru, they do some work, and they do get the pick off. Alpha 7 making a pay. Hyde is a little bit low as well, but Alpha 7 got what they wanted, which is, of course, Haru.
Yep, this death ball, I told you about it. Alpha 7 needs to group up, and the fact that Fury, he got the attention of Hyde, 1v1 made it out, and now Danny, they reward the team with the Tyrant. It's not the Shadow version just yet, but look at that, 5,000 goal lead for the side of Alpha 7.
Huge lead for Alpha 7. This is the game, and this is the style that they wanted to play. Elevate should have been on the back foot. Alpha 7 not able to find it. They decide to go the flash away, impressive with that Unending Sorrow, and they find Azar. They don't have that damage, not enough, with just not enough.
They're tired of watching Azar on the MVP. It is time for Alpha 7. And now, with the T2 taken in the mid, Alpha 7, they bid their time, they get what they want, and they get out.
Yeah, they get out for now, but Weisacer, a little bit of Half-Life, he'll play a little bit dangerously. He has that dragon and he wants to go, but now in the mid lane, Fury's still there. They find Haru, who's getting a little bit low. He has the shield and an infinite fastness. I thought he was going to go for it. I was like, don't do this, so Weisacer, and he gets on back.
Yep, overdiving is not part of the game plan for the side of Alpha 7. And then bear in mind now, Weisacer has a lot of damage. He has a Daybreaker just recently picked up, so that Blood Rage is going to be negated by the side of Haru.
Yeah, I really like how Weisacer's really taking the onus on him to really step up. He's really done a good job in this series, putting themselves in. But now Haru and Hyde with this Azor. Yap looking for the play, goes with a whatever. But the Aerostorm on the zoning side, Azor Golem going to be taken away by Elevate.
It's all about by time, right? Alpha 7, they know what's at stake here. This is the 10-minute mark. This is the shadow variance of both objectives. Now, the question is, Alpha 7, how do they want to play their cards? Do they want to go for Iron first so they can stop the attempt by Elevate at the Shadow Overlord? Then it looks like that seems to be the game plan.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You don't need the Shadow Overlord for this one, for the push. When you want that damage, maybe you win a little bit of a team fight, take the bottom T2, and then start looking at T3s a little bit later.
Yeah, right now, Elevate, they will take a peek. They want Fury. A taste of this mine will be great.
The Death Precipice with that slow, but Fury with just too much mobility, no sort of catch. Alpha 7 are making their way into the mid lane.
Yeah, and look at that. With the distraction, they get the T2 as well. Elevate struggling to keep the rotation on pace.
Yeah, they can't keep up. I mean, they're trying to react, but they're just too slow. They're sticking together. There's like this giant blob that is moving again way too slowly.
Yep, and they're being pulled in all the different directions, right? So Alpha 7 now puppeteering the movements of Elevate. And what does this mean? Once the 50 seconds are up, they can actually go and take the Shadow Overlord. And that is not good news for Elevate.
Yeah, so when we talk about teams having a good early game, this is the way. This is why it's so much easier. You're able to kind of control them, push them back, make them play your game.
Yes, that's exactly what you want to do. I'm pulling the strings, puppeteering. Niam one. He might as well give his life. But no, this is a Manyin we're talking about. He's going to run, brings around the Rosies with you.
But Haru, he's in a very vulnerable position. But the rest of Elevate are going to be there to ensure that he is safe. This could be a potential gank attempt. And they find Danny. They want to go for this Azor, but he's being bounced around. They have the damage, and they do get the Seer State onto Danny. And now comes Niap. He's going to go for the whatever play. He's finding onto 2. He wants to go for Azar, but he's going to be picked off as well. A double kill going the way of Haru, and they make them pay.
Elevate, you don't get greedy with them. The moment you make a mistake, they are all up on you. They will get a knockup. It's not going to be enough. It is only a poke. And right now, Elevate, they have a big reward waiting, and that's the Shadow Overlord.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I mean, Danny had that moment. Yes, he gets picked off, but you cannot continue to fight 4 versus 5. That's an impossible task. And now the Overlord being picked up by Elevate, they've completely shifted this game into their favor.
Yes, and that gash at the bottom side, it is a little bit deep for the side of Elevate, but with the Shadow Overlord, they can stem the bleeding for the moment, maybe make it hurt for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, and look at Haru, man. This is becoming that raid boss. He's going to be so difficult to deal with. There's really no answer. I mean, Weisacer has that damage, but you got to be so careful with the positioning here.
Okay, but this is why early game is so important. They have to burn through 5.
Oh, they find Azar. They get the pick. Niap going all in for this one. He will trade his life away, but that's a bit of an opening. And now Haru is vulnerable. Danny not able to get the wind slash. Haru is continuing to farm as he makes his way back into the base. Danny's still up in front with Impressive. He wants to go for the Crimson before he continues on. Has the wind slash, finding the target and gets Hyde. So they do make a pay in Alpha 7. Bouncing back again.
But this is a high risk, high reward. And it feels like Alpha 7, they know the odds. They're not going to be playing against the house here. This means they're going to try and defend against the Shadow Overlord coming down. They're going to send Fury to do so. In the meantime, stop that growth from Haru. They steal it away. Azure buff, that is, goes into the hands of Weisacer.
Yeah, but one thing to take note of is the top T2 went down. The Shadow Vanguard is in the bottom lane, making some serious headway. So this is a good way of just getting back into the game, and you're forcing movements by Alpha 7 to respond. Elevate on the end, yeah, Hyde is down for about 5 seconds, but this is the best of a bad situation.
Yeah, so Elevate, I mean, they extracted the maximum value out, right? 2 out of the 5 turrets that are still available before you have access into the T3s. Now Elevate has taken down 2 of them. So with that being said, there is an open opportunity, a chance for Elevate if they break the T3 at the top.
Yeah, but Elevate have an opportunity. Like, it's not like they're completely blown out of this game. They have an opportunity for this one, but now Fury finding Hyde, who is so low, and here come his friends, and Azar is up in front, but it doesn't have enough to burst down Fury.
He doesn't need to. It's all about sending Hyde home. Right now is an unfair advantage. Danny, he will be accompanied by Bilal, who has the butterfly effect. This is not a fight that Elevate can take.
Yeah, they can't take it, and they will. I mean, Alpha 7 will pick up the Shadow Tyrant. Again, a little bit more damage. Impressive. Needs to be careful. The Unruly Blade used just his own.
Yeah, man. But look at the excess. They have given Weisacer so much space. This is what you want as a farm lane.
Yeah, you want a free farm. I mean, he has largely been quiet. I mean, he hasn't done too much, but like he's 12,000 net worth, right? 3K net worth lead over Azar. He's 3-0-2. He's doing everything right.
Yeah, he is 6 slotted, by the way. This is going to be a scary situation, Siege Breaker. They also have information on the members, position of the members on the side of the elevator. So right now, it's all about just a slow siege.
Yeah, slow siege Haru with a tether onto Fury. Fury will have a little bit of a harder time as well, as that now Haru's gotten that tanky level where he's going to be difficult to deal with.
Okay, but they will be running out of time soon on the side of Alpha 7, right? Once Azar gets that 6 slots, his Arrow Storm, Arrow Shower will start to hurt.
A Wind Slash finding Haru with that Flaming Palm. He has to pop the Blood Rage. He will get on back, but that was so close as well.
Yeah, that's a great burn of resources here. Alpha 7 looking for the T3.
The Unruly Blade onto this one. Just more of a zoning, but they tag the top T3. Danny dodging the Arrow Storm. He's going to be moving back into the mid lane. Haru with that Death Precipice. Do they have any sort of chase? The Wind Slash on top of him, slow him down. Now the Unruly Blade. They're in and hide with the Truth. He's trying to set things up, but it wasn't really great. Nyap with a pullback on Ending Sorrow, negating most of that, but they've gotten Hyde in the end, and they've gotten Ivalice as Azar, and now they will look to just chase it down. They've gotten Haru and Alpha 7. All they need to do is deal impressive, march it down in the top lane, and they will get game number 3.
Yeah, this is a great response from the side of Alpha 7. Crystal on the menu. They take it for the win, and there is hope for Talk BR here.
A glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope. A glimmer. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but that was a great game by Alpha 7. They need to do that only just 2 more times. Easy, easy.
It's the first step towards the success here of the potential comeback coming in for the side of Alpha 7 gaming here, but definitely last 2 games, the first and second one, they didn't meet their marker by closing out the series. But now, in Game 3, although there were a bit of blunders, it is much more complete in terms of a 5-man squad coming in from Alpha 7 themselves. Now, the question is, whether are they able to make this into our KIC2025 first reverse sweep?
I mean, in terms of the draft execution, everyone knew what they needed to do. They understood the assignment. Let Weisacer get going. Let Danny just kind of be that front liner, that tanky guy that needs to be. Not really putting too much pressure on him to really succeed, but you just need to stay alive. And they did enough to deal with Haru.
I think the explosive factor that we need to keep our eyes on is definitely Fury's Mai Shinui, and also Niam on that Yin. These 2 players has been on the run every single backline flank. I gotta say, Azar was not having the game of his life.
It was not. I mean,
it was difficult.
Flowball Marksman is not the most mobile pick, right? End of the day. And it's super crazy because you have 2 big burst potential multi-man catchers available. One in the real engine, the knockup from the Mai Shinui by Fury. And then you also have that nice get serious drop kick from the side of the Mayin, piloted by Nyap, right? So originally, we thought, hey, Nyap is the main problem here, right? The Dharma, he's going to be the one to change the whole game. But then now you have Fury, who's also getting the multi-man setup. So many things to consider. And once you get Azar down, Weisacer having the lead, that was a big difference maker.
Yeah, it seemed like it just took a couple games to really get into the groove of playing. And like the adjustment after game 2 would be like, hey, actually, we need to focus Azar. And you saw the difference. It was night and day.
And the value of the last pick, Zhuangzi here, actually paid off pretty well. I gotta say, Hyde was pretty fast on his engages, but Bilal one was always there to use the butterfly effect to bail out Weisacer, to bail out Fury from all those tough situations that we keep talking about that the potential of the Dharma could bring towards the table here. So overall, Alpha 7 executing through the draft to a very high level in this game 3.
And one silent benefit on the side of Alpha 7's draft that, you know, hindsight bias, they're pretty hard to aim at, right? Take a look at Ivalice here on the Lady Chen. You want to land the Destructive Deluge, but you need a correct angle to do so, right? You want that Truth Mantra laid down. You need to be able to get them at a certain angle as well. But everyone on Alpha 7 is just running around rampant. They're like flying in between the spaces of the gorge.
And look at this. I mean, in terms of damage here, Fury, absolute impact, right?
Monster.
With that Mai, just early game, really setting it up. Even towards the late game, he was doing quite a bit where they had to respect it. And then you had Weisacer on cleanup duty, just doing some serious work on the Loom. This is an Alpha 7 game, like, to the T.
Yes, big wins on the side of Alpha 7. this may be the first ever comeback reverse sweep series if this happens. But Elevate fans, you know they don't want that.
Why gotta jinx it? You know, like now that you said it, now everything is up at stake. Like, oh gosh, you just let it go, man, and then we would have actually happened.
Now, whether or not that actually happens, it usually doesn't come in towards a jinx. It comes towards whether the players can pull it off. But you look at this goal graphic, this is exactly what you wanted as an Alpha 7 fan coming into Game 1 and Game 2, whereby Game 1 and Game 2 is the same story, where Alpha 7 does well in the early game, and then there is always a bit of a team fight that goes into the favor of Elevate. So moving on to Game 4 and Game 5, if Elevate wants to go for that big win, big reverse sweep, they need to look out for those comeback fights that Elevate is so good at.
Yeah, they need to be a little bit careful. I mean, look, both of these teams, not flawless. There are definitely mistakes on both ends, but it's all about who makes the least number of mistakes. And in that one, Alpha 7 coming out on top.
I mean, it's false error, right? Take a look at the vision score. Azar, he doesn't want to have such a high vision score. It means that he found out the presence of the members on the side of Alpha 7. And, you know, every single moment he found the presence of one, it almost spelled instant death.
It was very scary, especially, I gotta say, the Mayin and also the Maestro doing constantly looking at you and you're just like, help, please? Like, anyone? And then it's like, after 1 second, you're just gone.
Surprise! Where are you hiding? Bang, bang, bang.
Okay, MVP of this game, we will definitely, it has to be him. We have to award towards Fury. His Mai Shiranui from start to finish has been phenomenal in setting up the plays 3-0 and 7 while being always on towards the front end, making those big plays, big movements that got the side of Alpha 7 the lead they required to end this game number 3.
Just really well played by Fury. Well deserved. Exactly what you wanted to do on the Mai. And that's why they went with the first pick.
Correct.
They were like, hey, we're going to set the tone. We're going to win this game off of his pressure.
Now, this is also a very interesting fact whereby you give such a skill-heavy pick at the brink of elimination game number 3 towards Fury, and he still pulled off in a masterclass where you can say his, how would I say, his heart rate or his like composure is just up there as a player himself.
Yeah, man, this one for me was a little bit scary because Danny actually sacrificed his life in the early part of the game. And yes, they did have the goal advantage, but then Niab as well as Fury coming in to save the day really changed the whole situation and allowed them to get the goal lead as well. And the initial first few kills, White Caesar on the Azar, getting him out of the bag here and putting him way behind in the goal ranks, it was a big difference maker.
And it was 100% an adjustment, right after game 2. They were like, you have to focus. Hey, Azar, he is the #1 target. It almost seemed like to a fault they were trying to prioritize it.
And this is the value of this Zhuangzi pick here. We saw Hai getting in the perfect set, but it was the immediate butterfly effect making it almost useless, I would say, because you lose out the wall stun, you lose out the full damage potential, and it all got neutralized coming in from this final Zhuangzi pick.
There's too much in the end. I mean, Alpha 7 being able to bounce back into the series. I mean, it's not equal. They still have a mountain to climb, but that's a great start.
2 games sounds small as a number, but 2 games is very far in terms of a mental pressure being put onto you, especially when the crowd is cheering so loud and supportive for the side of Elevate.
So I'm gonna ask the difficult questions here.
Okay.
Are we gonna go into a Tempest game? What do you think?
So far, I don't think so. Whereby the game has always been ending around 15 to 16 minutes, maybe game 5. Maybe game 5.
Alright, so I think we need to take a breather for both teams. You know, reset the mental state for both sides and come out stronger. So we'll go for a short break. When we're back, we bring you game number 4.
irrelevant. I turn daylight into medicine. I'ma stay alive, cause it's heaven sent. But I fake it, I'll be keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all. They could not alter our rise as we come for the prize. And we'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them the light. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. Are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. Let's go. Cause if we stay here, we'll get tired up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. I can't believe it. Tell me, did I hear that right? They wanna make me the fool guy. They wanna make me the fool guy. But we'll make them see it. Oh, we're gonna bring them the light. And we'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. Are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. Let's go. Cause if we stay here, we'll get tired up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. Every time it's irrelevant, I turn daylight into medicine. I'ma stay alive, cause it's heaven sent. But I fake it, I'll be keeping it right. Can you tell me, are you feeling alright? Oh, some people fall, some people falter. I've seen it all. They could not alter our rise as we come for the prize. And we'll make them see it. We're gonna bring them the light. We'll go off like a live wire. You and me like a wildfire. I feel it in my bones. I hear it echo through the choir. There's something greater in my soul. Are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh. Let's go. Cause if we stay here, we'll get tired up. And I was born to be a fighter. So are you ready to go higher? Oh, higher, oh.
Hello and welcome back to the Honor of Kings International Championship 2025. This is the day number 4 where teams will be leaving the stage if they lose in this series here. We are featuring right now Alpha 7 Gaming going up against Elevate in game number 4, where Elevate is currently leading 2-1 in terms of the scoreline.
Okay, so we will take a look at the depth of the hero pools, right? We're heading into the 4th game right now, and this one's really important because they've expended quite a few picks already. The RD is still available for Elevate, though.
But that's the thing, Alpha 7 can always take a ban on towards it, but if you look towards the jungle though, that's a lot of heroes burned for the side of Elevate. Yang Jin, the Pei, and also the Ogren, all these are top picks in towards the meta here, all being used up.
You're kind of scraping at the bottom of the barrel at this point, right? I mean, you're going to do what you can, but I think that we don't need to panic about it. I think that both of these heroes, like Danny's going to be fine, Haru's going to be fine. Like, they have a lot of them.
I'm not panicking, you know. I'm just stating some facts. That's all. And
in a very fast tone, a very anxious tone, I would say.
like Daddy used to say, eat slow, talk slow, and manifest slow. Thank you, Daddy Holler.
What? Since when did you say those words?
I don't know, man.
It seems like wise words and things that I would not say.
Anyways, this is game 4 of the draft with Alpha 7 defaulting towards the blue side and Elevate selecting the red side for the main counter here. And that's the alley that Kim was mentioning about, locked away from the MVP player coming in from Elevate, which is Azar.
Hey, this one is a bit difficult, but once again, the Alpha 7, they get the prio pick on the blue side. And, they won with the last time they were prio pick. So does this mean there is something else on the board that A7 are definitely looking forward for?
Well, if we were to look towards the ban right now, questions will be looking at a few things. For the side of Elevate, you don't want these picks like Guan Yu, Dharma falling in the hands of Niam after that crazy game he had with the Mayin. So same thing for Alpha 7. They are targeting specific players here. So Arlie, Direnjay, all these last few strong picks towards the draft will be removed from Azar here. So Azar going into this game will be having a bit of a uncomfy situation with those non-meta picks.
Yeah, very smart. And that's pretty much the direction that you want. I think that Haru and Azar are the guys that you really want to focus. And some of these heroes that, Alpha 7 have already picked themselves, so they're going to try to target as much as possible. But Alpha 7 looking like the Yang first.
This is the flex. Potentially going to the jungle, going to the Clash lane, but there's still no more Dolia anymore coming from Alpha 7. They expanded that back in game number 1 for the U1 Dolia composition here. But I do believe this Yang Jian will eventually fall towards the hands of Nia.
Yeah, I feel like this is a flexible change here that's available for the side of Alpha 7. But Elevate, this is one of Azar's signature heroes, the Marco Polo and Haru. Playing it big, right? Go big or go home, because they want to close it, they want to close it now.
These are strong 2 picks here. I can say it's oozing confidence coming in from the Elevate lineup, but when these picks come up, it does mean high risk, high reward. So they have to tread the needle in this case. Alpha 7 also taking away the Diadea, which is also a good combination with the Marco Polo. So that's a denial away from impressive.
Yeah, that stun, that CC is what you're looking for. So the Diadea could definitely be a bit of a problem. They're going to pick up the Chano as well.
This is strong.
To just kind of deal with that, Marco Polo in lane.
Dance with the wolves. I'm curious to see what does Elevate have in response here. You have the big assassin jungle. I believe Haru should be able to get his hands on the Y Caesar pretty much throughout this entire game.
There we go.
Elevate, Athena, Rome, Smite. This one is a fun one to watch.
It's going to come in strong. Whether or not Alpha 7 can hold the line here is the question here, because we've seen so far Athena Rome, it has been pretty darn annoying here. And did Elevate really learn their lesson? If they did, they'll probably ban a Gun and Mo here on the 4 and 5.
I mean, PKL, they have already,
there we go.
Upgraded, polished this Athena pick, and yes, for sure, Gun and Mo not going to be an available pick for the side of Alpha 7.
So, what's a good way to deal with the Athena Rome then? It's obviously about execution, but in terms of hero, what are you looking to do other than just obviously killing it as much as possible? But he's gonna smite, he's gonna steal things anyways.
You need to ignore him, which is Athena, and then you go in towards the enemy jungle and brawl them for every single objective here. So potentially, if you're Alpha 7, you need to draft Danny a very strong early game jungle, like the Pei, like the likes of the Ogren here, and then consistently invade Haru and make life difficult for Haru.
Okay, that's a task that is really difficult to do right now. Elevate, they're going to ban out the Kong Ming as well. Another specialty on the side of Fury. Aggressive mages. That seems to be the formula working for Fury today.
I think you continue on, right? It's all about that early game lead, and then if you're able to burst down, I mean, the Jing and the Marco Polo, both very squishy. If they're able to get the target with that winning strategy, pretty much insta deletion.
So Nua's available for the pick on the side of Alpha 7. Do you think that's a probable pick coming for A7?
Could be. It's definitely possible, but I'm just not a Nua fan. I always feel like if you're, not having a great early game, you really fall behind, and it's not it's like a win more hero.
To your point, when the enemy drafts in Maishu and Nui, I don't think the Nua is that plausible, whereby they already have the Athena Rome here, so you need the fast wave clear towards the mid lane for consistent movement towards the gorge here. So something towards the mid lane that has fast wave clear. Anything that comes up into your mind.
I am thinking I have nothing. I'm drawing a blank.
I'm also drawing a blank right now. I'm actually thinking like all the picks here coming to game number 4. I don't really have one on my platter. Potentially,
I'm going straight for Milady.
Milady is possible. But Milady is one of the counters against
there.
Elevate. But to play it safe as well, they do hover the ladies in to really play against this specific lineup, whereby you need a lot of CC to lock these heroes down.
Actually, the Milady would have made a lot of sense. I mean, obviously, we're talking not possible at this stage, but it does make a lot of sense because you're forcing basically the Mai to stick in lane, right?
Correct.
And then it has to deal with all the minions, so to speak. So it would have been all right, but they're going to go stock standard. They want to go about the control more than anything else. The Lady on the Ogren really rounding out this draft.
Now, this Ogren, right, we'll have to see the playstyle. Is it going for the invasion or playing for the defense?
I think it doesn't matter. Because if you take a look at the sign up of Elevate, they literally bypass your front lines. You have the Jing, you have the Marco, you have the Mai. Who's in a... sorry, is there entrance fee? No, I'm not paying that. I'm going straight in.
to talk about that, really, they will have to go for the Sun Tzu because there's no more Clash Leader in towards that pool. But you have to wonder, like, hey, what's the game plan for Alpha 7 in towards that early game? The jungle side, right? Where we talk about Athena, she's definitely coming towards the jungle.
Yeah,
you gotta be ready for it. I mean, it's not about who's gonna protect you. It's like, how are you gonna do it? It's like, are you gonna play defensive? Are you gonna invade the enemy Jing? What's the game plan you're coming in for the side of Alpha 7?
I mean, the dream scenario is you invade the Azure Golem because Haru needs to start there, right?
Correct.
That's number one. Number two is you get the first blood onto Haru and hope that, you know, somebody on your team on Alpha 7 stops Impressive and also doesn't allow the buff to be taken.
I'm wondering if you got the script ahead of time, because it seems like it's very step-by-step, and if it happens, how would it say to it?
He's looking towards the future right now and telling us that this series might be a 5-game series.
Look,
or it could
it's
end
all
here.
about momentum, right? I think that the biggest thing right now, Alpha 7 winning Game 3 was huge for them. That was really setting the tone of being like, hey, we're a tough out. We're going to continue to fight. The potential is definitely there. It really comes back to the Athena. How annoying is it going to be in the end?
It's going to be super annoying, actually, to actually limit like the growth of this Ogren here. So I'm very interested to see what the side of coach of Alpha 7 really plan out for this game number 4 here. If they can stall out the early game tempo coming in from Impressive and make sure that this game goes towards the equal, towards that mid game. In terms of draft, Alpha 7 has a much more consistent and well-looking draft.
Okay, I like that fact, but you know, there is also something happening on the place card here. Impressive's face is becoming very shiny on the play card for me now. I think he's going to be the game difference for the side of Elevate.
So you're reading like the tea leaves, so to speak,
yeah.
In terms of what is going to happen. I thought you just got like a script with like actual writing on it, but if you're going to do that, then I kind of question this right now.
I mean, look at the stage. There is a light shining down onto Impressive. No, I'm just kidding.
Look, it's on its way here. Will Alpha 7 equalize the series and bring us a Game 5 for the potential reverse sweep, or will Elevate eliminate Alpha 7 from KIC2025 contention in this game number 4? As it goes on to his ways, casters, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go indeed. I mean, Alpha 7 right now being aggressive, and this is what you kind of want. And look at how Jing is actually invading. He knows something was going to be a stray. He's being aggressive.
Yeah, and this is great news for the side of Elevate.
Yeah, and look at that, Impressive, looking to go for that smite. He will probably give up first blood on that one, and that's going to go the way of Danny where you want it to go.
Yep, first blood, great, but this is not the situation where the first blood comes in value. Elevate will have a big win here.
Yeah, we'll definitely have a big win. It's going to be super annoying, and now he's shown up, and it looks like Alpha 7 are not going the way of ignoring it, but they're just going to constantly focus it and just walk around with him more than anything else.
Okay, if they can steal this Crimson Golem, then I think, yes, Alpha 7 have recovered well. But Elevate, you know they're not going to allow that to happen.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Danny does have the smite, but he doesn't want any piece of that. They're going to be scared, knowing that they're being haunted, and understanding that, hey, if Danny were to invade, Elevate would know. Like, you have that, again, that ghost, that specter, if you will, following him around.
And it's a risk, right? Because at this point, right, Danny does have the Azure buff. Imagine you go for the steal, you lose your life, you lose both buffs.
Yeah. I mean, and another thing is that Impressive, where if he's able to smite away like a buff, and he gets killed, and it happens to be like Bilal or whatever that gets the kill, again, you're taking away the buff from Danny, so it's also not great.
Yep, hide. I like that he's
hiding. A little bit of farewell. They've got Impressive. Yeah, can't really hype that one up.
Nah, he's gonna keep falling, but that's the game plan here, right? Because it's all about information. And Elevate, you know, with better information, with a lineup that is aggressive, as clinical, Jing Mai as the Marvel, you know they're going to finish the job.
Yeah, he's going to do that. And he will just constantly just be around. And look at this. He's starting the Azure Golem. He's actually kind of helping out Danny, speeding it up. The smite away, and Danny actually gets that one. So impressive. Really kind of helping Danny farm.
Hey, but Haru didn't make the steal. Okay, so the rotations by Alpha 7, I think it's valuable at this point. They do get the stop down, and they haven't been able to extract all of the values on the jungle side of the Alpha 7. And Elevate, this is not supposed to happen. They're supposed to put more pressure.
Yeah, they would have way more. And I mean, impressive on that one. Just a little bit into that mid lane. I don't know if it really helped or hurt them in the end. He wasn't really able to do much at that one with that life.
I mean, okay, so at this point then, it comes about the other neutral objectives, right? So Space Sprite, the Firehawk, all of these need to go into the hands of Elevate for them to find value across the gorge. Impressive, yes, we talked about it. Sagi has explained multiple times. The gold from getting the knockdowns onto Impressive are not going to matter that much in the later part of the game.
Yeah, and even when we see like the other Athenas that are being used in the KIC, is usually they kind of keep on pace, and sometimes they can actually carry. They do some decent amount of damage. They're able to kind of contribute, but it looks like Impressive in this one has really not had much success. He's level 3, won't even hit level 4 at this point.
Yeah, and the EXP does come into contention here. While Danny is a little bit behind of Haru, getting these information about where number 1 Impressive is also allows them to kind of dictate, because it's predictable now. You know that, hey, Impressive is always going to be at our side, and you learn how to handle the pressure. Then the direction comes for your other teammates. Hey, Alpha 7, what are the rest of you going to do?
Yeah, and that is a bit of a problem, especially late game, right? Because he's not going to be like a full-on, teammate with a lot of items and a net worth, so to speak. And now Impressive does get that steal. He's going to be, now he needs to be chased down. Danny needs to ensure that he gets this. And Impressive, the more time he runs around off of that one, and now Danny will secure that buff.
Yeah, it's really about buying time, right? Elevate, they want to buy time because Azar late game, this Marco Polo will be a menace. At the same time, Haru late game as well, holy. You don't want to experience the tail end of that blade.
Yeah, you do not want it at all. I mean, he's been farming, he's been off the map, he's doing a great job. The Kachusa with that Ruinja, Niap is not being pulled away, and Ivalis doesn't make the play.
Yeah, right now it's all about Alpha 7. What more value? Can you find the other members of Elevate instead? Can you shut down Azar? Can you slow him down? Or maybe even Haru? Because if you can do that, you buy yourself a little bit of a lifeline.
Yeah, somebody else needs to be going down. Impressive is really not the guy. He's just like he's not doing too much at this point. Yeah, he's kind of being a little bit of a nuisance, but he's actually feeding Weisacer, which is not, again, something that you don't want to do. It's small gold, but it's a little bit of a bump in terms of that net worth.
Fury
getting a little bit low. With that Haru just chasing after him, he's going to just dash away. And with that set sail going all the way around, it looks like it's going to hit the bottom lane. No, he wants to do the U-turn. He will just get back into the top lane.
Get me his instructor, man. That was clean driving.
Yeah, it was. I mean, he didn't hit any walls. He's much better than I am in that sense, but he's in the top lane and dealing with Niap as well.
Okay, so this is going to be a moment of the game. Yes, if you're new to HOK 9-1, this is supposed to happen. Elevate are giving the lives of Impressive.
Weisacer with a Fever Barrage. Oh, the damage with Haru as well. Both of those guys. That's an incredible burst.
We were asking for someone else to fall, and this time it is going to be a nice steal, and he's going to start running. Impressive.
Yeah, but that's precipice. I mean, the dash away, Danny, this is going to be super annoying. And he's going to take some tower shots, and it looks like he will eventually fall, and Niap will take that one. He'll happily take the blue.
You know what? At this point, the interesting thing is, for Elevate, if they manage to get down the T1 on the top, there is a situation that Impressive might actually steal the buff and make it out.
Yeah, could potentially happen. I mean, it was just enough damage there with that tower shot, so Impressive again, just being annoying. But all that space, that distraction in the top lane, has let Haru actually invade, stole away the red buff from Alpha 7.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, he's going to give it a try again. Impressive. He's doing his job well. Look, they have to commit 3 members now to make sure that he is being taken care of. And meantime, the top T1, this is a true target because they want Impressive to make it out after stealing those buffs.
Yeah. I mean, if they're able to get it, and now with that mirror domain, it looks like it's a bad spot to set sail though, but Haru's going to be killed. And now Elevate on the run. Hyde is solo. Weisacer finds him out, gets the snipe in. They take the mid T1.
Oh, this is a big one. The turrets here matter a lot to Elevate because it gives them the safety, it gives them the space, it gives them the vision as well. Impressive. He probably has to give his life once again but it's not too big of a problem for Elevate as long as they maintain their turrets.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to stay, the vision is one thing, but I feel like impressive right now. This Athena strat is kind of cute. Sometimes it works, especially when you're going up against someone who's a little bit more, you know, struggles against the armor. But now this set sail, finding it, the target, he's going to use his passive, but he's going to be left for dead, and Fury's down for the count.
Okay, he did get some very nice damage down onto the side of Elevate, right? And right now, Danny, he's once again going to be contested. It is important that they don't allow the smite steal, but impressive. This guy is so irritating right now.
Yeah, he's like that mosquito that cannot be killed. He just like, he's perfectly dodging everything. The Death's Precipice, he looks like he's going to get away from this.
Oh, they give up.
Danny can't actually just chase. He's going to give up.
Okay, so that's the value, right? The main point, he survives, he steals away above, and now Danny will enter the fight with a little more need for cooldown reduction.
Yeah, now Niap all by himself. Haru there with 2. They're not able to get the pick off onto Niap. Oh, now the Fear of Barrage, the flash away. But Impressive was potentially looking to go, but they're going to take the top T1 instead.
Okay, so this is good news for Elevate fans, right? They get the T1 at the top. This is space created for another escape route for the side of Impressive. Yeah. Which is why Alpha 7, they are putting pressure here.
It looks like Alpha 7 are just like giving up on Impressive. They're like, there's no point in hunting him down. If he happens to be around like it seems right now, yeah, we'll go for this one. But it really doesn't want Hyde finding Wise Acer. He's in a terrible spot. Oh, the heart link just enough. Bilal with the save. Now Impressive is a little bit low still. He's deciding to go in, trying to go for Fury, who actually uses passive. Impressive will be down.
Not the game plan that Elevate wanted, right? They wanted to go for that snipe kill. Haru was actually caught out by Fury as well. That positioning so clean, which means Alpha 7 now have a decent chance of making it the herd.
Yeah, I mean, look, Alpha 7 are winning this game. That net worth is there. Impressive, yes. However annoying it is, it's still not game-winning at this point. Alpha 7 still have plenty of options in the driver's seat.
Yep, and finally, this is the kind of lead that they want. Danny, he does have the smite. He wants to make life difficult for Haru. Oh, now the tables have turned.
Yeah, taking away that blue, which is going to be huge. Impressive on the other side. I mean, I don't know if they want to funnel that in, but Haru is nowhere nearby. Impressive taking the blue for himself.
Yeah, but does it matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, but he's gonna constantly farm, right? He's in this top side of the jungle. I mean, if anything, maybe you give it to Azar at this point, but these are the kinds of things that you need to do as a team.
Okay, Haru's going to commit his mirror domain just to make an escape. This is not looking good. Elevate now trailing by a little bit, close to 1,000 gold in favor of Alpha 7, but they have managed to kind of even out the map pressure, so this is going well.
Yeah, it is going well. The mid T2 very low, the top T2 being completely abandoned, but now the Crimson, now the Fever Barrage is doing some work. Fury uses his passive, stays alive. Impressive is still there, and now yet again the set sail is going to connect. And now Hyde looking for Wise Acer, but he dashes away. Hyde is looking to go down, but they find Fury in return. And with this, Iblis very low.
They make a big trade. Now 10 minutes has arrived. Haru, thanks to that distraction by the rest of the team, Elevate do have themselves the 10-minute Shadow Tyrant buff. But Alpha 7 immediately makes a trade for the Shadow Overlord. The map is more important in this particular game.
Yeah, it's like a one-for-one trade in the end. I mean, impressive. I don't even know if we really count him, but now with the Hound, he finds Haru, who's going to be chased away. He's taking a lot of the damage. The Hound even floored one yet again, and Haru sidesteps.
Yeah, that one was a little too close for my comfort, but Haru does make it out. Puts a lot of damage down onto the T2 in the bottom. And that could be the lifeline for the side of Elevate.
And Haru, most gold on the map, right? This is the one that you want. He's been doing a great job of being efficient, using all that space that Impressive has given you.
Yeah, but look, Danny's level 14. He is also well on his way to be the raid boss that we know Organ to be.
Yeah, but he is a little bit behind Haru. I mean, obviously he's trying to keep pace. Very difficult to do against a Jing like that. So this is a situation where now, hey, Alpha 7, we can kind of siege. We don't need to be too worried at this point. Yeah, Impressive is around, but let's force Haru to join this fight.
Yeah, in fact, now I think Impressive needs to be very careful about the timer of his deaths, right? He needs to be in a situation where even if he falls, Alpha 7 cannot punish them, because if he falls at the wrong time, it instantly becomes a 4-5, and right now, that's not a situation you want.
Yeah, you cannot do that. It could be devastating in late game, right? So at the same time, Impressive understanding, and he's going to be killed yet again. But now with this push in the mid lane, look, you've taken all the T2s. If you just stay around, you just could literally just push them in.
Yeah, exactly. And this kind of crushing pressure is not something that Elevate will appreciate.
Yeah, well, who does appreciate that kind of crushing pressure, right? But Alpha 7 here, they've got that Vanguard. This is going to be looking to go for that bottom T3. Danny over the wall whenever he wants, but it's just a little bit of a two-pronged attack. They're going to go for the mid T3 as well.
They need to stop this bleeding, right? If they get a T3, Alpha 7's game plan will change completely.
High, going all the way around, looking for the wraparound. Impressive is providing that vision. He doesn't want to actually commit for this because it's way too far on out.
Look, the timer is up. There is no more value for the start of Impressive unless he makes a steal here.
Yeah, he gets the blue. Impressive just being annoying. Now he's just going to look to run away. Danny's like, no, that's mine. I'll take that.
Yeah, and right now this is where Nyap.
Nyap doing a little bit of work going on to this one. High Evil is so low, but Nyap with the Heaven and Earth mode, that seems like enough spacing. The bottom T3 has been taken out. And now Alpha 7 taking the mid T3 as well. And Elevate looking to hold in some fashion.
It's all about pushing them behind. Right now it's a 4v5. Everyone is healthy on the side of Alpha 7. If they get this, this could be the comeback. The first ever reverse sweep in KIC 2025.
If we're able to get there, I mean, Alpha 7 still have some work to do. Impressive, haunting, still annoyingly close to everyone from them. Ivlis is going to be there.
Okay, that's great. That's a nice steal.
It was a nice steal. A nice little Kachus, and they find Impressive yet again. They'll take down the scout.
Okay, Impressive. He needs to put the damage on the Why Sasa. Okay, this is a little bit concerning because Impressive, late game, he does offer damage. In fact, if he can take down Why Sasa, it could completely flip the script for Elevate.
Yeah, if he's able to find him. But now it looks like they find Haru, the mirror domain, but he's going to use it defensively. The dash away. Alpha 7 looking for some sort of catch, but it looks like Fury been killed elsewhere. Haru, though, that's the bigger target. Danny wants to go in, and Death Precipice is going to be enough, and Wysacer gets the kill.
Okay, they do get it, but at what cost? Elevate, they have the opening. The T3 is available for the taking on the top. Hide. They're trying to slow down the members on the side of Alpha 7. Not successful. The defense comes through.
Insta recall, right? They got the pick off exactly what you wanted onto Haru. Instantly back on this one. They find Ivlis in a bad spot. The Conductor of Souls, everything going to be thrown at him. They take down Ivlis as well.
And this mine is out for 40 long seconds. Elevate. This one is going to hurt. They need to do something here.
They need to do something, but this is the way. It's going to be split pushing. Hide in the top lane with that top T3. But Azar with the steal on the Shadow Tyrant. Crucial kill theft. And now the dash away by Impressive. He's going to be left for dead, but it doesn't really matter. They got what they wanted, and that was the steal.
They're giving a slight chance here, but they need to survive. Hyde is going to try and run for his life. He does not have the set sail right yet. Alpha 7 as well, pushing in the mid. This needs to be the winning condition right now. Azar, he has to stay alive.
I mean, there's no towers in the mid lane. Hyde has been picked off. Haru now trying to make the play on the Fury. Yes, he's the target because they got him, but Haru is going to be picked off. And Alpha 7, this is a huge moment. A great opening, if you will.
Yep, they will turn this around. Now, bear in mind, the T3 that's left is on the top side. Before a Baron base, Alpha 7, they get this. Essentially, they have a soft guarantee that they could take this series and make that big reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, Evil is just trying to split push. They're buying a little bit of time. I mean, Impressive is going to go down yet again. But with these Vanguards, it's going to be very tough. Mid lane, bottom lane, all open at this point. There are very few window of opportunities for Elevate to come back into this one.
Yeah, look, the money is not there yet. Nobody is able to buy the stage's Sanctuary, which means this has to be the moment. You lose a team fight, you lose the game here.
All right, Impressive, kind of with a KDA that I've had before, 0-20-2, and I'm not even playing Athena. No, I'm just kidding. I've never had that KDA, but that is insane at this stage.
Yeah, it is. And look, Impressive right now, 15 seconds. They need to make this a 5v5.
They need to at this point. I mean, once he's up, they need to just hold. Impressive cannot be just like sacrificing his body. The death timers are way too long. The top T3 goes down. Alpha 7 looking to close this out.
They have hollowed out the base of Elevate. This mountain is climbing.
Oh, they go in Impressive on the back line. Tries to go for Wysacer. That's going to be the target. And now the rest of them are going to be there. He's going to be looking to be killed, but they find Ivlis instead. That's a juicier target.
Azar!
And now the Fever Barrage, Fury dodging all of that. Azar is going to be killed. And Alpha 7 off of this one. They're looking to go for this one, and they find Hyde. They get the pick off. The crystal is there. This is a Shadow Vanguard, and Haru just throwing his body at the wing, and it looks like we're going to go to a game 5.
Vamos, Brazil! We are going to game number 5, and this had to happen. I mean, look at the quality they've shown here. Alpha 7, they were having their backs against the wall, and to deal with the impressive Athena strat, a PKL special, it got smashed to the floor.
It indeed got splashed through the floor here. Impressive, tried its absolute best to delay the farming here coming in from Danny's all-ground here, but to no avail. That game went straight into the pockets of Brazil's own Alpha 7 Gaming. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to Game 5.
Yes, there is a hope now for Chalk BR, but still that hope stays alive for the PKO fans as well. Elevate. It had to come down to this. I think this is the most deserving result, to be able to fight your way to the last chance possible before you head home.
I mean, the opportunity for a reverse sweep, we haven't seen one a single time in the KIC thus far, but going into this is a great opportunity. They have a lot of momentum. Elevate, on the other hand, they tried to use the Athena strat to kind of counter this and to just close out the series, and it looked like Alpha 7 had all the answers.
Alpha 7 didn't have all the answers here. Early game, if you were to sacrifice yourself as the Athena, you will oftentimes get the small camps first because you do not want to go for those big camp steals because it's still full gold. You want to make sure that when you dwindle down to like multiple devs, that's where you see one dev coming in from Impressive was 17 gold. And if he steals away the enemy camps, that's 127 gold. So you're only losing 17 gold in that process. It's a lot of loss if you are actually stealing away big camps. But the problem is, when this is happening, Haru or the other members coming in for the side of Elevate needs to be stealing more camps to really snowball the game into their favor so that they are not locked into a much more defensive stand.
Right, so let's take a look at the itemization. This gold that you're talking about, right, acquired. Look at the big difference of gold. 13,000 for Caesar here. In fact, what, 13,000 for Danny as well. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that is a lot of money.
16,012. I mean, I know it's an Athena on the other side, but that is a crazy KDA.
I think he's amping his KDA in any case here. If you ever have like a KDA ranking, I'm pretty sure Danny is probably up there in one of those numbers.
Yep, I'm glad I voted that in the season's predictions there. I think, yes, more than 10 kills in a single game. So I have that down, and I'm going to double it later.
Is there an option to vote for the lowest KDA? Because some of these Athena roam users probably would be the candidate for it.
Yeah, probably so. I mean, that's some fun we're going to have off of the broadcast as well and in the game. But this one, Elevate, they felt like this was the best chance. And to be honest, when the Athena came out, I thought this game was done.
Oh, same for me, because let's break it down on why Athena is so good, right? Whereby it's not just about dying, losing goals, stealing away camps. The reason why she's able to steal camps so well is because she does 25% extra damage to monsters, to non-hero units. That includes Smite as well. So imagine, full level Smite is 3,000. She does 3.75. That's more.
Yeah. I mean, it could be super frustrating. But again, Alpha 7, they did such a great job of just not panicking and just taking it away. And you could see that the impact, yeah, a couple steals here and there, but it wasn't really that impactful.
I want to point out a specific player aside from Danny, that is Niap, because a lot of these ganks coming in from the side of Elevate was always on Niap. 2-man, 3-man, and he always negated them to full protection. I think that player itself, he was absorbing so much pressure coming in from Elevate players that really allowed Caesar on that channel to scale towards that late game.
Alright, so we'll be taking a look at the clash lanes head-to-head here. Now, let's take a look at this difference here. You just talked about Nyap, so let's talk about Hyde this time. The set sail on the Sun Tzu, did it really come into full effect here?
Yeah, look, I have said it before, I just don't like the Sun Tzu. I just feel like the impact that he has, the cooldown is way too long. Going into this one, you miss it, you're pretty much a sitting duck. This is like a hero that I understand it's a global ban pick, and we're 4 games deep now, but that is really not the way you want to go.
I think it's a little bit difficult because, look, the Lady Chun pick for Fury, it provided him the maximum value, right? He was using the Ocean of Tears passive to turn invincible and then throwing down his ultimate. So, you know, Hyde was kind of like sending himself to death. Yes, you can sail in water, but you can't sail in ice. And with that, the success of every other member has led to the one man with the highest KDA ever in any game, Danny, our MVP of game number 4.
Yeah, Danny, I know he's going to be super happy with Impressive. Be like, thank you for letting me pad my KDA. Let me get all my kills on you. I mean, 16-0-12, Impressive there. He took a lot of damage as well, but a typical auguring game, I would say.
It's a very good recovery coming in from the Alpha 7 squad. Down 2-0, and right now they're 2-2, pushing it to a game 5, and potentially a reverse sweep that will remain them in terms of the tournament hopes in KIC 2025. Right now, we are back to a BO1 setting, and back to your point just now. The reason why Sun Tzu even came out of the moment is that the global ban pick. You already expended 3 top-tier Clash Raiders, and you have to ban out 2 of them. That's how you lose out all the options here coming into this game.
And the most important thing about this game is, look, Azar, once again, he is just singled out. He does not have a place in this fight. He's getting chunked down so quickly. I mean, this is his specialty hero, but I think A7 have done their homework.
And this goes back to the draft that we talk about. If you were to look towards the side of Elevate's draft, it is, I would say, inconsistent at times. No true front line, no true engage, and really puts you into much more of a defensive zone, whereby we see over to Alpha 7, however, it's a very well-rounded job. As long as they get towards the mid-lane game, they have what it takes to end the game in these sort of moments.
Yeah. It feels like they know that, hey, this is going to be the potential last game. Right? They knew that this Athena strat worked. In fact, it worked in the most recent of days here in KIC 2025. So can you really blame them? I don't think so. The confidence is guaranteed here.
They knew how to do it. I mean, they had the right counter, they had the draft in mind, and understanding how to just execute around it. I don't think that there were any questions about this. Alpha 7 starting to find their groove. I like what they're at in going in Game 5.
Now, if you're in the shoes of Elevate, though, you drafted your hidden pocket pick, which is the Athena roam, and you suffered a loss. What does it put into their mental game here? Because I will say, they were 2-0, and now they're 2-2. It does seem a bit of a momentum shift up going in favor of Alpha 7.
Yeah, look, I think the biggest question to answer here for the side of Elevate is, what do you give Azar at this point? Because he's, look, Chano, Long, as well as the Flowborn marksman, I don't think you give the early to the side of Elevate now. This is last game.
Have to ban.
And every single game thus far coming in from Alpha 7, they have targeted Azar very well. The early, the Direnjay has been consistently locked away from the MVP player coming in from Elevate.
And this is a very scary potential because we mentioned before, Alpha 7 also famous for playing the Flowborn tank. Da Chao is available.
And pay as well.
Yeah, you could go for the foods in side lane, you know.
Those are possible picks here, especially the stress of the pick and bans is starting to creep up to Elevate because the likes of the Dharma and Guan Yu has to be a default ban so far based on how well Niap is performing for the side of Alpha 7.
But you know what? That opens up for both teams. The Fatih has not been used by either one, and that's going to be a very strong addition to your side lanes. And that's going to be a tower crusher, which, look, it's HOK. You need to get the crystal to get the win.
Going into this one, of course, I mean, I'm always going to pick the team with the most amount of momentum going in and getting that last 2. Elevate right now. You're at home, right? You were feeling so great after Game 2. You had that potential to close it out. You've given 2 opportunities, and now you've equalized into this series. Going into this Game 5, you have to be so worried. You do not want to fail in front of your fans, and sometimes that's a bad situation.
Compose yourself. Back to square one. It's no longer a BO5. It's a BO1 with restricted hero pool.
This is where, you know, champions are made.
Correct.
Right? The most pressurizing situation. You don't expect to be champion with ease. It comes with difficulty. And right now, the challenge is for either one of these teams. Look, everything is on your backs. You only have one chance.
Just like you mentioned, kid, pressure force gems here. And whether or not any of these teams can really tank up the pressure, it will be up to them in this Game 5's draft. This is the final game of day number 4 here, ladies and gentlemen, as is also the final series between Elevate and Alpha 7. One of them will be playing their last series in KIC 2025.
I feel like I manifested the Game 5 here going in because, again, Alpha 7, I was like, there's no way they get 3-0, right? So the ability for this team to just, like, show that resolve. I mean, we have not seen the Chalk BRs do very well, but Alpha 7, this is a golden opportunity to just put the world on notice and saying, hey, we're a tough out. We're able to reverse sweep you if we need to.
But you know what? Elevate is not going to make that any easier. They take out the Guan Yu, one of these specialties for both Clash natives here. Now, Niap is not going to have access to that. Do we get the Dharma ban? And of course, Arlie instantly locked out. There's no way. There's no way we're giving Azar.
Yeah, based on Azar's performance after those Game 1 and Game 2, targeting him in towards this draft makes a lot of sense here. Similar to Elevate here, I believe it has to be the Dharma ban here coming in for the second ban.
Let's see. Let's see. I mean, there's still, again, very...
Or potentially the pay.
The pay, yeah, that's a good one too, right? I mean, they don't want to deal with that. And giving that up, like, in Game 5, think if they had that access to that.
And I mean, yes, Impressive does have access into the Zhuangzi for the side of Elevate if
That's
they
true.
need, right? So I think the Dharma is a safe option for the side of Alpha 7. Let's see if they're going to snap pick that after Elevate gets a taste of what they want for that prior first pick.
If we were to look at the first pick here, it may fall into the priority on towards the Fati that you mentioned about, because I so far think that that pick alone proves a lot of value here. And look at the fans here cheering in for Elevate here. They need all your energy here. Whether you are from Chalk BR, whether you are from PKL, this is the game of the lifetime.
Yep,
this is it, everything.
They're going to start off with the Agudo pick. This is a flex pick, meaning Alpha 7 now is a 1. The ball is in your call. What kind of advantage do you want to give to Elevate?
Would Azar play the Agudo? I mean, obviously it's a possibility, but
definitely.
I think it's going to be interesting because Alpha 7 has done everything to kind of limit it as much as possible.
And this direction that Alpha 7 is taking here might be getting baited into the Zhuangzi counter pick that Kid mentioned just now. So this might be a trap that Elevate has set up for Alpha 7's taken.
But at the same time, we know what the strength of Zhuangzi is, right? Tank, shield. You know what really works wonders? The Garo.
I feel like at this point, if you look at two of these picks, you're definitely going to whip out the Zhuangzi here on the side of Elevate. It makes too much sense. Their value is just super high if you do take it right now.
So Elevate, the challenge now is for them. What do you want to play? Is it going to be the Zhuangzi? Because if you don't pick it in this first half, it's going to be banned out.
All right, well, they're going to go with the ladies soon. That's a good farm laner. I think that Azar will definitely be able to shine on this one. So that is something to take note of here. But the Zhuangzi, very much open. I think that there's it's still going to be a really, like, a good counter to what you're seeing thus far.
Okay,
you don't go for it. They pick in the Yixing, they draft a double marksman composition here. Ladies with another strong laner towards the farm lane here. Very interested to see what kind of roamer they actually draft. And does Alpha 7 realize the potential threat of this Zhuangzi coming into the third pick?
Oh gosh.
Musashi for the side of Alpha 7's Danny. There's so much engaged in this draft. They definitely need to take the Zhuangzi ban in the second stage.
Yeah, I mean, it would be a huge mistake here, but Elevate, now they're put in a very peculiar position because now it's a banning phase already. Now this Musashi is going to be a huge problem for the side of Elevate because that one first skill, Illuminating Slash, is going to just cut out every single option, and Alpha 7 said, okay, you want to take the risk, you're going to gamble, I'm going to take that gamble as well.
Yeah, actually a perfect ban, as long as it had to have been banned here, right? There was no other option on this one. Plus, you don't really know which way they want to go with Impressive here. But Gan and Mo, that's another good ban. They do not want to deal without those blades.
Right, farm lane pool as well, getting dwindled down. I would say that mid lane, there's still decent options here. But I think for the farm lane, potentially there's only the likes of the Concert U, Aaron, Fang available for the taking coming from Wise Caesar.
Oh, it's all about making sure that there's no disruptions from the side of Elevate. I like the fact that the Sun Min ban is here because, you know, in a long fight, it's not going to go well. It's a one shot for Niam. If he gets the Truth Mantra, it's great. But if he gets silence in the middle of it, immediately he becomes useless.
And the time flux, it will bring back HP that doesn't consider the likes of healing reduction because it's not calculated by that. So definitely smart bans here coming in from both teams here. Elevate, removing more of these mid lane pulls here. Ganemo and also Ziyan removed from the side of the mid lane. But that's the potential of the new one you talk about here. This game, if it goes towards the lane, it favors Fury so well on this pick.
What's left for Elevate, right? In that roam pool, there is no more Zhang Fei. Lianbo has been picked up.
Liang is possible. There's also the likes of the Dong Huang. There's also the likes of the Gui Buzi. All these are up and available picks for their own liking. It really depends what they actually want in this P5.
Okay, yeah, it's really important because
Bing maybe.
Bing is crazy. Really work.
I think Bing is crazy.
Yeah, because you're gonna be together, and then duel to the death. If you get caught up by the two of you, then it destroys.
It's not good. It's not
good.
Yeah,
it doesn't work.
I feel like they need a front liner, potentially consider the Dong Huang, even the likes of the Kui. This is such. I gotta say, this is such a daring Game 5 draft by the side of Elevate, and impressive bringing out the Kui in Game 5. My goodness, this is absolutely bonkers.
But this is a reworked Kui. When he lands first skill, he will be able to get everyone into the void. That's the ultimate. And that could be an impressive play.
Wow. Wow. Amazing drafts thus far coming in from both sides here. I am loving Elevate's confidence here. But the thing is, does Impressive land those hooks? If he misses them, it's all over.
And it's also a question of fury, right? Does he use the creation blocks to push him out when he uses that ultimate? As a Kui player myself, I know the difficulties of this hero. And look, I like it, but this has to happen at the start of the game.
And now, there's also one interesting thing whereby Alpha 7, there's actually a few heroes that could actually block the hook, for example, right?
Yes.
Bilal and also Danny, they have iframes on the invulnerability from the CC, and also, if Weisaser times the spell to ultimate correctly, that could have been also a way to counter out that Kui hook they talk about.
I really like this because, look, there's so many ways this story can turn, and this is a high mechanical match. Everyone needs to land their skill shots. Everyone needs to get those last hits. It all comes down. Every single little thing matters.
And this crazy draft coming in from both sides here for the side of Elevate, banking in the P5 Kui. If this Kui gets the hook of the lifetime in the early parts of the game, in the later parts of the game, this could just be in the favor of Elevate here. But Alpha 7, once again, drafting a very combat, engage heavy draft. They have a bounce house coming in from Dharma, Lian Po, and also the Musashi here. This is your draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Who do you give an edge to, though, Sagi?
I feel like in terms of execution, it gotta be A7.
I agree. I think it's going to be a little bit easier. I mean, Kui with those hooks, if he's able to go, this is going to be a tough one, though. It's going to be an exciting one in the end.
To show you the execution, ladies and gentlemen, we are going into the final game of this best of 5. Winner advances to the following stage, and the loser gets the hell out of this tournament. Let's go, Game 5. Let's go, casters.
Let's go indeed. I mean, this is that moment, right? You knew that when an elimination was going to be at stake, we were going to see a Game 5, because both of these teams are very equal in the end. It's going to be sad to see one of them go home.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of quality they have shown us today has been great, right? And to wrap this up with such a drop, you really get to see who is the better team, but not only that, who is the better player.
Yeah, better player, better team, everything. I mean, right now it's been in Alpha 7's favor as they've won 2 games in a row, looking for that reverse sweep, and somehow taking it to Elevate, who had almost all of the momentum, had all of the fans, everybody cheering them. They had all of the energy in the world, and for some reason, for the past 2 games, they have not been able to close this series out.
Hero pools, I think the confidence is definitely taking a hit on the side of Elevate. But like I said, this is where champions are made. You will be handed difficult times, but this is where the strong men are made. This is where the strong teams are made. Can you steel yourself and take the win?
Yeah, can you? I mean, there's going to be a lot of questions here. I mean, either way, whatever happens, right? I think Elevate, there's going to be some questions. If they cannot pull this one out, like what happened? Why did they crumble? On the other side is like Alpha 7. Why did it take you so long to wake up, but only to falter in Game 5? So again, both of these 2 teams, they have so much at stake at this one.
Yep, and you can tell both teams play extremely safe at this point. 5.4 thousand for the side of Elevate, 5.3 for Alpha 7. Nothing sets these 2 teams apart.
Yeah, and impressive there. Looking for that right moment. Hasn't used the join me hook attempt at this point, but he's just waiting in the wings. Again, you just want to be very patient more than anything else with him.
Yeah, but I think this is one of the strong suits, right? And Impressive is a very patient person. I mean, the way they play Zhang Fei, the unbridled offers knockups, knockbacks as well. You know he's able to find those clinical moments. He also knows where to position himself for the perfect game.
He's been in this brush for so long, but he does not want Bilal. Bilal was like, come on. And now he spots him out. But, I mean, those guys are just like kind of baiting each other more than anything else. But Impressive, again, just looking for Weisaser. If he's able to get that hook, that might be that kill.
It's all about the body blocking, right? So Bilal has a very big job here. He needs to make sure he stays in front of Weisaser. More importantly, stay in front of Impressive.
Yeah, if he's able to keep him alive, it's like Operation Human Shield. Just be in front of him. Weisaser is the guy who's going to carry you. But let's talk about Concert U ladies soon. If you're giving a one-on-one in a vacuum, which one are you going to give an edge to?
I think it's going to be the Concert U, right? Because the protecting wings actually gives you a lot of value here.
Yeah, okay. All right, I do think so. I think it has a little bit of play here. Azar, but now they find the truth, and that's going to set things up with that points. With the final frenzy, keeping him alive. He flashes away the annihilation, a little off the mark.
Punish.
And hide, and now they're turning it around. They find Danny, and they do end up getting first blood. Haru with a nice little rotation in the bottom lane. There he has the emergence, and Weisacer gets the pick up on Azar, and now with that bounce around, they find Ivalice, who gets the kill on a Weisacer, and they get a double Ivalice. And they're turning this around, and they take Fury as well and elevate with a 3-for-1.
But the adrenaline is coming through. Alpha 7, they overcommitted. Danny was stuck at the wall. He couldn't dash out.
Sometimes you're a little too big-boned it, right? You can't get over the wall, but now finding it, the truth used yet again. High taking so much, but he's gonna limp away.
No, but that's good value. That's time bought. Okay, he does have the TP back, but you don't get a kill. And Alpha 7 don't get a response. They don't get that prize they're looking for.
Yeah, don't get their response as well. I mean, they're down about 600 gold. The biggest thing is they cannot panic. This Tyrant, a little bit more of a lead in terms of Elevate, but right now, things are looking good for the Elevate squad.
Yeah, okay, that's one main reason why they go for this Clash Lane, because you need a level of advantage. Clash Laners are very vulnerable because it's a 1v1 matchup end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, level 6 to 7, I mean, High just levels up right now, but the bottom T1, and this is the power of the Agudo. You're able to siege at a very early stage of the game.
Yeah, this is maximum value. Take a look at this, 4.5 minutes in. This T1 essentially is gone from the side of Alpha 7 at the bottom side of the map. So Elevate, great job on that. What more can they extract?
Yeah, and actually the net worth lead, I mean, it's like literally close. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point. 4-1, I mean, the kills tell a different story, but Alpha 7 not panicking, realizing that actually, let's just go for the late game, we'll be fine.
All right, okay, I think it's good advice that they're not panicking. I would say maybe try to panic a little bit. You need more gold on the Fury there.
Okay. All right, well, you talk to Fury. I don't want to talk to him. You tell him, all right? You tell him to his face that he needs to farm more. I mean, he's doing what he can. I think that if we're looking at this lineup, Danny and Weisacer are the guys. If they can funnel more farm into them, they're going to have a better time. Fury will pick it up. He needs to be that third guy, though.
I mean, right now it's just a race of gold, right? Number one, Weisacer and Azar, who gets more gold, who hits that item spike earlier. For Fury, it really is, can you get that item that's necessary to get the burst damage in. Right now, they do manage to put Danny behind, but then this puts Azar at risk.
Yeah, he's gonna be at risk, but he's as long as he's just staying away, using those rolling raids to get to safety, not getting out of position, he should be fine.
Yeah, and I think it's also a challenge for Alpha 7. I don't think you get the kill on the hide with ease at all. The double life is so irritating.
Yeah, it is. And Danny is now here. He tries to go for the truth. That's going to set things up. And now the final frenzy used, the dual death, to slow him down even more. And they will chase him down. And with that annihilation, just in case, they do end up getting the kill regardless.
Okay, but they give a T1 at the bottom, and there's no trade to be had, right? Elevate actually make a response in the form of Ivalice. Great response from Elevate. This is what they need.
Yeah, what they need. They burn down the bottom T1. Now they're making they're tearing their attention to the mid T1. They throw out Furball, and they're not able to get it. It's very close in the end. One last shot, Haru gets it.
Yeah, and also they get the Ozio Golden maybe. The Lao one, he needs to push them away.
Needs to push them away, definitely. You need to defend your buffs at this point. Danny will pick this one up. He will use the smite too, but Haru, on the other hand, doing a good job of farming. He's 100 gold over Danny.
Yeah, look, I cannot re-emphasize how important this Azure buff is for Danny. He needs the CDR, he needs the mana regeneration, he needs the mana regeneration as well. Danny, CDR is more important.
Yeah, now impressive, the burst ram, bouncing them around, impressive in the bad spot. Looks like he's going to be going down, and it looks like Alpha 7, with that pick-off, they have the man advantage, looking at to go top and mid at the same time.
But it's a big commitment, right? You had to use the Annihilation, you also had to use the Tremor Smash from Villar 1. So right now, Elevate actually can make it hurt a little bit more. T2 under pressure.
No, but if you're able to take the top T1, defend the bottom T2, excuse me, I think that it's all in all, it's worth it, right? So Villar here, just spacing it out, Haru will look to just take over the enemy jungle.
I think the biggest thing is the fact that Weisacer is farming, right? Solo farming, same job as Azar. Right now, this is a race to the finish, race to the end. Who buys the tickets to go home first?
Yeah, well, nobody wants to buy that ticket, but Danny going in for the duel death, finding him, and now he's on the run. Hide, he might be chased around. The final frenzy, that's going to be the first nut life Danny will eventually let him go, but here come the reinforcements. The Annihilation is going to be sidestepped. Niap looking for that Truth. Hyde looking to pump fake him around. He goes around for this one, and now he gets the Truth set up, and Hyde is going to go down with the Tremor Smash.
Okay, why do they keep going for Hyde? Because when Hyde is not part of the equation, it's a 4v5.
Yeah.
And Alpha 7 will win that fight every single time because Fury will be safe, Why Caesar will be safe.
Yeah, it looks like every time Hyde dies, Elevate pick up another tower, right? They've done such a good job of using that space. Now they're on the run. A7 need to make them pay.
Yeah, the wraparound by Danny. He needs to look for the target. Azar or Haru, which one does he want?
He goes for Impressive of all people. But Danny, now he dives in. He finds Haru, and Impressive has already been killed. It looks like Haru's going to get back to safety, but they find Iblis. They get Azar as well, and that's going to be a great turn of events for Alpha 7. 3 members down from Elevate.
Yep, and all of the damage in the world now. Why Caesar with the Crimson buff. Bilal one as well with the Crimson buff. And this is all golden and gravy for the side of Alpha 7.
They're up about 2K at this point, but they need to turn this into towers. They're going to chip away at the mid T1, and this is going to open things up, trying to equalize the damage that Elevate had done to their own side.
Okay, they commit the ultimate. They will save the T1, and perhaps there is a life to be taken. No, it will not be. Alpha 7, they are unable to find the T1 in the mid. So, Elevate, they buy themselves a little bit more time here.
A little bit more time indeed, but I mean, if you're looking at Impressive, I just feel like the hooks haven't really been on point. Obviously, the one time he gets the perfect into the void, I think that it might be game winning, but at this moment, for 9 minutes in, we haven't seen too much value here.
Yeah, I mean, as a quick player, chill. I will get the hooks.
No, don't tell me what to do with the Annihilation. That's going to do some damage, and Haru is down for about 30 seconds. No other follow-up here.
The biggest thing is not that Haru fell, it's the fact that he will have no buffs, and this T1 is guaranteed. Alpha 7 now open up the gorge a little bit more. The Fog of War is having the same kind of difficulty for both teams.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant going to be started here. Alpha 7 doing a great job, understanding that, hey, this Haru pick-off turned into a T1 and the Shadow Tyrant, great value.
Right, 4,000 a hit. No, 3,000 a hit for the side of Alpha 7. That's the hook we're looking for, right? But hey, Alpha 7, how many quiz have you played against? Too many. They know that hook is coming.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the hook is a little bit obvious at times. I mean, it's going to happen later on when that team fight is happening, but that initiation, if he hits the perfect hook and he misses yet another Impressive, is not impressive on that one. The Azure Golem is going to look to be going down, and now with Bilal on the backside, they make Impressive pay for missing all of them.
Yep, not ideal for the side of Elevate. Alpha 7, they're feeling strong. The dive is available from the side of Danny as well. The T2 is a true prize though, because this is a game of bases, of resources.
I love the way Alpha 7 are moving. They take the top T2 and Niap is like, all right, you already got this one, but now they find even more. Niap looking to go in. Azara gets sniped out with that Annihilation. Hit them with a through.
Yeah, that could be the end. The force, the flash from Hyde as well. It's one man against the world of Alpha 7. The T3 is open for the taking. Hang on, this could be ending.
Yeah, they're going to look to end this one. Impressive is here as well as Hyde. Somehow they need a hole. They have the knockback into the void, but he's been killed instantly. And it looks like they've gotten Hyde and Alpha 7 complete the reverse sweep.
First one ever in KIC 2025. Top PR stays alive.
Vamos, Brazil! Welcome Alpha 7 as you continue on your lower bracket journey towards this KIC 2025. Your next opponent will be Bigetron by Vitality for the survival, for the contention of that playoff spot.
My liver breathes a sigh of relief.
Mine too. I mean, at this point, my whole body breathes a sigh of relief, but it is not the same for PKL fans.
Exactly. For PKL fans, Elevate fought strong and hard. This is where they will bid goodbye towards the stage of KIC 2025. But I believe this is not the last time we will be seeing them, as this season has taught them a lot, and they will come back stronger than ever. Thank you, Elevate.
In an elimination game, there's always going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. Unfortunately, today we see Elevate leave the stage, and as well as KIC. It's going to be another lifeline for Alpha 7 as they move on, but they still have a mountain to climb ahead of them. They have a long way to go.
Yep, it's even higher because this time it's going to be Bigetron by Vitality. And once again, we'll give our support to the PKL hopefuls. Their journey ends here. It is the end of the road for them. But it is not the end of the road for HOK. They will come back into PKL and we'll see their growth once again.
Oh, that was a heck of a series, lads. That was all the way 5 full games. And we were thinking like, hey, when Athena came out in game 4, that could be it for the side of Elevate. But it is the composure, the calm execution coming in from none other than Alpha 7 Gaming themselves that pulled this series from 2-0 to a full reverse sweep, the first one that we have in KIC 2025.
How dramatic was that, right?
Very dramatic.
If we're gonna just, I mean, if we're gonna write a script, that was the way it was gonna be because they made it as dramatic as possible. The first 2 games looked like Alpha 7 were completely like a fish out of water, but they were able to bounce back in game 3, 4, and 5 and really take it to Elevate here.
No, they were completely outclassed. That was the biggest thing.
True.
Elevate had such a stronghold on the series, but they just couldn't finish the job. It hurts because they just needed one more win.
I think this is the experience difference that we talk about here for Alpha 7. They made it to top 8 KWC before, and they've been in this situation before, whereby you see game 1 and game 2 get the lead, but they lost it and lost the game towards Elevate. But 3, 4, and 5, they held the lead so well and pushed it for that power finish.
I mean, we could talk about KDAs all we want, but I think that in the end, it really came down to that hero pool.
Correct.
It just seemed like Alpha 7's lineup, kind of, there's a synergy. You can kind of see it, right? I mean, they're balanced. They had a nice one going in. But on the Elevate side, it seemed like a more of a hodgepodge type of a draft.
It works. But the thing is, execution is really important. And the way that the lineup works on Alpha 7, you will never ever find them grouped up. It was always a split fight.
That was the difficulty coming in for the drop of Elevate here. Back towards Holland's point, whereby Alpha 7, if you were to see game 3, game 4, and game 5, even though the hero pools were getting dwindled down, the coaching staff did an exceptional job in making sure that the execution level for the side of Alpha 7 was not as difficult compared to Elevate's draft.
Yeah, and look at him, right? There's a reason why we don't talk about giving him the Dharma. Like,
So
his
scary.
Dharma is so valuable for the side of Alpha 7.
A lot of value in. I mean, talking about this head-to-head, it's going to be in that clash lane. Niop 2-0-10 Hyde didn't have the greatest of times on the Umbrosa. 1-3-1. Just a little too much Niop in the end.
Definitely a difficult day, especially for Hyde, because out of all the games so far, it has been the main comparison with Niop in all these comparison head-to-heads.
But you know what's the difficulty for him? It was that conscious decision by A7 to constantly go for the ganks. This guy was the main shot caller,
He's so good.
Mr. Danny. They made that decision to go consistently for Hyde's life, and he was falling behind. That value of Umbrosa never came up.
You can see the capacity of his mental game, whereby out of that Luna game that he did not really execute well, coming into 3 or 5 games, he's been almost MVP in every single one of them, and his performance has been way consistent compared to game 1 and game 2.
And that's what you wanted to do. I mean, we knew that Danny was going to just rise to the occasion on this one. They needed him to take them over the edge on this one, but as you're seeing in the highlights here, constantly focusing down. Impressive got caught out a number of times, and now you're fighting 5 versus 4, and it's a pretty much cleanup duty at that point.
Yeah, they completely silenced Azar once again, right? And once Azar cannot find room as a Lady Sun, you need that burst. There is a lack of damage on the side of Elevate. And Alpha 7, once they know that you're in a difficult spot, they will keep pressing you on the wall.
And look at Niop there with the final engage, coming in with Fury on that Annihilation. They're just sealing the deal of this reverse sweep coming in out of this BO5.
Yeah, and look at how Alpha 7, realizing the opportunity was there, they're only 2 members into the void, just one last hurrah. Hyde trying to do the damage as much as possible, and Alpha 7, in the end, too strong, too furious. This is exactly the kind of series that they wanted.
This was a heck of a day today, ladies and gentlemen, whereby the first series was much of a storm, and then the second one was OG versus Nova, where that one was Chef's Kiss all the way to game 5.
The best one
and then we saw the growth of BTR versus the side of HBSC, where they got 1 game, and finally this reverse sweep coming in against Elevate by the hands of Alpha 7. But we want to check out the interview with Mara and also Alpha 7. Let's pass it towards Mara.
What a game from Alpha 7. Danny, parabéns. Congratulations. My goodness, we were at the edge of our seats with that one. But let's talk about what happened with the Athena. Because, you know, because of that, you had one of the best, actually it is the best, KDA right now in the tournament. It was about 6-0-12 because of your opponent using the Athena. Were you surprised with that one?
Yeah, I mean about the KDA actually is not that hard. Take like a lot of KDAs against Athena, but we knew like they were planning like to play with Athena because actually I played against Impressively a lot of times in 2024 too when he was playing in Esports. So we knew about that, but we didn't do like a different preparation about the Athena. We just knew like they will lose one game.
But it seems like you readjusted. You had some readjustments there. Tell us about that.
Yeah, because we were thinking like Young Gen, like I can play Young Gen Jungle that game, but we're thinking like Algron was better too because of the composition. I mean, not because of the Athena, but for example, I can combo Algron with the Adia that game, so it was really, really good for us.
You know, what we find so impressive, not just your KDA, not just the stats of 16-0-12, but also it was a 2-0 against you, one more, and the opponent would have taken that game. But you were able to do the first reverse sweep of KIC2025, which was so amazing. That was so hard to do. Now, how did you guys find the composure to do that in high-pressured moments? What was the communication like?
To be honest, we were not thinking like we were losing like for 2-0. We were expecting like a 3-1 or 3-0. To be honest, we were thinking we were a better team. But after that, we just need to thinking that after talk with the coach, we were feeling that we were playing better in the game, but we were making some mistakes. We were like disadvantaged in their game, and also our composition was good. So I think the problem was just like sometimes we were thinking to do like a lot of things like necessary in the game, like a lot of chase or bad communication. So we just said, guys, we just need to play our game because actually we are a better team than Elevate. So we just need to thinking like in execute our composition.
So you just had to play your game and fix the communication. Now, you know, you're one step closer to making it to the playoffs and to prove that your region, to take it to the top again. How are you planning to do that?
It's always my goal, right? I always want to put Chalkbear in the top of the world. Like I made it a lot of times in 2024, but I don't want to live like just thinking about the past. I want to do it again. So I'm quite happy about it, but I am quite sad because of this series. I think I made a lot of mistakes. I played really bad, but we need to think about tomorrow, and I need to put Chalkbear in the top again. So we need to win against Bigetron tomorrow or put our region in the playoffs.
But you know what matters is that you won today. And what's great about making mistakes, Danny, is that you learn from it. And tomorrow, I believe you can come back much stronger. Now, what do you want to say to all your fans that's watching?
Quem say em português first, guys?
Of course.
Bom, para todo mundo aí que está assistindo aí do ChalkBR, né? Eu sei que é difícil esse horário, né? Por conta do fuso horário. Mas eu só quero agradecer, eu sou muito grato por vocês e pedir desculpa pelo jogo de hoje. Eu sei que eu não joguei bem, eu performei muito mal. Mas eu estou tentando o meu melhor aí para a gente colocar, né, não só eu, mas o nosso time está tentando o nosso melhor para colocar a nossa região no topo novamente. E amanhã acredito que vai ser um jogo bem difícil, mas com certeza a gente consegue ganhar. Então, continuem apoiando a gente e igual a 7.
Beautiful language. Can you translate it in English?
What I said, I'm really grateful for the support, right? Because it's a kind of like a bad time for Brazil, right? For what the games, they were like 4 a.m., 5 a.m., something like this. So it's hard for them, but always they are supporting us in the social medias and also in the ChalkBR live stream. So I'm really grateful about it. And I say sorry because I know I played really bad today. And if we want to win tomorrow against Bigetron, it's going to be a hard game. So I need to play 100% better, 200% better. So I need their support, and I will try my best for put our region again at the top.
For sure, everyone is still proud of you regardless, and I know you're going to make them proud. Danny, obrigada.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. And now we're going to be talking about what's happening tomorrow. So we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara, and also Danny for the heartwarming interview there. Definitely, you can see the sign of relief on towards his face. But like he mentioned, the journey is not over yet because the final destination that will be starting from tomorrow, whereby it depends whether he can make it through to playoffs under Zankyu's hands.
Yeah, that one is
that's difficult.
A rework,
a
right?
Rework, yeah.
They have met so many times. They've met in KWC as well. And of course, with that being said, I think they did triumph over BTR, right, to make it into the final stages of KWC. So now they're presented with the exact same situation again.
Man, everything at stake, right? I think that we couldn't have had it any better going into that one. But checking it out, I mean, if we're going to see exactly where things are in terms of stance, let's look at the group bracket of Group B here. It looks like HBSC had actually moved on. Bigetron by Vitality Alpha 7. That one will be tomorrow to see exactly who survives. I mean, that one is going to be a crazy one in the low bracket finals.
Like, we would check out back towards the upper bracket semifinal. It was Alpha 7 losing 2-3 against BTR at the first time on November 14. Now, it's a rematch after 4 days here. It comes down to whether or not does BTR get their revenge for KWC or Alpha 7 reign supreme with the same exact way.
Okay, so let's head down to the other group, group of death. I believe, Group D here. And this was the result today. OG having to take an L. Another lesson from Nova. This time a little bit closer, 3-2. But this means they also are going to be fed that rematch tomorrow between OG and Twisted Minds.
At the very least, KMW fans, they get one team going over to the playoffs. But the sad news is one team outside of OG and Twisted Mind, two of these powerhouse, one of them has the big goodbye. And that is essentially what is Group D, the group of death.
These teams are crazy. This group was insane. I mean, Nova Esports, I mean, eking out against OG, that was a great series. But to see OG going up against Twisted Minds, I wanted to see both of these two teams survive. But unfortunately, this is the case. Only one of them moves on.
Well, luck plays an important factor in deciding your groupings here. But fortunately for them, that is exactly what they wrote. But this is tomorrow matches here, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the final eliminations of the groups.
It's all about vengeance tomorrow. Vesaka against Nongshim, the rematch. BTR against Alpha 7, another rematch. Boom against Kagendra, another rematch. And OG against Twisted Minds,
another rematch.
Standard rematch.
Now it comes down to the question, will history repeat the same way? Will Vesaka, Alpha 7, Boom, and OG win again? Or will the story be entirely different for them this time? Because this time, you no longer have a upper-lower bracket. You win, you go playoffs. You lose, you go home.
Yeah, this one is a punishing experience. But of course, I think it's been really fun today, right? And I would like to see the performances of the teams tomorrow. What do you think is going to happen?
It's going to be a bloody battle. It's going to be a lot of heartbreaks. It's going to be a lot of sad news. But of course, with sad news, with heartbreaks, there's also victors that will advance themselves to be the top 8 of the KIC2025 minimally. But that is exactly the entirety day of Day 4 coming in for Honor of Kings International Championship. My name is Sagi. Alongside me is Kin and Blam. We sign out and we will pass it to Mara to close the show. Thank you so much and good night.
We're now down to the last wire of the group stage. 4 teams await in the next round. Who will complete the final 8 onto the knockout stage? Now tomorrow, it'll be a do or die, make or break, all or nothing in the lower bracket finals for groups A, B, C, and D. Ako po si Mara Aquino, and this has been the Honor of Kings International Championship. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you in the gorge tomorrow.